Good morning everyone, welcome to Donington Park. It's the final round of the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy with TCR UK and the VW Racing Cup, and we've got a barnstormer of a championship decider coming your way. Just 8 points currently separate the top two drivers in the TCT, with 2 races left to settle it later on this afternoon. We've got a full programme of support races as well. The BRSCC have brought some of their most popular championships to Donington Park. We've got a variety of Caterham races which thrilled the crowds here yesterday, as well as the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup, the Fiesta Junior Championship, the Miltech Honda Civic Cup, and the BRSCC's ultra-successful Club Sport Trophy, which once again has a fully subscribed grid. 11 races coming your way live all day. Do not move from your sofa. We're going to bring you a fantastic day of action. Andy McEwen here down in the pit lane. I'm going to head up and join Scott Woodwis in the commentary box to help talk you through this first race. It's the Fiesta Juniors that are heading out onto the track now. Scott, this is going to be good.
Thank you very much, Andy. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day number 2 here at Donington Park. The weather may not have brightened up too much, but it is still going to be a fantastic day of racing, as Andy said. First race is on, heading to the grid right now, which is our brilliant Fiesta Juniors racing with MRF tyres. The first of their 2 races for their 3rd meeting of this shortened 2020 season. But as Andy said, there is a full programme of excellent races taking place this weekend, especially today. We've got more Caterham action, which he rightfully said was spectacular from start to finish. We've got the 3rd and final race of the final weekend of the Compact Cup, as well as the 2 deciding championship races for the Miltech Civic Cup, the last 2 races for our headline act being the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and TCR UK with the Volkswagen Racing Cup. Plus we've also got the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy to finish things off at the end of the day. So the cars are being led round to the grid before they head off on their formation lap, and that will be for the first of 2 races for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship racing with MRF tyres. These great little 2-litre Ford Fiesta ST 150s, all run with AST suspension, MRF tyres. They have an engine restrictor on them, so it limits the power and limits the speed. They have all the mandatory FIA and Motorsport UK safety measures, and it makes them a fantastic proving ground for drivers to come through. Plenty of top graduates have come through the ranks, and as a result of that, it now means that it is an incredible place for young drivers to come through. So the grid as it sits from qualifying yesterday is points leader Joseph Loke on pole position for the 3rd time this season, with Jensen Brickley, last year's National Mini Stocks champion, on the front row alongside him in a personal best qualifying. Then 2nd in the championship, William Morton will start 3rd alongside Bradley Beavers on the 4th, 2nd row of the grid in 4th. Dylan Hotchin, who got a podium back at Cadwell, starts in 5th position alongside Joseph Knight in 6th. Alex Lee, who debuted at Silverstone, starts an impressive 7th. And we get back to the top 10 with Jake Weston, who took 2 podiums last time alongside Albert Webster. George Davis and Sid Smith make up the 6th row of the grid. And then looking to the last 3 spots, we have from 13th down to 15th position, we have Alex Sprange, Mitch Marie and Bryony Davis at the back. So they are all lined up. I expect they'll be heading off onto a formation lap shortly to get some extra heat into their tyres. So they should get the green flag in a moment's time, and they'll head off to get some temperature to the tyres on what is still a rather cold morning this morning for the racing that's happening in place. Of course, Andy's managed to rush back up to the commentary box alongside me, and just before we get off onto the formation lap, I want to cast your mind back to pretty much this weekend last year. We had 2 cars on track as part of the weekend for the sampler sessions for prospective drivers as they head off on the formation lap, and it was the championship was a different position than it is now, but all the work that's been put in over last year and during the winter and into this season means that compared to the last race that we had at Brands Hatch last year with 3 cars racing, it has basically increased the grid 5-fold, and there is substantial interest again for next year. I'm hearing possibly mid-20s for next year. So within 2 years, there's been something of a, I think the fitting word is a renaissance for this championship. It's gone from where it was last year to where it is now, and it looks as though the only way is up for this championship.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one of the real success stories of recent history for the BRSCC. I mean, they've really resurrected this championship. It was not in a great place 12 months ago. You know, we were well down into single figures on the grid, and it was such a shame because it's always been a championship that's had incredible potential, and it's produced some real talent over the years as well. Some drivers who have raced in this championship have gone on to achieve great things in the world of motorsport. For whatever reason, grid numbers were down, the support just wasn't there, and it was just over 12 months ago, I think, the BRSCC really started to focus a lot of their attention on this championship, on working out what they needed to do to resurrect it. And whatever it was that they found, it has worked, because here we are, as you said, with a good grid of 15 cars this weekend. The racing is as close as ever, and lots of long-term interest into the future, and that's the best thing. This isn't just a flash in the pan. It's not just 1 year of 15 cars and then back down to 6 or 7 next year. It looks as though it's going to continue to grow, and I think a lot of that credit has to go to the championship coordinator, Laura Payne,
yes,
who has worked so hard. I've spoken to Laura a few times over the last year or so, and at times she's been a little stressed, but with good reason, because she's been working busily behind the scenes to make sure this championship is the success story that it can be, and it must be so rewarding for her and the whole club to see where it is now.
Yeah, as someone who's part of the BRSCC, I can tell you it really is. There's a lot of enthusiasm, lots of positivity around this championship, and I know that they are continuing the hard work from this year into next year. There is still one round set to go, which is scheduled for a couple of weeks at Croft, which has been rescheduled a couple of times. Everything's been going on. It was originally going to be at Anglesey. It was scheduled twice, and then they've rescheduled it to Croft for the end of the weekend. So as the cars head onto the grid, quick reminder of where we stand in the championship. Joseph Loke took pole position, so he now has 207 points. He now has a 19-point lead, 21-point lead, in fact, over Will Austin in second place. It's Albert Webster in third, 4 points ahead of Jensen Brickley on 134. Bradley Beavers is a further 2 points back on 132. And it's Dylan Hodgkin, Joseph Knight, Bryony Davis ahead of George Davis, and then Jake Weston, who is at the bottom of the top 10, impressively, because it was his first weekend at Brands Hatch at Silverstone, and picked up a really good qualifying performance, 2 third places and a fastest lap, so the only way is up for him to push forwards. So everyone is in place. The green flag waved at the back. Enjoy some of the racing stars of the future, because the BRSCC Fiesta Championship is all set to get underway, and we are all set. Red lights are up. Who's going to win the sprint down towards turn 1? The red lights go out any second now, and we are junior racing here at Donington Park. It's an equal start from Loke and Joe Jensen Brickley, but Jensen looks like he's got a better second phase of the start, and the National Mini Stock champion might possibly beat Joseph Loke down to turn 1, unless he can get the inside line. Into Redgate for the first time, and it is Joseph Loke who turns it in front. There's contact behind it. Joseph Knight tags Jake Triggs. Oh, and Albert Webster, goodness me, up and over he goes. It's back onto its wheels, 2 cars in the gravel. And unfortunately, that's not the start we wanted to see. Albert Webster he's unfortunately beached in the gravel trap. But I'm afraid, Andy, that is not exactly what we want to see for the start of today's action.
Always a danger, though, isn't it? Oh, there's more drama now down through the Craner curves, off into the gravel, sideways. That's the 281 car. George Davis, and then he collects the, who was that he got? Dylan Hodgkin, I think, wasn't it? As they came, yeah, Dylan Hodgkin is sideways as well. Cold rear tyres through the Craner curves. You don't really turn left very much at Donington Park, and so that right rear tyre gets very, very cold. And the first time you lean on it is through the Craner curves, and unfortunately it's caught a couple of drivers out. George Davis got sideways, skittered across the gravel, and as he rejoined, sadly, Dylan Hodgkin was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. These are short wheel-based, front-wheel drive cars. You have to work hard to get those rear tyres up to temperature. If you don't, it can catch you out.
It really can. So that's Jake Triggs, I think, possibly. Well, it's a piece of bodywork from Jake Triggs' car. Albert Webster's the one that's walking away. You have to remember, these are very safe cars as well. I mean, the original base car itself was a 4-star NCAP safety rating, so it's incredibly sturdy. And then you add on all the mandatory FIA Junior and Motorsport UK safety measures that are needed. The safety car looks as though it has been deployed, so they can retrieve Albert Webster's car. Thankfully, it did when it went over. It was a slow roll, but it went over onto its wheel, so that was okay. I think the sort of slightly more concerning incident was George Davis coming across and just clipping the right rear of Dylan Hodgkin's car as it went flying across. So the race order after that rather frantic first lap was Joseph Loke, who still leads, from William Alton in second place, Joseph Knight in third, Jake Weston's moved up to fourth, and considering where he started back in ninth on the grid, up 4 spots and all of that, Alex Lee is up to 5th position, followed by Alex Sprain, who had a cracking start from where he said to work his way through in 6th position. It is, I think that's possibly Bryony Davis up to 7th. Then it's Jensen Brickley 8th, Bradley Beavers is 9th, and it's Sid Smith in 10th position. And then Dylan Hodgkin was the one that got tagged by George Davis. Also Jake Triggs has fallen back a little bit, as is also Albert Webster, and Mitch Marie also is towards the back end of the field as well, but has picked his way up. So it looks as though ultimately that all the drivers appear to be okay, but as you mentioned, it wasn't quite the start they were planning for this first race.
No, but that, as I said, is always a risk here. Redgate Corner is also a real pinch point. You do not want to be stuck on the outside line, and I think that first incident was really caused by everybody just trying to get across to the apex first and try all fighting for the same bit of real estate. And I guess this is the issue with a nice big grid. They've all got to try and fit into that first corner together. That's the damage to the right front of Albert Webster's car. And Albert, I think, had a good start because he started 10th, and I think he was higher than that by the time they got into turn 1. He might wish now that he wasn't, but he was trying to, as everyone else went to the inside, he was trying to find some clear track on the outside, and didn't quite work for him. That's Jordan Davies. Now, considering the contact that car had, Scott, it looks remarkably undamaged. I'm sure there is some steering damage or suspension damage to the front left corner, but it was a heck of a whack that he gave Dylan Hodgin as he came back on the road, and yet it doesn't look quite as bad as I thought it would be. Yeah, front left corner is a little deranged, but that should hopefully be repairable for race 2.
Yeah, and because the paddock is so together, particularly this year in terms of everyone supporting each other, there's going to be quite a lot of massive help to get whichever cars are involved that aren't able to take the restart once we get back racing again from safety car conditions. There'll be a lot of help to get them back in there to go ahead and push forwards. I think one of the losers from that also was Jensen Brickley. He started at the front row of the grid and was challenging for the lead heading into Redgate Corner, but for whatever reason he's then dropped down through all of that down to 8th position, so he's got some work to do to get himself back up there. Another driver, again, I'm impressed by, the white and green car, Alex Sprain. She started further back in 13th on the grid, and again he managed to just pick his way through everything that was happening up to 6th, and considering that he picked up 9th in the second race at Silverstone, he's someone who has worked incredibly hard in the background. He got driver of the meeting at Silverstone because it's all a self-run operation with them. They've gone up and saved up to make sure he bought all his own kit. They bought their own car, they put it all together, and they've got some support from other people around the paddock. It's a true, proper, independent effort, and regardless of everything that's happened in the first couple of laps, to be up there in 6th and to keep out of trouble, that's incredibly impressive for someone who prior to this season had never raced competitively.
Exactly, and I mean, all of these drivers are relatively inexperienced. This is a junior championship after all, but for someone with so little experience, that was a pretty high pressure situation to find yourself in, wasn't it? I mean, everything kicking off around you, not once but twice on the first lap. You had to avoid fairly significant contact amongst other cars, and that's the kind of thing, it's those split second reactions that generally you develop over time. This early in someone's career, to be able to avoid those kind of dramas so effectively is pretty effective. Lots of different drivers setting fastest lap because in theory that's the first full flying lap of the race, but we are of course still behind the safety car with Joseph Loke out in front, and Will Orton, who did get a good start. I noticed he was off the line pretty well as well. He started 3rd, he's moved his way into 2nd position. Joseph Knight up there in 3rd as well. What we've got is a slightly jumbled order, I would say, here, with obviously Joseph Loke at front, he stayed there, but everybody else pretty much is not where they started. So when we do go racing again, which I'm hoping won't be too far away, we should be in for a fairly lively race, I think.
Yeah, another driver who's out of position, and I don't say that negatively, is Bryony Davis, who it's her first season in circuit racing, but also first season driving a car that's got gears, because she was having to learn that pretty much on the fly at Campbell Park. She's been getting quicker and quicker, shaving time off her lap times, and so again she was another one that stayed out of everything that happened. And I'm actually quite impressed that George Davis's car is back out on the circuit with a little bit of sort of race team duct tape on the side of it, and it looks as though, considering everything that happened, it looks like it's driving fairly straight and true. It looks as though I told you these cars were sturdy, and I think that's a good case for that. It's a case that George's car is still going, and we've still got 12 cars in this field. I have to say, considering everything that's happened, I'm fairly impressed by that.
You're fairly impressed. I'm gobsmacked. I cannot believe that car is driving straight and true. I mean, we'll wait and see what the race pace is when he gets going, but he's only lost a lap. He's going to score some points, of course, by getting to the end of the race. That's why it's important, even if you've had early dramas, to try and get out on track. You might salvage a couple of points, and by the time you get to the end of the year, that could be pretty important. And it looks as though, Scott, I think we're about ready for a restart. It looks as though Joseph Loke has started backing people up, so great work from the marshals and the recovery crews out there. Pretty quick recovery there, considering there were a couple of incidents to clear up, and we're about ready to go racing.
Yeah, so 8 minutes to find out if it'll be 5 for 5 for Joseph Loke, or if any one of the cars behind him could possibly keep up with him and challenge for victory. If anyone else does, I have to remind you, it'll be a first-time new winner, because Joseph Loke, who is the only driver that is left over from last year, has won all 4 races so far. Whether he makes it 5 for 5, let's find out. 7.5 minutes left on the clock, and thankfully we are back to green flag racing in the Fiesta Junior Championship. for the remaining 7.5 minutes to see if we can find a new winner or if it will be a continuation of Joseph Loke's domination. Back towards Redgate corner, a little more spread out this time as Loke leads them into Redgate for the first time at proper racing speeds on the restart. It's Will Orton in second place, Joseph Knight in third place. Jake Weston fourth, ahead of Alex Lee in fifth position. Alex Sprague is staying with him in sixth place. I feel there's probably going to be a change for seventh briefly between Bryony Davis and Bradley Beavers, briefly enough, and then Sid Smith from Mitch Marie, and then it's Jensen Brickley and George Davis who will have just got to the tail end of that. Maybe not just yet, but actually no, but Jensen Brickley's dropped back a little bit. As around the outside goes Bradley Beavers into the old hairpin. That's an impressive move even for juniors to go around the outside for that. We saw that a couple of times yesterday in the races we had in Caterhams and BMWs, but Joseph Loke has the lead, but it looks as though that both Orton and Knight are going with him. Jake Weston certainly trying to, as is Alex Lee, but Alex Sprague again on genuine pace up there in sixth, and Bradley Beavers will certainly try to chase after him as there's more overtaking with Sid Smith number 99 getting past Bryony Davis. And next up should be, by the looks of it, both Mitch Marie and George Davis. They're going to be side by side, scrapping over what is now currently 10th position. And into Coppice they go, and George Davis little on the edge as he tries to get back on the road. He goes tracking through the gravel trap that's more relevant of like the Acropolis Rally rather than Donington Park going through the gravel, but again keeps it on the road. You have to remind 14 of these 15 drivers this season are all brand new for this year, so they're all on rookie plates, they're all learning as they go, so inevitably, you know, to kind of cover them a little bit, there aren't going to be one or two mishaps, but it's all part of a learning process of a Formula Championship like this. That's the purpose of Fiesta Juniors, to allow them to learn and to develop in terms of these bigger circuits. So when they go up into championships like BTCC or British GT or further afield, they have an understanding for it from as young as 14 years old. So there's going to be times when there's going to be teething problems and getting used to the grip of the car, but it all comes as part of that process.
Yeah, it's one of the things I love about junior championships is watching drivers who at the start of the year maybe aren't on the pace, but as they get more seat time, that learning curve, if you've got it, then you really improve quite drastically in your first 12 months or so of racing, and it's really fascinating to me to see those drivers that do improve at that rapid rate throughout their first season of racing, and we've been able to see that a little bit this year with a handful of the drivers out there that had zero racing experience at the start of the year. At the front of the field, it's an 8/10 of a second lead between Joseph Loke, the race leader, Will Orton in second place, number 31. This battle on the screen is the number 77 of Alex Sprague, who is in sixth position. And trying actually to go further forward. No, he's lost a place. Ahead of him now is the recovering number 29 Bradley Beavers. Remember, Bradley in the red car started on the second row, so he should have the pace to work his way towards the front. Lane, yeah, that's the 246 car, which unfortunately is in strife.
Jensen Brickley started on the front row.
He did, but this race has not quite gone to plan for him and a few others, but I'm fascinated to watch the progress of this man. Bradley Beavers, as I said, has front running pace. He was only just over a second away from the pole position time. Now he's broken into that sixth place. How quickly can he bridge the gap to the top five?
Yeah, having that clear space is going to be key, and he managed to get around Alex Sprague pretty quickly. He was able to try and chase off after the top five. Speaking of the front runners, Joseph Loke no longer has the fastest lap of the race because Will Orton, who was a prominent karter up to last year before he entered into Fiesta Juniors for this season, has now picked up the fastest lap of the race. He's now into the 124s as he heads his way through the old hairpin. And he did this a little bit at Silverstone, where he was starting to keep with Joseph and keep the gap around about just under a second or so. He said his tyres were going off a little bit towards the end of the first race, and he had some ABS problems in the second race, which hampered his pace a little bit. And I guess he was only a little bit fortunate. He even himself admits he was a bit fortunate picking up second off. There was a little bit of a contact up at the Brooklands between Jake Weston and Dylan Hotchin, which was an entertaining battle in itself. It's just a shame it kind of ended up that way. But William Orton still has that perfect record of 4 second places. But the pace he's showing at the moment, Andy, I'm sure he would dearly love to now take it from his 4 second places to now add a victory and to stop Joseph's dominance.
Well, he's got the pace, and now that he's only about 6/10 or so behind the leader, he's picking up a bit of a slipstream. The slipstream is quite important here at Donington Park. It's a high-speed circuit on a few long straights and flat-out sections. So if you can get within half a second or so of the car in front, that last half a second tends to disappear pretty quickly. They come across the line again, and just as I say that, the gap goes back out again, but only fractionally. It's just over 7.5 tenths then. Loke to Orton. Loke with a personal best lap, but not quite fast enough to nick the fastest lap away from Orton. Knight is 2.7 seconds back in third, but then he's got a 3-second cushion over Weston in fourth position for the time being. Jake Weston started ninth and he's holding his own nicely. He's been caught now by Alex Lay, and of course Alex in the 76 car did out-qualify him by a little bit, so that's the battle. You can see the two white cars just coming down the hill. Alex Lay with the Trade Price Cars sponsorship and the association that he's got with the British Touring Car Championship team.
know he's got a few of the team members here helping him this weekend, and that is nice to see again, that association with a Fiesta Junior driver and a team running at the very highest level of British motorsport. It's that kind of motorsport ladder that you try to get on from an early point in your career. Goes Briony Davis. How is Briony getting on? Down to 10th at the start of that, with the other Davis, George Davis, right behind, trying to find a way through. We're already, though, sadly, into the final couple of minutes of the race. We might just squeeze 2 more laps in. It's going to be tight, but that safety car has eaten away into the 15-minute race time. We've had the change there for 10th place. Now George Davis ahead of Briony Davis, so it was good while it lasted for Briony, up there inside the top 5, but those that had early dramas now starting to come back.
Yeah, they're actually the first, from what as I can tell, the first brother and sister or siblings that haven't taken part ever in the championship. That also goes to the Kents, because Lewis and Bradley Kents have also been picking themselves, but they are the first brother and sister or sibling pairing that have raced on track together in Fiesta Juniors this year. So they've both moved up from the world of mini stocks, as have a couple of drivers, and also Albert Webster's come from the world of short ovals in junior hot rods, so he has a bit of an advantage where the junior hot rods do have gears, whereas mini stocks don't. It's a constant kind of 1 gear motor for them. But we're into the last 1 minute 15 seconds of this race, so I imagine we're going to get this and maybe 1 more lap, depending on how much time we had left. So yeah, we're going to get 2 more laps, including the one that we're on. Joseph Loke continues to lead the way. At the moment, it's 5 out of 5 for him, but it's never over until he gets the checkered flag. The gap is just about over a second. As now the next target for Sid Smith here is Alex Sprainge. So after that work of going through, as a change for position between 4th and 5th, Alex Lee in the second of the Ali Rushforth Motorsport Repairs cars is up into 4th at the expense of Jake Weston, so a change for position here. And I have to say, Ali Rushforth must be absolutely delighted with this. Of course, Wharton's had a couple of meetings worth to get used to the car, but Alex Lee in his second meeting already looking at a top 5 finish.
Yep, having qualified 7th as well, so it's always nice to finish higher up the order than you started. However, he is now punching the hole in the air, isn't he, for Jake Weston to potentially come back at him into the chicane, forces the 76 car to defend on the way in. That might slow him down on the exit, and yes, they're being caught, well spotted, by the 29 car, aren't they, of Bradley Beavers. So Bradley could potentially sneak into the top 4 here by the end of this, the final lap, which they're starting now. Joseph Lowe looking good for the victory. He's 1.2 seconds clear now of Will Orton in second place, a lonely third at the moment for Joseph Knight. So the podium places, I think, are pretty set. It's 4th, 5th and 6th. It's still very much up for debate. Yeah,
as they head through the old hairpin from the last time, there is Will Orton. As we said, 4 second places for him. It looks as though he's about to keep that 100% record up as he heads through the kink at Starkeys and up towards Schwanz Curve. And Joseph Loke, who we mentioned is the only driver left over from last year. He debuted at Pembrey in 2019 and since then has just continued to get quicker and quicker. He was the one that took the challenge in the end to Ollie Turner, who was the eventual champion last year. But he's picked up where he's left off. He's running the ex-Isaac Smith car from a couple of years ago when he competed in Fiesta Juniors in 2018 and then the Senior Championship in 2019. So it's a very capable and very quick car. In the hands of young Joseph Loke, it certainly is having a proper impact as they head down the exhibition straight for the final time and up towards the chicane. It's been rather action-packed in this first race, maybe not some of it the way we wanted it to see, but at the end of the day, it looks as though this man, there is no stopping him whatsoever, because out of the final chicane from the last time, it will indeed be 5 from 5 for Joseph Loke, still a perfect 100% record for the man at the top of the table. Joseph Loke wins race 1 of the weekend for the Fiesta Junior Championship, with Will Orton a close second once again. It's a first podium for Joseph Knight. Well done to Joseph, he's been working hard since Cadwell to make that happen. Now for 4th, 5th and 6th, there has been a change. Alex Lee is 4th, Bradley Beavers will try and get into a line at the run to the flag. 4th, 5th and 6th, so it's going to be Lee in 4th, Beavers 5th and Weston in 6th. It's Sid Smith will be 7th, another improvement personal best for Alex Sprainge, who picks up 8th position, and then Mitch Marie will also finish in the top 10 again. He will be 9th, ahead of the 2 Davises, George from Briony, and then we did also see Jensen Brookley go out towards the end of that race after some of the issues that he had, and he will at least head around and finish several laps down, but he will finish in 12th. So, what a way to start things off today for the day 2 of our Donington Park race weekend. We'll have more Fiesta Junior action later on this afternoon at around about 3:30. But again, these are some of the drivers which going forward, you'll certainly see them in the somewhat of the Toka package or the British Touring Car Championship or potentially the British GT or even further afield around Europe or around the world. And this is a championship which has brought through the likes of Bobby Thompson, who is here this weekend helping the 2 Ali Rushforth Motorsport cars. We've also had the likes of Aidan Moffat, who races in touring cars, and Lewis Kent, who's of course here this weekend, as well as Charlie Liddell and Ollie Turner, who will be appearing in the Cosmo Trophy race and is last year's Fiesta Junior champion. So, results for race number 1 from the Fiesta Junior Championship this weekend at Donington. Joseph Loke completes his 100% winning record and keeps it up so far with his 5th win out of 5. William Orton, 5 second places out of 5, his nearest challenger. And Joseph Knight, he'll be thrilled with his first podium in FJC this season. Alex Lee with a personal best of 4th. Bradley Beavers did incredibly well to become back up to 5th position, ahead of Jake Weston in 6th. Sid Smith is 7th from another improved result for Alex Brange. Mitch Marie also goes 1 place higher than he finished best at Silverstone. And Brian Davis cracks the top 10 for the first time. And then moving down from 11th place down, we can see the last couple of the cars that did make the flag. And they will be... In fact, actually, Bryony repassed George in that once we missed that off camera. So Bryony actually finishes ahead of George, which is impressive. And then Jensen Brickley, who had those issues after that, but started on the front row of the grid and could be quick later on this afternoon. And then sadly, from that couple of first lap incidents, we lost Jake Triggs, Dylan Hotchin and Albert Webster. And hopefully all 3 of them will be back out for the next race. So Andy's heading down to have a quick chat to our top 3. And he'll be able to get a bit of a view on how that race was for Joseph Loke, Will Orton and Joseph Knight. I'd imagine Joseph will probably be one of the happiest out of the 3 of them, because that is his first podium. He came close last time at Silverstone by picking up a 4th place in, I believe it was the first race. Yes, first race. And so, second race, forgive me. I'm trying to think of all these results on the fly. But... cars heading into the assembly area. Next race coming up after this is going to be our first of our Caterham races for today, which is the Motor Caterham 7, 270R and Road Sport Championships. But we are going to hear from Andy very shortly once the top 3 are coming in. And so we are about to head down. So down to Andy McEwen, who can have a chat with our first podium of the weekend, the Fiesta Juniors, and our top 3, including our race winner, Joseph Loke.
Well, that was a fantastic first race of the day for the Fiesta Junior Championship, and another brilliant race win for Joseph. Joseph, come over here, let's have a chat with you. You're getting kind of used to this now, aren't you, this winning feeling?
I mean, I'm still getting the positions I want, but they're getting close. By next race they'll be even closer. By the final round at Croft they'll be even closer than that, so it's just they're keeping me on my toes.
It was important for you, wasn't it, to really have a good start to the season? You were the only driver that carried on from last year. Do you think that gave you an edge in the first half of the year?
Definitely first half of the year, but I know a lot of drivers have been spending a lot of time out on track. I'm probably just as experienced as everyone else with the amount of testing they've done. I've done 3 tests over the course of the whole season. Since the start of the year, January. So, and I know people like Orton have done over 30. So I'm really happy with my pace so far.
What about a 6th win of the year in race 2? Is there a good chance of that?
Hopefully, that's all I can say.
I agree with that. Well done, Joseph. Congratulations on the win. Now, where's our 2nd place man, Will? There he is, just masking up as is necessary these days. And that was, well, a 5th win of the year for Joseph Loke, a 5th second place for Will Orton. Will, I guess that's a stat you're not maybe quite as happy with, but it's been a solid year, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a consistent year. Couldn't really ask for much more of the car. Qualifying yesterday was a bit disappointing, but came back stronger today.
You got a good start as well. Started on the 2nd row of the grid and you were up into 2nd at the start, and it was important that to get out of that midfield where it was all kicking off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened behind, but that gave us a little bit of a gap. Coming out of the old hairpin, Jensen seemed to slow down a bit, and that allowed us to get into 2nd. And from that, and then safety car came out to put us back to the front of Loke. And from now on, it was just trying to catch up to him, really.
I think you got the fastest lap whilst you were trying to catch him. That's a good sign for race 2, isn't it?
Yeah, if we can keep doing them sort of lap times in race 2, we should have a good chance.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations on the podium. Well, it's a 5th podium of the year for Will. But it's a first podium. Well done to Joseph Knight. It's been a bit of a long time coming, hasn't it, this?
Yeah, obviously Cadwell really didn't go well. Silverstone we had 2 4th positions, so this weekend we was really hoping for a podium, and it came. It went really well this race.
Starting a bit further back on the grid, obviously, were you at all worried into the first few corners?
But we was aiming to get a good start, obviously, and it happened. We went from 6th to 4th or 3rd. And obviously the safety car came out, and when it went in we were able to hold it with a good gap. Yeah, I was really happy with it.
Well, congratulations on the podium. A brilliant first race of the day then for the Fiesta Juniors. It's now time for our first Caterham Championship race. It's the Road Sports and the 270Rs. And Scott, I think they're lining up on the grid already.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Andy. Thanks to all of our Fiesta Juniors for that one. It was a little bit of frantic at times, but still hopefully an entertaining race. And we'll see them once again later on this afternoon at around about 3:30. So, up on track, as Andy rightly said, is the first of our Caterham races for today, the Motol Caterham 7 270R and Road Sport Championships. The grid is ordered by how they finished in race number 1 yesterday. For the 270Rs, it was a victory for Ben Lopez Appleton ahead of who was the joint championship leader going into this weekend, being Lars Alexander Hoffman, whilst his fellow championship leader Angelos Alvanos finished back in 5th on the grid. Here's the order as they come down towards the first corner for the start. So with the 270Rs, who will start first, Ben Lopez Appleton starts on pole from Lars Alexander Hoffman alongside. Harry Cook and Andrew Murgatroyd on the second row start 3rd and 4th respectively. Row 3 of the grid is set to be Angelos Alvanos, and alongside Angelos will be Stuart Bell in 6th place on the grid. Andy Lees will start 7th on the 4th row alongside Dan Clayfan in 8th. Rounding out the top 10 in 9th place is the 11th alongside Simon Martin in P10. Then there's Greg Curtis and Ryan Errol on the 6th row of the grid. The final 2 cars on the 270Rs is Dave Curry and Giuseppe Fillet to round up the 14 cars that will start in 270Rs. Then there'll be a 10-second gap, and these Road Sport cars will be started by the flag. And that was a win for Blair McConaughey yesterday, who will start on pole alongside Harry Eyre, Nick Allbones and Wes Payne behind them. Behind Nick Allbones and Wes Payne will be William Brunt, and then Darryl Cresswell on the 3rd row of the grid for the Road Sports. Row 4 is Tim Steele and Michael Curley, ahead of Alan Curtis and David Gracie. Then it's Fraser Riddington and Peter Wales from Peter Martin and Mark Lovett. Paul Herndon and Peter Vincent come next, followed by Demetrius Melas and Roger Gaunt. And then a couple of cars to watch out for, particularly Demetrius Melas, but also Carl Jones, who starts in the back, towards the back of the Road Sport cars with David Morgan and Oliver Smith. So it's a full quota of 35 cars for this second race. Plenty of battles between the 2 classes yesterday. And of course, going into this weekend, the points leaders respectively were Tom Willis and a joint lead between Angelos Alvanos and Lars Alexander Hoffman. But of course, Tom Willis not being here this weekend means it's a free pass for anyone else around in the road sports to pick up points as they go along. So this is certainly going to be quite a crucial thing. David Grace's car to also watch for. He was around in the top 10 yesterday, but he unfortunately ended his race in the gravel trap at the Fokker So not the best way he wanted to start things as they head towards the complex and the final chicane for the last time. But Ben Lopez Appleton had a bit of a shaky start at Cadwell, didn't have the best form after retirement and then falling back through the order, but he has managed to pick up the pace as the season's gone on. And also Lars Alexander Hoffman wants to make it 2 titles out of 2 seasons because he was Road Sport champion last year. He wants to go to the 270R ranks and do exactly the same thing here, but of course 1 round still to go at Snetterton on the 31st of October. It's still all to play for, so he wants to be in the best possible position, particularly trying to get ahead of Angelos Alvanos. Of course, Andy back in the commentary box here. Of course, you've been watching the Caterham so far this year, watching both 270s and Road Sports. Again, 2 very hotly contested championships. It's crucial that we haven't got one of the championship leaders here this weekend, but the 270Rs at least, seeing Lars Alexander Hoffman going for that 2nd time in a row. But again, as it normally is, very competitive in these ranks, no matter where you find yourself in the pack.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be a dull race, is it? It's Caterham's, for goodness sake. It's always close, it's always competitive. And yeah, the 270R category is possibly my favourite, actually, of the Caterham categories, because it strikes just the right balance between horsepower and raceability. They're quick, but they're not so quick that the slipstream, you know, isn't all that effective. You can still get these big packs of cars, and mixed in with the road sports out on circuit, it's usually fairly breathless stuff. You never quite know where to look, but yeah, lots of drivers that are capable of winning races across both categories in 270Rs. We've had 4 different winners, but we've had about 6 or 7 different drivers on the podium throughout the course of the year. And as you said, that championship battle pretty tight now. Only about 3 points, I reckon, between Harry Cook and Ben Lopez Appleton, who got the win yesterday, closed in on the championship lead. And I've got, according to my maths anyway, top 4 drivers separated by just 7 points. So it's going to be tight. The red lights go out though. We're away and racing, and from the outside of row 1, it looks like Lars Hoffman has got a good start on the run into Redgate Corner, and he will actually have an uncontested lead in the 270Rs as they turn into the tight right-hand. A bit of locking up. They're all on cold tyres again. It is rather chilly out there this morning, so they're going to have to work hard to get the temperature to the tyres. It's already gone wrong in the road sports though. Now,
that's Carl Jones.
It is Carl Jones, isn't it? And he's been spun through a full 360 before he even got to the start-finish line. He's lost a wing, but he's carried on, I think, relatively unscathed.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him because he had a couple of problems yesterday which forced him out of the races. A couple of cars ran wide there. Marshall's ever very quick to pick up some of the debris from Carl Jensen. I think he's possibly carried on, albeit with a slightly lighter car parts-wise than he started the race. So leaders now for the 270Rs head into McLaren's for the first time. Ben Lopez Appleton has the lead. It's second place for Hoffman. Round the outside, it was side-by-side between Harry Cook and Andrew Murgatroyd. There's David Curry, who is, again, recovering after his trip into the gravel trap yesterday. As they funnel their way through, the 90 car Stuart Bell started well ahead of Angelos Olvano, who, as I mentioned, came into this weekend joint on points with Lars Alexander Hoffman, but he started finish behind him. He's now, I'm just stealing Andy's spreadsheet for a second, 4th in points now after the yesterday's result, because he has updated it from yesterday, thank you. And into the complex to go for the first time. It's now second place into the Robert chicane for Harry Cook as he takes over that position. Andy Lees is in there as well, also so is Stuart Bell and Angelos Olvanos. So as expected, pretty frantic in the 270Rs, but so far, the former points leader Hoffman now leads the way down towards Redgate for the second time.
Yes, he does, and he's starting to get away. I'd be surprised if he can break the toe, but he's going the right way about trying to do that, isn't he? Round the outside there goes Ben Lopez Appleton, trying to get past Harry Cook as they go through Redgate. It was Cook that was ahead at the line, but it looks like Lopez Appleton was able to make that stick. Third place then is Andy Lees. No, it's still Murgatroyd ahead of Andy Lees in the sort of Gulf livery, pale blue and orange car. This group, they need to try and work together to stop the leader, Lars Alexander Hoffman, pulling away. Hoffman could do with the points. He sits third in the points, only 5 points off the championship lead, but 5 points in Caterham terms can be quite a lot. In the road sports, incidentally, it was Harry Eyre that had the lead at the end of that lap one from Blair McConaughey. So Harry Eyre coming through nicely to lead in the road sports category. Harry is the points leader, and of course Tom Willis second in the points, not scoring this weekend, so this is already turning into a strong weekend for Harry, and he's setting the pace again in race 2.
Yeah, and that's impressive considering that it was Blair McConaughey who picked up the victory yesterday, because Harry Eyre gave him the main benefit. It's mainly because he was higher up in the points coming into the weekend. Blair had an off weekend where he scored, I think it was one retirement at one of the previous rounds, so because of that he was lower down the championship, about 6th or 7th than where he would expect it to be given look at the rest of his results. So using that win to full effect to get himself up there. Ben Lopez Appleton meanwhile is into the fastest lap as the lead now almost changes between Harry Eyre and Blair McConaughey, and also look for the white, red and gold car of Nick Allbones in there. The purple car in there also in the mix is Wes Payne, and then fifth place car is William Brunt, and the other golf colour car. There's one in each championship. Andy Lees is in 270Rs, where you can tell which is which. Obviously one doesn't have a windscreen and lights, and the other one is a slightly darker orange for William Brunt's car compared to Andy Lees here. The 270Rs head through the old hairpin. Hoffman still leads now. Lopez Appleton up to second. Harry Cook is third. Andy Lees has moved up to fourth, ahead of Stuart Bell in fifth position. And Angelos Olvanos in sixth. At the tail of that 7-car scrap appears to be Dan Clayfan. So 7 for the lead at the moment. And as we know in Caterham races, we both know, having been Caterham racing enthusiasts, that order can change in the blink of an eye. Case in point, third place now for Andy Lees at the expense of Harry Cook. And this is going to go on literally for the next about 26 and a quarter minutes.
It gets to the point, doesn't it, where they jockey for position for a while, but then they get into that last 10 minutes, and then it's all about putting yourself in the right position. Do you want to be leading going on to the final lap? Sounds like a daft question, but as you can see here, look, we're going to get a lead change before we even get to the braking zone at the chicane, as Ben Lopez Appleton has now managed to get himself ahead in... Sorry, no, it's number 9. Ben Lopez Appleton, right, the first time. You should know this, we're following these championships all year. Into the lead he goes, and he got that done before they got to the chicane. If that had been the last lap, he'd have snatched the victory away, and then again it changes going into Redgate Corner. This is why when you get to the end of the race, you don't necessarily want to be at the front of this pack. Oh, Andy Lees, having made a brilliant move on Harry Cook to take third place in McLaren's, is now the one that finds himself getting shuffled out at Redgate Corner. Harry dives back up the inside. He will retake third, and Andrew Murgatroyd, I think, was trying to follow him through there as well. Across the line come the road sports. Any changes there? Yes, because it's now the 103 car of Nick Allbones that's got himself to the class lead, with Harry Eyre second and Blair McConaughey third. So the two cars that were contesting the race lead in the road sports a lap ago, down to second and third now.
Harry Cook's looking pretty racy here. It's side by side, as it always tends to be for the leading Caterhams, but into McLaren's they go, and Ben Lopez Appleton has got that lead back again. Second for Hoffman and third for Harry Cook now, who is now, of course, as we said, now moved into the points lead now, looking to try and defend that as best he can, but he knows that the cars around him, particularly the two cars that are immediately behind him in the points, are indeed Ben Lopez Appleton and Lars Hoffman, so he knows he's got to try and get himself to the front of this pack and then try and pick as many points as you can from these two cars. What will also help is the fact that they're scrapping amongst each other and trading places for the lead. And I suspect possibly there's a bit of an impromptu pact here between Lars Hoffman and Ben Lopez-Appleton. I think they're trying to work together and pull away, because they did that and swap places the last time by. The drivers will do that. They're not exactly allies on track, but they'll call a temporary truce on track to try and work together. Case in point here, look, Ben Lopez-Appleton out of the slipstream, Hoffman lets him have it. So I think these two, Andy, this is smart work for them. They're trying to pull away, but as long as Cook, the lead, and everyone else stays in the pack, keeps their slipstream, that's going to be key. Road Sports have changed. Harry Ayres back into the lead. Nick Allbones is going to shuffle down to about 3rd or 4th. And is that Carl Jones back in about 6th or 7th place? That's just a lap down and come in the pit lane. He must have come back further down the order, but no, he's about 6th or 7th. So
7th place, yeah.
That's quite astonishing.
Yeah, the car that was pointing backwards basically before the race had even started. Clearly it was undamaged, that car, and you're absolutely right. He's closing on the lead pack now. Fantastic stuff. You can see him breaking away in 7th place. That is the leading 6 in Road Sports. Then there's a gap back to Carl Jones in 7th. Blair McConaughey over the curb there as he went through the Craner curves. That nearly ended in tears. He's dropped down to 4th position now, just behind the 138 machine, which is Payne. Wes Payne, who has gained a couple of places on this lap then. He was 5th at the line. He's 3rd by the time they reach the old hairpin. Into McLean's they go then, onto the brakes, through the quick right-hander, and it's all about momentum at that far end of the circuit. You've got to keep that mid-corner speed up. As soon as you start defending from the cars behind, it just slows the whole pack up. Running 3 wide through the chicane will slow you down as well, and that's what's going on for 3rd place there amongst the 270Rs. Ben Lopez-Appleton's got the lead back again from Lars Hoffman. Into 3rd position now, though, has gone Stuart Bell. Stuart Bell, who's not had a podium yet this year, I think I'm right in saying. He's up there in the podium scrap now, and he leads up the inside ahead of Harry Cook, number 9. Around the outside is going the 22 of Angelos Alvarnos. Alvarnos is having I think it's a bit of a cagey start to the race for that blue and white number 22 car. I think he knows that he needs to score good points out of this race. He needs to try and win it if he can, but possibly discretion the better part of valour in the early stages. He goes around the outside of Andrew Murgatroyd as the number 19 car of Stuart Bell, who I just said was doing so well, makes a bit of a mistake at the old hairpin and loses a couple of spots. Look at the way, though, that this is allowing the top 2 to get away, and this group are not working together. It's one of my biggest frustrations watching Caterham racing from the comfort of a commentary box. It's so obvious to me this group should be working together. They shouldn't be racing each other so hard, but they're racing drivers. They all want to be at the front of the pack. They all think that if they got to the front of the pack, they could lead them up to the leaders, but if they all think that, they're going to keep on racing, they're going to keep on holding each other up, and that will play perfectly into the hands of Lars Hoffman and Ben Lopez-Appleton.
And the person who will frustrate the most is Harry Cook, who's just taken the points lead. He's possibly going to watch it ebb away. He's currently in 4th now, stuck behind Andy Lees, and again, as everyone wants to be 5th downwards. I think the car Stuart Bell, if I remember correctly, I think it was either last year or a couple of years ago, he was in contention for either the Academy or the Road Sport Championship, then had quite an awful accident here at Redgate a couple of years ago, and it pretty much truncated his season. It stopped at his tracks right there, so it's no surprise seeing towards the front. I'm glad to see him there because he's actually showing what he really can do in a faster piece of machinery than he's had underneath him the last couple of seasons. So once again, position swapping again. This is, as you were saying, you're absolutely right in what you said. The rest of the pack are not working together, although that said now, I spotted a second breakaway pair now, and importantly, it's Harry Cook in that with Andy Lees. So after the initial skirmishes of the first 10 minutes, as you said, there's going to be some working together. These guys are not working together because Blair McConaughey now is back into the lead of the Road Sports. It's now Nick Allbones in 2nd place. He shows Harry Ayres the edge of the track, and now William Brunt's going to get involved, and Wes Payne, and just about everyone else behind him. So there's all sorts going on as they head down through the Craner curves. We're back with our 270Rs towards the leaders, and again, this is interesting now. Harry Cook now has the option. He's got his running partner now in Andy Lees, and as you rightly just suggested to me, they are starting to bring that gap down. So Harry Cook has realised he is going to try and make that to catch up to them. And again, this might actually play to his hands because possibly what they think might be working together, if they continue to keep on trading places too much at the wrong places, these two cars are going to keep on catching them. It's going to be once again a 4-car train for the lead.
Well, they've caught them already, I think, haven't they? Look, as they come across the line, a lap ago, 2nd to 3rd was 1.6 seconds. It's now 0.4, and Harry Cook, now that he's worked with Andy Lees to catch the leaders, goes ahead of him into 3rd and sets off after the top 2. They're also not really breaking away from Alvarnos, Murgatroyd and Stuart Bell, are they? So I think before too much longer we're going to be back to a 7-car lead train here as they go down through Hollywood. Murgatroyd and Alvarnos there almost banging wheels in the background. For 5th place it is Alvarnos that's got himself into P5. So the race lead then is Ben Lopez Appleton, it's Lars Alexander Hoffman in 2nd, it is Harry Cook 3rd, Andy Lees 4th, Angelos Alvarnos 5th, Andrew Murgatroyd 6th and Stuart Bell 7th. Any one of those 7 can most definitely still win the race, possibly a few more as well if they keep on jostling for position, which they are doing. And now that temporary truce that you mentioned a few laps ago between Lopez Appleton and Hoffman very much has ended, because as Hoffman tried to pull alongside to pass there, he found that Lopez Appleton was defending the inside line, not willing to let him pass too easily. Now go on to the exhibition straight though, past the Donington Park Exhibition Centre, from which it gets its name. Over the rise into the braking zone. They're going to be 3 wide for the race lead because Harry Cook's going up the inside line. Who gets into the chicane first? It is just about going to be Hoffman, but Harry Cook is 2nd and Andy Lees goes 3rd. So the big loser there, Ben Lopez Appleton. So you're right, Scott, they had a chance, didn't they, Appleton and Hoffman, to pull away. It didn't work, and I think that might now be the last we see of any breakaways, because it's clear that these cars are all evenly matched enough that it's almost impossible to pull clear.
Yeah, absolutely. Andy Lees running a little wide on the exit there, and it's incredible in occasion racing how quickly it can change, because from one point of Ben Lopez absolutely leading that race has now been, as you say, shuffled down to 4th. Ooh, it's side by side again between Alvarnos and Murgatroyd, but Alvarnos has the line he needs to hold on to the position, and in the back of that train is Stuart Bell. I was quickly handed the point by Kirsty Durrant of the catering cars that it was last year that Stuart Bell had his accident, so thank you for that, Kirsty. I know she's listening. So into turn 1 with our road sports, and that is William Brunt making an impressive outside pass on Nick Allbones to pick up 2nd place, with Harry Eyre in 4th position, and Blair McConaughey again taking full advantage of his evergreen rival from both last year's Academy and this year's Road Sport, Tom Willis, because practically whenever you see one normally on track when they're in the same pack, the other one is usually there. And it was the case in the Academy, it's the case again in Road Sport. And they were, of course, I think Blair McConaughey's probably missing a little bit now because he's not here this weekend, but he's pulling away and making the most of it. There was a change there for position because Nick Allbones is either dropping back a little bit with pace or just lost the momentum. And incredibly, we talked about it before, look who's now crept up onto the lead group, Carl Jones. Sands a left wing, granted, but he's that little bit extra lighter car is possibly helping him. 270Rs back into the mix. It's all changed around once again as Hoffman retakes the lead from Andy Lees. Cook is looking for 3rd on the inside of Ben Lopez Appleton, who defends. He extends it up the inside to try and prevent that. Bit of an interesting attack that was. If you're being attacked from the car behind, attack the car in front to put him off. That's quite a novel tactic.
Well, they say attack is the best form of defence sometimes, and I think that was absolutely true. So Lees gets shuffled down to 3rd. I think that was the first time Andy has been at the front in this race, though, albeit only for 100 metres or so. But I think everyone in this league group now, apart from maybe Alvarnos, has had a stint out in front. Slower traffic there, one of the road sports cars just trying to get out of the way. Also got a message that maybe one of the road sports, 5-second time penalty to Fraser Riddington in the road sports category 4 track limits. So that's I think the first time we mentioned it today. It almost certainly won't be the last. So waiting for the 270Rs to head down the exhibition straight then, and onto the part of the circuit where overtaking is perhaps the easiest to do, and Angelos Alvarnos there, the blue car with the white stripe, trying to stick his nose out of line as they go towards the braking zone. It is still the number 70 of Lars Hoffman that leads the way, and actually Ben Lopez Appleton, the blue and grey number 5 car, into 2nd place. Those two have been the most consistent race leaders, or top 2 runners so far in this race. It's the leading group of it's 8 cars now, isn't it? So who else has joined this group? It is Giuseppe Fillet who has caught them now in the number 64 car, the red and black car at the tail of the shot. So 8 cars now in the lead pack. Further back, some nice battling going on. The number 34 car there coming through for Evans. Is for 11th place. He is racing, and he's got the 77, excuse me, of Dave Curry right behind him. Road Sports across the start-finish line. Blair McConaughey back in front, and look at the way that McConaughey and Will Brunt have all of a sudden broken clear of the rest of the field. There's a sizable gap now between 2nd and 3rd, 2.2 seconds. So something has happened in the Road Sports group on this lap, because Harry Eyre and Nick Allbones and Carl Jones and Wes Payne, they've all fallen a lot further behind than they were at the start of the lap. So that's a little bit strange, not quite sure. They all set personal bests on that lap, so it must have been the previous lap where there was a bit of a shuffle about. Here comes the fight for 11th position though, and it is these are some of the last of the 270Rs in the race. The top 13 cars in this one are all 270Rs. 14 on back, it is pretty much extensively the road sport category. It is the 77 of Dave Curry then, who sits 11th place in the championship, arriving here this weekend, who is now actually starting to get away maybe from the number 34 of Neil Evans, who's ahead of him in the points by a few positions, behind him by a few car lengths on the road, and then we wait for the road sports to come through, and there they are, Blair McConaughey and Will Brunt then starting now to break clear. So we've got, as we head into now the second half of this race, a similar situation to the one that we had in the 270Rs earlier on, with the top two breaking away in road sports, and the rest may be left having to work together to catch up. The gap from Brunt in second to Harrier in third is 1.9 seconds, so it did come down by a few tenths that time. There is Harrier, third position. It's Carl Jones in fourth, remarkably. Fifth position, the 103 of Nick Allbones. And Allbones is looking like he's, I think, the last one in that tree. So Allbones is trying his best to hang on to the podium places. Nick has had 2 podiums, his second of which was a third place finish yesterday in the road sports category. White red car 103 the back of that third place battle. But so for now, Blair McConaughey and William Brunt are content really to run at the front. McConaughey coming into this race 14 points behind Harrier, the championship leader. Well, Air is now in third, so Scott, it's in Blair McConaughey's best interests to work with William Brunt here, not just to secure the race lead, but to try and keep that next group as far behind as possible, because in that next group is the championship leader, and around, unfortunately, goes Nick Allbones. So another commentator's curse, I'm afraid. Also, a collision down at the old hairpin. 164 is off. And
Paul Herndon, I think.
Yes, it is. Now, this was a long way further back in the road sports category. There's someone else who's not running quite catch that entangled with him. But yeah, the road sports race, all of a sudden, the dynamic has changed completely, hasn't it?
Yeah, it looks to be. Blair McConaughey taking full advantage of the lead, and he's brought William Brunt with him. I suspect Nick Allbones was trying to make it 3 abreast into Coppice, and actually the spin after that was the result of it not working. So it looks as though it's pretty much stayed the same for third and fourth. But the person again who still continues to impress me is Carl Jones, because he really is moving up well. He was just behind, I think it was Darrell Cresswell, then moving up a couple of spots. So I think he's got around Harrier, the last move he was making. So he's now picked himself up into what is now a third position. So who'd have thought it, from a full 360 spin at the start to third place. I think he's second and first looks to be, well, at the moment, a little bit too far out of reach, but who knows, given his pace, I could be proved wrong again.
Well, on the previous lap, the third place pack was quicker than the leading two, but then obviously they started tripping over each other again. So if they work together and they don't race each other too hard, I think they can catch McConaughey and Brunt, but it's whether they're able to orchestrate that between themselves that perhaps awaits to be seen. The 11th place battle is still ongoing. So too, you'll be surprised to hear, is the lead battle. It is Lopez Appleton back in front of Harry Cook now. He's thrown himself back into second place in the 270Rs, and then a small gap back to Alvanos, yes, who is still third, and Giuseppe Fillet. Now, a few minutes ago, Giuseppe Fillet came from 8th position, a couple of seconds behind the leading 7, so all of a sudden right on their tail, and Giuseppe is now starting to work his way through. Not had a podium yet as Fillet, could today be the day.
But he has had a podium in the past. Now, if I remember correctly, it has been here at Donington, so it's a circuit that he enjoys very much, and he's proving it here. So again, another driver that's being incredibly impressive to make his way up as Lopez Appleton locks the rears and gets sideways into McLean's. Now, whether that was by himself, whether he was assisted by something on the road, I didn't see any slippery surface flags down there, so that might be just him going too hot and then just locking the rears up for some reason. But that was a rather odd slide in many cases, because he didn't have anyone around him, didn't look as though there was anything on anything in terms of any flags warning of any slippery fluid or oil or anything else, so hard to explain that.
It's not like him to make a mistake, and these cars are known for being fairly drivable as well. You can be quite aggressive on the brakes, so yeah, that was a little bit odd. He's shed a front wing at some point since we last saw him as Ben Lopez Appleton, but it's not really slowing him down. He might be a bit of a sitting duck in a straight line now, though, because he is punching a hole in the air for Harry Cook, and the championship leader pulls to the left-hand side. That's the outside into Redgate corner. He will have to be aggressive on the brakes, but he is aggressive on the brakes. Not quite enough, though. Lopez Appleton clearly not shook his confidence that moment that he had on the brakes at McLean's, because he was super brave into Redgate, holds on to the race lead. Now, the next dynamic in this race is dealing with lapped traffic, because we've got the joint classes, the 270Rs and the road sports racing together this year. It is a long race. We're heading into the final third now, and they're starting to catch the tail end of the road sports battle, and this is what happened yesterday, isn't it? They caught the road sports, and that can sometimes be the decisive moment in the race for both classes.
It really can. It was the same also in the other categories with the 310s and the 7 UK. So absolutely, with these mixed grids for this year between the two championships, it's a bit of a new thing for them to have to learn this year. Hoffman's off the road. Now, he was, of course, leading the championship the weekend, third, and that's Lars Hoffmann, last year's Road Sport champion, off into the gravel. And I suspect possibly 10 minutes to go, Andy. Safety car?
Possibly. It's in a dangerous place, isn't it? And, yes, the yellow flags are out or down into the chicane, of course they are. We'll wait and see if the safety car gets scrambled. If it does, I was going to say it'll bunch everyone together. They couldn't get much closer than they already were. I fear you might be right. We do have the option for live snatches here at Donington, but the chicane is not one of those places, I think. Or if it is, they don't like doing it, really, because it's quite a popular place to go off the road. They will try and avoid throwing the safety car if they can, though, so we'll keep monitoring the situation. Significantly for Lars, that will be his first non-finish of the year. That will then become one of his 2 drop scores, so we'll get the abacus out again after the race to see what that means, but I think that means he'll gain back the 19 points that he was dropping from Thruxton earlier in the year. Paul Herndon's made it back to the pit lane after his earlier incident, but I don't think he's making it back out of the pit lane. His race appears to be over. Now in traffic, Ben Lopez Appleton is getting away from Harry Cook here, I would say, and Angelos Alvarez getting stuck behind a couple of the Road Sports cars as well. So this is, as I suspected might be the case, starting to have an effect now on the lead battle. The top 2 have got through, but Alvarez and Fillet and Murgatroyd and Stuart Bell, they're all having a slightly harder time of it. So this might be enough to allow those top 2 to break clear. Yeah,
and it'll be a similar scenario that we saw earlier on, of course, when it was both, at the time, Hoffmann and Lopez Appleton pulling away, but now it's been a different effect as before lap traffic was 128 running wide onto the grass. That was pretty much him saying, I want no part of this, I'm moving out of the way. It's good driving from him, but at the same time being pretty spooked. That's quite crucial as well. Wes Payne is in the pit lane. He was up there in the points. I think he had a podium with Thruxton in one of the previous rounds. He was one of the front running cars. He came into today 4th in points. That's going to possibly see him if he doesn't get out again, with also a 0 scores drop as well. In fact, no, he was dropping 1 already. He'll have to drop a second one this time. Maybe not, no, because he dropped a second one because he's completed 2 races at Brands Hatch and there were 3 for different groups. So a bit of confusion with the points there, but it's the 3 race system we've had for a couple of times in this year because it's been a strange season getting everyone in to get all the races in at once to make sure we've got a full season. Whilst we're talking about that, Giuseppe Fillet has got past Andrew Murgatroyd, so he's up to 4th now, so he's on the fringe of a podium, so it could be possible. Maybe not yet, as Murgatroyd's got him back through the Craner curves, but with almost under 8 minutes to go, it's looking good, and I don't want to put the Commentex curse on it, but so far, touch wood, after that off for Hoffmann, no safety car, unless I've cursed it.
You've said it now. I think you're right. I think the marshals have been. It was further round the corner than I thought it was, so I think they've maybe been able to get away with that. Into McLean's go Murgatroyd, Fillet, and someone we haven't mentioned for a little while is Stuart Bell, number 19. He's starting to come back into this. Now, in Road Sport land, it's still McConaughey from William Brunt, and they are still 2.2 seconds ahead of Carl Jones. Jones is getting a bit closer, but not massively closer. He's broken away from Harrier in 4th, and that is significant because Harrier is the points leader. Blair McConaughey, with the absence of Tom Willis this weekend, is his nearest rival at the points. So Blair will be happy at least to see that Harrier is not catching the leading 2, but keep an eye on that gap between the 2nd place man William Brunt and the 3rd place man Carl Jones. It was 2.2 seconds at the start of the lap, but on the previous lap, Jones was 9/10 quicker than the race leader. He's broken away from Harrier and he's got some pace.
I think he's also passed the lap traffic that was between these 2 in 3rd place, so I think the phrase game on is quite appropriate for that, as Brunt was just swarming around. I think that might have just been them sweeping through shots, so he's coming for it, and he's just not too far away. So down the B back straight they go towards the chicane. 6.5 minutes to go. Here's that evergreen scrap that continues to rage between Ryan Errol and Dave Curry. Between these 2, they've been going at it, Amber and Tongs, throughout the whole race, just position swapping their own little private battle, which is nice to see. That's the main thing about Caterham racing. Whichever sort of step of ladder you're on, and I won't be saying several championships, but it really is true for Caterhams. Does not matter where your pace is, you always have at least one person to race with and have a good time on track with, which is always the key thing. That's why it's been so popular over the last few years, why it's so popular. You get sold out academy grids and drivers keep coming back year on year through the ranks up towards 310Rs and then the 7 UK cars. You've always got someone who you can make friends with and therefore always have a great race with on track.
And the thing is, whatever your experience level, there is a championship for you. If you're brand new to racing, head over to Academy. They always have fully subscribed grids every year. If you've got a little bit of experience, maybe the Road Sports is the place for you. If you fancy a bit of this kind of racing, it's definitely the place for you. William Brunt there going around the outside of a lapped car. That's the that's Harry.
That's Harrier.
Hang on, has Brunt been off then? Because Harrier, no, Jones and Air were 2 seconds nearly quicker than the leader on the previous lap. So in the last sector, there was a problem of some sort for the top 2.
And there's been a switch around because Air's passed Jones.
Yes.
So whether Blair McConaughey's cleared off, or maybe something's happened to William Brunt, because he's now back with Jones and Air and there's been a switch around. So maybe McConaughey's the one that's pulled away. It's Brunt that's had the issue. He was trying to attack and he was right on the back of McConaughey at that point. So we continue to watch Curry and Gracie scrap. Curry and Errol scrap amongst themselves, going for the final top 10 spot. There's McConaughey and he's on his own. So something's happened to William Brunt. Maybe he's tried to make a move, it hasn't worked, and he's now falling into the clutch of third and fourth. And whilst that's happened, Air has caught Jones and passed him. So he's now possibly getting himself back into a podium place. So 5 minutes to go and it's all kicked off.
Carl Jones is into second now as well, ahead of the treble one, that is. It's the other Jones, isn't it, that's into second place in class in the road sports. So McConaughey from Jones, from Brunt, from Air is the order. But yeah, Jones lost about 2 seconds to Brunt lost about 2 seconds to Jones and Air on the previous lap. So he must have had a moment somewhere towards the end of the lap. Not entirely sure what happened. There is another group of the road sports heading through the first corner at Redgate. 102 car there. Demetrius Melas is at the back of that little group. He is running 7th in class at the moment. We've seen Demetrius run a little bit better than that in the past, but I think only done a part season this year, hasn't he? So hasn't been at all of the rounds. Makes a nice move there on, I think, a lap car actually going into the grading curves. Yes, the 152 car is Peter Wales. Just in front of him, that's the one that he's chasing for 6th in the road sports category. At the head of the field, by the way, in the 270Rs, Ben Lopez Appleton still leading by 8/10 now over Harry Cook, and then he's over 2 seconds clear of Angelos Alvana. So that traffic has really split the pack a little bit in the 270R ranks. Road sports, as we can see, plenty of good battles still going on throughout the field. 199 is a lap down. Demetrius Melas doesn't need to do too much about defending from that car, but it can sometimes be a little bit difficult to keep track of who is on the same lap and who's in your battle. It's a long old race, and if a car arrives on your tail, the natural instinct is to defend from it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, just going back to 270Rs, I think Stuart Bell must have heard that we forgotten about him for a moment, because he's put in the fastest lap of the race for 270Rs, so he's given us a reason to talk about him again. Not that we don't talk about him, but of course he's certainly proving his point as to how quick he is, and in 5th position, so he's trying to make up the move as he tries to close in on both Murgatroyd and Alvanos, side by side on a couple of occasions, including Demetrius Melas. Demetrius has, the rounds he has appeared in, he hasn't had the best of luck, because he had a tricky Campbell Park, he had an off at Thruxton, so he's quicker. We know he's won races and been towards the front in the past, particularly in Academy last year. It's just he finished 3rd in the points as well last year in his Academy group. Just hasn't had the rub of the green this year in terms of the luck and the results he wants.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely a quick driver. And another example, as I was starting to say before it all kicked off before, of a driver who started right at the bottom of the Caterham racing ladder and is trying to make his way up from Academy up to road sports, up to 270Rs, up to 310Rs, and possibly even up into the Caterham 7 UK class, right at the pinnacle of Caterham Motorsports ladder. On my side there, that's one of the 270Rs coming through to lap the road sports. The difference, as Scott was saying earlier on, visibly at least between the cars. The road sports have the headlights, they have a windscreen, and they are a little bit less powerful as well than the 270Rs. Through Compass Corner then goes the 152 car, that is Peter Wales. So Peter, who was 6th still at the start of the lap, but only just from Demetrius Melas, so I think he's ahead of him now, isn't he, the orange car. So Melas has got himself into 6th position now in the road sports category, as we are into the final couple of minutes of the race. And all of a sudden, we're not seeing it on the screen, but on the timing screen, Harry Cook has caught Ben Lopez Appleton again in the 270Rs, and he's got no pressure from Angelos Alvanos behind, so if we get a chance to check back in with those 270R leaders, this could be Harry Cook setting up for a bit of a last lap pass for the win.
And we remind, they're now currently, after yesterday's result, the top 2 in the championship, so it really is a clash of the titans between the top 2 at the front of the field, so that'd be quite a hectic end to the race with a minute and a half to go in many cases. Back with the road sports, I was going to check in with the leaders there for a second. I'll refresh quickly my timing screen on my phone, and it shows at the moment that McConaughey, the gap between himself and Jones is still 2.4 seconds, so he's not really closing in too much to have an effect, but he's still in the mix to get a strong result in 2nd place. We've got a couple more cars that are battling amongst themselves. That's the David Gracie car scrapping away with the 143 of Curtis, and they're battling over in the road sport ranks. That is a scrap for 8th and 9th and 10th position, so towards the bottom of the top 10. Just also been lapped, I think, possibly. Is that by, I thought it was by Andy Lees, but it's a similarly coloured car to Andy Lees' car, so not quite him there. 50 seconds to go, and I know the phrase is time flies when you're having fun, but it's a 30-minute race, but plenty in usually Caterham races, it's a 30 minutes that goes away pretty quickly, because there's always so much to talk about, and usually with all these battles quite clean, including, this is a crucial one, we're going to go on to the last lap of the race with the top 2 in 270Rs and currently in the championship, nose to tail, as Cook starts to put him under pressure on the run down towards the Robert chicane, under brakes. just almost flicks the tyre stack as they come through right and left. Harry Cook will set him up on the pit straight here for a possible move to Redgate. I suspect he'll go defensive, Andy, but on to the last lap of the race, game on for victory.
And look at this traffic they're going to catch as well. So whereas normally I think Harry Cook might have waited till the very end of the lap to make his move, he might want to make it sooner, but he couldn't do it into Redgate. So Ben Lopez Appleton hangs on. Remember, it's Cook that has a 3-point advantage in the championship over Ben Lopez Appleton. Lars Hoffman is out of the race and not scoring points, so we'll have to wait to see how exactly that plays out. But is Harry Cook just going to play the patient game? If he's confident, he will wait until the exhibition straight. He'll get a good run out of Coppice, get in the slipstream and make the move down into the final chicane. But how confident is he that he can do it if they catch the traffic? Because it's not only road sports, but a couple of 270Rs in this group as well that won't be quite as easy to overtake. That is, the fight for 12th position in the 270R category that they are catching. And that is possibly going to complicate matters. They're going to catch them going onto that exhibition straight as well. So is Ben Lopez Appleton going to be able to keep Harry Cook at bay? They're both going to have to go to the inside of the back markers, and that could actually compromise Harry Cook. He's got to run. The leaders are at the back of this pack then. Who is going to get into the chicane first? Battling here between some of the back markers in the 270Rs. It's the cars at the back of the group we need to see. They're side by side into the chicane, and Harry Cook tries the outside. He couldn't quite do it. Back markers scatter into the gravel, and Ben Lopez Appleton is just going to hang on to the win.
Yep, that's a double of him this weekend. Harry Cook takes a clean sweep of the 270Rs in a frantic battle towards the end, and they caught the traffic in the end, but it certainly didn't hurt them too much in many cases, particularly for Ben. Third for Andrew Murgatroyd, who passed Angelos Alvanos on the last lap, so a switch around for third on the final lap of the race. It's fourth for Alvanos, fifth goes to Stuart Bell, sixth for Giuseppe Fillet as well, seventh for Andy Lees, eighth for Dan Clayfam, and then it'll be Ryan Errol and Dave Curry who will round up the top 10. Now we wait for the road sport cars to come through. It's Blair McConaughey who leads, and he's managed to pull that lead gap out to Carl Jones to about 3.2 seconds. So he looks as though it's going to be also himself that will take the double. He took the victory yesterday. Just waiting for McConaughey for the confirmation. Here is that scrap between Curry and Errol. It's Errol that's going to be in front, but it'll get him towards. And just behind him is our road sport leader. There he is, Blair McConaughey. He will go ahead and take a double. So Blair McConaughey picks up 2 from 2 at Donington Park in the Caterham Road Sports, and that will be key points for him to make it through to Snetterton in a very strong position in the points for road sports. It'll be second place after it's a spin to second place. A very impressive drive for Carl Jones. He did drive for the day in road sports. I have to give it to Carl Jones. That was an impressive drive for him. But William Brunt picks up third. Harry Eyre finishes fourth. Darryl Questwell in fifth position. And it'll be Demetrius Malas who'll pick up seventh. By the looks of it. And then it'll be Steele, Wales, and Gracie. Gracie's already picked up the 10th place after he crossed the line. So, eventful as ever, but entertaining as ever for Caterham Motorsport. As the cars make their way down through to the assembly area for the end of that race, here is confirmation of the result. Ben Lopez Appleton wins by 0.6 of a second from Harry Cook in second place. Andrew Murgatroyd takes third, Angelos Alvanos in fourth. Stuart Bell completes the top 5 from Giuseppe Fillet in sixth, with Andy Lees, Dan Clayfam, Ryan Errol, and Neil Evans completing the top 10 finishes in 270R and indeed overall. Moving down to 11th is Dave Curry. He then heads the first of our road sport finishers, as Blair McConaughey does indeed take the road sport victory. And he is ahead of Carl Jones, who again impressively goes from spinning and contact on the start line at the first lap to second place, which is incredibly well done for him, incredibly well fought back after his trouble yesterday. William Brunt is the final man on the podium for road sport, ahead of Harry Eyre, Darryl Cresswell, Demetrius Melas, Peter Wales, Tim Steele, and then Simon Martin in the next 270R to round out the overall top 20. 21st downwards is Greg Curtis from David Gracie, then it's Peter Martin, Alan Curtis, Fraser Riddington, then Mark Lovett, Peter Vincent and Michael Curley, then some of the cars that hit trouble. Lars Alexander Hoffman out of the race crucially. He will have to fight back now. He's got no points to drop going towards Snetterton. Nick Allbones also was a front runner, but he also retired after contact at Coppice. And then the last few cars in the field to complete the grid was Wes Payne, who retired earlier on, as did Paul Herndon after contact, and we also lost Roger Gaunt towards the middle of the race as well. He went off in the closing stages of race 1 yesterday, and that is unfortunately a weekend to forget for him in race number 2. So that's the 270Rs and road sports done. There's still plenty more Caterham action to come, 2 more races for them, but the next action coming up is the season finale, the final race of the season for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup in 2020, and he's making his way down to the pit lane, so I shall stay silent for a moment whilst we allow to throw down to him, and he will be able to have a chat to our top 3, probably at least in 270Rs, including double race winner Ben Lopez Appleton. So we'll be back with BMW Compact after Andy's had a chat with the top 3.
Well, what a fantastic race that was then, and it's Ben Lopez Appleton who takes another race victory. Ben, just going to come over and have a word with him then. Your second win of the year, and that, I reckon, puts you only about a point behind Harry with 2 races to go. It's getting close, isn't it?
Well, you calculate that quick, yeah. I mean, bloody tight racing. Not helped by the fluids all over the track, making it really, really precarious for a lot of my colleagues out there who, unfortunately, I think a few of them saw the gravel off the back of it. Obviously helped me a little bit, so I'm not going to feel too sorry for him. But yeah, really, really tight racing. I didn't think that the championship would be, you know, a possibility. You know, aiming for top 3 this year now, which would be great. So fantastic effort and great racing.
It's super close out there, maybe a bit too close on occasions. You've lost a wing, but that's par for the course, really, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, they're disposable items are the wings. You know, you just got to make sure that, you know, you don't get too close and clip a wheel or something like that, which will obviously end in tragedy. So, but yeah, really, really close stuff. Fantastic cars. Absolutely love this racing. It's great stuff.
I couldn't agree more. Well done on a second victory of the year then for Ben. And Blair McConaughey, you are getting used to these winning ways at Donington. Your second win of the weekend, and an important one for the points.
Definitely an important one for the points. Really enjoyed out there. I was maybe lucky in a way because we're missing Tom Willis, who's the championship winner, so that favoured me slightly. So I had to try and take the points that were there, but I was raced incredibly hard by Will. He was really, really close. I can't believe that Carl came through the field as well. But I had a fantastic time, over the moon, and I just want to say everyone in the paddock's wishing well to David Morgan, so we'll pass on our wishes to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations then for both of our class winners, the 270Rs for Ben Lopez Appleton, the Road Sports, it's Blair McConaughey, both of them in championship contention for their relative classes. It's going to be a fascinating championship decider at Snetterton next time out. Scott, back to you for the next race.
Thank you very much, Andy, and congratulations to both Ben Lopez Appleton and indeed Blair McConaughey for their respective wins in 270R and Road Sports. If you want to find out more about Caterham Racing and get yourself involved, head to caterhamcars.com, which will give you all the information that you need to know. Of course, their season finale for Road Sport 270s, 310s and 420 7 UK, forgive me, 420R cars in the 7 UK Championship is at Snetterton on the 31st of October. And they were looking to decide the titles in all 4 of those championships. We've already decided champions in the Academy, and the Academy will be coming up later on with our Autumn Trophy, so which is a non-championship race with all 40-car capacity grid for those machines, and they'll be back and forth in battle to see who can get the bragging rights. And what it also does, it gives a bit of a precursor to next year's Road Sports, because many drivers who are in both Academy groups will then move up into the Road Sports with some of the small upgrades that are required. But now moving forwards, quite appropriately, the bridge on the top of the start-finish line gives us a hint for what's coming up next. The BMW seems the ultimate driving machine, and I'm pretty sure that the drivers who are competing in our next race of the day is going to be in full agreement, because coming up on the timetable is our 3rd and final race of the weekend and the final race of the 2020 season for the ever-popular BMW Compact Cup, sponsored by Nankang Tyres. I know that when Andy gets back in the commentary box, he has quite an affiliation with this championship, and I can see why, because it's a packed grid full of talented drivers. They're all short little rear-wheel drive E36 compact 318 Ti BMWs. They all run a Clarice exhaust. They run Nankang Tyres. They run gas shocks and Powerflex bushes. They also run a super chips tweaked ECU, and you can buy a car and basically buy a donor car for the championship for as little as £500, and there were some drivers who certainly have done that in the past. And you can put a car together and build one for as little as £5,000 to £6,000, which makes it no wonder why this championship is so popular. You have regular grids of 30+ cars, even going into the early 40s in terms of numbers, and it is such a popular championship with some top drivers that have come through the ranks. One in particular in recent times is former British GT champion and 2016 Compact Cup champion James Gornall, who was also battling for the championship in 2017 with Stephen Daly, who has won 3 titles previously in 2017, 18 and 19, has been contesting this shortened season to try and pick up a 4th title in 2020. We had 2 very frantic races yesterday. The second race a little more fraught than the first, but still very entertaining, and it's a championship which I know has been well put together and well looked after by both Greg Graham and Charlotte White, the 2 driving forces behind the coordination team for those championships, as we head into our final race of the season for the BMW. So it's a little bit of clear up, I think, just whilst we get a couple of the Caterhams that were off in that race. And I think Nick Allbone's car has to be recovered, as well as, I believe, also potentially Lars Hoffman's to get back to the pit lane. But I was going to mention, just as Andy takes his seat back once again into the commentary box. Next up, I think, is a championship which you have quite a love and affiliation for, which is the BMW Compact Car. And I believe, according to your calculations, we effectively have provisionally a champion to crown and to congratulate.
They're my calculations if it's right. If it's wrong, it was Greg from the BMW Compact Cup who gave me bum information. But yes, Stephen Daly, who was leading the championship, arriving here at Donington Park. These drivers had 2 races yesterday. You may have caught it on the BRSCC live stream, and he won the first one and was 4th in race 2. And we reckoned a win and another podium in race 2, or another top 5 or so in race 2 should have done it. So he should provisionally now be the champion. If he were to not score in this race, and second place man Tom Griffiths were to score the maximum points, yeah, he can't quite get there. He'd be 2 points short. So I reckon Stephen Daly, who starts on the outside of row number 2 for this one, should be good for the provisional championship with a race to go. But that doesn't mean he's going to settle for anything other than a race win. Stephen Daly likes winning these races. He's rather good at it as well. He's won 4 races now in this shortened 2020 season, and he is the winningest driver now in BMW Compact Cup history as well. So he's absolutely going to be looking for another top step of the podium here today in the final race of the season, and it should be another cracker.
Should be. Well, let's take you through the grid for this final race. Then again, it's set by the results of the previous race, so we go back towards the front as we see the grid scrolling through. So it's Tom Griffiths who will start on pole position after winning yesterday's second race. It was a fantastic battle towards the front, which really changed towards the end of that race with several position swaps, and Tom Griffiths came out on top with former British GT and Clio Cup star Jordan Stilp starting on the front row alongside him. Guy Davis starts on the second row and third alongside champion-elect Stephen Daly, who effectively we believe is now provisionally a 4-time Compact Cup champion who wants to try and end this weekend in style if he can. Mikey Doble alongside Ben Huntley. And on the 4th row of the grid, possibly my pick for victory potentially, Wayne Flint. He came from about deep in the 20s on the grid in race number 1, climbed up to around about 9th or so, and actually fell back to 7th after 1 or 2 mistakes. I think if he runs well, could potentially get himself in line for a victory. He starts alongside Oliver Fowler. Ian Jones, another one, started back in 33rd in race 1, climbed up to 19th and then back up to 9th in that one. So again, watch for him from the 5th row of the grid, the black and pink car. Rudy McMillan, one of his personal best results in 10th. Mike Doble Sr. and Lee Denton South come next on the 6th row of the grid, and they're followed by Ian Howes and Paul Maguire, former 5 Club MX5 champion. The next row of the grid behind them is Rhys Clay, who started towards the front of race 1 yesterday, but just didn't have quite the same amount of race pace to keep in that lead group, so he starts in 15th alongside Gareth Clay, his father, so it's all Clay in 8th row of the grid. Matt Flowers and David Sharp come next, followed by Simon Welton and Sam Strong, a former previous BMW racer elsewhere, making his Compact Cup debut this weekend to complete the top 20. 21st on the grid is former Fun Cup racer John King. He will start alongside Cliff Harper, Russell Cager and Paul Millen, who had some bonnet pin troubles yesterday in race 1. One of them was sort of sticking up a little bit, which because of that meant he had to pit and have that fixed. He starts in 24th. Martin Gadsby, further down than he would normally be on a race weekend, but starting 25th on the grid ahead alongside Chris Chadwick. Then it's Henry Cook and Richard Sutherland on the 14th row of the grid. Keeps on going back with such a big grid of 35 cars. Chris McGinley, Graham Robertson comes next, Tom Evans and Ray McDowell, the father we believe of former British touring car racer Alex McDowell, keeping his hand in racing. Then it's James Barrett, Sarang Sofif Sahari and William Davidson starting towards the grid. Sadly, James Barrett and Sarang Sofif Sahari had an incident down at the Robert Chicane yesterday which put them out of the race, and that forced a mid-race safety car which brought the pack all together. So, effectively, this is now a race to pretty much decide who gets second place downwards, and I think with arguably the championship out of the way now, this should be a race, hopefully, in typical Compact Cup style, that should be a thriller, hopefully, from start to finish.
Yeah, the last race of the season is usually a pretty good one. The last couple of years, actually, the championship's been decided with at least a race to spare, so we're quite used to this situation now, coming into the last round of the year and having no real championship battles on the line. But Tom Griffiths and Jordan Stilp, second and third in the championship, are only separated by 8 points in Tom Griffiths' favour at the moment, so Jordan will be looking in his first full season in the championship to maybe take that second place away. Wayne Flint sits 4th in points. Ian Jones, who year on year, he seems to be a perennial championship contender, but never has been able to win the championship. He is 5th in points after a bit of a disappointing day. He said he sabotaged qualifying for himself to make racing more interesting, he said yesterday. He had a bit of an issue in qualifying, ended up right at the back of the grid. In fairness, worked his way up through the order reasonably well. I think he got up as high as 19th in race 1, and then worked his way up into the top 10, I think 9th in race 2. So Ian Jones will start 9th for race 3, but keep an eye on the black and pink car. It's running a special livery this year. The bonnet is covered in pictures of a good friend of the championship, Stu Wright, who sadly lost before the start of the season. And it is a very, very nicely thought out livery, Ian Jones's car, which I'm sure he would like to carry to amazingly what would only be his 2nd win of the year. He won the very first race at Alton Park in abysmal conditions back in July, and hasn't visited the top step of the podium since. And for Ian Jones, that is definitely a surprisingly disappointing season. So lots of different potential race winners. We've had 4 different winners this year, and we've had a couple of drivers. Guy Davis, for example, coming out of nowhere to get his first podium ever in the championship in race 1 yesterday. This is a field of drivers that is full of talent and full of people that are capable of mixing it at the front. And as we've been saying, with no championship to worry about so much now, although some of the lower placings very much still up for grabs, maybe the gloves can come off a little bit ahead of the final 15 minutes of racing in the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. The green flag then is waved at the back of the grid. It's Tom Griffiths, number 16 on pole position. Number 92, the blue car, is Jordan Stilp alongside him. Red lights go on. We are ready to go for the final time in 2020. Away they go. Stephen Daly's made a good start from the outside of row number 2, and he will try to go to the outside of Griffiths and Stilp as they go towards turn number 1. Wayne Flint is away well as well from the 4th row of the grid. Can Stephen Daly get the advantage into turn number 1? He tries, but Jordan Stilp sends it into the corner and holds on to the lead. Ollie Fowler is sideways and off into the gravel trap further back. He's taken lead Andy Sadler with him. Former Ford Fiesta front runner is lead Andy Sadler, but his car is beached in the gravel trap and going no further. So it's Stilp that leads the way. Tom Griffiths is coming back now at Stephen Daly for 2nd place, and Stephen's on the outside line as they head towards the old hairpin. Griffiths will go through then. Stephen Daly down to the 3rd position. Let's hope they'll get through the old hairpin safely. Looks like they will just about, but that, I fear, Scott, is possibly going to lead to a safety car, because lead Andy Sadler's car is going nowhere. It's got a bit of damage, which will not aid with the recovery effort either.
Yeah, Wayne Flint just tagged the back of Stephen Daly there and was just sort of edging him out of the way. Let's get himself to the 3rd place. We said to watch Wayne Flint. Quick start was up to 5th for the first few corners. He's already picking his way through, and Oliver Fowler's car's also stuck in there. So I think your predictions of potentially a safety car might well be a definite safety car, because I know they can do live snatch down there in terms of picking them up, but I think with 2 cars down there, it's going to be too much. And as you've rightly pointed out on the timing screen, safety car has been deployed. So never uneventful in the Compact Cup, as you well know, over the last few years, and that was I don't want to say typical Compact Cup start, because that's unfair, but typical drama on the first few laps of Compact Cup race, always living up to its reputation of being a tight and competitive championship, and a tight first corner that unfortunately has caused 2 casualties.
Yes, unfortunately. I thought Ollie Fowler might have gone out of the gravel. It looked like he had enough momentum to dig his way through, but sadly that wasn't the case. So they will end the first lap behind the safety car. Jordan Stilp the race leader, Tom Griffiths 2nd, Wayne Flynn, what a start. He's on fire this weekend, isn't he? Into 3rd place ahead of Stephen Daly, that robust move, let's call it, that he made up in McLean's corner. Guy Davis is 5th. Guy Davis also having, I think, his best ever weekend in the championship. Yeah, got his first podium, as I said earlier on, in race 1, and he backed that up with a solid top 5 in race 2 as well. Then it is one of the Dobles, that is number 88, Mikey Doble, son of Mike, who also races in the championship. Mikey is in 6th place. Ben Huntley 7th, a bit further back than we're used to seeing him. Ian Jones gained 1 spot from 9th on the grid to 8th into turn number 1. Paul Maguire is 9th, and Reedy McMillan rounding out the top 10. And then there's a fair bit of shuffling going on further back. But I tell you what, Jordan Stilp was not going to just wave Stephen Daly by as he went through. He was so late on the brakes into Redgate, but he got the car stopped, and Jordan Stilp managed to hang on to the lead. He got his first win in the championship back at Thruxton in a race that I believe you were calling that weekend, the middle race of 3 that weekend, but then had a non-finish in the final race. He's had several podiums since then, though, as Jordan Stilp. We always knew he was going to be quick this year. He's a hugely experienced driver. He's raced pretty much everything, as you said, up to and including British GT. And it's interesting to see that actually someone with that level of experience coming into a championship like this has not had it all his own way. It just goes to show how competitive it really is out there.
And there are several championships like that where you get some bigger names coming in, and immediately off the bat you get some people think, oh, they're going to come in and dominate. But it's the regulars that come in and drive these cars week in and week out that know them effectively inside out. When you've got someone who is, in some cases, a stranger to the championship, but quite widely experienced and maybe higher up levels, it's not as simple as jumping into the car and pretty much being on the pace straight away. For some people, it takes them a few races, even as much as a season, to adapt to it. It's not the same as a BMW Combat Cup car for Jordan Still. Arguably, it's not the same, obviously, as a Clio Cup car or a British GT4 car. But even so, it's also the drivers who are great because they can adapt to those cars quickly enough, and it makes you get the monikers of people who can drive just about anything and be those all-rounders. And Jordan Still is able to be someone who, whilst it's only taking about half a season, even though it is a short season, you have to consider as well that's only about 8 or 9 races or so to be a regular front runner, and even someone who's won a race as well. So to adapt to that car that quickly in a championship as competitive and as well populated as the Compact Cup, I mean, hats off to him. I've never doubted his ability, but to be that quick on the pace that soon, it's quite an impressive feat in itself for someone even as experienced as Jordan.
Yeah, really impressive stuff, and he is still gunning for this second place in the championship, if at all possible. I've just done some quick calculations. If Jordan Still were to win the race, he needs Tom Griffiths to finish 7th or lower in order to take second place in the championship away from him, or 6th or lower if he were to take the fastest lap. So that is, of course, still up for grabs. We haven't yet had a full flying lap. The fastest lap is worth bonus points in this championship. Ollie Fowler's car, you can see in the left-hand side of your screen, just being dragged out of the way. They've already worked hard to move Lee Denley Sadler's car clear. And the hard-working marshals, who always deserve a shout-out, but never more so, arguably, than this year. There was a bit of concern amongst the motorsport community this year because there is so much racing going on in such a compact space of time, with obviously this completely restructured season that we've had to have, with so much racing over just 3 or 4 months. There was a concern we might have a shortage of marshals, but the enthusiasm is well and truly still there amongst the marshalling community, and they are still, these meetings, really well subscribed with marshals. So thank you to everyone that's out there on a completely volunteer basis, doing their best to keep the race meetings going strong. And without them, it is simple. We couldn't enjoy motor racing the way in which we do. And their hard work is being put to the test already this weekend. They've had a few little incidents to clear up yesterday and already this morning. Donington's one of those tracks, though, isn't it? If you go off, there are gravel traps, there are barriers. You're probably going to end up getting stranded somewhere. It's safe. It means that, you know, the gravel traps are there to catch you if you go off, but it does mean that it keeps marshals busy.
Yeah, admittedly, you have to probably go off at quite a heavy speed to even reach one of the barriers in many cases, and that's the I guess a blessing of why Donington Park is such a wide and open circuit like that. I mean, even down here at the Crane and Curves, if you happen to have a loss and come off the road, we saw a couple of times in some championships yesterday, and we've got it a couple of times today, you've got so much space and it tends to, forgive the term, have your accident or have your spin, so to hopefully do that. And if you do happen to collect somebody else, it's a very rare occasion it happens because it is such a wide and spread out circuit. The gravel trap's there to catch you out, sorry, not to catch you, to catch you, not catch you out, catch you if you do happen to go off, and the grass has so much space there that if you are having to slide off, you've got plenty of it to hopefully try and slow the car down. It's not so easy when you've got quite a cold and sort of slightly damp day when the grass does get, you know, quite more slippery and it always accelerates your car rather than stops it, but makes it a bit tricky in that case. I thought also as well whilst watching that, Oliver Fowler looks as though he's obviously stayed in the car, which means I would suspect that he's been allowed to rejoin, but he was just patiently and courteously letting the rest of the field go through so he could join at the back of the field. So he'll be a couple of laps down, but he wants to try and get at least a couple of points anyway to go towards his tally. But I think with the fact that Jordan Stilp is backing everyone up, I believe, Andy, looks like we're going racing again finally with 8 minutes to go.
Yes, we are at the end of what will be lap 3 in this race then, and we are indeed getting ready to go. There is the, appropriately, BMW safety car pulling into the pit lane, and Jordan Stilp, you can tell he's handled the odd safety car restart over his many years of racing. Still relatively young is Jordan, but he's just been around forever it seems, and look at that was a textbook restart. He backed them all up, he accelerated midway through the chicane and caught Tom Griffiths on the hop a little bit, so Stilp will most definitely have the advantage as they rush towards Redgate Corner for the 3rd time, and it's Tom Griffiths that has to watch his mirrors because it's that man, Wayne Flint, behind him, looking to try and get up the inside into the braking zone. Wayne Flint is late on the brakes, he's got the inside line. They're both later on the brakes than the race leader though, so they're all sort of concertinaed back together at the apex. I think Griffiths on the outside line will have the momentum through Hollywood to keep Flint at bay, just about, but Wayne Flint signalling his intent there. He's not willing to sit in 3rd place, he wants that race victory. I don't recall Wayne Flint ever winning a race in the championship. He's been on the podium a few times in the last year or so, but still looking for that first victory. Stephen Daly's had a few race victories though, and he's had a few race victories not just from the front, but also races where he's had to pick his way through the field. He is a very, very good racer, and with Jordan Stilp now defending the race lead, Stephen Daly will be sensing an opportunity here.
Yeah, Tom Griffiths thinks, right, time to go look around the outside and Jordan Still edge so to the edge of the road over the curb, but the momentum has kept Griffiths there on the outside, so it's side by side for the lead and for third and for fifth place behind, because you've got Guy Davis battling with Mikey Doble. He's never done a compact cut race, as you well know. Let's go through Coppice Corner onto the pits, onto the back straight down towards the Robert chicane. Now Tom Griffiths is on the outside. Does he dare outbrake Jordan Stilp into it? He's quite experienced with Jordan Stilp. He knows about late braking. He's done it in clears, I'm sure, several times. He's going to do it again here, and he is going deep down the outside line. He has got the move stuck, so he's gone through. Stephen Daly, meanwhile, slots past Wayne Flint to get back into third. We saw from yesterday, Guy Davis right there with the side by side, but it's also, look at the pack it's brought in as well. It's brought the likes of Huntley, Jones, Maguire, Rudy McMillan, Ian Howes in the mix as well. So a massive sort out for fifth position. It's three abreast, almost for fifth in the background, whilst Daly goes for second on the outside. It is three abreast, and Ian Jones comes from nowhere to take two for the price of one. Up the inside it goes, what was that? He is now P6, and he's got the top 5 or 4 cars in the pace. He's fifth now, in fact, he's got to fifth, and he's got the top 4 in their sights. It's three wide again, the mid-pack. Where do you look? There's so much going on in this combat cut race, as there usually is somewhere, whether it's front, middle or back again. It's that age-old term we say, there's always someone to race with.
That's not going to work. Three wide through the craters. Mike Doble, Gordon McMillan involved in that one as well. The number 60 car is the new boy, isn't it? That's Welton, who made his first appearance of the year yesterday. Simon Welton, running well actually, just outside the top 10. But yeah, you don't know where to look in this one, do you? The blue and yellow car there is Ben Huntley. He's followed Ian Jones through, past Guy Davis. So those two working forward nicely. A little bit wide there, Matt Flowers, the white and blue number 3 car. Wherever you look, there are big groups of cars all sort of tripping over each other, just desperately trying to get to the front. We've got 5 minutes of racing left in the season. They all want to go into the winter break on a high with the best result possible out of this last race. At the head of the field then, Tom Griffiths is the race leader, as we said. Jordan Stilp second, and he's now starting to back up Stephen Daly and Wayne Flint. So Griffiths is making his escape. Tom Griffiths 3 times a winner this year, including the second race of the day yesterday. He could be on course for a 4th victory. That would actually equal Stephen Daly's win tally from the year, which is fairly impressive. Stephen Daly is in danger of losing 3rd place, look, because the silver car on the outside is Wayne Flint, who is not backing out of this. He's going to try and go right round the outside. That can give you a good run down into the Craner curves if you brave it out. But look who is catching them. Ian Jones is absolutely flying. On that previous lap, he did a 1:26.2, which was nearly a full second quicker than Jordan Stilp in second place, who is holding up Stephen Daly and Wayne Flint. They're still side by side as they go through the old hairpin, and Stephen Daly does now assert his authority in third. Runs a bit wide over the grass though, and that certainly won't help his momentum up the hill towards McLean's.
So Griffiths trying to escape now with 4 minutes to go, but Ian Jones really pretty much is. I said Wayne Flint was on my dark horse, so also to watch for Ian Jones. He's absolutely proving the point that I think he's done it to get the driver of the meeting award for the last round, because he started. He said he purposely compromised his qualifying to make it interesting. He certainly has. He's gone from 33rd to 19th, then 19th to 9th, and now he's in a possible chance to get a podium. So I think he's probably thinking, yeah, that's why driver of the meeting trophy in the bag. What isn't in the bag yet is second place, because Stephen Daly wants to try and end his season on as high as possible. Whether he can or cannot catch Tom Griffiths, he wants to be on that podium to properly celebrate his title. If he can, he's into second. Wayne Flynn just arrives sideways at the Robert chicane into 3rd place. He takes it from Jordan Stilp, and look at Ian Jones. He's going to possibly take it 3 wide again. There's a little bit of a tussle there between Stilp and Wayne Flint, as Stilp just nibbling away at the rear bumper of Wayne Flint's car. He gives a bit of a push and a tow, but now here comes Ian Jones. But does he dare go around the outside to take 2 cars out? It's Ian Jones, of course he does. He's going to try anyway. He's going to hold on to the outside line to try and hold on to 4th, but still Jordan still tries to fight back, and Ian Jones is trying to kick him up position. It will be side by side between the 2 cars for 4th as they go through the Craner curves. There goes Tom Griffiths. I think Jordan Stilp has just slotted back in front of Ian Jones before they came towards the Craners. Well, not quite, because there is Ian Jones still to his rear corner. They bump through the curbing of the old hairpin. Jordan Stilp runs wide, he's lost momentum, and here comes Ian Jones. He gets a sprint through the kink at Starkeys up towards Schwantz curve. Tom Griffiths has that stretched lead now. Daly's pulled away, and Wayne Flint, who's been on the overall podium at least a couple of times this year, he's looking for another one. Up the inside goes Ian Jones, and he goes 4th ahead of Jordan Stilp. So the man who started from the front row of the grid earlier on is going to be possibly looking to not even be on the podium this time, and looks though so far for the 2nd place run, Andy, it is certainly advantage Griffiths by quite a margin. Yeah,
we'll have to see whether Stephen Daly is eating into that advantage. He's certainly got away from Wayne Flint in 3rd, Ian Jones in 4th, and Jordan still 5th. Well, Ian Jones showing his feisty nature here. Never underestimate Ian Jones's willingness to go for a move that he probably shouldn't go for. He is a real fighting driver, never want to back out of it. He's a clean racer, firm but fair, I think is a fair description of Ian's driving style. Certainly spectacular to watch, and he's not going to make life easy here for Wayne Flint. He's only had a couple of podiums. He actually had 5 podiums this year, which is by far his best season of the several that he's now completed in the Ranking Tyres BMW Compact Cup. And can he make that a 6th podium finish here in the final race of the year? Well, if he's going to do it, he has to keep one of the most experienced drivers on the grid behind him, the black and pink car of Ian Jones, who, as you said, is absolutely gunning for that Stu Wright Driver of the Weekend trophy. He's handed out to the driver that the organisers decide put on the best performance, or the most noteworthy performance of the weekend. Not always the driver that scores the most points, just the driver that catches people's eyes the most. That's a late move up the inside. It was a nice move up the inside as well for Rhys Claydon. Is it Rhys Claydon, number 6? It is, yes. Isn't it? Who has just dived past there into the old hairpin. Gets himself ahead of Sam Strong. That was a really impressive late-breaking lunge into the quick right-hander. Coppice goes this 3rd place battle. We've got time for one more lap after this one. So Tom Griffiths, who is being caught by Stephen Daly, by the way. Stephen was half a second quicker than him on the previous lap. He stole the fastest lap away from the race leader too. I don't think Stephen is going to have time to get there, but he's certainly going to give it his best shot. Through the chicane goes Tom Griffiths, nicely over the curbs. There is Stephen Daly in 2nd. And 3rd, still, for now at least, is Wayne Flint.
Yep, but he's coming under massive pressure. He saw Ian Jones was lining him up down the back straight towards a run through the chicane. Stephen Daly with another new fastest lap of the race. He puts in a 1:25.313 as we go on to the last lap here at Donington Park. He was again a full half a second quicker on that lap as well, so that's looking pretty key. There's another battle here going on between William McMillan having a scrap with Ian Howes and Paul Maguire in the black and pink car, and Howes goes diving up the inside into the right-hander at Redgate, tries to send him onto the edge of the curb, which he does. That might be an advantage here for Paul Maguire to get through. McMillan tries to force his way back up the inside, down Hollywood and through the crane of curves. But 3rd, meanwhile, Ian Jones has got it up the inside into the old hairpin. Jordan still tries to follow through, and all that scrapping has brought Guy Davis in 6th position into fight now. So it's now a 4-car battle on the last lap. The fluorescent car in the background, in the back of that 4-car train, is Guy Davis, who took his first podium yesterday, as we see them head through McLean's. And once again, visibly closer, and Guy Davis is up there now. He's past Jordan still, but Ian Jones hanging it out around the outside of Wayne Flint, who fought back on the inside of McLean's. Now Flint drops back a little bit, but he'll try and set him up if he can. No, forget that. He's going up the inside of Coppice now. It's going to be a very tense sort out who gets the final podium place of the day. And look at Guy Davis up the inside of all of them. He's absolutely hoodwinked everybody. Now he's got the advantage. He's now side by side Wayne Flint. Sam Strong's off in the gravel. That's not how he wants to end his first weekend. It's going to be Tom Griffiths who win from Stephen Daly. Who gets 3rd? Guy Davis might get it. He's under brakes into the final chicane. Gets a nudge from Wayne Flint. He's over the gravel. He's over the curve. He's sideways. He's getting it very sideways. He's lost it off into the tyres. No, Guy Davis is off the road. It's a sprint for 3rd place to the line, and it goes to... Who's it going to go to? I think Wayne Flint gets it incredibly. What a final sequence of corners. And Wayne Flint gets it on the line. I'll quick refresh my tyre screen to see how close that was. Wayne Flint beats Ian Jones by 0.105 a second. And as for Guy Davis, Andy, so close to a 2nd podium of the weekend and of his season.
That was incredible. I really thought he was going to do that as well, because he got a mega run. Ian Jones and Wayne Flint were so preoccupied watching each other, they forgot about Guy Davis and Jordan still behind them. Guy got a run up the inside. There may have been a touch from Wayne Flint, which put Guy Davis wide into the gravel. And as he rejoined, he had dirt on the tyres. It was a classic tank slapper and off into the barriers. Thankfully, it's the Rectacell fencing there, which has, I think, absorbed most of the impact. So there's a bit of superficial damage, but possibly not as bad as it looks. Brilliant racing, though, and what a way to round out the season.
Absolutely. And to confirm, Tom Griffiths takes another race victory, but we can officially confirm it now. On screen, there is your champion number 1, Steve Daly. He is now a, count it, 1, 2, 3, 4-time Compact Cup champion. Consecutively. He's done it from 2017 to 2020. He is a 4-time champion. I'm sure that when Andy goes down to have a chat with him on the top 3, he'll have quite a big smile on his face and be quite relieved as well to get that sorted this weekend. Whew, take a deep breath, everybody. Unfortunately, that's the last Compact Cup racing of the season, because we'll see them once again for 2021, and I've no doubt, I'm sure Andy will attest, it will be just as thrilling next year. So, final race of the season and of the championship. Tom Griffiths to secure 2nd place with his 2nd win of the weekend. 2nd place, new champion once again for the 4th year consecutive. respectively. Stephen Daly only 1.1 seconds back, so he raced the rest to really close in. The Almighty sought out for third, sees Wayne Flint pick up another podium finish for himself, just ahead of Ian Jones in fourth. Jordan Stilt rounds out the top 5, and then everyone else, because we unfortunately forgot about them a little bit, but Mikey Doble finishes 6th, Ben Huntley 7th, then it's Ian Howes, Reedy McMillan and Paul Maguire. So Ian Howes did beat McMillan and Maguire on that last lap battle for the final top 10 spots. Looking now 11th, it's Mike Doble Sr. from Reese Claydon in 12th. Simon Welton, impressive run for 13th in one of his first starts this weekend. Matt Flowers is 14th ahead of Russell Cager. Then it's Ray McDowell, Richard Sutherland, William Davison, who again you started towards the back of the grid after the problems in race 1. Not a bad run from the back of the grid to 18th. Well done for him. Gordon McMillan and David Sharp round out the top 20. Then we go further back into 21st downwards. Cliff Harper from James Barrett. Again, was in the gravel in race 2 at the Robert Chicane, started towards the back, finishes 22nd. Good drive from him. Martin Gadsby, Chris Chadwick, Henry Cook. Then it's Gareth Claydon, Graham Robertson, Chris McGinley, Tom Evans and Guy Davis, who was so close to that second podium of his career, but ended it into the tyres at the last corner. Then Sam Strong, who was off in the gravel. We also lost, sadly, John King through that race as well. And we had Oliver Fowler and Lee Dendy Sadler. Oliver Fowler continued, but Lee Dendy Sadler was off in the gravel. So, what a finish to the Compact Cup season, and Andy will be down there with the top 3, including winner Tom Griffiths and new 4-time champion Stephen Daly. Apologies that for a second, we had one or two audio issues there, so we'll come back to Andy with our top 3 in a second. So once I get notification, we've got that. Just to note, the next racing coming up is more Caterham action for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 310R and 7 UK Championships. They had a breathless race yesterday where John Byrne's winning streak was finally broken after 3 weeks of domination at Cadwell Park and then Thruxton and Brands Hatch. Finally someone able to pick up the victory and beat him. So incredible stuff. It was Henry Heaton who took a last corner victory for him, and he will try to put that into test as best he can. There's going to be a little bit of time to get some clear up for a couple of the cars that are around the circuit. Of course, Guy Davis's car is going to be picked up as well as Sam Strong's and a couple more, so we've got some time to have a chat to our top 3, hopefully when some of the on the audio issues that we had down there, so apologies for that. Hopefully we can hear our top 3 very shortly with the Compact Cup. And in the 310Rs, so just finalise one or two things before we possibly throw down again to Andy down in there. So 310Rs yesterday was another action-packed battle from start to finish. And of course again the grid is set by the results of race 1 yesterday. So we are actually heading to our next race. So apologies, we had one or two issues to get into with the Compact Cup. So it would have been great to have a chat, but I think what they are going to do is possibly record them for later on, I think. So anyway, we are going to move on from the BMW Compact Cup. If you want to find out more, you can head to the BRSCC website, brscc.co.uk, and you can head to the Formulae section and head on to the dedicated page for the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup, and you can have a chat to the coordinating team of Greg Graham and Charlotte White, who once again have put on a fantastic championship as always. They'll be back again, I'm sure, with another bumper list of entries for 2021. So, moving into the Avon Tyres the Avon Tyres 7 UK and 310R Championships. We now, of course, move across to these next races coming up. So we'll just remind you what happened yesterday. As we said, the scrap that we had in the 710R was pretty intense, and Henry Heaton took his first victory in a race that didn't even see in the end John Byrne on the podium. He locked up into the final chicane, and as a result of that, it meant he actually finished 4th, because it was Henry Heaton who took the victory for Gordon Sawyer, and then Ian Payne, the boss of PT Sports Cars, who's been a long-standing Caterham team. He managed to jump out into one of his 420R machines for the 7 UK penultimate round, and managed to make the most of that with a 3rd place finish. In the 310Rs, it was Greg Monks who took the win from Lewis Thompson and James Wingfield. What was again another crazy race, which importantly also saw a bit of a skirmish midway through, which saw some of the leaders in the 310Rs and 7 UKs getting caught up whilst the 310Rs were being lapped. And unfortunately, there was 3 cars that were the casualties of that. 2 were Stephen Nuttall and Tom Allen, who were off on the pit straight. And there was also an incident, as well, possibly some damage, lingering damage, which also forced the retirement of the then points leader going into the weekend, James Murphy, who was former road sport champion. Means he will have to use that as one of his 2 drop scores, and that means he cannot afford a bad result. It means that with the car fixed, he will have to start the race from pretty much the penultimate row of the grid, which is very deep down the 310Rs. But the reason why there's a nickname which I give him, which is called the Superman. The reason why I call him that is because there was a couple of weekends ago, just to quickly give you the backstory behind that. Also got some time to fix the barriers and to collect a couple of cars around the circuit from the last race with the Compact Cup, is because he had an incident at Thruxton a couple of years ago when he was battling for the road sport title, and he had an incident which meant that he had to start the second race from the back of the grid. He charged his way through to pick up, I think it was 3rd or 2nd, and the reason why I call him Superman is that I was down there in the Parc Fermé when he pulled in after that, and he was so delighted. He made the gesture of laying down on the top of his roll cage and sticking his arm out like he was Superman. So that's the reason why I dub him like that. And you really need a cape after that to kind of live up to it. And he'll have to pull out a Superman-style performance again from the back of the grid to keep himself in contention for the 310R title. So we should mention that about some of the specs of the cars. The 7 UKs which are racing are the same cars that you would seen if you've seen this championship before. What used to be called the 7 420R Championship, but because it's been renamed, it's due to the fact that over the winter, Caterham were fortunate enough to gain UK national status for the championship, which means that whoever wins this title this year will be the first ever British Caterham champion in its history. So it's had a couple of names going through from the Superlight 300Rs, it went through to the 420Rs, and now it's been renamed again to 7 UK. And it is the top level of Caterham racing from the factory championships. It's a dedicated chassis, they run dedicated Avon tyres, they also run a Ford 2-litre Duratec engine, and it's a proper Sadef sequential gearbox. It's a proper race car, proper thoroughbred racing machine, whereas the 310R is the ultimate evolution of what starts out as the academy car. And in many cases, when you get to the final stage, it usually gets an uprated amount of power, and it also gets a limited slip diff, which makes it very, very drivable, and it is the fastest iteration of what starts out as the academy car. So a very big difference between the original academy car that the drivers were starting at the beginning of their Caterham racing careers all the way through to 310Rs about roughly 3 or 4 years later. So it is an immense platform for people to come up from the ranks and actually to build their car. And that's the beauty of it, in terms of you don't have to buy a different car when you go up through the ranks from academy to 310. It's only when you get to the 7 UKs that you have to go and actually pick up a different car, because it's a purpose-built chassis for the 7 UK Championship. But simply from academy to 310R, you simply just put the upgrade parts on which you need for each level, and you keep the same car through 4 continuous seasons, which makes it incredibly cost-effective. The initial outlay, it's about £30,000 for it, but you get a full package, which includes, when you start off as an academy driver, you get everyone gets their car and everyone does their ARDS test together. It's usually at a venue like Castle Combe, so the drivers will get split into their 2 groups, green and white, and then each group will do its ARDS test together. Then after that, you'll then have drivers will do a handling day and a test day and a setup day to get used to it. They'll all do it together to be able to get used to the feeling of cars out on track together. And then in a normal season, the drivers would then go out and do in the academy a sprint, which is somewhere like Aintree or Kerbera. They've even done a sprint event at of course, a circuit that's very much missed Rockingham. They've done that a couple of times. Then they'll do 6 circuit races or so to be able to allow them to get 6 signatures to upgrade their licence from interclub to national, which means they can go with the road sports into road sports and further afield, but it also means they can contest the full season, which usually includes, for road sport upwards, a visit to a European circuit. And they've been to the likes of Spa or Zolder in Belgium, they've been to the Netherlands, they've been to Zandvoort, and they've also even been to as far as the Nürburgring in Germany in the past. And it's a fantastic set of championships where you really do race with your friends all the way up the ranks from academy through to as high as 7 UK, and you do get sets of drivers and classes all the way coming through. So it's a fantastic process, and it's recommended for many drivers. Let's quickly run you through the running order for this race. Again, the grid's set by the results of race 1. So Henry Heaton, yesterday's first time race winner, at last will start from pole position, with Gordon Sawyer, who won the Super Pole yesterday, starting alongside him on the front row. PT Sports Cars boss Ian Payne will be 3rd, alongside John Byrne in 4th position, finally beaten for the first time this season. Then it's Matt Topham and Jake Swan-Dixon on the 5th row of the grid. For Mike Evans, a welcome return to him, the former Caterham champion in the lower ranks, ahead of Chris Aubrey Aubrey on the 4th row of the grid in 8th position. Neil Fraser and Harry Kramer comes next from Rob Watts and Stephen Nuttall, who is on the grid after his incident yesterday, which involved Tom Allen when the leaders of both groups were getting together, lapping themselves. Then we go down to the 310Rs, who will start at the same time this time as the 7 UKs. It's Greg Monks on pole for Lewis Thompson alongside, then James Wingfield in the improved third place after he picked his way through, and Tom Grensinger will start alongside him on the 2nd row for the 310Rs. Then it's Caterham's racing CEO Graham McDonald starts 5th, and Chris Moore in 6th position. Don Henschel is 7th on the grid in 310Rs alongside Matt Shepherd in the bright yellow car in 8th on the grid there. Then it's the running up the top 10 for David Yates and Douglas Christie, two very similar looking cars. For Harry Senior, who started fairly deep in the pack last time and picked his way through a few spots and was able to be stuck mid-pack in many cases. He will start with Harry Landy alongside him on the next row of the grid on row 6. So row 7, then it's row 8 for Simon Sharrock and Jeff Price, followed by Johnny Jarrett and Gary Curtis. And the last few cars on the grid is Chris Welch and Gary Lapidus, and David Tan, and crucially James Murphy from the back of the grid. I guarantee he will not stay there. He will push his way through, as also should do Tom Allen, who was the other car that was involved in that incident between the two leading groups. So Andy should join me back in the commentary box here once again. These are pretty much the fastest of the fastest Caterhams out here, these two, the 7 UKs and the 310Rs. I don't use this word lightly, it was a barnstorm of a race yesterday, and I think the big headline is, I know I've said it a few times, and I don't mean this disrespectfully at all, someone finally beat John Byrne, because he dominated last year. He's won every single race up to this weekend, all 6 races, he took every single super pole, 4 fastest laps. But it wasn't a race where he was allowed to get away. It looked as if it was going to be possibly a tighter race initially at Brands Hatch, but he pulled away eventually. But this one, from the word go, he was in the pack of 5 or 6, and they just held on to him so much that he was shuffled around in 3rd and 4th. He was that close to making it a continuous winning run, but locked up at the final chicane. All hell broke loose, and at the end of it, to his absolute delight, Henry Heaton, who's been waiting for that victory for what, the last 2 or 3 seasons, finally gets that first win. So there'll be plenty of emotion for him out of that win, but it proves now, at least for the first time this year, John Byrne is beatable.
Yes, exactly, and it was nice to see anyone beat him, but especially, as you said, to see Henry do it. That meant so much to him. He's been very quick ever since he moved up into the 7 UK category, really, but just John Byrne is just that little bit quicker, and not just quicker, but he has this real ability, as you said, to break away at the front of the field. That is so hard to do in Caterham racing. I mean, the races for second on back in 7 UK are always really fraught. It's just that John seems to be able to just pick himself out of that, pull away and leave them to it. But I think they've realised now they need to work together, they need to try and make sure he doesn't get that chance to escape, and if they do that, he is absolutely beatable. But also, I'm pretty sure that now coming into this second race of the weekend, he's not going to want to be not only off the top step, but off the podium completely after yesterday's race. He'll want to get back to winning ways, and that red number 3 car is going to be one to watch from the second row. And in amongst the 310Rs, a ridiculously close championship battle. James Murphy and Greg Monks tied on points now after James's disappointment yesterday, so it's all to play for.
It really is. It's going to be quite another thrilling race. Hopefully, it will live up to the spectacle that we saw yesterday. We are all set to get underway just about. Green flag is at the back. Hold on to your seats. This is going to be 30 minutes of breathless action for the 7 UKs and 310Rs with Caterham Motorsport. Watch for the lights at the top. They will all start together this time, so watch them all tear off a line as one. Red lights are up. The red lights go out any second now, and we are underway. Cracking start for the mid-pack from Mike Evans, has spotted out of my commentary box window, but it's now 3 abreast already down towards turn 1. Henry Heaton has the inside line with Gordon Sawyer to his outside, and John Byrne thinks, right, down the outside, everybody. Let's put this right, shall we? Down the outside he goes, and to no one's surprise, takes the lead exiting Redgate corner. So he's putting right what happened yesterday. He's out straight away into the lead as one car's already tracking off into the gravel. Can't quite tell who that is. I can tell you it's not. It's not James Murphy. It's the 122 that's involved in that. So 122. Just looking down
Gary
the
Curtis.
It's Gary Curtis. He's off the road, sadly. So the 310Rs and the 7 UK cars filtered their way through, and I think out of all that start, Tom Grensinger, by the looks of it, Andy, has made the break into the lead as the 7 UK cars make their way through. But Mike Evans, the fast starting car, in Payne's 3rd. But watch for Mike Evans and the black and red car in 4th place there. Former champion lower down the ranks. He's made his first comeback for a while. The last time he raced was in the 7 UK Championship now, in terms of his name, making a comeback and making the most of it up there with a cracking start.
Yeah, it's Gordon Sawyer that's gone backwards rather. The yellow and black number 92 car started second, down to about 5th, I think, at the top end of the circuit. But as we know, that's not necessarily the end of the world. It's a long race, and as long as he stays in that lead pack, which I think he will, because they're definitely not taking the quickest line through the chicane, side by side there as Henry Eaton gets past John Byrne. Yeah, pretty pretty sure no one's escaping for the time being. Heat then hits the front at the end of lap number 1, leads the way from John Byrne, who comes across the line in second position. Third place for Payne, fourth is Gordon Sawyer. Payne having a look at the inside of John Byrne, who is also on the inside of Henry Heaton. Byrne takes the lead, drifts out wide. There could be 3 wide on the exit though, as Payne gets on the inside of both of them. Heaton down to third, and it looks as though Payne might have the lead. Yes, he does, and John Byrne is now risking getting hung out to dry. He's got the inside line for the left-hander at the Craners, but that's the outside into the old hairpin. Henry Heaton fights up the inside. Gordon Sawyer, didn't have to say he was falling back down the order. Back to fourth now, and on the tail of those two as they head out of the old hairpin. They're not making it easy for John Byrne again, are they?
But look who is on the tail. He hasn't wasted time as you from the back of the 7 UKs to put it right. Stephen Nuttall up to 5th and going for it is now into second. Once again goes John Byrne, looking for third now to put it down another place there. I think someone looks like he's a bit of a nibble at the back of John Byrne's car. There's a bit of damage towards the back of it. Someone's punched the rear end of that car a little bit. But there is Stephen Nuttall, of course. Remember, he ended yesterday punching the wall on the exit of the final chicane onto the pit straight. There's a bit of contact midway through. He's redeeming himself now as John Byrne darts out for second place. Ian Payne puts the car in the middle of the road, which might be the safest place he can put it. Up the inside for second place into the Robert chicane goes John Byrne. Third for Henry Heaton now. Fourth for Gordon Sawyer, fifth for Stephen Nuttall. And then what it's also done, because this 5-car scrap is brought in the rest of the 7 UK contingents. Now pretty much all 12 of them are all together down towards Redgate Corner now for the start of the third lap. Up the inside for the lead, or maintaining the lead, goes Ian Payne. John Byrne still second. Now we look further back for our 310Rs, where we now see that is Lewis Thompson, I think, into the lead. No, it's not, in fact. It's Lewis Thompson. Who is it now? It's
Henshaw.
It's Don Henshaw. So he's come up from almost nowhere now into the lead. Tom Grensing is second. Lewis Thompson is now third. That's following from Greg Munson. Graham McDonald, racing CEO. I keep making the point he hasn't won a champion race on UK soil yet. He keeps telling people about how he's won at Spa last year. Probably hasn't been quite about it since, which I keep joking about. But he's had some good pace, particularly at Truxton, and not quite so much at Brands Hatch. But here at Donington Park Circuit, he seems to enjoy. Up in the top 5, and certainly is in contention for it if he can stay with the league group.
Yeah, absolutely. So they 310Rs then head up towards McLean's. Bigger grid of 310Rs than we have 7 UKs, and I think we've got about 5 or 6 of them at least, no more than that in this lead pack, haven't we? Up towards Coppice they go. Henshaw just about hanging on then. Tom Grensinger, who is third in the points. We're talking about James Murphy and Greg Monks being tied for the lead. Well, Tom Grensinger's only 2 points behind him in third, and he's only 5 ahead of Lewis Thompson. It's very much a 4-way scrap at the moment for the 310R Championship, and after this race, there will just be those 2 races to go at Snetterton. Into the chicane they go then, onto the brakes, battle there for what's about 8th place or so, isn't it, coming through the chicane. The 310Rs though, all absolutely as one as they come back across the start finish line. That was Matt Shepherd, the 180 car, who was making a nice move into the chicane for the lead. Don Henshaw under pressure now from Tom Grensinger, who goes around the outside and gets the advantage away, and Henshaw now under threat from the Lewis Thompson car. 4th in the championship, 3rd in the race at the moment is the 179, trying to get through at Redgate. Did he make it stick? Well, they're still debating it as they go down the hill, but actually no, he's going to lose that 3rd place, isn't he, to Greg Monks in the 105. No, he's not. At the very next corner, he goes back on the inside of Greg, holds on to 3rd place. It is Graham McDonald, as you said, who's there in 5th position, and they work their way up towards McLean's once again with 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 of them, I think, at least, all in contention for the lead.
It's fantastic to watch seeing this massive pack, and the thing is, as we keep on talking about, the more these guys fight each other, it brings the guys behind closer and closer, and it adds to the group. You might start with a 5-car train for the lead. If they keep squabbling amongst themselves, it becomes 7, it then becomes 9, and 11, and 14. The rest of the pack just keeps on latching onto the rear end and making it one large train. Looking out the window, side by side for the 7 UK leader, watched as I was seeing out of my commentary box window there. But here it is on screen, thanks for that, director. So side by side as they come into Redgate, and it's Ian Payne who holds on from John Byrne. Henry Heaton is still 4th, it's now Gordon Sawyer 5th. And Matt Topham, he briefly took the fast lap of the race last time, has just been taken now by the car behind him, Stephen Nuttall, who's been shuffled down to 6th. Then after that, it's then Mike Evans from Aubrey, Fern Swan, Dixon and Kramer rounding out the top 10. And that's for the 310Rs. It looks as though it's still Gretzky, Henshaw and Thompson, with McDonald up to 4th now, as Monks is down to the bottom of the top 5.
Worth mentioning, James Murphy from the back of the grid, only 15th in the 310Rs. He's not making electrifying progress through the field, the joint championship leader, so it looks like this might become another drop score for him, unless he can suddenly find a bit more pace. Mind you, 15th is probably within a second and a half of the lead, but a lot of cars to overtake before he can get up there. In the 7 UK ranks, though, again, like yesterday, no one breaking away. it does seem like there's a real concerted effort amongst them. It's like they've all got together between the last round at Brands Hatch and this weekend. Say, right, just don't let John Byrne settle in front. But at all costs, keep him in the pack, because if we can do that, we can beat him. And it really does look as though whatever John Byrne tries, he just can't break through at the front of this pack. 46 goes through. That is Stephen Nuttall, who is running in 6th position as they come across the start-finish line. Challenge again for John Byrne around the outside of Ian Payne. Same as last lap, though. Ian is late enough on the brakes to hold on. Gordon Sawyer's up into 3rd, I notice, ahead of Henry Heaton, and Ian Payne, well, he got across to the inside line to defend the race lead, but only just then. That was almost contact with John Byrne, but he does keep the championship leader behind him.
Yeah, that was a rather robust rebuttal there from Ian Payne to hold him on there. As John Byrne gets a good exit from the old head. But look at Gordon Sawyer, though. Last year's 310R champion has just arrived onto the tail of the top 2 and says, right, knocks on the door and says, can I come and play as well? He's going to go to the outside to try and make that stick if he can, but Byrne's got the inside line. And Byrne really is in a catch-22 situation here, which before yesterday, he's never really been in this season. He's right in the middle of the pack where he's got to think about what's in front of him as well as there is what's behind him, because he's got Ian Payne in front and everyone else wants to try and push him down the order further behind. He wasn't even on the podium yesterday, and now he's, of course, battling for the race win again, because it might be the first weekend where he won't have finished anything other than first this season, which is quite impressive. He's looking to the outside under braking. Heaton wants to try and peek around the outside of Gordon Sawyer for 3rd as well, but they flick their way through the chicane, right and then left, and then wiggle their way onto the pit straight. There goes Stephen Nuttall trying to reclaim 5th position from Matt Topham there as he goes to the outside line. Also catching now quite quickly appears to be Rob Watts in the red car, number 77 in the background. So it's 7 cars now in this lead group, side by side again. Where have we seen this before between these 7 UK leaders? Up the inside goes Gordon Sawyer, says, excuse me, I'll have a 2nd place if you don't mind. He's trying though, he's looks to go up the inside if he can. For the lead in the 310Rs, everyone arrives under brakes here with locked tyres. It's Don Henschel who still leads this point this time by Tom Grenzier in 2nd place. I'm getting tongue-tied. It's then Lewis Thompson 3rd, and Graham McDonald is staying up there in a possible podium place here. Grenzier dives out in the Speedworks prepared car. It's still the same team that runs Tom Ingram's Toyota BTCC machine. So it's got a well-supported team supporting that car. Oh, there's a flick of the brake lights there for Tom Grenzier. Either he sort of got a little bit sideways and had to possibly get the car corrected. Either way, it's kept Henschel on his tail here, and also looking strong just behind them in 5th position appears to be, that is Chris Moore in the sort of dark green car with the fluorescent yellow roll bars. And looking in the pack, there's James Murphy, number 3, just in there, 103. So he's in the mix now. He's up to, what is it now? About 12th position. He's made 2 more spots, and there's still 21 minutes in the race to go, and the league pack is still in front of him there. So it's not all entirely over for him at the moment. Graham McDonald looks for 3rd on the outside of McLean. So he's still got time to get up there towards the front of the field. It's a long race. So not that you were, but it's not time to count up James Murphy just yet. He's got plenty of time, actually, ironically, to get himself there. 21 minutes to get to the front of the field. I think he can still do this.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. He is now starting to get there. I'd imagine he was feeling out the car in the first few laps, make sure that there weren't any lingering problems from yesterday. Change for the lead there. Oh my word! Tom Grenzier gets the lead, but that's McDonald, isn't it, that's gone through into 2nd place. Somehow, don't ask me how he got the car stopped, but he did, and down into 3rd place then, the erstwhile leader Don Henschel. Lewis Thompson is 4th, then Moore, Monks, Yates, Shepherd, Landy and James Murphy up another couple of spots now into the top 10. So the black and orange car, if you can count 10 cars back in that queue, is the joint championship leader, and he might gain a couple more here on the exit of Redgate corner.
I think that was Greg Monks that possibly dropped back a little bit, so he got shuffled back a few spots. He's now towards the bottom end of the top 10, it seems. Whilst that was happening, also Don Henschel said, Graham, I'll have that 2nd place back if you don't mind, down the pit straight. But that was an extraordinary bit of braking down towards it. I think, to use a phrase John Hyde used once before, it's like in a video game. It just shot through the middle of 4th and 2nd place just to take that position. It was incredible stuff. And Graham really is. He's a racing CEO. If you know the days of TVR Tuscan racing, he's very much a modern day version, I think, of Peter Wheeler, who used to race the TVR Tuscan Challenge all those years ago when racing his own cars. And so I think he's done that to get not only just enjoy himself, but also he's doing it crucially to get a better experience of his customers, some of them which are frantically scrapping over the 7 UK league here, because now it is Ian Payne, who ironically is doing a John Byrne and getting away here now. So he's pulling away with John Byrne in 2nd place, and ironically now he's now the hunter rather than the hunted, because he's now being chased down by Sawyer and by Henry Heaton, and also you've now got Stephen Nuttall, Matt Topham and Rob Watson there too. So this 7-car train for the lead is looking pretty impressive now. 310R's going to come down the pit straight here with side by side for the lead, because we've got Tom Grenzier now side by side with Don Henschel. And I think Graham McDonald's still in 3rd place, although not for much longer. He gets swamped by 1 car, swamped by 2, because he's been passed by Chris Moore and now possibly Lewis Thompson, unless Graham can stick it around the outside, which I think he has done just about. down the crane curves, and look at this lead pack of 310Rs. It's incredible stuff. And then there's somewhere there, the black and orange car just there on the fringe of the top 10. There he is in the back shot. That is James Murphy from the back of the grid. He could still win this.
Yeah, but he's ninth now. He's gained another position since we last saw him. So James Murphy is definitely in with a shot of a podium here. The people he's really chasing are people like Greg Monks, Tom Grensinger and Lewis Thompson, though, who are all up there fighting for the race lead as they go into McLean's. There is Murphy, look, just behind Matt Shepherd now, isn't he? In fact, up the inside of Matt Shepherd. So the 103 car gains another spot now. And before the end of this lap, he could even be challenging for a top 5 position. 3 copies they go. There is the 115 car of David Yates. He's one of the next cars that James Murphy will be trying to pick up and put down. Down into the chicane they go. Challenge on for the lead. Grensinger pulling to the outside now of Don Henshaw. And Henshaw on the inside line, you'd imagine, will hang on. No, Grensinger around the outside. Nice stuff. Gets the lead away. So Tom Grensinger back out in front as they streak across the start finish line. Now they held each other up there, though, so the next group of cars are getting a run on them as well. James Murphy, keep an eye to the black and orange car, looking to the outside to try and gain another place. He crossed the line that time in 8th position. Henshaw back to the lead. Grensinger second, and third place is going to be Moore, isn't it? Chris Moore, who's down in 7th in the championship, but actually still has a shot to get into the top 5 in points if he can get himself a couple of victories before the end of the year. This lead pack, though, if anything, is getting bigger, isn't it? I think the entire 310R field are in this group, and at some point, the 7 UK cars are going to have to lap this lot. That is when things can get really, really messy.
I'll just watch my eyes when that happens, if you don't mind, because that's going to be quite close. It was close yesterday, which is what led to the incident we had between Nuttall and Allen, and involved also James Murphy. Don Henshaw back to the lead, looking round the outside for second goes Chris Moore, but taking advantage that might be Graham McDonald, who tries to squeeze up the inside. Also coming back at him is Lewis Thompson, and there is James Murphy, the black and orange car, up to 7th now. He is on the fringes of the top 5 as now Thompson looks up the inside. He's right there, and he's going to get the toe of Thompson, and I think David Yates is in there as well somewhere in 6th or 7th place. Yes, he is. There he is, just alongside Thompson now, who's lost some momentum. Side by side again between Grensinger on the outside. On the inside, Don Henshaw. 3rd is Moore. 4th is McDonald. Everyone arrived for 5th. But that's Murphy! Murphy's off the road in the background. He's made contact with David Yates. Off the road there. He's gone back on the road again. But all that hard work, I think his exhaust has been shifted a little bit. But incredibly after that, the car was like a couple of feet up in the air in the front end. And how that survived, neither of us can believe that. For the first time I've been there quite a while, 2 commentators are speechless to how that's happened. David Tan's involved in that as well. Contact, that's the ex-Christian Zaruta car, the Brawn GP Special as I call it. Not looking so special now after that contact, but this 310R race continues to thrill. Graham McDonald up in there, but for the first time in a while after that, with Murphy continuing on, first time in a while, 2 commentators speechless.
Well, and he hasn't even lost that many places, has he? He still came across the line in 11th, so he's and the car appears okay. So back to it, nothing to see here. James Murphy will now continue his charge up the order, which is being led again by Don Henshaw, who is sideways at McLean's. I don't know if that was a tap in the tail from Tom Grensinger or just a bit over-exuberant as he tried to carry the speed through the corner. Graham McDonald is there in 3rd position, just about, with David Yates in 5th position for David Yates, isn't it? It's Lewis Thompson, I think, that's in 4th place. Yellow flags this time at the chicane. Let's hope they've all seen them. Looks like they have. A couple of them just tapping the brake lights there. This is because of the car that is still stranded at the side of the road. And in fairness, not only not overtaking, but noticeably slowing down. And that is always a bit of a grey area when it comes to yellow flags. Some drivers inevitably will slow down more than others. Then they come out of the corner, they hit the gas again, and racing can continue as they head towards Redgate Corner. Then with Don Henshaw leading, Grensinger second, McDonald third, Lewis Thompson 4th, and then a change, I think, for 5th place there with Yates on the inside and Moore.
I noticed there was a car pulled off just on the outside towards Redgate Corner. Couldn't see who it was, but there's a car that's stopped, whether it's a consequence of what was going on at that final chicane between, I think, James Murphy and maybe David Tan. Whether it was a separate incident, I'm not sure, but there was definitely a car stopped as they came through. So top 4 now for the I don't really sort of shuffle the pack up a little bit in terms of broken it up, rather than one continuous train. I think, to be fair, something was probably going to happen, get to the point where something was inevitably going to possibly happen, and it did, and it seemed to involve James Murphy initially at least, but he's trying to pick his way back through. So Grensinger now leads in 310Rs, Henshaw in second, Graham McDonald, who really is showing his racing prowess, up in third, but he's being harried by Lewis Thompson. Oh, what a surprise, up into the lead, it's John Byrne, who's been in 7 UKs. But to be fair, he has been working hard to get this lead now, so he is back into where he feels he should be. It's now 2nd place for Sawyer, 3rd for Payne, with Heaton, Nuttall, Watts, and then Matt Topham down to 7th, from Aubrey up past Mike Evans and Harry Kramer, running up the top 10, followed by Swan Dixon, and then the 12th place car, and that one of Neil Frazier. So All 7 UK still present and correct, and for, as we say, the further back from 13 downwards, pick a winner, because it's anyone's guess from that lot.
Yeah, they're only about 10 seconds behind the 310R leaders now, are these 7 UK cars. In fact, you can see a couple of the 310Rs that they're about to catch now. So, oh, there's fluid on the track, there's oil on the track or something at the chicane. I saw some smoke in the distance, and John Byrne is off the road. Well, so is most of the 7 UK field, actually. And someone was slowing and smoking as they went into the chicane. One of the 310Rs, there it is, there's the culprit. Can't see the number on that car from that angle, but that car has had a fairly major engine issue. It's dumped a load of oil on the floor. In fact, it stopped right in front of my commentary box, so if I lean out the window, it is Doug Christie, number 167, whose engine has expired and caused absolute chaos amongst the 7 UK leaders, and momentarily the 310Rs are about to arrive on the scene. The safety car sensibly has been scrambled, because not only is there fluid on the track, but remember, there is still that car of David Tan, wasn't it, I think, that was stuck down the chicane in a vulnerable area. It was okay until the oil ended up on the road, and now it's right in the firing line. Red flag. Red flag.
And I think, no surprise, if they've got all to clear up down there, they've got no choice. They've got to have the time to do it. So, smart decision by the clerk of the course, and that one to throw the red flag because they have to. What this will now do is, when they restart it, it'll be in the order of the last complete lap. What it might also do is give a bit of a reprieve to... Oh, they've thrown checkered...
Timing screen is suggesting checkered flag, although...
We've only just got past half distance, so...
Also, what the timing screen is telling me is that number 7, Ian Payne, has been given a 10-second penalty for a false start. The man who was leading at the time of the red flag in 7 UK has been given a 10-second penalty. Now, yeah, the cars are lining up on the grid. TSL have started doing this just to confuse us poor commentators, I think, recently. The timing screen indicates that the checkered flag is coming out, when actually it's not. It's just a red flag, and they are going to restart. So I think we'll get a restart over about 8 or 10 minutes, probably. That is Doug Christie's car dumping, well, is it oil or radiator fluid, maybe? It looks like it's had front-end contact, which maybe has crumpled the radiator.
Yeah, it looks like that. It's a red fluid. It looks like it's some kind of radiator fluid they put in, or big coolant that's in there that's spilling out, I think. So because of that, I was about to say before that with the safety cars that one person that will certainly benefit, possibly as a reprise, is James Murphy, because now, of course, he gets possibly a chance to regroup, and he'll be starting higher up this time. It means he'll be closer with the pack. So if he can make a trouble-free start, again, incredibly, after what happened to him, he's still not out of this.
Yes, and I can hardly believe that. He was 11th at the time of the red flag, so, but yeah, he had, of course, dropped a fair way back. I'd be amazed if that car is driving properly. I mean, it was a real whack on the right-hand side, the front right corner, and although, you know, you can get away with a little bit of contact, as I think Ben Lopez Appleton was telling us earlier on after the 270R race earlier on. They're fairly robust. You can make a fair bit of contact and not do too much damage, but that was more than a love tap. That was a proper hit that he gave, and so, as you said, the car launched into the air. So at least he's on course for some points. His worst finishes at the moment, he had obviously that non-finish yesterday. He also had a pair of 4th place finishes, one at Thruxton, one at Brands Hatch. So unless he can break into the top 4 again, this will become another of his drop scores. So that's what the drop scores are there for. They're there to save you if you have a bad weekend. This, by James Murphy's standards, has definitely been a bad weekend. So he's not out of it yet. If he were to take a lower score here, he might still conceivably just about hang on to either 1st or 2nd in the championship. So that's Rob Watts' car being pushed down into the pit lane, and we believe that there is a car that's leaking fuel. I don't know whether this is Doug Christie's car we're talking about, or whether that is the issue with Rob Watts' car. He's had a hit to the rear, which could possibly have done some damage. So one of our 7 UK competitors perhaps not going to take the restart. But, well, I'll tell you what, this red flag, it's a shame we've had it, but it does give us all a chance to just catch our breath. Oh, yeah, no, that was Rob Watts' car, I think, that was leaking fuel on the grid, so good catch that by the marshals on the starting grid. Yeah, I think we needed this just to take stock of the situation, catch our breath, and just reflect on what has been an absolutely brilliant race so far. Yesterday's race was an absolute cracker, and today's has been no different.
I did say at the beginning it was going to be breathless. Now, they certainly proved it, and we've still got 13 minutes to go. So it's going to be, well, not exactly 13 minutes. What they'll do is they will determine how much time there's going to be for the restarts, whether they'll give the full 13 minutes and what have you seconds, or they'll round it down, or possibly to 10 minutes, whatever it is, depending on the time schedule that we've got. I think we've probably got a little bit of time to play with, I suspect, because usually with BRSCC meetings they are, and I don't use this term sparingly, they are ruthlessly efficient in making sure they can get us up ahead of time, so that if there is events like this, they've got spare time to work with to kind of get it up there. So So whilst you have the timetable, usually that's a guide of when races are going to be, because you do find that usually on BRSCC events they do like to run as ahead of time as much as they can, because of the fact that obviously it gives it extra time if there are any red flags or safety cars or other misdemeanors which force sort of racing to be a little bit truncated or sort of slowed up a little bit because of certain things happening. So, but yeah, the race certainly living up to being as crazy as yesterday's was, if not even crazier, and we haven't even finished it yet. So there's still, I suspect possibly for the last 13 minutes for the sprint to the flag, possibly still some of the best racing yet to come, I hope.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with you there. I'm just trying to work out what this, if we were to throw the checkered flag now, what this would mean for points, because James Murphy down at 11th, as I said, this will become one of his drops now. 14 points you get for finishing in 11th place. That means he now scores back the 21 points that he scored at Thruxton or Brands Hatch, whichever he decides to use as the drop. Greg Monks is currently sat only 7th for Greg. It's been a quiet race for him. 18 points then would go his way. Obviously, Grensinger's leading the 310Rs. He would get 25. Lewis Thompson is in 4th position, so he'd get 21. So as things stand, Greg Monks and Tom Grensinger would be tied for the championship lead, 2 points ahead of James Murphy, and he would be about 7 points ahead of Lewis Thompson. So yeah, it's going to be tight going to Snetterton. I sadly cannot be at Snetterton. Scott, I know you're going to be there. I think regardless what happens if we get a restart, and regardless what happens after the restart, the points are going to be very tight, and I think this and several other of these Caterham championships are going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, I do think, in all due respect to 7 UKs, that possibly 7 UKs is becoming a bit of an inevitable conclusion, which I think because of his early season form, John Byrne pretty much looks on course, I would imagine, to take that title and wrap it up. 310Rs, though, I have to agree, Snetterton is shaping up to be an absolute thriller to decide this championship. I think one of the best weekends we had for winning championship battles, ironically, also involved James Murphy, and that was Silverstone 2018. Which is in the road sports, where it was Daniel French versus James Murphy for the title. And James Murphy, who, again, proving that he doesn't do things easy, he got involved in a last lap incident, which ironically he still won the championship by a point by courtesy of getting points back on a dropped score. What didn't also help Dan French is that he was trying to get the fastest lap and won the race, but the fastest lap was stolen away by somebody else in the closing stage, which means that he lost out by that 1 point. So James Murphy doesn't do things easy. He likes to win if he wants to win a championship, it's probably more difficult than he would ideally want to have it, but likes to make it. So it's tricky, but 310Rs is going to be quite a sensational battle, as is going to be 270Rs and Rosefords, but I think possibly I might have a bit of a soft spot, as you said, for 310Rs for Silverstone, because looking how close it potentially could be, that's going to be a spectacle.
Yeah, and Snetterton is kind of the perfect place for Caterham racing, isn't it? Donington Park is as well. To be fair, Caterham Motorsport, they choose their calendar wisely, don't they? They go to circuits that are going to naturally promote really close slipstreaming racing. Cadwell Park maybe being the exception this year, the first round, but then Thruxton, well, I was there at Thruxton, I saw just how manic those races got. Brands Hatch Indy, although it's not known for being a high-speed circuit, it always gets really close Caterham racing. Donington, obviously, we've seen the racing we've had this weekend. And then Snetterton with its long straight, big braking points. That is going to be really spectacular as well. And yeah, forward to voicing the highlights of that event a little bit later on this year, and several champions I think will be crowned possibly right at the very end of the season. Many of these drivers, of course, in the 310R category have come through from other categories too, and it's nice to see them now starting to achieve success at the top of 310R and indeed into 7 UK as well, which is the premier class. And there was some good news, wasn't there, at the start of the season about 7 UK, and it's sort of an official billing now as a national championship, and really starting to get the recognition that it deserves.
Yeah, as I mentioned towards the beginning, it's basically whatever happens this year, whoever wins the 7 UK championship, whether it is John Bunny or anyone else, they will get quite a unique title, which is the first ever British Caterham champion, which had never happened. We've had Caterham champions on the factory roster, but never an actual title of British Caterham champion, which is quite prestigious. So that's one of their efforts to try and make sure that it is still, you know, the premier class of Caterham racing out there in club racing, to improve it and enhance it, to make it a bit of a more sort of, if you see my meaning it, more of an elite championship, not in terms of only not preventing anyone from coming in, but just making sure that it's seen as the top level that everyone has to aim for in terms of ability. And you do genuinely get some of the fastest, some of, if not the fastest drivers that you have on the entire paddock out in these 7 UK cars, because they've had all that experience of being able to handle them. You get some drivers coming in to have a go every now and again. We've had drivers like, in the past, I remember guys like Chris Hoy, Jamie Chadwick's had a go, I think Tonzo Cole's had a go in these cars before, in these 420Rs, and they are a unique experience. I know when before, but when they were talking about when they bring new drivers in, that either it's the academy or coming up through the ranks, and they do say something along the lines of, what have you driven or raced before? And they say, well, I've driven a Porsche or stuff like that. And they say, right, forget all of that, because racing a Caterham and driving one is much different than anything else you've experienced. Anything you've learned, you might have circuit knowledge, but car knowledge and how to handle it, almost throw it all out the window, because it's a completely different machine, and it's a unique set of skills to race one of these cars, but just let alone drive it, to want to drive it fast. And these guys certainly have quite a lot of skills, where some of them do decide to go further afield. I'm guessing career-minded guys, possibly like Lewis Thompson, or maybe Tom Grenson, who's got that speedwork support. I call it Formula 4 the sports cars, because like Formula 4, it will teach you things which many other championships may not well do. That's not no disrespect to them, because of its a unique car and a unique championship where it teaches you a lot on mechanical grip, setup, driving, rhythm, smoothness, and on low grip tyres as well, relatively low grip tyres, means you learn stuff which might give you lots of stead and maybe an advantage over other drivers that won't have driven these cars for many, many years to come.
Yeah, I mean, anything, the power to weight ratio of these things, especially the 7 UK cars, are insane. And anything that's got more power than it has grip is a great learning experience, because as you said, you learn how to handle a car that isn't going to just drive itself for you. Now, that's no disrespect to, you know, single-seater or sports prototype cars and their drivers. That is a unique set of skills that you need to handle a high downforce car, but there is just something, a very back to basics feel about a Caterham or a Formula 4 1600 or something like that. Something that doesn't have any aerodynamics, no wings, no diffusers, just a lot of power, very little weight, and as you said, relatively little grip from the tyres. The tyres do a good job, but they're not designed to give you the speed of a full-blown racing slick, specifically because they don't want to make it too easy for the drivers. You know, the harder the cars are to handle, the more you're going to learn, and there are skills you will learn from racing in Caterham Championships, whichever of the Caterham Championships it is that you decide to have a go in. Those skills will carry you throughout the rest of your time in motorsport, and having a car, you know, being comfortable with a car that is moving around underneath you. A lot of drivers who come through the single-seater ranks and have never raced anything like this, they struggle if the track's a bit damp and greasy, or if they haven't quite got the setup right because the car's a bit loose underneath them, and it's often the drivers that do well in wet conditions are the ones that have experience of racing cars like this, that slide around, that you really have to work hard in. And so it really is the best of both worlds. It gives us great racing to watch, it gives the drivers something that is going to teach them something new every time they head onto the circuit, and those that can do it well are super talented drivers. And yeah, you look at particularly some of the young drivers coming up through the categories, Henry Heaton, I would throw into that mix as well, and people that could really go places in motorsport off the back of success within these championships.
Yeah, and I can't disagree with that, and I think also as well, when you get some of these drivers that do come in, I mean, unless drivers again, like I was about to say Chris Hoy, but he owns several Caterhams every day, so he knows how to drive one of these cars on the road at least. But when you get someone like Jamie Chadwick or Tom Onslow-Cole that's come in before, who arguably may not have driven a car like this, or primarily driven more aero-focused cars, it really is a shock to the system. It's a case that it's not a car they're used to. They always come away with a big smile on their face saying they enjoyed it, but maybe in the back of mind thinking, I knew it was going to be a tricky car, different thing to experience, but I wasn't expecting that in particular in terms of how it was. And so again, it's a driver's adaptability in terms of how you can adapt to how you go through. And maybe some drivers who have come through who have raced something like Formula Ford or a more mechanically minded car, something like, for example, off the top of my head, a Mazda MX-5 or a Lotus Elise or something along those lines, which is purely a handling based car which is on mechanical grip alone, might firm better. But in terms of other cars where it's more aero is the primarily way you get your grip on how you drive it, because you get cars that are better when they're aero driven in terms of a different driving style compared to mechanical driven. So there's two different ways of driving, schools of thought in those different driving styles. So this is definitely more mechanically minded, but again, it gives you all those key lessons to make sure that when you do have to start dialing on aero, you can understand how the car behaves mechanically first before you start thinking about the aerodynamics as well.
Yeah, precisely, and all of this, you can tell we're both enthusiastic about Caterham racing, because give us a red flag period to fill in and we have no difficulty finding something to talk about. The good news is the red flag is coming to an end. Good news because the racing will start, good news because we might shut up and start talking about the racing shortly. 6 minutes will be the rescheduled distance, so a couple of things this means. First of all, we're not going to be able to keep up with everything that's going on in the two classes, because it's going to be an all-out sprint to the finish now. Also, it saves the 7 UKs that trouble of having to lap the 310Rs. That was about to happen before the red flags came out, and as you said, we saw yesterday that had a big impact on the outcome of the race. It was no doubt about to really mix things up in this one too, so that at least is one less thing for them to worry about now. They can just both classes focus on their respective battles. The grid then might take a little bit of organising though, because I noticed that the 310Rs had arrived at the start-finish line ahead of the Caterham 7 UK cars, so they're going to have to be just shuffled through. Harry Kramer's car, we can see there the red machine at the front of the grid, which I think had lined up in the wrong grid slot, so the start line marshals will be working hard now to try and organise this and get the cars into the correct places, and the marshals we've already given a shout out to, but also a big shout out to the BRSCC officials here this weekend who are busy people. I see Payne going the wrong way up the pit lane and into the paddock, but everybody else is being gridded up. So Ian Payne, well, we know he had this 10-second penalty. Maybe in protest he's decided not to take part in the restart of the race, but that is strange. So maybe some sort of a problem there to chase up with Ian Payne, who was leading the race, of course, before the red flag came out. Just on the subject of officials, I know the BRSCC are going on a bit of a recruitment drive at the moment to try and get a few more people involved in not just on the trackside element of racing with marshalling and things like that, but also working away behind the scenes. There's a lot more that goes into running one of these events than maybe first meets the eye, and if you are interested in getting involved in motorsport, you don't necessarily have to find a few £1,000s and go and buy a racing car, or go and stand out in all weathers being a marshal. There are officiating opportunities that the BRSCC are looking to try and give you, and things like clerk of course, club stewards, rescue units, race admin as well. It's a really important part of the weekend, and of course marshalling as well. And the BRSCC are looking to try and get more and more people involved, aren't they?
Yeah, it's incredible that you can find a route into motorsport, and as you say, you're rightfully so, you don't have to be behind the wheel of a race car to do it. You can find routes all the way through, and I think what also helps is if you're a motorsport fan or somebody who enjoys motorsport watching, always thought, I'd love to be able to get in the inner workings, and I was exactly the same person when I joined in 2015 in the club. I was started out being a fan on the outside looking in, but then you start to go into that inner sanctum of the paddock, and you get to find out all the inner workings of how it works. And there's a lot more that goes on than some people might think in terms of, as you say, race admin, all the admin. There's a lot of admin work that goes on behind the scenes, and the people who do it, particularly at HQ, very valuable people to be in there, because there's a lot of stuff that has to put together in terms of the paperwork, taking the entries, making sure everything's all sorted in terms of race entry payments and things like that. It's very, very crucial. Then even on a race weekend, rescue units crucial in terms of being able to be involved if there's an accident or drivers that need it, and also things like as you say, the clerks of the course and the stewards and stuff like that on that side as well. This is not to discourage anyone when I say this, but in many cases having some kind of motorsport experience, particularly racing experience, is valuable, because what it means is that you have an understanding when you're making decisions, for example, on if you're a steward and giving someone a penalty, or deciding on what's going on the track, etc., and things like that. If you have an understanding what it's like to be a competitor yourself, it's quite a key advantage to have that, because it means effectively you can be relatable and understand the situation that some of the drivers might be in. So it's a crucial thing to have, and yeah, absolutely. It's motorsport runs in many cases on volunteers, not just marshals, but everyone else before. And as you rightfully said, give a shout out to the marshals. Without volunteers for marshals and officials, genuinely these events simply just can't happen full stop, because the personnel's not there. So big shout out to them, because most of them do give up their free time to do it for the sport that they enjoy and that they love, and to be involved in it, and they're an absolute godsend, an absolute vital part of every single race meeting, not just BRSCC but the entirety of British motorsport around the world, because without them motorsport just wouldn't be the same.
Yeah, absolutely. If you are interested then in possibly getting involved behind the scenes at the BRSCC, do contact BRSCC HQ, or Luke at brscc.co.uk as well is the email address. I've been told I'm allowed to give out on air. He may live to regret that. Luke Souch, who is one of the officials at the club. Also, Mazda X5 racer, isn't he, on occasion, Luke? And I got his name right today, so he'll be doubly happy, I'm sure. So yeah, if you're interested in doing it, contact the BRSCC, and I'm sure they can point you in the right direction.
one of our motorsport friends I'll give a shout out to, who obviously you were working with yesterday, Mr. Jamie Peter-Dennis.
Not still in bed. I know I would rather be after yesterday.
Oh, well, in the break, I was going to ask you just to have a quick chat about Alton Park yesterday, but I suspect we'll get some time possibly between the lunch break into that, because it was quite a frantic day you had at Alton Park yesterday, particularly with a couple of titles settled. But just he was asking about Ian Payne, and he speculated whether or not he was going through the paddock to the GP loop to rejoin at the back of the grid, as he wasn't sure he could go the wrong way. But I can't see he's rejoined though. He's not on the 7 UK grid, so I think possibly either that's a further issue that we don't know about, or as you say, maybe because of the penalty got given, he thought, right, well, forget this, I'm going back to the paddock and I'm going home. So either way, that is rather odd. But what the issue is, hopefully it's not a serious issue with Ian's car, but whatever it is, he won't be taking the restart for one reason or another.
Yeah, he's not. I'm just looking out the window. He hadn't lined up at the back of the 310Rs either, which I thought was another possibility. So yeah, answers on a postcard. Absolutely no idea. But anyway, as you can see, cars are moving. We're about to get the race back underway, and this will be, as I said, a 6-minute sprint. I'm not even going to ask you to try and predict the 310Rs, because quite frankly, there are about 15 drivers who probably still feel they can win it. But 7 UK, what do we think? Can John Byrne fight his way through to the front? He was finally sort of swapping the lead, wasn't he, with Ian Payne before the red flag. Ian's now not taking the restart. Can he get back to good ways, John Byrne, to this one?
I was going to say it depends on the start, but then knowing Caterham, the start means nothing in many cases. So I guess for John, but it might depend on him, because usually if he's able to get out in front and create a gap, he's fine, he's comfortable, he can pull away. If he gets stuck in the pack like he has done between yesterday's race and the first part of this race, that's when he has to really get his elbows out and fight. So I think there's still a chance he can win it, but at the same time, I think there's still a realistic chance that the likes of Gordon Sawyer or possibly Henry Heaton can take a victory. I think, given his fighting drive yesterday and the fact he was able to pick it up at the last few moments, I think Byrne is certainly an absolute possibility. But I think at the same time, I think there's a good chance maybe either Sawyer or Heaton might be able to pick up a win as well.
That fence you're sitting on looks awfully comfy, Scott.
I trust you, it's not. It's absolutely not. Yeah, I think any one of those three can do it, but trying to pick between those three, truthfully, is very, very tough. Yeah. So I think personally it's going to come from any of those three. Which one? I couldn't tell you.
Right, excellent. That cleared that up then. In other words, anyone can still win it in both categories then. 6 minutes to decide it. And good luck, Mr. Director, trying to keep up with both classes here, because it's not just the Caterham 7 UKs, but the 310Rs as well. It is John Byrne and Gordon Sawyer then who line up on the front row in 7 UK. Keep an eye to the blue car of Henry Heaton as well, that's lining up third, because I think he, having had a taste of race victory yesterday, is definitely going to be looking for another win here today if he can get it. Also, the 310Rs, James Murphy, how many points can he salvage from this race? Remember, he needs to reach the top 4 to avoid this becoming another dropped score. He'd rather not use up his drop score quota before Snetterton, I'm sure, especially given what happened in that championship decider that you were mentioning a while ago. Back few rows of the grid then more or less in position. And over 6 minutes, we're only going to get about 5 or 6 laps maximum in this one. Place your bets, everybody. 2 classes of Caterham Motorsport UK Championships about to get back into action, with John Byrne, the red and black number 3 car, the championship leader in Caterham 7 UK, already on that championship trophy, looking to get back to the top step of the race podium. Red lights are on. 6 minutes, we are away and racing once more at Donington Park. The launch towards Redgate Corner begins with John Byrne getting the advantage away immediately. It wasn't a great start from Gordon Sawyer, was it? And who's that charging?
That's Mike Evans.
Mike Evans with a great start, and Sawyer hits him. Gordon Sawyer locks up, hits Mike Evans. They're both off into the gravel. Evans is going nowhere. I'd be surprised if Sawyer can dig his way out. He might just have enough forward momentum to get back on the road. Just the brakes are cold, the tyres are cold after sitting on the grid for so long, and Gordon Sawyer, when he went to hit the brake pedal, just could not stop.
No, that's a real shame. Mike Evans had such a likely getaway, and unfortunately, all comes to nothing. And Lewis Thompson thumps the curb on the outside, but they're just trying to get around him on the outside there. He's James Murphy's trying to get through. But here we go. Where have we seen this before? John Byrne has a gap, and as you said, if you give him a gap, he will absolutely run away with it. But let's see if anyone else can try and catch him with the 310Rs. The order is relatively unchanged, but James Murphy is trying to be the man on the move. He's got past a couple of cars already. He's outside of James Wingfield, and to be fair, these are just about in front of him there, so he is pretty relatively close. And just as we've got things underway again, safety car's been deployed again. So I think this is going to be quite an it's been a quite interruption-filled race, and the interruptions continue.
Yes, now I think it's only one car they need to move, and we've seen the efficiency of the recovery crew, the marshals, the live snatch crew up at Redgate already put to the test today. So I'm going to be optimistic and say we might get a lap or two of racing at the end, probably more likely just one, but we'll have to wait and see. John Byrne then leads, Henry Heaton second. The good news is for Heaton, at least he catches back up to John Byrne. He was 9/10 back at the end of that lap. Nuttall is third, Chris Aubrey is up into fourth with Matt Topham fifth. In 310Rs, it is Grensinger with the lead, Don Henschel second, Lewis Thompson third, Chris Moore fourth, and McDonald then, Graham McDonald in fifth position. Murphy is 8th, and I think he started about 12th or 11th or 12th, so he's gained a few positions into the top 10, but he will be the least happy person, I'd imagine, to see this safety car out now, because this obviously is massively limiting his opportunities to gain further ground.
Yeah, but I think if they can work quick enough, and I think possibly given the fact the safety car is going a little slower than it normally would, I suggest possibly what they're trying to do is recover Evans' car out of the way and get everyone back in position so that we only have one complete lap under the safety car, which would be a possibility. What it also means, though, is John Byrne has to do it all over again, because before the safety car, he did have that typical John Byrne gap that he was able to pull out. And as I mentioned before in the previous races, you give John Byrne an inch, he will take an entire mile and more to take the lead. So that's something we have to watch out for on that when we start. But in fact, actually, quick as ever, our recovery teams and marshals, Mike Evans' car is already out of the way, and the car's already down at the old hairpin. So I suspect we probably are going to get racing back this time by, which is good, because we only have about roughly 2.5 minutes to go, which gives me, I think, on my clock about 2 lap time wise, maybe a fraction chance of 3 laps, but it depends. I think 2 at least. So I thought 6 laps was going to be short. A 2-lap sprint with 2 classes this close and this competitive. Strap yourselves in. This is going to be quite a barnstorming finish, as it was yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. It's I think it is going to be 2, isn't it? They're lapping, quick lap time is about 1.25 minutes-ish. So, yeah, 2-lap sprint to the flag then. John Byrne has Henry Heaton back on his tail, so the only 2 race winners in 2020 in the Caterham 7 UK Championship have got themselves the front cream, as they say, very much rising to the top. Tom Grensinger trying to hang on to what would be a really important victory in the 310R category, his nearest championship rival. Well, Lewis Thompson, he's really benefited from this because he was down at about 6th or 7th before the red flag, 5th in the championship, remember, sorry, 4th in the championship, no, yes, 4th in the championship, and looking to try and overcome this sort of 7-point deficit he's at in the points. James Murphy needs this extra couple of laps to try and move forward too, so still lots of storylines yet to be unravelled here.
Well, they're about to unravel in front of our eyes here, because safety car lights are indeed off, and I think John Byrne said, oh, there's 2 more cars that are I think maybe that's a consequence of what happened previously before that start. I don't think it was possibly related to what was going on, but either way, this is it then. 2 laps to decide who wins this second race. Immediately Henry Heaton is not hanging around. He's looking to the outside lines, trying to take the lead away from John Byrne. It is 3 abreast. Chris Aubrey's come up from benefiting all of that. Round the outside for 4th on Matt Topham. Chris Aubrey having one of his better weekends in the 7 UKs. Stephen Nuttall is now 3rd. What about 310Rs? It's been quite a lightning getaway. Has he ever for Tom Grensinger? He's sailed away at the start there. Don Henschel's 2nd place. The 3rd, it's going to be still, I think, Thompson versus McDonald for 3rd and 4th. But into the old hairpin for the 2nd time. Sorry, for two laps to go, forgive me. And I think up to 3rd now has gone, possibly Graham. 3rd or 4th Graham McDonald. Don Henschel has dropped back. Well, that's David Yates further back either way. There's James Murphy on the back of Greg Monks, one of his title rivals. If he can get past him, that would be certainly be beneficial for him going forwards. John Byrne in this restart, though, hasn't been allowed to get away. There's just under a minute to go, it seems. In fact, there's going to be a minute now as they come through Coppice Corner onto the exhibition straight. And Henry Heaton does have a tow, but so does Stephen Nuttall on Henry Heaton down towards the exhibition straight towards the chicane. There's still yellow flags down there, so whether they're going to allow them to overtake on it, yes, they will, just into the braking zone. So 1 lap to go at Donington Park. This is going to be close, Andy. I think it's all yours.
Yeah, Stephen Nuttall and Henry Heaton, don't forget, were tied for 2nd in the championship coming into this weekend. Heaton took it from him after yesterday's race, so Stephen Nuttall, 3rd in the race, would like to beat Henry Heaton, but Heaton would also like to beat John Byrne, and this red flag and subsequent safety car have given him a chance to do so. Through Redgate they go in the 310Rs, incidentally. It is still Grensinger from Don Henschel 2nd, but it's getting very tight into Redgate Corner. So is that Henschel, trying to defend from Lewis Thompson, so Grensinger has gone. The real fight is for 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the 310Rs, with Henschel, Thompson and McDonald tied together. The 7 UK leaders coming through the old hairpin. Henry Heaton has got a run here, but he'll want to get this done before the chicane, because I think there might still be yellows on the straight, and it might be difficult to make a move into the final corner. He goes to the outside into McLean's. John Byrne says, not on your life. Gets to the inside. Heaton will try the switchback, but he's not got the momentum off the corner. Or has he? He can't get up the inside into Coppice, but John Byrne is forced to defend. That will slow him down on the exit. Heaton has one more chance to try and find a gap on the inside. He can't do it. Stephen Nuttall has got a double slipstream as well. Down the back straight then. Defensive line taken by Byrne. Heaton goes to the outside. There are no yellow flags, so they can race into the braking zone. Heaton almost got his nose ahead, but Byrne on the inside line gets into the corner first. He'll be a bit slower on the exit, but I think he's successfully blocked Henry Heaton. And John Byrne, after missing out on the victory yesterday, missing out on the podium yesterday, wins once again in the Caterham 7 UK Championship by an enormous 59 one-thousandths of a second at the end, with Stephen Nuttall third and Matt Topham fourth, setting the fastest lap at the flag. In 3:10R land, Tom Rensinger's taken the win, Don Henshaw is second, Lewis Thompson is third, McDonald is fourth, Yates fifth, Ramore, Brooks and James Murphy only eighth. I'll work out the points for that in a little while, but certainly that has not helped James Murphy. He's effectively used up now his 2 drop scores with 2 races still to go.
And that now means that Snetterton is going to be all the more crucial. He cannot afford a bad weekend at Snetterton. He has to make it a good one and make it count. But again, even when he's down in race 1, you cannot stop John Byrne. That is now his 7th win out of 8 races, and he continues to lead the championship. And I'm pretty certain that going forwards into the next round, I'm guessing that all he needs to do is pretty much complete race number 1, and he would be effectively champion-elect. He might even have to do race number 2 at Snetterton. But Henry Heaton again with another strong 2nd place, once again being joined on the podium by Stephen Nuttall. That's a good recovery for him, and a nice silver lining for what was a tough first race. And of course Tom Rensinger, who ran away with that victory in the 3:10Rs, getting all the way through to pick up that victory, which again will put him into strong contention going into the final round at Snetterton, with James Murphy a lot of work to do, along with Greg Monks of course trying to chase, as he's also will be Lewis Thompson. I can see Andy McEwen's frantically updating his point spreadsheet to give us some kind of an indication of where they're going to sit. And as we now wait for our results to come up, I think we're also going to we're checking 3:10R results at the moment in terms of where they are. A little bit of a recovery effort going on for a couple of the cars that are around there. I think we're just waiting for the results to come up on the screen. But incredible stuff from everyone involved in that race, of course. And that's not the only Caterham race we have. Of course, we've got one more coming up, which is the non-championship race for the Caterham Academy for the Autumn Trophy. Of course, that was a fantastic battle to see, a non-championship race for both of our green and white group contenders to do that one. So I'll quickly give you the result, because I think we have 1 or 2 troubles there to get it in. But John Byrne, that man there, picks up the victory. It is from Henry Heaton and Stephen Nuttall. Matt Topham indeed did take the fastest lap of the race, with Chris Aubrey from Jake Swan-Dixon, Harry Kramer, Neil Fraser, and then Tom Grensinger, who finishes 9th overall, and indeed, of course, won the 3:10R race. Then Don Henshaw, Lewis Thompson on the podium alongside Tom Grensinger in the 3:10Rs. Then it's Graham McDonald, David Yates, then we go Chris Moore, Greg Monks, James Murphy, James Wingfield, Matt Shepherd, Harry Senior, Jeff Price, Harry Landy, Johnny Jarrett, Simon Sharrock, and Gary Curtis, and we lost from that race Gordon Sawyer, Mike Evans, Ian Payne, who didn't take the restart for whatever reason, Gary Lapidus, Chris Welch, and then it's Alan and David Tan who went off the road. Now, quickly before Andy gets down there, he has done those quick maths, and it suggests that going into the next weekend on those drop scores included, that it now means that it's still Greg Monks and Tom Grensinger who will be tied on points with 142. James Murphy's 2 points back, but now cannot drop any more scores, because effectively he's dropped to 17 points from this race and a 0. This is his worst weekend, so he will have to drop these 2. And then it's Lewis Thompson, who's on 134. So it's going to be 3 points on drop scores, so 2 points on drop scores, forgive me, between 3 drivers. A tie between Monks and Grensinger, and then it's going to be Lewis Thompson, who's back in 4th, 6 points behind James Murphy. So we'll find out exactly how John Byrne found that, and Tom Grensinger, and he's down there in the pit lane with our 2 class winners in this Caterham 7 UK and 3:10R race.
Well, fantastic racing then. The Caterham 7 UK and Caterham 3:10R championships as competitive as ever out there. It took a while to get to the end of that race, but when we did get there, it's the familiar sight of John Byrne on the top step of the podium. John, if you just want to come over here, we'll have a quick chat with you. Not a bad race. I'm sure you were rather disappointed to miss out on not only the win, but the podium in race 1. Made up for it there, though.
Yeah, the race 1 really got to me, because I didn't see the last lap board, so it was fully my mistake. I went onto that last lap, getting a nice lead, thinking, yeah, I'll just take a normal racing line, get a good drive onto the straight. And I looked to my right as I was turning in. I saw the noses; they died from miles away, as they knew it was the last lap. So fair play, they put the nose in and put me offline, put me 4th. But today I went all out for the win, and it feels awesome, really awesome.
Does it feel like these wins are getting harder to get now, though? Because people like Gordon, Henry, Ian, they're on the pace now, aren't they?
Yeah, everyone's on the pace. It's all the previous rounds was all me. I made slightly less mistakes during the race, So my time's a bit more consistent, so I could just edge out slightly, and then they start battling, then I can pull away. So this time, this track promotes closer racing, so it was full fight mode every single lap, which is awesome. I love it.
I don't know whether you've done the points calculations, but if you haven't secured the title, you should now have one hand on it. What does it mean to you to become not only the Caterham 7 UK champion, but of course it's got national status this year? It means that bit more, doesn't it?
It means an awful amount to me. I want this to be almost my stepping stone now to something bigger and better. So I'm looking for sponsorship for this year, because Motion Capital came on at the last minute to help me fund this year. Otherwise, without these guys, I wouldn't have been on the grid. So I now want to see if I can take this up and challenge the big boys.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations on the win and provisionally at least the championship for John Byrne. Now in the 310Rs, Tom Grensinger in the end had a pretty healthy margin at the end of the race, but I think that was probably the most comfortable you were for the entire day.
Yeah, definitely. John really gave me a hand with that safety car restart. I don't think the other guys were expecting it. It just enabled me to pull a big gap and just sort of maintain a healthy lead. It was definitely the easiest part of the race by far.
Yeah, the first sort of 25 minutes or so were not easy. I mean, I think at one point we had 15 or 16 drivers in that lead pack, but that's what the 310R Championship's about.
Exactly, yeah. It was just trying to stay in that top 2, top 3 area just to keep yourself thereabouts for the lead and try and keep leading across the line in case there was another red flag, really. And thanks to the Speedworks Motorsport Driver Development car with brake fluid, K&N and Belmont Camping, it just all fell together and it was a really, really solid car to drive and it was lovely.
Very quickly, your thoughts about Snetterton. We reckon 2 points in it between the top 3. It's going to be close.
It's going to be really close, but I'm going to be out there fighting as hard as ever and going to try and put myself in the best position to win it.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations then to both of our class winners there. We're going back to tin tops now, though. The Miltech Honda Civic Cup are lining up on the grid ahead of their first race of the day. The last race before lunch. So, Scott, back over to you.
Well, welcome along everybody to Donington Park for this first of 2 races to decide the fate of the 2020 Miltech Civic Cup here at Donington Park on the national circuit, where it has been quite an interesting season all the way through in this truncated calendar given all the global situation. But it now means that in this first race we could potentially crown the champion, because the man that starts on pole position for this first race, points leader Bruce Wingfield, has an opportunity here to wrap it up a race early. There is a chance he can do so, and it's going to be quite an intense battle, I'm sure, at the front, with a slightly bigger grid than normal, because we're joined by a few different cars which in this new trophy invitation class, which are going to be taking part as well, with 1 or 2 very familiar names, including a certain Lee Deegan, former overall Civic Cup champion. He gets to check it out on that instance as well. So, here's the grid then for our first of our 2 Miltech Civic Cup races. Bruce Winfield, championship leader and possible champion-elect, starts on pole alongside Alistair Camp, his main rival for the championship, in 2nd place. Max Lewis, who is 3rd in the championship, starts 3rd. Then the young George Williams, great young talent who came close, he got getting a good podium at Silverstone, starts 4th. 5th on the grid is going to be Martin Dalzell and David Buki from Ross Darlington and Paul Taylor, rounding up the top 8. And then we move down to 9th for Ben Mills, for 10th from Bradley Lane. Then we have, I think, the first of possibly our trophy class cars, John Peerless, who's going to start 11th for Jamie Tonkston, 12th. Then Paul McHugh, Oliver Barsby and Sam Barrett rounds up the 15 Civic Cup cars. John Peerless is in one of the regular Civic Cup class cars. Then we move to our brand new trophy cars, which are a little bit further back. And thought we had the line-up for them, but forgive me if not. I'll possibly look on TSL and find the information for them. But we mentioned the fact that we had these new trophy cars that were taking place. I'll give you the right or the yes. So in the trophy class cars, it's Lee Deegan, former double champion, who will start on pole position in that class, from Ryan Bensley alongside him on the front row. Then Simon Welch and Mark Hughes, followed by Mervyn Beckett and Tony Hunter, who is a regular in the track attack races, who is usually in his bright white #1 Clio, but trying something different this weekend in one of these faster cars. Now, we should explain with these new trophy cars that we've got for this weekend, there are different machines to Civic Cup cars. They're a different spec, so we'll give you a quick rundown of what's different about them. So a new trophy class for the invitation class cars here. They run a standard ECU, a bolt-in cage, standard inlet and exhaust, which is a different differential to the Civic Cup cars, with a standard glass and standard brakes. You can build one of these cars for around about £7,000 to £10,000. In terms of horsepower difference, it's a 15 horsepower difference between the Civic Cup cars and the invitation cars. The main cars have around 230 brake horsepower, whereas the invitation cars have 215 brake horsepower as well. And it's quite a frantic championship. I always call these cars mini touring cars because they sound the part, they look the part, and they're fantastic. There's some of our new invitation class cars on the grid, and they look pretty much very similar, but the one or two differences. They're a little bit more, slightly more standard spec than those cars, but even so, a nice addition to the grid for this weekend, Andy. And of course, it's a nice expanded grid. And what's the championship that, regardless of how many numbers we get and what we've seen so far, it always produces a fantastic race.
Yeah, it really does. And those invitational class cars, the trophy class cars, the plan is going into next year that will become a class within the Civic Cup. So they're kind of moving over to this maximum motorsport run championship on the BRSCC and TCR UK TCT bill. So yeah, good to see the grid expanding. Yeah, you're right, it's a really popular championship. This has been around for a number of years now. The Honda Civics, you can get a donor car, one of these Civics, for relatively little money in the grand scheme of things. Actually, what you get is a lot of bang for your buck, because as you said, once you make all of the racing modifications, they are proper little racing cars, pretty rapid, competitive lap times, very competitive racing, and that is reflected in the fact that the championship year on year goes right down to the wire, but also the races are not often won by a huge margin. So Donington Park in particular has a bit of a history of producing some really good Civic Cup racing. It's been a while since we had a dry race at Donington for these cars. I seem to recall the last couple of years at least it's been sort of monsoon conditions for this championship finals weekend. So we really get to see these cars at their full potential today.
There's also some Dunlop watches up for grabs as well, of course, from their tyre supplier. They get a watch presented to each race to the driver that in the main class that makes the most positions. It's called, I'm sure I've heard this name before, so the Dunlop Forever Forward Award. I wonder where they got that idea from. So it's the similar sort of thing as BRSCC have as well, with a different sort of point system they have for that championship. There's also a watch presented to the driver who has the best presenting car at the beginning of the meeting as well. And also one team will choose this on Saturday AM this morning, and of course I think we should have been let know who that was chosen to be. So I'm sure we'll get that info between first and second races, I'm sure, from them involved. Anyway, let's get the first of our Civic Cup races underway. The 5-second ball has gone up, so let's see if Bruce Winfield can wrap up the championship a race early. The red lights are on, they are out, and away go the Civic Cup cars for this first of two 20-minute races. Immediately jumping into the lead from pole goes Bruce Winfield. It's a good start for Alistair Camp, but he might be swamped possibly on the run down towards the turn one run by George Williams and the blue and orange car of Mac Lewis in third position. Also, we've got Simon Flo from Martin Dalzell, who sideways catches it. Paul Taylor's off into the cover. Ross Darlington goes wide as well. A couple more cars involved. As for the trophy invitation class cars, two off into the cover already, but they're starting to pick their way through. So, as we expected, as they funnel down towards the old hairpin, not a dull start for the Civic Cup cars, but they should provide a good race nonetheless. Now they're starting to get a little bit more spread out. Up the inside there looks like George Williams trying to get past Max Lewis into the old hairpin. But a frantic start, but an entertaining one nonetheless for these cars that always put on a great show.
And that will continue to be the theme, I think, over the 20 minutes. Bruce Winfield then, as you said, looking to wrap up the championship. Dave Buki's out of the race. That's a shame. A regular front runner in this category. I didn't actually see how he got stuck in the ground. He must have been involved in one of the first quarter collisions, of which I think there were a couple. And you know what's coming next. The safety car has been scrambled because Dave's car is in a slightly tricky position, but as we've hinted at a few times already today, the recovery crews at Redgate know what they're doing. They've had plenty of practice, and they should dig that car out of the gravel before too much longer. So Bruce Winfield then is going to lead the opening lap. Bruce is 4 times a winner this year out of the 6 races we've had so far. He won at Alton Park at the season opener. He won the first race at Thruxton as well, the second round, and then did the double last time at Silverstone, won both of the races there with bonus points for fastest lap. It was maximum 52 points that he took from Silverstone, and that really is what's put him out in this championship lead. That coupled with the fact that Ali Camp, who is second in the championship, had a bit of a disappointing second race at Alton Park and was off the podium in that second race up in the northwest for the one and only time actually this year, and that means that, as Scott I'm sure has told you, there are 30 points between those two arriving at Donington. Max Lewis in third though is not a million miles back. In fact, Max is joint third in the championship with Paul Taylor. just see Paul getting involved in some fisticuffs in turn 1, so that might play into the hands of the 71 car, which sits 4th place. It's Winfield that leads, then Cam 2nd, George Art Williams is 3rd, 4th place is Max Lewis, 5th place then for Dalzell, 6th for Mills, 7th lane, 8th for Tonks, Darlington is 9th, and Paul Taylor is 10th after that off that he had. Into the pit lane, I believe, according to TSL at least, has come car number 7, which is Ryan Bensley, one of the invitation class cars. The invitation or trophy class is being led by car number 32. Whoops. Hit the right thing on my laptop. Number 32 is Mervyn Beckett, who started down on the 3rd row, so he's had a good start to come through to lead the category. 2nd place in class is car number 6, which is Mark Hughes, and they are together on track a little bit further down the order. So I think that does sort of hint at the fact that it's the 5th and 4th place cars on the grid that are now 1st and 2nd in the class tells you all you need to know about what was going on in the trophy class through the first few corners. But thankfully, we've only lost one car. The safety car, of course, gives those that have been off and delayed on lap 1 the chance to close back in, and it looked as though that recovery process was nearly complete, so we should hopefully go racing again this time.
Yeah, and one driver that you should mention that's back in that trophy class is actually Lee Deegan, of course, former double champion, and of course in recent years has been not just that, but applying his craft in mini medias as well. Yeah. Of course, I was actually watching the other day the race he had when he came to almost win to rebound after a mistake. It was a couple of years ago at Thruxton when they were on the toga package. And that was quite a thrilling race, which Lee Deegan was a part of. And there's also a story I'd love for, I think it was last year's Civic Cup, where he arrived to the first meeting on 2019 at Snetterton on Saturday morning, did the practice session, put the 15-minute practice session, then went into qualifying, immediately stuck it onto pole position. And he was coming back after a year off because he'd gone off to do his championship prize, which was driving the MRF Challenge after winning the championship in 2017. Took a year off, came back in 2019 and practically dominated it and wrapped up the title pretty much before the equivalent of what was within the final meeting of the season. He pretty much did it at Silverstone and then pretty much sort of did the first race and then thought, right, I've wrapped it up now, I don't need to do it. So he's come back to give these new invitation class or trophy class cars a go to see develop them a bit and see how they feel, and he'll see if he can try and succeed and get himself into the top 3. Meanwhile, with his former fellow championship runners, it's Bruce Winfield who will get the race restarted as the safety car comes back in, and away we go once again. So on the pit straight they go with Bruce Winfield in the lead, followed by Alistair Campbell 2nd, George App Williams is 3rd, followed by Max Lewis, then Martin Dalzell, then Ben Mills. The only FN2 shape on this bit, they're all the EP3 generation car, but the FN2 car, good to see one of those back up in the 6th position, followed by then Bradley Lane, Jamie Tonks, Ross Darlington and Paul Taylor rounding out the top 10. So now we've got racing back underway. They're a little bit spread out on the restart, but hopefully should be some good battles, Andy, throughout this top 10, including this one possibly the 4th between Max Lewis and Martin Dalzell. Yeah,
Dalzell in the yellow car was on his toes at the restart. One of the only ones that was actually. Most of the rest of the field, as you said, getting a little spread out at the start. Further back, meanwhile, this looks like one of the trophy class battles, and diving up the inside there goes the 48 car. Yeah, that is Lee Deegan. That was for 3rd position in class. It's the number 6 car that he just got ahead of, and that is Mark Hughes. So Mark Hughes losing a place there. Lee Deegan, after getting delayed, I think, in that first corner, is now starting to pick his way back through towards the front of the trophy category, who did not score points this weekend, but are very much looking to try and get some winners' trophies if they can. Debut with the Miltech Civic Cup. Down into the chicane we come then. Bruce Winfield starting to get away. A race victory in this race would almost certainly wrap up the title for him. You're right, best battle is the one for 4th place between Lewis and Dalzell. Max Lewis just about staying ahead of Martin Dalzell, who didn't compete in the first couple of meetings this year. He made his debut this season, at least at Silverstone last time, and got a couple of points finishes. Nothing much to write home about. A little bit stronger inside the top 5 here today. Through Red Gate they go then. Had a change for 9th that time. Paul Taylor got himself up ahead of Ross Darlington for 9th position. But other than that, a fairly static restart. We'll wait and see how the gaps start to develop. Lee Deegan, by the way, already into the lead of the trophy class. He restarted 4th, and a lap later he's in the lead, and not just a little bit, he's over a 2nd clear as well of the rest of the pack. Mervyn Beckett's still 2nd place, but Lee Deegan has already gone.
Yeah, in fact, he'll actually, if he goes that quickly, he might actually even catch the back of the regular Civic Cup car, which would be quite ironic given he's the former champion. Switch on there for position between numbers 10 and 6, so that was Oliver Barsby, I think, getting past Paul McHugh. So no, it's not Paul McHugh, sorry. Mark Hughes, so there's a bit of a change between them. Oliver Barsby is another regular Civic Cup racer who's jumped into one of these invitation class cars, which is good, and they're riding good racing of their own, but you can tell Lee Deegan is a former double champion. He's got into the lead and said, right, see you guys, and just decided to sail off into the distance. So I think unless something dramatic happens, touch wood, I think we're not going to see him again in between these near these cars for the rest of the race, I think. So they'll carry on regardless. We've got just under 13 minutes to go, and Bruce Winfield, as you'd expect, comes across the line and continues to lead the way. Fast lap of the race has actually been taken now by George Allen Williams now. He's now back in third position. But these trophy cars certainly showing what is possible for next year in terms of an extra class. It makes it a nice little multi-class championship, which I think they have had previously in the past in previous years, but not in terms of the same sort of cars like the EP3s, mainly in terms of in between an inter-class championship. Not had that for a while at least.
No, exactly, and that is a change there for second place, I think, because it looked as though Mervyn Beckett, no, that's Oliver Barr's been covering, isn't it? So that was one of the Civic Cup cars who passed the trophy car. Yeah, it's going to become, I think, like an entry-level class within the Civic Cup. If you want to go Civic Cup racing, but you don't necessarily want to spend quite as much money doing it, then the trophy class is the place for you. We've got Dalzell ahead here, haven't we now, of Max Lewis? So Martin Dalzell into fourth place now in the number 77 car, and Max Lewis down to fifth. Now these two were only about a second and a half or so behind George Alt Williams at the start of the lap, although that gap has now gone out as a result of their continued squabbling. So Dalzell may have taken fourth position, but he's a bit further behind the podium places than he was. Bruce Winfield was slightly slower than Alistair Camp on the previous lap, but Camp now has his wing mirrors and hands full of George Alp Williams. George Alp Williams has yet to have a podium in 2020. He's already third place, and he's in the slipstream now as they come across the start-finish line. Is he close enough to have a lunge at Redgate Corner? It's so inviting to go to the inside, which he does, and that was an absolute peach of a move from George Alp Williams. He's into P2. And Alistair Camp is no slouch. He's a very experienced racer, but George made that look very, very easy. That was a brilliant move. I
was going to mention, actually, it was something you mentioned at Silverstone, that George Alp Williams, have to remind, he's only 17 years old and has a provisional licence only. He doesn't even have a full driving licence yet, and he's up there in the front of one of the fastest front-wheel drive championships at club level that is out there, and challenging for second place against two drivers, as you said, that are no strangers to this. I know exactly what they're doing. In fact, he's up to second place, and he's got through. So he's passed now, past Alistair Camp. And in fact, with the pace he's setting, he's got a realistic chance to win this if we could. But I suspect he's not going at full 10 tenths because he wants to wrap things up. He's probably going to start to come back towards them. This gap for fourth is looking still good though. Martin Dalzell managing to keep Max Lewis off again at bay, but he's still being hounded by the number 71 car behind as they head down towards the chicane once again with about 10.5 minutes to go. So top five looking pretty as though it's going to change the order in terms of the top three and then the fourth and fifth positions, but plenty of action going on particularly. And sixth place pulling away is our sole FN2 chassis Civic of Ben Mills, who's got a bit of a gap now to Paul Taylor back in seventh place.
Yeah, Taylor recovering nicely, so is Ross Darlington actually, those two working their way through the field together. George Alp Williams, another fastest lap now, 1:18.141. That was a tenth quicker than the race leader, and there was an overtake at Redgate Corner involved in that as well, so George in theory could go even quicker. And also means he's getting the bonus point for fastest lap for what it's worth. It won't make much difference to his championship, but it does stop Bruce Winfield, for example, for taking another maximum point tour. Now, this fight going on here for fourth position. Martin Dalzell got past Max Lewis relatively easily straight after the restart. I kind of thought he might pull away, but Max is well and truly staying on his boot lid as they head up towards Schwanzkirch, the left-hander, into the right-hander at McLean's. Had a look to the inside, but Dalzell saw that coming and defended the inside and actually managed to come off the corner pretty well. Similar story here between Alp Williams and Alistair Camp as well. Williams, having gone through, can't really pull away, but if Alistair Camp is sensible here, he will not really attack Alp Williams just yet. He'll wait and see if George has the pace to go after Bruce Winfield, because if he does, Alistair can just sit in his wheel tracks and follow him onto the tail of the leader, and I would say, Scott, that gap is coming down.
Yeah, the cross line last time was 1.2 seconds with George Alp Williams putting another new fast lap in the race. Cross line they go this time by, and across the line he's still quicker by 3 tenths, so the gap is coming down. It's 0.9 of a second now. Personal best for Camp, who was the fastest of the three cars in that lead group with a 1:18.2 compared to a 1:18.3 for Alp Williams and a 1:18.6 for Winfield. So I suspect that Williams has said Winfield, as I mentioned, he's not going at 100%. He simply just wants to get to the end of this race and bank the points he needs to pretty much wrap up the time of the race early. So he's not trying too hard. I'm not saying he won't defend when these two cars get in front of him. I suspect he's not pushing as hard as he feels he could do. And because he needs to, as Max Lewis has a big wiggle through the Craner curves. And thankfully with the front-wheel drive cars, the strategy if you get a slide on is simply boot the throttle and the car will sort itself out. So Max Lewis, he might be a little bit shaken off that, or I was going to use another term, probably not appropriate for a broadcast, but he probably will have frightened him a little bit, but quickly bring the front back around, and at the moment all is well. But it's cost him a couple of car lengths to Dalzell at the expense of that.
I think that will affect his confidence as well, because you'd expect those rear tyres to be up to temperature by now, so the fact that he just snapped sideways on him, I'm sure will have caught his attention. This is Paul Taylor, by the way, 7th place. He's now caught the 66 car of Ben Mills in front of him. So Paul Taylor, as we said, off at the first corner. He's about to work his way up the inside, I think, isn't he? He's got the run onto the back straight, and you would expect that shape of car to be a little bit more streamlined, and yeah, he was able to drive straight through. So Paul Taylor then into 6th position, 4.1 seconds behind the Dalzell-Lewis scrap, but he has been lapping quicker than them, so he's still got 7.5 minutes to go. He might yet challenge for a position inside the top 5. The lead gap is down to just 0.4 of a second now. George Alp-Williams with a lap that was half a second quicker than the race leader Bruce Winfield, and he's bringing Ali Camp with him. So it is 3 cars for the lead now. The top 3 starting this, the 9th lap of the race, just 8.5 tenths covering the 3. And I wouldn't bet against Alp-Williams. He's already on course for his first podium. But look at this, he's got the lead already. By the time they go out of the old hairpin, George Alp-Williams is ahead of Bruce Winfield, and Alistair Camp will now be on his toes to try and get through as well. Yeah, and he's going to do the best he can here, as he's going to try and defend the inside line from Camp. He's going to try and force you out the inside line. Well, Rob Baker's going to be watching through his hands at this too. They're both area motorsport cars, and they're almost touching wheels as they come up the inside, but Winfield, I think, in the end, will try and fight it around the outside, but Seacon will be past me thinking, I don't need to fight these guys too much. I know if I just finish and get the points I need, I'm pretty much going to seal the title anyway. So he's going to still have some fun and battle with Alistair. But now what's going to happen is see that Alistair Camp is so busy battling his area motorsport teammate. George Williams has the car in front. He is the fastest man on track. He is now just sailing away at the front of the field. And I suspect that possibly if he comes back next year, if he wins this race, we could be seeing maybe a precursor for some of the championship contenders for next year. And George, if he does carry on, certainly he's shown the pace to show he's got the potential to be one of them in 2021. Yeah, I 100% agree with that, and he's really got quicker as the year has gone on. This is already on course to be obviously his best result of the year, but compare it to the couple of races at Alton Park at the start of the year where he was struggling really to get anywhere near the top half dozen or so. Now here he is leading the race and getting away from Ali Camp in second. 0.8 of a second was the gap, but now we'll see whether Camp has the pace to go after him. There is Dalzell still ahead of Lewis, 4th and 5th. 6th is Paul Taylor, but not catching him anymore. He's actually losing time. 6 seconds is that gap. So now the closest of the battles is this one, 7th position. Oh, and sideways! Can he save it? Yes, but he's in the end going to mean a premature end to that battle, because I was about to say number 66 of Ben Mills was starting to come under some pressure from Ross Darlington, and that pressure told, didn't it, in the old hairpin? It did. I was noticing at the back of that tribune, it looks, I think possibly that Ben Mills, that MN2 Civic, possibly, oh okay, that's just possibly, I thought for a second the little rear fin on the back had been taken off, but it's obviously it's obscured by the whites of the graphics on the back of it as well, but yeah, that's tricky. They said it's not a particularly warm day in any case in stretch of imagination. Oh, and that's Paul Taylor off the road. Rally crossing his way back onto the circuit, again using, he's shot in just behind Ross Darlington. But again, it's possibly the consequence it could be of the fact that it's still a cold track out there. It's not a warm day, and neither is the circuit. So the possibility that even though you are getting tired up to temperature, the coldness of the circuit might possibly still have an effect. As still, Bruce Winfield is holding off Alistair Camp, but Alistair knows the more time he spends behind his teammate, the less time he has the remainder of the race. What is it? Some 4.25 minutes to go. Oh. No, Camp's slowing. Yeah. Camp has a problem. He's slowing at the curve, so unfortunately, his charge, I'm afraid, Andy, is coming to absolutely nothing, and he's quickly onto the grass to try and park it up quickly enough. And that's a real shame, and I'm afraid what that will mean, if it wasn't almost guaranteed by the end of this race, I'm afraid that looks as though it is definitely now game, set and match Winfield for the championship. Yeah, this might have an effect on Alistair Camp's second place in the points, although Max Lewis is, well, he's doing Herrick third now, isn't he? Yes, because he's back ahead of Dalzell, so that was a really important lap there, and the championship may be over as far as Winfield versus Camp, but Camp versus Lewis is game on for second place now, because Lewis gains a position just as Alistair Camp pulls off to retire. So Winfield had got himself ahead of Alistair Camp. In fact, they were 1/1000th of a second apart at the line, but then obviously Camp's car was starting to run into some sort of mechanical issues, clearly. So that means that George Williams now has an uncontested lead. Bruce Winfield will be, I think, fairly content to settle for second. It really is now a question of who's going to join them on the podium and what that means for the championship standings. Max Lewis goes third, Dalzell fourth, and Ross Darlington will be up to 5th place. I tell you what, Ross Darlington will be sitting there thinking, do you know what, this racing business is dead easy. I just stay on the track and everyone else throws themselves off in front of me. That's 3 places he's gained in a lap and a half, and he's not had to actually execute an overtake for any one of them. He's really looked in.
How ironic would it be if he picks up the Dunlop Forever Forward for this race, but even not actually having to pass anyone on track, he gets a free watch for almost for nothing in many cases. He doesn't have to pass anyone, so that'd be quite ironic if we calculate that, and he has actually been able to do it. So that's quite an interesting thing to watch out for. I thought for a second I saw Max Lewis, I think possibly this message for something from Martin Dalzell, because he's pulled a couple of car lengths now on Martin Dalzell for 3rd and 4th. So Max Lewis momentarily looks like getting away from Martin Dalzell, and possibly, if he's got the pace to do so, continuing on. We should remind as well that George Alp Williams, he hasn't yet won a race in this championship yet. He came close, I think he was on the road at least in 3rd place at Silverstone. I think he possibly had to then got pushed back because of a penalty of some kind. So George Alp Williams, not only will it be actually his first proper podium, but also we could be looking at his first ever win if he carries on with about roughly 2.5 minutes to go. And as we say, Bruce Wingfield, I think at the moment he's pretty much just in safety bring it home mode and using enough pace to keep all the pace that he needs to, rather than he has, to just bank the points and pretty much seal up the compact Civic Cup title with 1 race to go. When you've got Championship Cup at the end of it, but it's alliteration CC. Combat Cup comes to mind, but Civic Cup just as entertaining and just as competitive, and I think with roughly a couple of laps to go, the championship title fate is pretty much almost just about settled.
Yeah, I can see on on screen we can see a move being made there into the old hair. Oh, that's a lap there. George Alp Williams putting a lap on the 64 car, one of the trophy cars. That is Tony Hunter. But I can also see on the spreadsheet that I've got in front of me, that thankfully someone else is updating, that as things stand, Bruce Wingfield would be the champion, and Max Lewis would move into 2nd place ahead of Alistair Camp. Now, what I don't know is if that counts the drop score, so I'll try and get some clarification from Connor Jackson on that in the lunch break, which comes up shortly, but certainly it's going to be tight for 2nd.
Just noticed Bruce Wingfield is on the tail of George Alp Williams again now. He's actually caught him up again, so whether or not Bruce was sitting back and thinking, right, now I'm not actually unchallenged for anything else, maybe I can go for the victory and take the championship in style here. But either way, either George Alp Williams' pace has fallen away and possibly lost a bit from flapping that back marker, and Bruce Wingfield has just woken up again in the last couple of laps. But with a minute or so to go, this race isn't over yet. I thought George Alp Williams had the pace to pull away, but Bruce certainly, with a pace he has in reserve, was thought, right, roll my sleeves up. Best to go and win the race now, shouldn't I? And he's probably going to go for it now with a minute left. So this is the last lap of the race now. So I think he's probably thinking, I want to get the glory moment, but whether we can get past Alp Williams down this last lap, if he's got the pace to do it, let's find out.
Paul Taylor, I notice, is back into 5th now, ahead of Ross Darlington, so Ross will be hoping he makes another mistake. Ross also being caught actually again now by Ben Mills in that number 66 car, so this battle is going to rage right down to the wire. But yeah, you're absolutely right, closer than ever between the leading 2. I made the mistake about a minute ago of writing down who the race winner was going to be, who I was going to be interviewing in a moment. I knew that was a mistake, because in motorsport you can never ever predict anything too soon. Always the potential for things to change. Battle here on screen, the trophy car, that is of Bensley, who's just gone a lap down, I think, to one of the Miltech Civic Cup runners, but trying to pick out the race leaders, George Alp Williams and Bruce Winfield, who will very shortly be heading towards the end of the lap. There they are. George Alp Williams is getting away again now, actually. George, you don't have to scribble out your name on the piece of paper in front of me, because it does look as though he is at long last going to get that first victory. He had to work hard for it, though. Started the race, did George, from 4th on the grid, but he is going to take the checkered flag.
So there it is then, 17-year-old George Alp Williams takes his first victory, but effectively what that also does in 2nd place is Bruce Winfield looks to be the provisional 2020 Miltech Civic Cup champion with a round to spare. So congratulations to Bruce provisionally. We'll say provisionally because it's not 100% official yet, but we have to be careful to declare that or not. So it is George Alp Williams with that first win. It's 2nd place for Winfield, and provisionally it seems the title. And for 3rd place, it looks so it is going to be Max Lewis, who's done an incredible job. 4th should go to Martin Dalzell, and 5th to Ross Darlington in the top 5. But that is good. So just getting an update here. Oh, forgive me, I'll correct myself. There is 21 points between Winfield and Camp on drop score, so he's not quite the champ just yet. That's why we said provisionally, because Stu Lane was checking these things. So he's not quite the champion yet, but he's getting there. So looks as though he is almost there. So forgive us for getting a little bit too premature there. We've still got 1 race to go to settle it. But for George Alp Williams, that's going to be a special moment. Not only his first proper podium, but also his first victory. He will certainly be saving that for a long, long time. And he's only 17 years old, so he may well be a tin top star of the future. So watch out for this one. And certainly if he carries on for next year, it is 2021. Certainly it's a driver to watch out for. So, as they come back around, and it will be interviews for the top 3 from Andy McEwen. Let's give you the result then. So, it is victories, we said, for George Williams. Second place, and Bruce Winfield, who still has one more race to go, it turns out. Thanks for the correction on that. Stu Lane for the points in second place. Third place for Max Lewis. Fourth for Martin Dalzell. Fifth for Paul Taylor. Sixth for Ross Darlington. Ben Mills in seventh place. Bradley Lane is 8th from John Peerless in 9th. And Oliver Barsby rounds out the top 10. In the 11th place overall, and winner of the invitation class is Lee Deegan, who won quite a canter, in fact. Next is Paul McHugh in the next Civic Cup car, 11th in that class. Then it's Mervyn Beckett from Mark Hughes, and then it is Tony Hunter. And then we sadly lost from those races. We lost Alistair Camp, we lost Jamie Tonks, who was in the pit lane with a problem. We also lost 2 of our invitation cars, being Ryan Bentley and Simon Welch, and also David Buki, who was off in the gravel trap at the opening corner. So that concludes the first part of today's racing at the moment. We're going to have the interviews, of course, with Andy Down with the top 3, with, of course, George Alp Williams, Bruce Winfield and Max Lewis. Of course, then we go into the lunch break before we get the first of our 2 races for our main event of the weekend, which is, of course, the final rounds of the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy featuring TCR UK and the Volkswagen Racing Cup. We've got champions to crown there, but we've got 2 more races to decide who those are going to be. They're coming up after the lunch break. So, before we do that, we should be heading down to the Andy very shortly in the pit lane. And when we do, we'll be able to see what George Williams thought of that victory.
10 minutes to 1:50 for the TCR UK Dunlop Touring Car Trophy.
So you can just see the cars in the middle of the shot. So the cars not in the top 3 heading into the assembly area, the Parc Fermé area, forgive me, after that race. And of course, the order of that, I think it's a slightly partially reversed grid for the race 2. So basically, it's the result from race 1 with a partially reversed front view cars on the grid. So a bit of a mix-up for the final race. And as we say, just to give you a run through quickly of this afternoon's timetable for after lunch, so we've got the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy race at around about 10 to 2. We've got then a bit of a break because we have a qualifying session for one of our last races of the day, the Club Sport Trophy. Then we've got our Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy race, which is the non-championship race for the green and white group drivers together to graduate from the academy in style. Then we have the second of the Fiesta Junior Championship races coming up after that. Then we have the last race of the season for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy with TCR UK and VW Cup. Then the second race for the Miltech Civic Cup. Then the last race of the day is the 45-minute pit stop race for the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy. So we're ready for the interviews. Let's head down to Andy to have a chat with our top 3, including first-time race winner George Alp Williams.
That's the first race of the day for the Miltech Cup then, and what a great deal with George.
Well, apologies there, we're having 1 or 2 issues with our pit lane camera just down there with that one. We could hear Andy McEwen, but it was a bit of a stuttery picture in terms of being able to see him. So hopefully when we've got that quickly sorted out, we'll be able to have a chat with our top 3 from the Miltech Civic Cup. As we said, George Alp Williams, his first win at just 17 years old, hasn't even got a driving licence yet. And of course, Bruce Winfield, who again, we would think he might have had the champion wrapped up, but according to the information I've been given, which I appreciate the correction on that from Stu Lane, 21 points between Bruce Winfield and Alistair Camp, so it's not done just yet. So I think, unfortunately, because we have 1 or 2. So I think we're going to try down once again in the pit lane. So we'll have a throw back to Andy in the pit lane, who can hopefully have a chat to our top 3, including our first-time winner, George Alp Williams, in the pit lane.
Williams now. Bruce was second. Where's Bruce Winfield got to? Here he is. Bruce, over here, mate. Let's have a chat with you because you're second in the race. You'd not quite wrapped the championship up. I think you need another point in race number 2, but you've got. What it is? So I'm told reliably. Right. 1 hand on the trophy there. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, that was hard work. Yeah, no, it's good. We got out at the front, obviously, and then I got a bit of a gap, and then halfway through the race, I had a few brake issues, but so yeah, obviously allowed him to catch up with me. Yeah, if I need another point, then let's see how we get on the next race.
I can always hear a bit of tension in your voice, although it's almost wrapped up. There's always that niggling doubt, isn't there?
Well, it's not, is it? If that's the case, we've got 1 more point left. It's not wrapped up yet, so obviously, yeah, see how we got on in a bit. The next race is shorter, so obviously 5 minutes less. This was a 20-minute race. Next one's only 15, so therefore we shouldn't have
issues with the brakes, hopefully in the next one. But yeah, we'll see how we get on.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Best of luck for that final race later on. Is Max around? Max Lewis was third. Yeah, Max, over here, let's have a quick chat with you before we wrap up the podium here for the Miltech Civic Cup. A strong third place, and you've actually got a shot at second in the championship now, haven't you?
I suppose I have. I think Alistair had a bit of bad luck, so I don't know quite what went on there, but yeah, there's another race to go yet, which a lot can happen.
A great battle that you had there as well with for the what ended up being a podium fight. Yeah, you were ahead, then he got you back, and then you finally made it stick.
To be honest, the car was a little bit loose to start with. I was a bit struggling early stages, and then once it warmed up, I was all right. Then I found a bit of pace, a bit late on really, but there we go.
Well, great podium anyway, and reverse grid now for race 2. What are your thoughts on that?
See what happens. As I said, because the track's so cold, it's a bit sketchy to start with. You just got to keep it tidy and hope for the best, really.
Well, congratulations. Third place then for Max Lewis. Lee Deegan is here, actually. We'll have a quick chat with Lee, shall we, because he won the trophy class. You didn't make it easy for yourself. You never do you?
No, I mean, I got a cracking start. The Civic Cup cars, the back end of the pack, sort of bottlenecked into the first corner. And we come through at such a pace, and two collected each other. And I was faced with two cars facing me, and I was like, there's only one way I'm getting out there, to go through the gravel. So I had to put it through the gravel. Obviously, I think I was pretty much at the back of the pack then, and then made a really good restart on the safety car, and managed to pit one into the first corner, and then just sent it up the inside a few times.
Just like that. Now, someone who has experience in the proper Civic Cup cars, how do these Trophy Cup class cars compare? I'm kind of seeing it as a nice entry level to Civic Cup. Is that how you describe it?
Yeah, that's right. You can feel the difference. That's my old car, so it's nice to see it back on the top spot. Grip-wise, there's a bit less grip. The suspension's slightly different. It's very similar to a Cup car. It's the power band, really. These have the production cars have about 1,000 revs less, and if you drop lower, obviously you're losing VTEC, so you've got to stay in that fine margin and not touch the limiter. So that's quite hard. Probably 2 more gear changes a lap than the higher class, but it's just challenging. The driver really has to find the grip, which is good, and I think it is a class that will really take off next year.
Well, fingers crossed, and great to see you out there again. Good to have you back in the championship.
Yeah, and cracking championship, and I'm happy to be back in the paddock. It's really good paddock to be in, and who knows, you might see me back in next year.
We can't keep you away, can we? Well done, Lee. Congratulations then on the trophy class win. That wraps up the morning's entertainment then here from Donington Park. But there's an afternoon full of racing still to go, including those final 2 rounds of the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. Scott, it's been a great morning. It's going to be an even better afternoon, I think.
Yeah, can't disagree with that. Thank you, Andy. Well done to our top 3 in the main championship and that one. So we are heading into a lunch break, but before we do that, we've got a very quick promotional video for one of the latest conceptions from the BRSCC, because over the off-season and during the extended period, the newest series to launch for the club was put together, and that is the Great Little City Car Cup. You may have seen glimpses of it at Scrabble Park and also at Silverstone, racing with the Club Sport Trophy. They get their own first standalone race in a couple of weeks' time at Croft. If you're intrigued in thinking what is the City Car Cup and what it's all about, there's a short little promotional video to show you exactly what it is, so enjoy this. We'll see you after lunch for the first of our 2 Dunlop Touring Car Trophy TCR UK and VW races, which kicks off the afternoon's action. So enjoy the City Car promo, and we'll see you after lunch.
Final 2 rounds of the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, 2 races to decide the outcome of the championship, and it couldn't be much closer. Yesterday's race was won by this man, Henry Neal, who starts on pole position for race 2, and he therefore has an 8-point margin over Lewis Kent, who is the TCR leader coming into these final couple of races. It's going to be incredibly tight. The battling yesterday was especially intense. We've got a few new drivers on the grid as well, a few returning faces. Sam Osborne making the move across from the British Touring Car Championship is going to be one to watch for sure. He was in the podium battle yesterday. As you can see behind me, the grid is being cleared because we're not that far away from getting the race underway. It's going to be a fascinating battle list between Henry and Lewis at the front of the field. Lewis, already the TCR champion, but he won't be happy if he can't win the Touring Car Trophy. He's been trying, remember, for 3 years for success in this category. He really wants to go out on top. As the engines are firing up behind me then, it is almost time to go racing. Scott Woodwiss is up in the commentary box for you. Scott, this is going to be a good one.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Andy. Welcome along, everyone, to this second race of the weekend for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, featuring TCR UK and indeed the Volkswagen Racing Cup. It's been a pretty intense season, even if a bit of a slightly truncated one than we would have expected. But nonetheless, it is going to be an exciting battle, particularly at the front, between the 2 cars right at the front of the field, finishing first and second yesterday. They are the 2 main contenders in the overall Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. Henry Neal for Team Dynamics in the Honda Civic Type R, and Lewis Kent in the Hyundai i30N TCR. I know that Andy's making a bit of a mad dash back up to the comm box here, so the cars will be heading around onto what will be their formation lap. We'll be able to give you the grid of who is where. In fact, we've got the grid in front of us here. So, based on yesterday's result, this is how they line up. It's Henry Neal, yesterday's race winner and championship leader in the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, who will start on pole position. Lewis Kent, who effectively is the top TCR driver of the season, he is going to start alongside him on the front row. There'll be another battle royale between them for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy title. Third on the grid should be Max Hart after he finished third, and fourth should be Darrell Wilson in the Vauxhall Astra TCR. Fifth is Mark Wakefield, who's been promoted again from VW Cup. He's one of the 2 Maximum Motorsports Cupras. Alongside him is Jeff Alden, making his debut in the championship in the Matrix Motorsport run on the Civic. There's Sam Osborne, a BTCC current racer in one of the 2 PMR Cupras. Alongside him is his teammate Will Butler, another promotee from Volkswagen Racing Cup. And then Tim Docker, who I was hoping was going to be on the grid, but sadly due to contact yesterday doesn't appear to have made it. So we then go back to our VW Cup cars, a little bit further back, which should see, I believe, looks like it's Bradley Kent who will start on pole position for that race. Bradley Kent, alongside him is going to be Howard Fuller, one of the 2 drivers from Team Hard. Good to see Howard back on the grid once again. Andy Wilmot, another former BTCC man in the second Team Hard Volkswagen Golf. And we have Josh Coggan, who is starting fourth on that. Then we have the 2 debtors, Martin and Jack. It was Jack who won yesterday's first race of the Champions Cup, so it looks like the top 6 returns from that first race on that grid. Then it's 7th place for Paul Ivans, next to Ross and Joyce, back of the grid, hoping to try and salvage something from what's been a pretty tricky couple of the weekend so far, is Richard Gilbert, who came into the weekend leading the points in the VW Cup, but after trouble yesterday, Andy, wasn't the best way to start his weekend, particularly when he had contact, and not on purpose. He kind of he tagged the spinning Tim Docker. He had nowhere to go, and after a pretty awful week at Silverstone, his fortunes just didn't get any better yesterday.
Yeah, he wasn't the only one in strife yesterday. It was a pretty bruising affair, that opening race of the weekend. They overall touring car-ish, didn't they, really? But that is what the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy is all about. Close, hard racing. I believe there were a few words exchanged between Andy Holly, our senior clerk of the course, and the drivers that were involved in some of the fisticuff yesterday. So hopefully we get more of the great racing, but a bit less of the trading of paint. Fascinating battle this, isn't it, between Henry Neal and Lewis Kent. Both of them stalwarts of the series. Lewis, of course, in his 3rd year racing that TCR Hyundai, and finally appears to have wrapped up the TCR element of the championship, but he really wants to win the TCT part as well. He wants to beat Henry Neal. Neal has 1 more race victory than Lewis this year, and that is ultimately what's given him this 8-point cushion. But with 2 races to go and still over 50 points available, you wouldn't bet against Lewis mounting a bit of a fight back. That Hyundai works really well around Donington Park. It's got good straight line speed, it's good through the medium speed corners, and they're together again on the front row of the grid. It's going to be a great race.
I think I heard it was either from you or from Chaz Drake on one of the previous weekends, but there was something which was a long-standing problem that was fixed on Lewis Kent's car, which was that he was finding out why the car was handling strangely, because he found that the brake bias switch of the sticker found that the Hyundai themselves actually, by mistake, it was a complete mistake, had applied it the wrong way round. So he was critically in the setting up the brake wires in the wrong direction. So they've found that out, recognised it. And ever since then, the car has been working pretty much like a charm. It's been working as it should do. It's just a case that he's having to be chasing this man, of course, who's the only non-TCR car on the field on the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy grid. That being the X-Works Team Dynamics car, still run by Team Dynamics, of course, being driven for Henry. I know his brother Neil, and of course both being son of 3 times BTCC champion Matt Neil, also raced here last year in one of the current spec NGTC FK2 shaped Civics at the end of the season, because Henry's had that full campaign and the delivery that's pretty much identical to that which you see in the BTCC. So it was a pretty frantic battle, but it was more to the benefit of Henry Neil, who just sailed out in front yesterday. Lewis got caught up behind Max Hart in that battle, couldn't quite get past him all that well. But I think as the last couple of cars line up, if it was intense yesterday with more of a title on the line today, I think it's going to be even more intense. Of course, you are the Master of Ceremonies for TCR, so Andy, all yours.
Yeah, here we go then. It's finals day again in the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. 2 races to go, 8 points between them, and they share the front row of the grid. The red lights go on, the revs start to rise. Off they go, and it's a terrible start made by Henry Neil. It's Max Hart that pokes through the middle and goes from 3rd to 1st straight away. Brilliant start by the young Irish star. Lewis Kent slots into 2nd, and Henry Neil will have to fend off Terrell Wilson for 3rd place. Into Redgate they go for the first time. Hart then with the advantage in the Cooper, and Lewis Kent in 2nd position. The VW Racing Cup, of course, also forming part of the grid. They had some intense racing in yesterday's encounter. It looks like that might be Howard Fuller, who has come through to a front position on the early stages, but it's Hart that leads the way down into the old hairpin. Now Lewis Kent has a golden opportunity here to try and take some points out of Henry Neil. Wilson is sideways there, and that could have been Mark Wakefield, I think, trying to get up the inside and coming off the corner. Sadly, the number 19 of Jeff Holden is going a little bit slowly. That's the Honda Civic. The game is on for the race lead, though. Max Hart defending first position into McLean's corner. Lewis Kent needs to attack, and he needs to attack now. He knows he's got the ultimate pace to pass Max Hart and get away. He needs to do it, though, Scott, before Henry Neil arrives on his tail.
You must feel, though, it's deja vu for yesterday, because he spent practically 2/3 of the race stuck behind Max Hart, able to get through. It was only when Sam Osborne got onto the tail of him, but it was a possible opportunity for him to try and get through. I think the fast starting car that was trying to get up the inside was possibly the other PMR trade price cars, Cooper and Will Butler, who's had a good start from the 3rd row of the grid. But again, this is pretty much as it was yesterday. Max Hart leading a frustrated Lewis Kent, maybe not too much frustrated, it's only the first lap, but Henry Neil with good pace in that NGTC Honda Civic in 3rd. It's Sam Osborne, of course, getting a taste of TCR for the first time this weekend in 4th, and in 5th place now, 5th place is actually now Mark Wakefield. So that battle up to 67th as Max Hart runs a little wide on the exit of Redgate, and Henry Neil has brought that gap in from the first lap and gone through. The VW Cup cars are coming through. It's actually now Andy Wilmot's gone to the lead from Josh Coggan and Howard Fuller in 3rd place, and Bradley Kent is up to 4th after he started back on the reverse grid pole with the top 6 from yesterday's result first for race number 2.
Yeah, there go the VW Cup front runners then. Wilmot leading the way. Josh Coggan it is who was trying to get up the inside there in the green Golf, going down into the old hairpin. Battle on for the race lead. They're all starting to bunch together here, aren't they? Max Hart is driving defensively. That's backing Lewis Kent up into his championship rival Henry Neil. And then Sam Osborne, British touring car star in that Cooper, the number 77 car. Brilliant looking car that is. It's been driven by a few different drivers this year, but Sam Osborne is really getting the best out of it. 4 cars fighting for the lead. 3 different makes of car represented in this battle. Cooper from Hyundai, from Honda, and then another Cooper, and Henry Neil is looking up the inside of Lewis Kent. He's done more than that. He's going through on the inside of Lewis Kent into 2nd place, and that makes a big difference as far as the championship is concerned, especially if Sam Osborne could get past Lewis as well. He gets the Cooper alongside as they flash past our commentary position into Redgate corner. Lewis is not going to like that. He's late on the brakes. He gets back into the right-hander at Redgate corner ahead, but this is not the battle that Lewis Kent needs or wants to be having. Sadly, Jeff Holden, his only battle is to get to the finish of the race, and it's not going to happen this time, unfortunately. The Honda Civic out of the race with what looks like a mechanical problem.
Like he brought up against the tyre man more than anything else. It's like he had a spin yesterday's first race to put him into the gravel. It looks like any problems he had after that, he was limping around. So what a great weekend for Jeff Holden, who's transitioned up from the BW Cup into that TCR car. It's an ex-Nick Halstead car run by Fox Motorsport, but now it's Matrix Motorsport running with a little bit of help, I think, from possibly Stu Lyons giving some assistance there, I think. Now for the VW Cup lead, it's now a Team Hard sandwich between Andy Wilmot and Howard Fuller, and in the middle of it is Josh Coggan. So it's now 3 different goals, but it's the two more traditional looking Golfs, as you see Andy Wilmot thumping the curve through McLean's, but it's Richie Gilbert, Josh Coggan. You hear Richie Gilbert run those pair of JM Racing Volkswagen Golfs that have it's very much a TCR style body kit on that car, which looks pretty much the part. So if you get confused thinking, why is that TCR Golf in there in mixed VW Cup cars? It's not. It's a regular VW Cup car with a Golf with a TCR body kit on it to make it a little bit more like a touring car. It does look the part in many cases. Josh Coggan ran that similar body kit last year. The top four in the touring car trophy ranks is still unchanged. Still Neil, then Hart from Neil, from Kent, and then from Osborne. Looks like third and fourth are close back in the top two. Now we come back to our battling VW Cup cars, and in fourth place now looks to be yesterday's race winner Jack Depper, who has squeezed up the order into fourth position now. He's up there, Jack Depper ahead of his father Martin. Bradley Kent's down to sixth, and one car went off wide somewhere. That's William Butler's off the road. That's the second of the PMR Trade Price cars. Good spot on that. A plume of gravel smoke, and for whatever reason, Will Butler, he's off the road. It looks like he's done that relatively recently.
Yeah, I saw the car hit the barriers off in the distance. I think it just got on the dirt, and as he tried to rejoin, the car kind of snapped sideways and went into the wall. Oops, Bradley Kent there, running a little bit wide. It's not just the TCT Championship battle we need to worry about here. The VW Cup is pretty tight. Andy Wilmot only 10 points ahead of Bradley Kent, and there's a sideways Josh Coggan from second place in the VW Racing Cup. He's off at McLean's. He's going to lose second position to Jack Depper. Jack Depper is ahead of Howard Fuller now. So Depper goes second, son of former British touring car racer Martin, and then Howard Fuller, former TCR UK podium finisher, moves into a VW Racing Cup podium now. So that was a big mistake for Josh Coggan. I was about to say Andy Wilmot has a 10-point lead over Bradley Kent in the VW Cup. It's Wilmot that leads the class at the moment. Bradley Kent is deep in the order, not really on the pace in the Scirocco this weekend, so it could be that Wilmot, if he can win this race, will have a pretty handy points advantage going into race 3.
Yeah, I wonder if possibly wherever Will Butler's car is, if it's going to prompt anything in terms of maybe a safety car. He's quite up against the barriers in terms of where it is, so that might be a factor. Here's a battle going on between Mark Wakefield and the second of the two Maxim Motorsport run Honda Civic Cupras. He's battling away with the evergreen green Vauxhall Astra TCR car, Darrell Wilson, the other car that's been in the championship, like Lewis Kent since 2018, and certainly been one of the stalwarts of the championship throughout the last couple of years since it started. So this top four looked pretty static pace-wise in terms of where they are. Actually, Sam Osborne set the fastest lap of the race last time by, but it was personal best for everyone in the top four. Just happened to be out of those four personal bests, Andy. It was Osborne who was the quickest. So even though they're in this order, I wouldn't say that Max Hart's definitely not getting away, but at the same time, Henry Neal maybe needs to find a bit more pace, because if he is closing in, it's only by chipping away a couple of tenths per lap, and he's still got the immediate threat of both Lewis Kent and Sam Osborne behind. So I think by no stretch of the imagination, with still 13 and a half minutes to go, this race definitely isn't over here. These top four cars are still definitely in contention for any one of them to take the race victory. Yeah,
Henry Neal set the fastest lap that time around, a 1 minute 11.111. All of the ones, that does my OCD the world of good. 0.6 of a second behind the race leader. But of course, right now, second place for Henry Neal is great. He's taking 3 points out of Lewis Kent. He can have a double-figure championship lead going into race 3. As soon as he catches Max Hart, Max is going to defend. That's going to slow them both down. It's going to back them up into Lewis Kent. In a way, Henry doesn't need to apply the pressure to Max Hart, but I don't think he's going to be thinking like that, because he also knows that if he can get the lead away from Max, that's 7 more championship points than if he finishes in second place. So I don't think he's going to stay where he is for long. In VW Cup, by the way, Jack Depper has taken the lead. Look, the black Scirocco, number 33, is ahead of number 21, Andy Wilmot, and number 65, Howard Fuller. These are the top 3 in the class, and that takes a few points away now from Andy Wilmot. He drops from first in class down to second. He still, though, is ahead of his championship rival, Bradley Kent. Yeah, it's good to see Team Hart back in the championship. Of course, these two really nicely prepared golfers. We saw them at the start of the season with Ollie Brown at the wheel of his. Of course, he was getting ready for his run into the touring car championship. TCT, of course, he's having to take some of the recent rounds off due to a skull fracture he had in one of his ribs or something at Alton Park after an accident, so hopefully we're getting back on track. But it was crazy. He went through that whole process of getting all the license signatures he needed in about, 4 or 5 weeks, which is a bit of a whirlwind sort of performance for him to get himself into the touring car grid from having taught cars at Palmer Sport for ages. But this is pretty crucial now, because of course this is what's also crucial now, looking back at it as we switch to the leaders. Top four all together again. Lewis Kent's looking up the inside, he's sideways over the curve at McLean's. He's going to be wide, but he's going to try and force himself alongside Henry Neal on the sprint towards Coppice. Closes the door, goes back up the inside over the curve. It's contact. The two champions touch, and wide goes Henry Neal, but he keeps the throttle in. Now though, the loss of momentum gives Sam Osborne the chance to get himself up the inside in third place. We know how quick he is, how quick that Cooper is, down towards the turn 1. Apart from all of that, Max Hart now has a bit of breathing space
race now as everyone else behind is fighting over second, third and fourth, and Sam Osborne, who's in the background, has got past Lewis Kent, so it's all changed again, but not in Lewis Kent's favour.
Yeah, but I think this is going to keep happening. That all started because of exactly what I predicted a few laps ago. Henry Neal caught Max Hart, Max started watching his mirrors, and it slows them all down. Now Henry Neal has no pressure from Sam Osborne, he should be able to catch Max Hart again, and will rinse and repeat the same process again. So, although things have calmed down a bit now, I do think there is the potential for a bit more chopping and changing here before the end of the race. Hart then leads the way in, I believe, the car that James Turkington drove to the TCR UK Championship here 12 minutes ago. Second place, Henry Neal. Third place now is Sam Osborne then, and Bradley Kent in, Lewis Kent, excuse me, in fourth place. Bradley Kent, of course, running in the VW Racing Cup, and those leaders coming across the start-finish line now. That is the fight going on for fourth place. Josh Coggan, after his run through the gravel at McLean, seems to be struggling now, and Martin Depper, the father of the VW Cup race leader, Jack, is about to move into fourth place, I think. Josh Coggan has something to say about that, tries to get back on the inside and succeeds in doing so. There's a little bit of damage to the rear diffuser, isn't there, from that run through the gravel. I don't think that's slowing him down massively, but there's no doubt that car is not as quick now as it was before he went off.
No, definitely not, and it's actually showing possibly through the faster corners here as Martin Depper has the pace advantage and the grip advantage and slots through into fourth position. So now it's Depper's first and four, whilst the two Team Hard cars are second and third. Just now, looking out of our commentary box window, that gap between the top four and the touring cars has closed up even more now as we continue to watch Josh Coggan possibly having a bit more of a chance to keep up with Martin Depper, but now he's got some clear space. He might want to try and start to close in on the two Team Hard cars in front, because Andy Wilmot at the moment is going with Jack Depper. It's Howard Fuller that's being left behind in third place. Possibly, if he's not careful, he starts to continue losing pace in clear air. Martin Depper, who's got past Josh Coggan now, and really starting to pull away, you can see it visibly, could have an advantage here. So Josh Coggan, of course, having the problem. Meanwhile, a problem for Max Hart again, because Henry Neal is back on his tail, exactly as you predicted. They're going to start concentrating up because Sam Osborne's caught Henry Neal, who has caught Max Hart, is looking one way then the other. Max Hart, he's not the championship hub, but he doesn't care. He's going to try and defend to get his first touring car trophy race win. He's come third in every single race. He wants to go at least a step higher if he can, but Henry Neal has something to say about that. He's come up the inside line. They're going to be banging panels on the run down towards it. Henry Neal's on the grass. He kept his foot in his side, but he's on the front towards the chicane, but somehow he keeps his foot in and ends up side by side with his championship rival Lewis Kent. They're side by side into the chicane, but Niels holds on to third. So now it's a Cooper 1-2. Sam Osborne up to second place, but Max Hart is defending for his life because he knows if he holds on, he can get his first touring car win.
I know it looks as though this is working out nicely for Henry Neal because he's staying ahead of his rival Lewis Kent, but actually he's in the hardest position because, as you said, he's going up against two drivers ahead of him now in those Coopers, Max Hart and Sam Osborne, who don't care one bit about the championship fight. Henry wants to get ahead of them, not only to score the points, but also to get some distance on this battle and have a slightly easier run to the flag. Lewis Kent is on the inside, is he into the old hairpin? Snatches a break, takes to the curb as much to avoid hitting the Honda, I think, as anything else. But yeah, Henry is being goaded into a fight that he doesn't need to be in, but he's got no choice. He can't back off, he's got to try and go forward. That is his only chance to get to safety. Max Hart locks up at McLean's, runs out wide, Sam Osborne's through on the inside. Now can Henry Neal get through? No! Max Hart stubbornly defends the inside into Coppice corner. Neal goes to the outside. This could be Lewis Kent's next opportunity even to get up the inside. There is a stationary Golf there. Is that Coggan maybe? We'll get to that in a moment. That very nearly caught out this lead group as they head towards the chicane. Osborne has the lead. Henry Neal was at the inside of Max Hart for second. Has he gone through? Yes, he has, and he gets a car between himself and Lewis Kent as well. And now the onus is on the Hyundai to try and come through as well.
I think the car stopped. It was either Josh Coggan or Richard Gilbert, because if Richard managed to get out, Richard Gilbert is showing a stop on the circuit, so that's a crucial thing. He was at one point going to Silverstone, the championship leader, so that's a disaster for him. It's not been 2-4 weekends on the trot for him. Lewis Kent, meanwhile, and actually, no, is it Josh? No, it is Richard Gilbert's car. I got confused by the number on there. In fact, it's number 12 that was on there. So no, it's Josh Coggan's car stopped. Yeah. No, forgive me, I've acknowledged that. So Richard Gilbert has stopped already. So I apologise. They're two very similar coloured cars, but the numbers 2 and 12. So Josh Coggan, then, he was. Whether it must have been the damage from when he ran off on the exit McLean's through the gravel track, whatever it was, because he was being dropped by Martin Depper soon after he passed it. So that was a crucial thing. Now the TCR runners have got a chance to possibly put a lap on Paul Ivans. And now we look back to our safety car's been deployed, in fact. So safety car is out there, and that's for obvious reasons because Josh Coggan's car is in a dangerous position. It's on the inside of the track, but even so, it still has to be recovered.
Yes. Now, I would question whether there were yellow flags out at the point at which all those places were changing amongst Henry Neal, Lewis Kent, Sam Osborne, up at Coppice Court. I mean, surely there was a car stopped in the middle of the road, and I did think for a moment Henry Neal was going to hit it. Now Henry Neal was on the inside going past Max Hart. Did he pass him under yellow flags? Discuss, everybody. I'm not sure, but that I'm sure will be discussed in race control as we speak. They'll be looking back over the footage to try and figure out if that was a legal pass. The safety car then comes out. We've got 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go. We should get a couple of laps in after this. In VW Cup, Jack Depper still leads. Look, black and yellow, number 33, Scirocco. Andy Wilmot second. As things stand in the VW Racing Cup, Wilmot's second place is not quite enough to wrap up the title. He would be 18 points clear of Bradley Kent, who is fifth at the moment, and there would still be lots more points than that available. You get 40 points, I think, for a race win in VW Cup, 44 points for a race win, so that absolutely is going down to the last race. In the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, as it stands, Henry Neal is second, Lewis Kent is fourth. That means there would be an 11-point lead. Has that been updated? No, it hasn't. It hasn't been updated. Henry Neal would have 18. Let me just change that myself. 18, and Lewis Kent in fourth position would score 12. The gap therefore would be, I think it will be 11 points with drop scores. Either way, Henry Neal is still going to have the advantage, but I do think there is a discussion to be had about that overtake on Max Hart.
It's a good point, actually. Of course, as we say, with that car stationary, there wouldn't not have been yellow flag. So absolutely, there is a discussion point there, and possibly, I'm sure, if anyone's going to make that point, it'll be Lewis Kent.
Oh, yes.
Of course, he'll be wanting to look at it thinking, hold on a second. In fact, he would have had a prime seat to watch that happen. So he possibly looked at it and thought, he's probably on the radio going, hold a minute, what's happening here?
14 points. It's been updated for me now. Thank you, Connor. 14 points between Henry Neal and Lewis Kent as it stands then. So Lewis would still be in it, but he needs to try and beat Henry if he can.
You might want to switch race control messages on your timing screen, I think, to see if we get anything come up from race control on that, because that's going to be crucial if we do get anything in terms of penalty. I'm not saying there is, but of course, again, if it's being looked at, it may well be looked at after the race or during, depending on time remaining. Speaking of which, there's only 4.5 minutes to go, and they've been quick to push that car out of the way. The question's got to be, I suppose, is do they have to wait now until they get the VW Cup cars around? There's a bit of body work that's been thrown off somewhere from somebody. So
I'm not surprised in the slightest. Got people watching this race?
I was watching yesterday's and today's race, so I knew exactly what was going on. So, but this is tricky.
What is Max Hart? No, Max Hart's transponder is not working. Just to add an extra bit of complication into the mix, the timing screen was saying he was dropping down the order. No, he's still there in third.
We should mention there are a couple of other TCR cars still in this race, because we've popped to the screen now, because we've now got Darrell Wilson in the difficult to spot, I think, is obviously the case thing, is the bright green DW racing Vauxhall Astra, and of course we've also got Mark Wakefield in the second of those Maxim Motorsport cars. Now I'm betting possibly that's the car with some certainty, just the Stuart Lyons once, I'd imagine, colour scheme wise, so it's definitely got his kind of colour scheme that he's used more than once on that one. Here's our VW Cup cars. They've also caught up to the train, so Jack Depper, of course, still ahead of Andy Wilmot, with Howard Fuller third, Martin Depper fourth, and this is also crucial for Bradley Kent as well, because Bradley Kent's now closing to fifth. So. And also with Paul Ivans, you see Paul Ivans now, he's in a bit of no man's land. He's right in the middle of the touring car, so he's pretty much he's out of position in terms of the queue. So you might be ahead of Jack Depper, but he's actually almost a lap behind them because he's a bit further back than he should be. So this is going to be crucial for the points in terms of Bradley Kemp, because he might have an opportunity here if he gets a good restart to pick up a couple of places and maybe negate the advantage that Andy Wilmot has going to this afternoon's third and final race.
Yeah, Bradley is 16 points behind now. That moving into fifth place was significant. It saved him a few points, so he's 16 points behind, but he also catches up now onto the tail of that leading quartet who have all been battling away so far in this race. We should go green this time, I think, with probably around 2 minutes to go, so we could get, yes, the lights are out on the safety car, so we are going racing this time. We should get about 2 laps of racing in here. And Sam Osborne, lost almost amongst all of this championship drama, could be on for his first ever victory in a TCR car, racing, of course, in the British Touring Car Championship, as we've been documenting already this year. And he has got the Team Dynamics run BTCC car of Henry Neal right behind him.
Which is pretty much the same spec car he runs in British touring cars.
Yes, it is. It's the older shape Honda Civic, isn't it? Which is still going strong, both in this competition and in the BTCC. Here we go then. Off goes Sam Osborne. He was not hanging around, but nor was Henry Neal, in fairness. The key here is Max Hart. Max Hart, if he starts holding up Lewis Kent, that could really play into the hands of Henry Neal. Across the line they go, just over 2 minutes to go, so we should get 2 laps of racing in. Drivers weaving around, trying to get some heat into the tyres. The battle is on for third place. Lewis Kent immediately goes on the attack, pulls to the outside of Max Hart into Redgate corner. was very late on the brakes. Did he run wide on the exit? You'd imagine he might have done. There is the VW Cup battle, and where is Bradley Kent? He is nowhere on the restart. He's way back from the top 4, so there goes his chance, I fear, of gaining too many more points out of this race. The question now is what happens to his championship rival, Andy Wilmot. Right, through the old hairpin.
It's going to change, I think. Looks like Lewis Kent's got past Max Hart, and he's straight onto the tail of Henry Neal, which is crucial. Actually, hold on. Where's Sam Osborne?
Oh, Sam Osborne's not there, is he? Sam Osborne has disappeared, so Henry Neal leads the race, and there is Sam Osborne.
Again.
Now, this is really significant because it's a much bigger points difference between a win and second place. It's 7 points. If Lewis Kent can win this race, he'd only be a point behind Henry Neal going into the decider.
And this happened yesterday. Sam Osborne was in the mix, and he's actually stopped, ironically, at exactly the same place he stopped in race 1. It's almost the same amount of time. He stopped on the last lap, heading down towards the Craner curve. So this now makes it even more significant, and these two are together now. This is going to be a real battle between the two of them through the chicane for the last time. So the second to last time. It's less than a minute to go. Darrell Wilson is currently, there's a black and white flag going out for somebody, but you see now in third place is now Darrell Wilson, in fact. So Max Hart's dropped to 5th.
Transponder's not working on
sorry, it's not working there. So Max Hart is there in 3rd. Darrell Wilson, he's got a bit of bodywork to hang off his car in 4th position. 5th place now still is Mark Wakefield. And yellow flags comes down there. So unfortunate for PMR Racing, but I guess a small silver lining, which, forgive me for the humour, both their cars were there when they recover them, as Lewis Kent's going one way, then the other, forcing Henry Neal to go defence. But look at Max Hart, the way he's arriving on the tail of his top 2, as Henry Neal actually is almost backing Lewis Kent up into Max Hart as the VW Cup cars head down the Craner curve.
Yeah, Lewis Kent had a run then out the old hairpin. I think he's going to try and attack as they go to the top of the circuit. There's no change in the VW Cup. Lewis Kent is on the inside of Henry Neal, and he goes through. Does he know they're side by side with half a lap to go? This is absolutely vital for the championship. Henry Neal fends him off, gets to the inside of the old head at the Coppice corner. Lewis Kent with the switchback, he's bought himself the inside line, and Max Hart could have a factor to play in this as well. If he gets past Henry Neal, that could give Lewis Kent the championship lead. 2 corners to go, the checkered flag is waiting, the top 2 in the championship are together, and Henry Neal somehow has fought his way in front. He's late on the brakes, gets the car stopped. It's a drag race to the line. The Hyundai is quick in a straight line. Can Lewis Kent get there? No, he can't. Henry Neal hangs on to what could be the most important one of his 4 victories this year. He will take an 11-point championship lead at least. There could be more than that into race number 3 later on. In the VW Racing Cup, is Jack Depper going to hang on to the victory? I think he will. Andy Wilmot in 2nd place, can't quite get there, and his teammate Howard Fuller playing rear gunner a bit there, I think, in 3rd. Now, where is Martin Depper? Bradley Kent has taken 4th. Martin Depper is 5th at the line. So Bradley Kent has gained another crucial place, although his brother wasn't quite able to get the race win in the TCT class. At least Bradley has been able to salvage some more points from the VW Cup. Well, so the points now then, 148 for Henry Neal and 133 for Lewis Kent going into the final race. That could prove to be a really important win for Henry.
Absolutely, and that was so close, and Lewis was shown that he wanted that. He really did fight as hard as he could, and he possibly thought he had a chance to get up on the inside exit in McLean's corner, but Henry Neal just getting that slightly better run off the corner with the traction that he had. And again, Lewis trying to get this undercut. He was alongside him, but Henry Neal, for whatever reason, just had more grip and more confidence, just stuck it a little bit later under brakes, swept in front, and he held on to the victory. But even though Lewis did really try on the exit, it was going to be almost a close run thing. So that's it's a fantastic, thrilling end to that race. And of course, Henry Neal now has that 15-point advantage, which now means he can carry the mix. So he eventually is in the, use the pun, driving seat, well, no pun intended, going forwards into this last race. And it means now that Henry Neal has to pretty much, all he can do is pretty much try and have as calm a race as possible as he can to hold on. As for PMR trade price cars though, well, one silver line is to know where both cars are, and they're easy to be recoverable in the same place. But Butler, of course, in the tyres, and another technical issue as he parks up at exactly the same place as yesterday. I don't know what it is, but Sam Osborne's car at the moment is not destined to finish a race. Fingers crossed they change that for race number 3, because that's such a quick car in Sam Osborne's hand. He had so close to possibly getting a first race victory, which is absolutely unfortunate. So we are now moving into the final race. Just getting confirmation. Yeah, no champions either way yet in TCT or BW. So that is that. The last race of the season for them is going to take place a little bit later on this afternoon, where we will crown champions in both VW Cup and the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. In terms of the TCR class, Lewis Kent is effectively the top driver of anywhere, because he has been top of that category all season so far. So that won't have any change on that side of things. We've still got our next couple of races coming up, so be sure to stay tuned for more of that action. But Andy will be just quickly heading down there to have a chat quickly with our top three, at least in our TCR cars. There's also a bit of a clear up to go on to retrieve the two Powermax Racing Trade Price Cars Racing prepared Cupras. William Butler's car just against the barrier there in the background, and the car with the more prominent black and gold flashes is Sam Osborne's car. They've also got to go and pick up Jeffrey Alden's car, which is the Matrix Motorsport Honda Civic. I'll get the words out eventually. Honda Civic of Jeff Alden to retrieve him as well. Again, we said that's the ex-Nick Halstead car. He's now moved on into Genesis GT4 Super Cup, which is where he actually races against the man who is at the head of everything to do with TCT, which is, of course, Stuart Lyons. And, of course, he's been competing in the GT4 Super Cup this year. I mean, taking some regular amounts of class podiums, so he's doing pretty well in the AND category of that championship. So, well done to Stuart for all his escapades there. But, of course, this is his other part of what he does in motorsport when he's not racing Ginettas, and that is overseeing the VW Cup and the TCT, and, of course, the Civic Cup as well, because it's now Maximum Motorsport who look after the Civic Cup this year as well. And, of course, they've invited a few of those invitation cars into the mix for this final round. So we've still got action to come up from another Miltex Civic Cup race. We've still got another race for the Fiesta Juniors. We've also got the Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy race. And, of course, remember, we do still have, at the end of the day, the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy race. Of course, there is a qualifying session coming up for the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy, so we're going to have a little bit of a break going into this one to give you a chance to catch your breath, because we've got some more great racing coming up after that. But the Club Sport Trophy cars will be out for qualifying very shortly, just recovering the two PMR cars out of the area. So I think we're now ready to head down to Andy, so we can have a chat with our top three from that race. A frantic battle in TCT and VW, so down to Andy in the pit lane to see what they thought of that.
Well, a dramatic end to that second Dunlop Touring Car Trophy race of the weekend that sees Henry Neal take a really important race win. Henry, if I can just put in here and have a chat with you. That wasn't easy, was it?
No. That was rather kept me on my toes the entire race, man. I worked hard for that one, put it that way. I lost midway through the session. I lost on the screen what gear I was in, so I had no idea what gear I was in, and then the gear wasn't working for the gear, so I was having to dip the clutch every gear change, which obviously catches you out. So now I managed to get back ahead of Lewis at the end. I mean, he was pushing me hard. I thought he had me then up until the last corner, and I knew we are slightly better than on the brake, so I just gave it everything and backed it into the chicane and managed to just squeeze ahead. So happy days. And obviously when I was alongside Max, I got alongside him and he came across me and I had to ditch it on the grass, and luckily he kept it in, but that was dangerous. But hey ho, he didn't see me, so never, bygones be bygones. But absolutely stoked for that double win. Puts us in a great position for the championship now. I think we've got to finish, if Lewis wins this next one, we've got to finish fourth, so we'll see how it goes. Nothing's won just yet.
Oh, no, I think it's just into double points now, about 13, 14 points between you. But that must have been quite an intense race, particularly in the first half. When Max was in the lead, you were second. Yeah. I guess you might have taken second place, but you were just quicker than Max. You couldn't help but get involved with him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I really didn't get away well. So I think I was fourth or something off the start. And then Max was in front. I can't remember. It was almost such a blur, that race. I was all so fast, but. And obviously, I got back past them all in and got behind Sam, and I'm guessing he had an issue with the car, which is obviously happy days for us, but he was looking racy. So yeah, it's all a bit of a bluff. I'm just stoked to bring our own P1.
I'll go and have a sit down, mate. I think you need one.
Cheers, I will do.
Henry Neal then, race winner in the TCT. Now, Lewis Kent was second. He'll have a wander over here, I think. Lewis is stood chatting to his team, and not the result you were after, I'm sure, but I mean, it could so easily have been a win. It could so easily have been the gravel trap that beckoned for you. That was a bruising race.
Yeah, it was actually a bit easier than the first race. It weren't as rough and ready, but no, you know, not the result we were hoping for. I feel like it was still a little bit of not as fair play as I thought it would be. You know, I do believe that sometimes I was down the inside and people have turned in, and you know, through the last corner I thought I was going to be able to get a run on Henry, and I saw brake lights, so it kind of caught me out, and we had some little issues like that. But you know, it's racing. It's how you drive these things. If you want to win, you have to do everything at the end of the day. yeah, hopefully in the last race we can come out on top, and you never know, Henry might have some misfortune, you never know. But yeah, fingers crossed the last race goes all in our favour and we can come away with a win.
Well, you've got to go for that win, haven't you? There's no choice.
Yeah, exactly. The car felt absolutely mint, you know. If I'd have actually got a gap and I was by myself at the front, I reckon I'd have pulled away by miles. The car feels absolutely amazing at the moment. But yeah, it's just the traffic at the moment. You've got people all over the place not letting you pass, and you know, some of them aren't even fighting for the championship. It's a bit silly, but it's racing at the end of the day. People want trophies, and that's how it goes. But yeah, we're gonna have to focus on the last race, and yeah, as long as the car settles like that, then we'll be all right.
Well, second place then for Lewis in that race. Thank you, Lewis, for having a chat. And third place was Max Hart. There he is. Max, you were leading for much of that race, just faded there towards the end. Was that an issue with the car, or did you just get sort of hung out to dry?
Just tyres, I think. See, I did a lot of warming up on the warm-up lap in hopes to get a really good start, which I did, and got myself into the lead. And then towards the end, the tyres really started going off, and it was understeering everywhere. So that kind of the lads started catching me then, and then with the pressure as well, like they have the tow and all that, so I couldn't keep them behind then, and then I couldn't get in front of them.
It's so tight out there, isn't there? And with a bigger grid than we're used to this weekend, perhaps, that's making it extra competitive. So to be on the podium must mean still quite a lot.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to be on the podium. Like, this is my third place. So I was hoping kind of to move up to second or first, and when I was in first, I was hoping the two lads would keep battling behind me. But I think they might have worked together and caught up with me to take advantage of that then. So.
Well, another third place. You've got one more chance to break the trend. Yeah, can you do it?
Yeah, new set of fronts for the next race. So hopefully I'll learn from last time, and if I can stay in front, hopefully the two lads can battle away, and I'll try pull a gap then. Yeah.
Sounds like a plan. Well done, Max, then. Third place in the Touring Car Trophy. Right, before we have a word with our VW Racing Cup podium finishers, I believe Scott can confirm the race results for us.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Andy. Here's confirmation of that result from race 2 of the weekend for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, TCR UK and VW Cup. Henry Neal takes the victory by just 0.139 of a second at the end of that race. Max Hart once again finishes in third. It's the same three drivers on the podium as it normally is, with Darrell Wilson in fourth, Mark Wakefield fifth, and then top VW Cup car driver Jack Depper in sixth. From Andy Wilmot, Howard Fuller, Bradley Kent and Martin Depper in the top 10. And the rest of the finishers from 11th place downwards, or rest of the classification from 11th downwards, shows Paul Ivans, then Sam Osborne, who sadly didn't make the finish, neither did Josh Coggan, who stopped on track. William Butley was in the tyres, and Richard Gilbert also had an issue which saw him out of the race early, and also Jeff Oldham, who was bumped against the barrier as well. That's the results, and so quickly we'll head back down to Andy, who has our race winner at least, Jack Depper in the VW Cup.
Well, that is how the race results look after that first race of the day. Remember, there's another race coming up later on this afternoon for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and for the VW Racing Cup. And our race winner in the VW Racing Cup was Jack Depper. Jack, come over here. If you just want to wander down this way for us. Race win, not easy.
Absolutely not, no, especially with all the ballast on board and starting from sixth. It was felt like driving almost a different car to the first race.
Him through.
I had to brake earlier, carry the momentum. It made it that little bit more difficult, but hey, managed to pull it off. And yeah, 2 out of 2 this weekend, so not too shabby.
Yeah, you obviously agree with this place, and I guess this guy has to take some of the credit. He's given you all of his best advice, hasn't he?
Oh, absolutely. You know, the best mentor I could ever have, and it's not too bad because over the dinner table, you know, it's 24/7. It's not paying for a weekend and he's there and gone. It's all the time. It's, oh, Jack, what about this? What about that? You know, always trying to help me improve. So no, massive props to Dad. I couldn't do it without him.
He's had a few races himself, hasn't he? But I'll tell you what, you are becoming one of the stars of the show in this championship. You're peaking at the end of the year. Does this mean next year maybe there's a title campaign in you?
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I mean, hopefully so. Who knows what next year holds, really? You know, unprecedented times with COVID and that. Hopefully, if it all clears up and we are back to normal, then I will be fighting for a championship.
Well, that's the plan. Best of luck. Congratulations on the win, and maybe another one later on.
Thank you very much. Cheers. See ya.
Jack Depper, then, your winner in the VW Racing Cup. Now, second was Andy Wilmot, and Andy, you had a bit of a tense race there because you've got this points lead to try and protect. You knew Bradley was a bit further back, but it's so close, it's so tight, it can so easily go wrong.
Yeah.
And nearly did.
Yeah, nearly did go. Yeah, it was. I can't even explain, to be honest. I don't even know how I got into the lead. But then when I realised I was there, I was desperately trying to keep it. I had a little bit of mechanical issue which I was trying to trying to maintain. Jack got past me, and I just had to again maintain that. So I was driving in my mirrors most of the race. But no, I was happy where I finished, to be honest, because it's all about the points in this one, and then damage limitation for the next one.
Yeah, you've got a decent lead, I think about 16 points, but 44 still up for grabs. It's all still to play for. You had your rear gunner there, though, didn't you, towards the end, keeping you safe. Were you worried at all he might break the script and try and get past you?
Yes. Yeah, at the end of the day, as soon as we get the helmets on, that's it, really. Like, it changes the personality, so I was a little bit worried, but he was... He did put some pressure on me a few times, and I was like, oh, Howard, please don't. I'm trying to like maintain an issue here. But no, we got through. It was all right. But do you say 16 points ahead? Is that
so
all I am?
I'm told. Don't quote me on that.
I'm quoting you on that. Makes me even more nervous for the next one.
It's not very much, I know that. It's going to be an intense final race, but best of luck for it.
Great, thanks very much.
Andy Wilmot then, second place, and it was a familiar sight here at these TCR meetings. Howard Fuller. Howard, welcome back, first of all, to the paddock, and welcome back to the VW Racing Cup. It's been a while, hasn't it?
It certainly has been. Well, it's good to see you again, and when I get to speak to you, I've usually done something well. But excuse the makeshift mask, but the balaclava will do for now. But no, it's been a really good day so far, and yesterday was pretty positive, and looking after Andy the best that I can. But you know what, he's driving so well. He really, really is, and we've not raced against each other or with each other since 2013 back in British touring cars. So it's been a few years, but yeah, he's driving a great race. But it really is testament to the team, because you know we've not been in the championship all year. It has been a familiar place for Team Hard, the Volkswagen Cup, when we're coming back in and we're being really competitive, and I'm enjoying it. I really am.
The last time I spoke to you was a couple of years ago. You were racing in TCR UK, got yourself a podium at Brands Hatch. Well, I will never forget the atmosphere in the garage after that race. What have you been up to since then, and what are your plans for the future?
Well, that podium for us was significant. It really, really was, and it was such a shame that we couldn't get any more momentum in that series, because I really believed in the TCR UK Championship, and I love to have stayed. And we had some great hospitality and great sponsors on board with us who wanted to keep going, but unfortunately the moons didn't align. But the news of us racing the British Touring Car Championship at the start of this year came to a nice, well, I say surprise, but we really worked on it for a number of years. But it's come around, and this is the championship I know very well. I've won races over the years. Really, because we had the pace to win. We were
Okay. Well, apologies there for the small little interference there on the cameras. Andy was having a great chat there with Howard Fuller, so thank you to him for the chat. Just you can see, we're going to a quick break now as the cars are out for qualifying for the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy Championship. We're going to take a break whilst they do that. That'll be our last race of this afternoon. We've still got some great racing to come up from, of course, the Caterham Mechanical Trophy. We've got that last Dunlop TCT VW Cup race. We've got the second of the Fiesta Junior races, second sort of Civic Cup race, and of course the Club Sport Trophy at the end of the day, the 45-minute pit stop race. So take a breather. We'll be back in a few moments' time, and of course once we get racing back underway, we'll be back with you to finish off today's action here at Donington Park. So stay tuned. We'll be back very shortly. So, welcome back to Donington Park for our final few races of this fantastic Dunlop TCT and TCR and Caterham weekend. Scott Woodward and Andy McEwen in the commentary box here for the last few races. Next up is a very special race. It's our final Caterham race of the weekend and the final race for the Caterham Academy. Of course, but this is not for championship. This is their special end-of-season autumn trophy where you get drivers from both green and white group on track together to go by athlete out for a trophy and some bragging rights and to give you a bit of a preview to what to expect from next year's Road Sport Championship. Now, if you've been watching the Academy Championship throughout this year, in particular this weekend, and you're wondering what it's all about, well, Caterham have a very handy video to give you the lowdown on what you can expect if you enter the Caterham Academy Championship. So, check this out. So, there you have it. If you fancy becoming a racing driver and you've never even touched a racing steering wheel before, there's an opportunity there for. For just a fraction under 30 grand, you've got an all-encompassing package that takes you from a complete novice and a complete beginner all the way through to a fully bona fide racing driver with a national level license. You start with Interclub all throughout the season and you get to rip off your novice crosses at the end of the season, which is exactly what these drivers will do after this race is done. But some of them may have done it already, of course, but the fact that it was their sixth and final race in order to get that signature finished up this season. So, you've got all the information about the cars. If you want more information, go to the website, caterhamcars.com. They'll give you all the info on what you need to get started. And usually with the Academy, and they usually it's so popular, they sell out at least a year in advance. By the time usually in history I've seen, when they get to the end of, for example, this season, they would have typically sold out for next season and already taken bookings for 2022. So it's an unfathomably popular way to go racing, especially for drivers who have never done anything before. Some may have driven Caterham to other cars on track days, but in terms of racing, brilliant platform to get involved in.
There are lots of other championships out there that claim to be the ideal entry point to motorsport, and there are alternatives to Caterham, no doubt about it, but do any of them get 40, 50 plus drivers signing up every year? Because you can only do this championship once, you only have 1 year to do it, and then every year a completely new set of drivers sign up to do it, and I can't think of any other championship that has that level of turnover of driver year on year on year on year, and it shows that this is such a popular product ultimately. If you've got a Caterham, why not come and race it? Why not use it for what it was originally intended for? And what better place to do it than on this big Caterham package, and it could well prove to be your first step on the Caterham racing ladder.
Really could. Can't disagree with that at all. So the grid is set. Basically, this is a mixture of green and white group drivers that have entered all together into this race. We get a first chance to see them up close racing together. So the first two rows, it's kind of like a Caterham white group race, because we've got Hugo Bush on pole ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan, who didn't race yesterday but is the white group champion. But it's Dominique Mansberger and Simon Shaw on the second row of the grid. Then we go to next to a third row of our two main green group contenders, with Chris Skillicorn alongside the green group champion for this year being Tom Cockrell, making his first appearance of the weekend. So both the Academy champions racing together on the track for the first time. But it's James Walker, aka Mr. JWW, 7th on the grid on the 4th row, alongside Alex Vincent in 8th. 9th on the grid, Dennis Erkenbach, the London-based Turkish driver from Toby Boys in the top 10, then Gwyndaf Jones and Andy Lund making up the top 12 positions. 13th for Peter Mott, ahead of Ryan Lovett in 14th, with Michael Hilton and Sam Gibbons in 15th. 16th, then it's 17th place for Stuart Hatzel, 18th place for Ike Sheik in the 18th place car, when it's Peter Lawson and Andrew Bergban rounding out the top 20. Chris Broom and Steve Lancaster come next for Ryan Meager and Colin Gould. Then it's 25th position for Kevin Turner from Mika Lazarus, then Ron Mounsey and Nick Timpson back in 28th on the grid, then Alan Costley and James Hall, Ian Hapgood and Richard Brooks, and still they come on the grid because you've still got James Griffiths ahead of Bruce Duckworth, Rob Oldland back in 35th alongside Peter Maloney on the 18th row of the grid, and then the last few cars, incredibly, Chris Griffith, Michael Koo and Carl Webb, a 39 car grid. It's arguably it's the biggest academy grid of the season, and it really is the amalgamation of these cars from both groups, and it is crucially their first chance to race each other, because they've only raced amongst their own groups. Now it's a chance for these guys to see how the white group competition stacks up for the green guys and vice versa. And again, it's a preview what you will see hopefully next year for the guys coming together for the Rose Bowl Championship. A bit of a stink preview for 2021. And usually at the end of the season racing, because it's only just the trophy and the bragging rights to go for it, because it's a non-championship race and they can simply race for fun, usually it's a cracking event for this last race of the season.
Yeah, and Donington Park is the perfect circuit really for Caterham racing, as we've seen all day long in all of the other Caterham categories that have raced earlier on today. Super close racing, keeping us getting right down to the very end. And don't forget, this is for every single one of these 39 drivers, their 7th ever motor race. They are not experienced drivers at all. When I say that they're new to racing, they are literally new to racing. That is one of the rules of Caterham Academy. You can't have raced before, certainly not extensively, before you can race in this championship. They have at least had one race at Donington, which of course was yesterday. Each group raced once, and that decided the championships. Both of our champions as well, from the white and green group, are out on the grid today. So that's going to be a private little grid match, because I'd imagine the way, if you're new to Caterham Academy, the way it works is that all of the drivers that enter are split evenly into a green group and a white group, both exactly the same regulations. It's just to make sure that we don't have 60 of them racing at the same time in their first ever races. This is, as Scott was saying, the only time they've ever raced together. And I'd imagine the champion of one group would quite like the chance to prove that actually they would have beaten the guy that won the other championship as well. And this is their one chance to do that. So no points, but definitely a bit of a grid match to be settled, I think.
Yeah, like I mentioned, it's a real great chance for these two groups to stack up against each other and ultimately get the bragging rights going to the wins to claim they were the faster group in terms of theirs. So there's a bit of almost, not that they'll be working together too much, I imagine, but it's almost a bit of a secret sort of like a pact between the green and white group drivers in terms of seeing how many they can get ahead of the other group to try and figure out. And usually you can figure out, it's an obvious thing to say, but which group ultimately would have been the faster group in terms of how many drivers in which group finish ahead of the other. So a bit of a telltale sign already is that the top 4 positions are set by white group drivers, and we've got the top 2 in the green group starting just behind them on the 3rd row of the grid. It's almost like the regular front row for the green group in many cases. Chris Skithercorn actually quicker than Tom Cockrell this time, but Tom Cockrell took the majority of the races out to Taylor and Flanagan. We should give, in fact, we should say, I guess, by virtue of yesterday being completed, congratulations, of course, to our 2 champions. So Tom Cockrell is green group champion, Taylor Flanagan is white group champion. Taylor starts on the front row for this race alongside and around some of his closest rivals from the championships. Tell who they are. Taylor Flanagan's car is the yellow car just on the right hand side here, number 11, with the sort of black flashes on the front. And as for Tom Cockrell's car, it is the car that starts on the 3rd row. It is the red and white machine starting alongside Chris Skithercorn on the 3rd row. He is car number 59 for Tom Cockrell, so it's the first time you'll see him this weekend. But of course, it's also their first race for this weekend as well, and actually ironically their first race for Donington, whereas everyone else who did race yesterday, Andy, already has a race's worth of experience in the back.
Yeah, which could prove crucial. It's a tricky little circuit to get used to. It's very fast and it's all about momentum. There are lots of long, sweeping, medium and high-speed corners, and especially in these cars, they are the least powerful of the Caterham cars that we see racing out on the UK circuits. You've got to keep that average speed up through the corners, and that requires quite a bit of confidence, because to do that you have to be happy with the car sliding around a bit underneath you. So yeah, they may just take a few laps to get up to speed, but it's only a 15-minute race, so they haven't got too long.
Absolutely. Well, what better way to graduate from Star rather than a graduation ceremony? This is their graduation race. They now move up into becoming proper fully fledged racing drivers. One last hurrah for the Caterham Academy in 2020, the non-championship autumn trophy race. Let's have some fun, boys and girls. Lights out, and we are racing. Decent start from Hugo Bush from pole. One car didn't really get away from the mid-pack. I can't quite see who it is. It stumbles away from the line. I think it might be Andy Lund, I think, in car number 2. Meanwhile, down towards turn 1, it's now looking Simon Shaw to the outside Taylor Flanagan. Dominic Mansberger makes it 3 abreast into the Force Corner Redgate, and Tom Cockrell already up the inside of Simon Shaw there to try and pick up for 4th and 5th position. Through Redgate corner, fingers crossed, they all appear to breathe, got through the first few corners safely, but now Hugo Bush, what a lead he's got already. Look, he's sailing away at the front. Second place, a big wiggle for Taylor Flanagan. You can tell he's only doing his first race at Donington today. He's now on the outside of Dominic Mansberger, who picks up second place. You can also see in there as well, I think that's Dennis Erkenbachs battling with Chris Skillicorn, and also I think that was also in there too, James Walker as well, of course Mr. JWW for those who follow him on YouTube, but up towards McLean's for the first time, and now there is Simon Shaw with Taylor O'Flanagan up to second place, they're down to third in fact, Simon Shaw 4th, Cockrell 5th, James Walker's up to 6th, Taylor Circumbax is around there in 7th place, so I say tentatively, so far so good. Still 14 minutes to go, but everyone so far knows this is just a fun race to enjoy themselves, but it doesn't make it any less competitive up at the front.
Well, this is the least experienced grid of drivers we've got racing here today, and I think it's the first time we've got to this point of the first lap and no one's in the kitty litter, which really, again, says a lot for how much they've learned as the year has gone on. The race leader, though, no doubt about it, Hugo Bush, he may have only been 6/100ths of a second quicker than Taylor O'Flanagan in qualifying, but he's really racing away here at the end of the first lap of racing. And look at that, what a brilliant sight they make as they pitch and roll their way out of the final chicane. Schick there in the green number 8 car trying to work forward. Taylor O'Flanagan also working forward. I think he just reclaimed second place from Dominique Mansberger as they went down into Redgate Corner. Dominique might just have held on actually as they went through the long sweeping right-hander. Number 42 there on the inside is Christopher Broom. Ryan Meager, I think, was the man that was trying to overtake in the number 79 car. All cleanly through the first lap then, down through the Craner curves into the old hairpin, and still side-by-side battles raging right throughout the field. Bush leads them. Mansberger was a full second behind, and we have our first spin, and that's the number 31 car going around from a little bit further down the order. One car also off into the gravel in the background is 34. Well, number 34 is Alan Costley, so fairly costly mistake, you could say. Boom, boom. Colin Gould was the one that spun to sort of spark all of that off. So Colin Gould, number 31, has rejoined. Alan Costley, though, I fear, is out of the race.
Yeah, it's a shame. I fear that might possibly prompt a safety car because of the position it's in, because it hasn't gone that deep into the gravel trap to not be a problem. So whilst it's happening, whilst you possibly might get a safety car here, the marshals are there trying to push him out if they can. We see the attack for second place. Hugo Bush has been caught by the chasing pack. It's Dominique Mansberger. He's at it again. He's done this several times in the white group this year, charging towards the front. So it's Bush still leads. Mansberger in second place. O'Flanagan third. Simon Shaw fourth. And the green group champion Tom Cockrell is on the back of the top 4 now. So we could possibly see he's got the fastest lap of the race. Are we about to see the 2 Academy champions go wheel to wheel for the first time? So Simon Shaw looks to the inside of Taylor O'Flanagan, who covered as he was trying to attack Mansberger for second place through Redgate and through Hollywood. I imagine if it's not a safety car yet, they will at least put the other. Oh, another car off there. That's number 12 that's off into the wall. That is, let's check here, I think, is that Ron Mounsey, I think, number 12. He started 27th, so Ron unfortunately off there. As you can see, a bit of remnants of a couple of bits of bodywork there as they're still trying to push this car out. I think possibly what they have done is allowed at least the driver of the car off into the gravel, Alan Costley, to get out the car, so it means that he could then continue the race, at least get it out of the way so they can get the race back under full green flag condition. They're doing a live snatch, in fact, so in fact they're going to put yellow flags all the way down the Craner curves. There's probably going to be yellow flags as well up on the inside of the barriers through Starkey's Corner and through Schwanz, so probably no overtaking there. So almost half the circuit, and at the moment, is under some kind of yellow flag, which means it's very static there. So being able to pick a moment to pass is now even more crucial, given that half the circuit is off limits.
Yeah, exactly. The old hairpin in particular is definitely a viable overtaking opportunity. So too, though, is the Robert chicane, which is where they're heading now. Remember, Hugo Bush had a 1-second lead at the end of the opening lap. Well, he's about to lose the lead as they come towards the completion of lap number 3. Dominique Mansberger up the inside, wandering a bit wide further back, but Mansberger then gets the lead. Bush down to second, and Taylor O'Flanagan looking to try and get the run on the exit of the chicane to pull alongside. Can't quite do it. Yes, he can. Goes to the outside, but Hugo Bush has a slipstream as well. They're 3 wide for the race lead into Redgate Corner. Bush on the inside, O'Flanagan on the outside, and Dominique Mansberger is the meat in the sandwich. Bush gets the lead back. Mansberger is back alongside again through Hollywood, and Tom Cockrell thought he saw a gap on the inside of both of them. Sensibly, I think he bailed out of it. Now, there may be yellow flags at the bottom of the hill, and I think that's maybe why Dominique Mansberger backed out of that. So Bush to the lead, Mansberger second, O'Flanagan third, and that looks as though it's Shaw in 4th place, I think, isn't it still? The blue and yellow car with this sort of leading group of about 7 cars making quite a break over the rest.
I think there's actually James Walker who was 6th into 4th, so the blue and yellow car. There's Simon Shaw's car's the yellow car with the black nose in there. It looks as though yellow flags has been not only withdrawn, but it's some fantastic work by the marshals and the recovery teams. The life snatchers brought the Alan Costley car out of the gravel quite a lot. A couple of cars kicking up the gravel there in the foreground. That was the car, of course, we said that came off the road of Ron Mounsey, so that car's up against the barrier, but it's way up against it. It's not a circuit point, touch wood, where we'd too much of a problem. I was about to mention about, before I spotted that, if this has become a precursor of next year's Road Sport Championship, sign me up for that whole season, because this is looking pretty tasty indeed for a non-championship race. It's looking absolutely brilliant. So down the back strip we've got more battling further back here, I think, unless that is Hugo Bush. No, this is further back here. This is, if there's the lead groups flashing through, this is Dennis Scherkenbach's battling away with, I'm trying to catch the number on the side when it comes past the screen. Where's the next car? That's Peter Mott is battling with in the mix. Ryan Lovett's in there as well, so is also Jones. For the lead, in fact, here comes the number 11 Taylor Flanagan. Just behind him, Tom Cock getting wide. The Green Group champions off onto the gravel, keeps his foot in and somehow keeps it going. He's broken away from the second pack. That's broken up a little bit there. So top 6 have pulled away. That next group is headed by, I think that's now Walker ahead of Toby Boys and Alex Vincent. So they've pulled away now. But you've now got 5 for the lead with the recovering Tom Cockrell always. They just sliver their way through the old hairpin down through the cascading trainer curves and on towards the right hand. There's Dennis Scherkenbach's ahead of the second group. Peter Mott is in there as well, followed by, looks like Ryan Lovett, Ryan Meager, and then it's 17 of Gwyneth Jones. For second place though, side by side between Dominic Mansberger and the black and green car and the grey and orange car there, Hugo Bush started on pole. One thing I should point out, Hugo Bush has not won a race all season so far. He's come close on the podium, but how unfitting would it be for him to finish his season as a precursor for next year, to take the victory, getting squeezed onto the grass at the moment is not going to help him, to get a victory in the non-championship race to prove a point for next year.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to have his hands full though. Got to get back ahead of Tom Cockerell, and Dominic Mansberger makes it 3 wide up the inside. There's going to be a big squeeze. Surely they won't make it through without banging wheels. They did. I don't know how, but they did. Out the other side they come, and Tom Cockerell is right back with them again. Tom Cockerell, by the way, on his 3rd lap ever at Donington Park, set the fastest lap of the race. He's trying to muscle his way up the inside of Hugo Bush now, who has really been sort of swallowed up by the pack now. So it is going to be O'Flanagan that leads. Mansberger second. Hugo Bush tries to fight back on the inside on the grey and orange car, and he does. But Tom Cockerell, I think, is the dark horse here. He is absolutely flying. He's still got that fastest lap of the race from earlier on in the race, and he's up into the top 5 overall. Mansberger and O'Flanagan side by side for the lead through the crater curves. Mansberger's got the inside for the old hairpin and will go through on the way into the corner, but by the time we get to the McLean's, I reckon O'Flanagan might be able to attack again.
This is absolutely end of term, go hammer and tong stuff between these guys. No championship points on offer, simply just 15 minutes, have at it and go for a trophy and go for the bragging rights. Side by side into McLean's, O'Flanagan says thank you, I'll go back up the inside. Now it's 3rd place for Bush, of course, he slots in, so it is currently white group cars 1st, 2nd and 3rd. How is it for 4th? Is it now? Yes, it's 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th for them. 5th now for the first of the green group cars now with Tom Cockrell ahead of Chris Skiller. James Walker is back in 7th place as they come up through McLean's. The next group are coming through here. Rest of the pack going through. I spotted Sam Gibbons there as he comes through the right-hander. Richard Brooks is in there too. Andy Lund's also fallen back, and Ian Hapgood side by side again. Here we go once more into the chicane. I've forgotten the name for a second, but the Robert chicane. Now exiting it, we see now still Taylor Flanagan leading. Also closing in now is Toby Boys on the back of Alex Walker. Alex Vincent's in there as well. So credit, we've got a brilliant 7-car scrap for the lead, with no telling whatsoever how this is going to work out.
I'd say 9 cars. I see you're 7,
yes.
I raise you 9, and it could be more if they keep holding each other up. Round the outside goes Mansberger. Can he get the lead away on the exit? Oh, that was very tight indeed. O'Flanagan in the yellow car just about left him enough room. The red car there on the inside is Tom Cockerell, the green group champion. The yellow car at the head of the field is the green group champion. So that's the real grudge match, isn't it, between the two 2020 champions. They are 1st and 3rd now, but Cockerell is sideways through the old hairpin and diving through on the inside. That's Walker, isn't it? Past at least 2 cars into the old hairpin, and all of a sudden he is a part of this fight as well, into the top 5. They head up the hill through Schwantz Curve. O'Flanagan leading, Mansberger second. They've been toing and froing all race long, and although this I interrupt myself because Walker was very out of shape as he went into McLean's there. Does he re-emerge the other side? Does he re-emerge the other side? Yes, but 2 places further back, so the 2 cars he overtook at the old hairpin getting back. Yeah, O'Flanagan and Mansberger, for all of the changing of positions we've had in this leading 8 or 9 cars, those 2 have fairly consistently been at the front of the pack. The difference now is that Tom Cockerell has caught them, and he will want to do something about that.
Yeah, he's trying to do it now. Looking around the outside of Dominic Mansberger, of course, the first time he's raced him all season. Now it's sort of exactly what kind of elbows the German's got now as he holds on to 2nd place as he comes down to pit straight. He will try to the outside to make that move to get himself a spot higher on the podium. Hugo Bush is still 4th, Simon Shaw 5th. Then it's Toby Boys in 6th, Walker 7th, and down the outside goes Mansberger, looking to take the lead away from Taylor O'Flanagan. Takes the outside line. Flanagan shows in the door and says, "Not on your life, sunshine." It's Naomi banging wheels down to it. Oh, dear, Richard Brooks is off the road in car number 18. Unfortunately, that's his season done, I'm afraid, not the way he wants to see. But again, hold your breath, side by side through the crane curves. Tom Cockrell thinks there's room for me in the middle. He thinks about it, goes into the old hairpin. Mansberger takes over at the front, sideways again through the old hairpin for Tom Cockrell. He likes the car a bit oversteer. He likes to hang the tail out through the old hairpin, at least back it in the old school 50s Grand Prix car style. Especially if they've got enough grip and lightweight enough to do that in many cases, but it's great to see. Hugo Bush in fourth, lock up from Cockrell, running wide, tether Flanagan, and now he's going to be under threat from the Green Group champion. Now we've got our first proper true pace comparison, the first on-track battle between the two Academy champions. Lock horns, and let's go.
And it is O'Flanagan that makes the first mistake. He runs very wide there through Coppice, so Tom Cockrell might be able to get his nose up the inside. They've got to be careful here. They risk letting Dominique Mansberger escape here out in front. The green and black car is further ahead now, I think, than anyone's been since arguably Hugo Bush at the end of the opening lap. Hugo is still a part of this scrap as well. He was on the outside there going into the chicane. And Cockrell, well, I thought he was going to get past O'Flanagan, but actually he's dropped back again by the time they come onto the start-finish straight. The lead gap then at the end of lap number 8 with 3.5 minutes to go is half a second. Mansberger to O'Flanagan. O'Flanagan absolutely nailed the chicane, didn't he? Because he was a lot further back than that, about 15 seconds ago. Oh, short the inside. He's not saving that one, surely. No, spins and is collected heavily, I'm afraid, by the 99 car. That's Toby Boys. So Toby Boys will be out of the race, and that could, I fear, maybe bring about a premature end to the race, because with 3.25 minutes to go, those two cars and a lot of bits of those two cars are strewn across the road coming out of Redgate. Such a shame that had to happen. It was just wrong place, wrong time for Toby Boys. Shaw was having his own moment and very nearly actually saved it, but just couldn't quite save it before Toby arrived on the scene.
Well, it was good while it lasted, wasn't it? That sort of 9-car scrap was brilliant to see. I think, unfortunately, you might be right. But the case here is that if they do have to do something about it, what order are they going to be in by the time they have to actually call it? Of course, they might have to count a lap back in many cases, but Mansberger holds onto it for the time being. No change on the timing screen just yet. They're still going. It might be the case of James Walker's car is right on the inside of the circuit, so it might be possibly a get-out-of-jail card on that case. But now for the lead, it's 4 for them between Mansberger, O'Flanagan, Cockrell and Bush. It's going to be 3 abreast. Take your pick. It's now O'Flanagan in the middle, Cockrell to the outside, Mansberger on the inside line. Mansberger fends them off, or does he? Round the outside the middle goes to O'Flanagan, but doesn't get through because Mansberger gets back on the exit. Hugo Bush is on the grass alongside Tom Cockrell. The checkered flag is out. It was a sprint finish towards the end because one other car came off Alex Vincent's off the road. And at the flag, it went to Dominique Mansberger, and the gap between them was 0.173 of a second. So what a cracking finish that was. A premature end, sadly, due to the cars that were off the road. In fact, there was 3 cars off the road. We had Toby Boys off the road to the left, Alex Vincent was off in a separate incident, and also we had James Walker off there too. But I think you'll agree that was a fantastic race for what it's worth for the Caterham Academy, and what a way to graduate in style for 2020. Congratulations to all of them. And Dominique Mansberger picks up the win. I'm hoping they've realised that the race is over, because it looks like they're still going at relatively racing speed. So I would hope at least that they can see that that the race is finished. But in fact, they are still racing like it is still going. For the sake of it, we'll have a look at it. The race is over, so Mansberger's declared the winner. But Hugo Bush thinks, I still want to get this victory if I can. But he doesn't realise he can't now, because the order's set. He'll be finishing up in 4th place anyway. So they come up towards the right-hander at Coppice Corner. So the race is over, so it's not actually going to make a difference what order they finish across the line this time by. But it's quite interesting that they've gone through and haven't actually spotted the checkered flag. I don't think probably they were so busy battling amongst each other, they probably didn't notice the checkered flag went out. So that's a key thing to watch out for. They're going to head down towards the chicane, and Hugo Bush will get through here, but he'll realise that it won't be 2nd place. It'll have to still be 4th, because for some reason it looks like I think Cockrell's realised it, so have a couple of others, but these guys haven't. So checkered flag goes out again, and they actually go through for another lap. So I suspect that might be a conversation with the clerk of the course after that, because they won't have done that on purpose, but again, they were so confined battling amongst each other. I think Cockrell and a couple of others spotted the checkered flag, but these 3 didn't, so they've gone round for an extra lap. So that could have an effect on the result post-race, I'm afraid, but if the clerk of course decides to take action on that. But nonetheless, congratulations to all of our Academy drivers. It gave Andy a bit more chance to prepare up in the comment box before he goes down. So as they head down the cascade, through Cascades and towards the old bear pit, now they've realised the race is finished because they've crossed the line and taken the checkered flag. But it won't be in the order that they think it is, because looking at the final result, at least I've got on my screen, it is Dominic Mansberger who picks up the win. Taylor O'Flanagan will be second, and it'll be third place for Tom Cockrell, fourth for Hugo Bush, fifth for Simon Shaw, sixth for Chris Skillicorn, seventh place for Dennis Erkenbacks, Ryan Lovett is eighth, Ryan Meager is ninth, Peter Mott picks up the top 10, Nick Timpson 11th, Gwyndaff Jones is 12th, Ike Sheik is 13th from Andrew Bergbaum, Peter Hilton is 14th from Peter Lawson in 16th place, Mika Lazarus 7th, Christopher Broome 18th, and it's Sam Gibbons and Hall. I will quickly rewind that back to the order to confirm it. So on the screen, Dominic Mansberger does in fact get the victory. Taylor O'Flanagan is second from Tom Cockrell in third. Hugo Bush is fourth from Simon Shaw in fifth position. And it's Chris Skillicorn, Dennis Erkenbacks, Ryan Lovett, Ryan Meager and Peter Mott rounds out the top 10. From 11th place downwards, it's going to be Nick Timpson from Gwyndaff Jones, then Ike Schick from Andrew Bergbaum, Michael Hilton and Peter Lawson, Mika Lazarus, Christopher Broome, Sam Gibbons and James Hall round out the top 20. 21st, Steve Lancaster from Andy Lund, Ian Hapgood, Kevin Turner, James Griffiths, Bruce Duckworth, Rob Oldland, then it's Stuart Hatzel, Peter Maloney and Chris Griffith. Rounding out the top 30. Then 31st downwards, Michael Koo and James Carl Webb. And then the cars we sadly didn't see make the flag. So James Walker, Toby Boys, Alex Vincent, Richard Brooks, Alan Costley, Colin Gould and Ron Mounsey. And that's that. So that's it for the Caterham Academy for this year. Again, a big thank you to everyone that's been involved in Caterham Academy. And of course, it's their last race for the, not their last race of the season. We've still got the races for Road Sport, 270s, 310s and 7 UKs. Coming up at Snetterton in a couple of weeks' time. But for the Academy, congratulations to them. We'll see many of them come back next year. And again, if that race at the front is a precursor for next year's Road Sport Championship, I am rubbing my hands with glee because that's going to be quite an action. So we're going to head down to the pit lane now because after that frantic last race in the Autumn Trophy, Andy is down with the top three, including winner Dominic Mansberger. And I'm sure he's absolutely delighted. Andy, down to you.
We were going to have a chat with our podium finishers from that Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy race, but they're so eager to get back and discuss that with their teams and families. They've driven straight past me down to Parc Fermé, so unfortunately we can't hear from them. What a fantastic race it was. Still plenty more racing coming your way. 4 more races here this afternoon from Donington Park, and it is the turn of the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship racing with MRF tyres out for their second race of the weekend next. It was a fantastic first race earlier on. Race 2 is set to be another cracker. Scott, over to you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Andy. The second race is indeed coming up for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, racing with MRF tyres. A little bit of a pause at the moment. We've got to recover some of the cars that are around the circuit. But whilst we're doing that, we can at least take stock of what happened in race number 1. It was a little bit of a slightly messy start for the first one. There was a bit of cars, including Albert Webster's car, which, as you may have seen, unfortunately did have a slow rollover at Redgate Corner. But I'm pleased to say, from what I've seen on social media, that the entire Fiesta Junior paddock, as tends to be the case in these sort of situations, have all clubbed together and helped him out. And I'm pleased to say that Albert Webster's car will be on the grid for this race, and hopefully, I'm sure, we'll get a full quota of 15, because usually some paddocks use the word family, and it's usually some cases it's used more often than others, but it really is a total family of drivers, teams, parents, everyone else involved in this championship, so they all really do club together. And if one driver's struggling on something, you do get a lot of camaraderie in that paddock, and a lot of people do come in to try and help them out, because the end goal is to get them all racing against each other and enjoy themselves out on track, and that's exactly what they've managed to do. So really, really big kudos and really big respect to everyone in the Fiesta Junior paddock for helping. I'm sure all 3 of those cars that had to retire from that first race that we saw getting caught up in 1 or 2 bits of strife there, and hopefully all the cars will be running as they should be. So looking back to that first race, it was Joseph Loke who once again made it 5 wins out of 5. It was Will Orson once again keeping up his 100% record of second place finishes, and it was a first podium of the season for Joseph Knight. He put in a fantastic performance, getting quicker and quicker. Even he said himself, the first weekend at Cadwell Park, he was plagued by some mechanical issues. I think it was more clutch and transmission issues, but got them fixed, did some testing between the opening round at Cadwell and the next round at Silverstone, found some more pace and managed to pick up a personal best of 4th at one of the 2 races at Silverstone. And he also managed to weave his way through the pack in order to, and through the first couple of laps of whatever happened there, in order to get himself into the mix for a podium finish, and so that's looking pretty good there. I'll quickly bring up, if I can, on my screen the results from race number 1 so we can remind you of what happened then. It'll be another 15-minute race for the Fiesta Juniors to run up for their second race, so be sure to watch out for who's going to do this. It will be at least a front row of Joseph Loke and Will Autumn. So it was Joseph Loke who won the race this morning from Will Autumn and Joseph Knight. Alex Lee put in a personal best to make it 2 Ali Rushforth Motorsport cars in the top 5 with a personal best for him. He only debuted at Silverstone and put some strong performances in, but all the work he's done since then, of course, including driver tuition from another Fiesta Junior graduate, that is Bobby Thompson. Of course, he's been a former VW Cup champion, of course, is now a regular driver in the BTCC with Trade Price Cars Racing. And in fact, if you look at Alex Lee's car, it has that very distinctive replica livery on that car, which reflects the support that he gets from Trade Price Cars and the whole team involved with Ali Rushforth. Bradley Beavers finished 5th after he recovered and put in a strong drive to get a top 5 result. Jake Weston was 6th there to Sid Smith, and Alex Sprague improved on his personal best from his debut at Silverstone. He was 9th place at Silverstone, 8th place in this first race at Donington. Again, he was another person who benefited from everything that happened around him in the first couple of corners of the first lap. Then we had Mitch Marie, who should start 9th, with Bryony Davies finishing in the top 10. That's her first top 10 of the season, so well done to Bryony for continuing to get in quicker and quicker. George Davies was 11th. He had a great battle with his sister on track. Jensen Brickley will start 12th after he had some started on the front row, got involved possibly 1 or 2 of the skirmishes on the opening couple of laps, and then because of that, it looks like he had some issues, but he had to go as the pit lane and lost several laps because of it. He managed to get back out and finish 12th at least, so he managed to salvage some points from that race to go towards his tally. Number 3 cars we lost, sadly, was Jake Triggs, Dylan Hotcher and Albert Webster. It was Jake Triggs and Albert Webster that came to contact at Redgate Corner, and it was the contact from Triggs on Webster that saw Webster's car do that very gentle rollover, but again, thankfully, that car should be back out. And then Dylan Hotchins' car, he was unfortunately a victim of circumstance because George Davis, on cold tyres, remember this was on the first thing in the morning, on cold tyres on a cold track, lost the back end of his car, went skating across the grass, and unfortunately, just by the fact that he was going pretty much, in terms of the route he was being directed on by the wet grass, slid across the grass, and unfortunately into the path of Dylan Hotchin, where he tagged him, and I'm afraid while George Davis' car managed to go the way it seemed, incredibly relatively unscathed, Hotchin's car had damage that put him out of the race on the first lap. So it's never what anyone wants to see, but again, you have to remember that apart from Joseph Loke, who stayed over from last season, the rest of the field are all brand new drivers from this season, so they're all still finding their feet, and they've all still got the novice crosses on the back to denote that they are rookies. They've done less than 6 races. They should be able to shake them off after this weekend, because this will be their 6th race. No, in fact, some of them it won't be. It'll be like some Alex Sprague and Mitch Marie and a couple of others. Alex Lee will also have those novice crosses, whereas the others will have completed their races going forwards as well. So Andy McKeon's hot back up to the commentary box, who was at Sands Academy driver, seemed to be that keen to get back to the paddock. So, but from one set of drivers finding their feet in racing to another, and as we're talking about, admittedly, it wasn't the start of the race we wanted to see, but as I just stated, of course, they're all rookie drivers still finding their feet in the championship. Like, this is exactly what this platform is for. So it looks to be hopefully that all 3 drivers should be able to hopefully get out for race number 2. I think at least Albert Webster will, because there's been a great bit of collective help from the Fiesta Junior Pack to get him back out there. I saw a nice message on social media that everyone's managed to kind of group together to help him get back out there again, and so we should hopefully get all 15 cars out there once more, and it should be hopefully with the track hopefully a bit warmer and a bit grippier. We should get a much better and cleaner start for the second race.
Yeah, the garage that I shortcut through to get down to the pit lane to do the post-race interviews is actually the garage that Albert Webster and his team are in. And every man and his dog, I think, has been working on that car to get it back out there. It doesn't look pretty, but it does look as though it's going to get out there, at least to start the race. Hopefully it's going to be pointing fairly straight. But you mentioned in race 1, they are remarkably strong cars, the Ford Fiestas, and whilst we definitely don't advise that they put that strength to the test, if you do end up getting into any sort of incidents, they generally are either not damaged at all or relatively easy to repair. And the great thing about Ford Fiestas is that spare parts are fairly readily available too, so you can repair them, you can get them back out there, and yeah, hopefully we'll get a full grid, and this success story that is the 2020 season for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship can continue. They've got another couple of races at Croft to round out the season, and I think, yeah, looking ahead to next year, the future is very, very bright indeed. The immediate future, as far as this next 15 minutes of racing is all equally bright. I think we're in for a really close battle here. Joseph Loke kind of had things his own way in race 1, but I think Will Orton feels that he's got the pace to go after him. Remember, Will started from row 2 in race 1 and came through into second right off the start, and really did look as though he might be able to challenge for the victory, but Joseph had already kind of pulled a bit of a gap by then. So yeah, it should be an interesting battle between them, and of course there are quite a few drivers out of position after non-finishes or delays of some sort in the previous race. So it's going to be an equally lively start to the race. Hopefully they've worked hard on their outlap from the pit lane to get some warmth into those rear tyres, especially the right rear. That's the one that does the least work around here at Donington Park. You only really lean on it sort of twice, maybe 3 times over the course of the lap, so it takes a bit longer to get that tyre up to temperature. And again, that's something they are learning. Every time they hit the track, be it for a test session, a qualifying session or a race, they are learning something new which will help them going forward in their career. And sometimes to learn these things you've got to be bitten by them, and 1 or 2 of them were bitten by that particular learning experience this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. So the cars just led around to the grid before they go to their formation. So before we do that, to give you a bit more of an idea of exactly what the Fiesta Junior Championship is all about, the small little promo video here that was excellently put together by, shout out to David Christie, Cabot Media, if he's watching. Hi to David. He put a brilliant video together when they were filming their media day at Croft back in July. So to give you an idea of what the championship is all about, here is how you can get involved and what the lowdown is for the Fiesta Junior Championship and what you can expect if you're going to join for 2021 or beyond. Impressive bunch of kids, aren't they? 14 to 17 years old, and you can get a race car for as little as £8,000 to get onto circuits such as Silverstone, Brands Hatch, and even here at Donington Park. It really is a fantastic junior formula. It's been going since 2012, and it's produced some fantastic drivers such as, like I mentioned, Bobby Thompson, also Aidan Moffat, both of them current BTCC stars. Aidan Moffat, of course, a BTCC race winner in the past as well. Other drivers such as former GT4 British GT champion Jack Mitchell, as well as Charlie Liddell, who's been a champion of the GT4 Ginetta Super Cup. Of course, and even drivers racing this weekend. We've got Lewis Kent and Bradley Kent, both coming up from the championship. Ollie Turner, who is last year's Fiesta Junior champion, he's racing in the Club Sport Trophy here this weekend as well. So plenty of top drivers that have come through to all sorts of different categories. Even some other drivers on the Toka package currently this year, including also Gustav Burton, who's done a great job as well. So I think from the grid there, that's the Caterham Academy grid, so possibly ignore that for the second. That's not quite the... I don't think Hugo Busch and Taylor Flanagan have jumped into Fiestas for this race, but either way, they're just lining up on the grid, so they're going to head off onto their race. But yeah, I think if you look back at the history of drivers, and you look back through all of them, where they've come from, where they've gone to, there's some impressive CVs and some impressive champions that they've gone on to, and you can notice of some of them, some of the drivers that have come through and used this formula as a proper stepping stone and a learning ground to develop their skills on the UK circuits, and it's so valuable. Some drivers will obviously, young drivers will stay in karting until 15, 16, however long, but to get on the circuit as young as 14, on circuits they're going to use over the next few years, it's unbelievably vital how much they can use that going forward. It might give them a small advantage in terms of getting up to speed on those circuits in higher formulas than others who be coming straight through from karting for the very first time.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is going to be, I think, a very entertaining second race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship with MRF tyres, which is now going on to its second green flag lap. So we will be getting underway after this lap is complete, and it is Joseph Loke that, just to confirm, has that pole position with Will alongside him. Will got ahead of him. Flag lap. That should be redressed before they get around to start the race. Joseph Knight and Alex Lay on row 2, Bradley Beavers and Jake Weston on the third row, ahead of Sid Smith and Alex Strange, Mitch Marie and Brianna Davis are together on row 5, ahead of George Davis. Jensen Brickley, of course, had dramas in the previous race. Jake Triggs, Dylan Hotchin, I think, is there, and obviously got a fair whack, didn't he, down at the old hairpin in the previous race, but again, they've done a good job to get that car out there, and Albert Webster should be at the back. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, yes, they're all there. So some real heroic efforts there from the teams down in the pit lane. And there is confirmation of that grid then, so Lope from Walton with Knight and Lay on row number 2 would be good based on the results from the previous race. I was speaking to Alex Lay over the lunch break down in the pit lane, and he was really impressed with how competitive the championship's been this year, really been enjoying himself. He's done a bit of karting before this, but as is the case for most of the grid, very little on track, big track, proper racing car experience, and Alex doing a good job. 4th place on the grid, having finished 4th in race 1. He was debating with his father where he was going to be starting on the grid for this second race. His dad was convinced he'd be further back, but having discovered he is going to be starting 4th, he's promised me he's going to do everything he can to get a podium, and it would be nice to see him on the podium. It would be nice to see some new names up there towards the front of the field. And as you said, Joseph Loke, the one that has previous experience, but amongst the rest of the field there are a good half dozen at least that are capable of finishing on the podium, and that bodes well not only for the last 3 races of the 2020 season, but also for next year. If some of those stick around, it could be a very competitive 2021 season.
Yeah, I think it's almost certain, given age range, that a good portion of these drivers will stick on for next year, because as we said, there's more drivers in the prospect of even hearing through the grapevine of the main people throughout the Fiesta Juniors, of course Laura Payne and Greg McCaraith, and also Ian Billett, who's their champion scrutineer, that there are drivers, lots of interest coming in for the season, for next season, and I'm hearing numbers potentially of early to mid-20s for next season, which is a massive improvement. You consider, we talked about this morning where the championship was 2 years ago. Of course, at the end of the last season, we had 4 cars that entered for Brands Hatch, 3 raced because one driver had a bit of an injured wrist or something after qualifying, but then transformed that into having just 1 driver left over from last year and 14 brand new drivers for Silverstone. I know we keep saying it, but it's mega impressive for a championship like this. And also as well, we've got lots more interest in the mix. So fingers crossed we get through Redgate Corner nice and clean this time. Let's try this again for race number 2. It is the Fiesta Junior Championship, race number 2 here at Donington Park. The red lights are on. Can Lope make it 6 from 6, or can anyone beat him? Lights out and we go racing. It's a strong start from pole for the grid from Will Alston. He gets the best first part of the start. The second part possibly will go to Joseph Loke, and he pulls alongside. Here comes Joseph Knight. Breathe in, 3 abreast here, and Will Alston gets swamped by Joseph Dart on the outside line. Loke on the inside into turn 1. Looks like they're going to get through nice and safely. 4th place seems like a good start already for Bradley Beavers. The 5th for George Davis. What a cracking getaway he got from that 11th on the grid. So that's a lightning getaway for George Davis up into 5th position. 6th looks to be that is Dylan Hotchin. Where's he come from as well? Some cracking start from the back of the field. 7th for Alex, that's Jake Weston. 8th for Alex Lee. They've all got through. Fingers crossed, Redgate fine. All into the old hairpin. Hotchin up the inside of Davis. That's George Davis. He's over the grass and over the curb, but he holds on. Ooh, a little bit of bumping there to come through Starkey's corner, but they're just going to be holding on for the time being. But the top 3 trying to run away already. Side by side still for 5th place between George Davis and Dylan Hotchin, but Loke has the lead. It's Alton 2nd place, Knight in 3rd, Beavers in 4th. George Davis back up to 5th position. 6th for Hotchin. Duking out for 7th is Jake Weston on the outside of Alex Lee. And Denson Brickley, who started back in 12th on the grid, is up to about 9th or 10th. So plenty of action on this first lap, but thankfully it's a clean and competitive first lap as they round through Coppice to end lap number 1.
Yeah, Dylan Hotchin back up the inside of George Davis now. Don't forget, Davis started 11th, so he's had an equally good start really, but Hotchin, I saw him out of the window, that he just went for the middle. He hooked up the start, went for the middle, and everything opened up perfectly for him. He has now got through ahead of George Davis into the top 5 from, what was that, 14th on the grid that he started. Across the start-finish line, they come down at the end of the opening lap, and it's going to be Joseph Loke that leads the way, Will Alton is 2nd, Knight is 3rd, Bradley Beavers 4th, Dylan Hotchin up to 5th, ahead of Davis in 6th place, Brickley 7th, and yeah, it was Lee, wasn't it, that really struggled a little at the start, and he's having to defend now as well from the number 80 car as they go into Redgate Corner. That is Jake Triggs, who started down in 13th. So I mentioned before the race started there were lots of drivers out of position on the grid. They haven't really stayed out of position for long, have they? They've, for the most part, had a really good start and worked their way through the order nice and quickly. Dylan Hotchin, forget the left rear, the right rear being a bit cold. I think his left rear can do a bit more temperature as he got a bit sideways through the old hairpin there. But 77 around the outside is Alex Strange racing away there with Mitch Marie in the number 16, and Dylan Hotchin is slowing, is he? Now, he had that slide at the old hairpin, and that looked as though the grey car there is going a bit more slowly. It might well be.
I think he's picking pace up a little bit more. Yeah, I think it's possibly just lost momentum because he did get that sideways slide through the old hairpin. He spotted it through there, so maybe he lost a bit of momentum, and everyone else that was charging through appeared to lose it. So pace-wise, he's keeping an equal distance now between himself and Jake Triggs. So he's back up to speed, which is good to see. Still all 15 cars running, touch wood. So all still going well. We've got Jake Weston here defending from Jake Triggs. There go the leaders. I can't help but thinking, looking at it, I'm just going to say it through the chicane. It looks like a touring car race to me. It's brilliant to watch. Joseph Lope with the first proper flying lap here takes the fastest lap, 1 minute 24.730. It's a good battle shape out here, actually. Jensen Brookley's worked his way to the front from 12th on the grid up now to 5th position, but the biggest move on the first lap. We said, what Dylan Hotchin? He went from 14th to 5th. He picked up 9 spots on that first lap, so you're absolutely right. The lightning getaway he got managed to pick himself up through the field into a top 5 position already. And also Jensen Brookley started 12th, up 7 places in 2 laps. Impressive stuff so far. And at the front of the field, Will Orton is trying to go with Jake Lope as best he can. He did this at Silverstone, but saw his tyres drop off a little bit towards the end. It looks like he possibly had more of the same in the first race here at Donington, but possibly if he can look after this time, there's a chance he can take the fight to him in the closing stages of this race.
Dylan Hotchin, and his lap chart makes for interesting reading, doesn't it? 14th on the grid to 5th, and back to 10th again now after that moment at the old hairpin. He's regrouping, he's caught Jake Triggs now in the number 80. In fact, he's gone past Jake Triggs in the number 80 as they go into McLean's corner, so that's into 9th place now. Next target will be the 45 of Jake Weston, who has slipped down slightly from where he started on the outside of row number 3. There is the white number 45 car. Dylan Hotchin's thinking, I've already overtaken this lot once, I didn't really plan on having to do it again, but with still just under 11 minutes to go, the top 5 may still beckon for Dylan, barring any further mistakes. The race leaders are about to come through and complete their third lap of the race then. Joseph Lope is 1.1 seconds clear, and on the previous lap was a full 4.5 tenths quicker than Will Orton in second place. Orton to 9th, that gap went out by about a quarter of a second as well, so they're spacing out a bit at the front. Still battling is this group from 6th place on back, or 5th place on back. Brickley, Davis, Lee, Weston, Hotchin. Hotchin, the one maybe most likely to make a move here, you would think, in the number 50 car, who is back into 9th place, but chasing after those up front. There's the leader. There's a bloke through the old head. He's almost on Joseph's pace, but just that couple of tenths a lap that Joseph seems to have, and that is probably the extra 12 months of experience in the car. You know, Joseph, he was telling me after race 1 though that he hasn't done as much winter testing as a lot of the other teams and drivers do, so he actually feels, although he would say this, feels that he's actually not at such an advantage despite the extra race experience that he has in the cars. But that is, I think, worth noting. It's one thing to go out there and do endless test days, but actual racing experience is something else completely. You know, getting off the line quickly, getting into the first corner well, getting the heat into those tyres. On a test day, you can spend the first 4 or 5 laps just slowly building up your pace, getting the tyre temperature up, but in a race you can't do that. You have to go straight away. That maybe is where that extra seasoning experience Logan has is coming into play.
Really is. Good job by Joseph Knight, in fact, actually. Still remaining in 3rd position. We should see the gap between himself and Bradley Beavers. So that looks like it's coming down ever so steadily. There goes Bradley Beavers in 4th. And also, maybe to keep an eye on the progress of Jensen Brickley, because, of course, he's in 5th position after he started back in 12th. So he's got some work to do. This is interesting. Through Redgate Corner, Will Orton has really caught up onto the back of Joseph Lowe. Possibly he missed a gear or had a bit of an error through Redgate, but it's the classic tactic, flash the headlights for distraction, and Will Orton, he's in full touring car mode now, isn't he? Sort of use any tactic in the book to put him off. Will Orton, he wants to try and break the win streak of Joseph Lowe. He's won the first 5 races of the season so far. He did a double at Cadwell at quite a canter, because of course the rest of the field were all novice drivers. They did plenty of testing between Cadwell Park and Silverstone, and they managed to close the gap and be a little bit closer. And Will Orton is taking that full advantage of being the closest man to try and chase him down. There comes 3rd place Joseph Knight, much improved pace since he started the season. He's possibly, at the moment, he's on course for his 2nd podium of the weekend and of his career. Will Orton taking the gap here. We're intrigued to see the lap time difference here on this lap, because again, coming across the line last time, the gap was 0.7 of a second. Looks a bit closer this time by at least a couple of tenths. So looks at roughly sort of half a second gap or so. Orton will have the slipstream down the back straight towards the Robert chicane for the end of lap 5. turning in through right and then left through the chicane and onto the pit straight again. So we'll be getting the encouragement from the Ali Rushworth Motorsport squad. Ali used to start out as a mechanic in one of the teams of Fiesta Juniors, then went away and has come back with his own team. He also runs a car in Ginetta Juniors, but also he's got 2 cars under his stable, and it's a smaller team than the car which Joseph Loke drives as he tries to turn into a little wayward on the brakes. They're sort of wiggling around, so possibly he's not that confident in the brakes for Redgate, whereas he's much more confident here. Sid Smith has got past Alex Sprain. He's picking his way up through the field, and also there is Albert Webster's car. To be fair, you say it doesn't look pretty. It looks better than I expected.
The left-hand side's worse than the right.
Right.
That was the side I was walking past in the garage. It also looks a lot worse up close. You can really see the panel damage, but he's in the race and he's trying to get past Mitch Marine. In fact, he's on the inside of Mitch into... no, it's not Mitch. Yes, it is Mitch, the 16 car. But the inside line on the way into Redgate doesn't always translate to a quick exit. So Webster stuck behind for now. He's got a black AMD livery number 2 car. But yeah, he'll just be grateful, I think, to have the car out on track, won't he? Down into the old hairpin. That's a brave place to try and move, but there is a gap on the inside. Hits the curbs, and Mitch Marie again. Wide line in, gives a little bit more speed on the exit of the corner, and going up the hill. Webster still frustratedly can't quite find a way through. Just going back to Joseph Loke and Will Orton for a moment, as Webster still can't get past Mitch Marie as they go through the plains. It looks like where Orton is gaining time is that final chicane, because I watched on the previous lap, the gap was pretty constant around most of the lap, and then through the chicane he took about half a second out of Joseph Loke. So I think maybe under braking and that quick change of direction, maybe Joseph isn't comfortable with the rear of the car stepping out the way it is. Let's see if it slides again into Redgate. Well, keeps it a bit more under control, but I think those points at which the rear of the car is really being lent on, I think that's maybe where Orton has the edge. Out of Hollywood they go, through the Craner curves. We've got 6 minutes to go, so we're on to the 7th lap, and we're just into the second half now of this second 15-minute race of the day for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, racing with MRF tyres. That lead gap is still not that sizable. Finally, I think, though, Webster is going to get this done, isn't he? He's up ahead of Mitch Marie into 13th place.
One thing I want to point out about Mitch Marie and also Alex Sprains, they debuted at Silverstone. Mitch is not shy about it, he's going back around the outside. It's kind of almost about to slightly prove a point here, is that Mitch Marie and Alex Sprains, before they debuted at Silverstone, had not raced full stop as Alex leads off the road. For reasons we're not sure, he just ran wide there. Looks as though he was the only one involved in that excursion, thankfully. So, also notice Jensen Brickley's got past Bradley Beavers, so there's been a change there. So, yeah, Alex Webster is there, was a little sideways on the exit. They're not shy of pushing these cars, they're like the back in karting in many cases. But I was going to mention, Mitch Marie and also Alex Sprains in the white and green car, before they debuted at Silverstone, had not raced full stop. It was their first ever race of anything, not just karting, full stop. And they're actually getting up there and getting up to speed pretty quickly. It's great stuff to see. With Orton next in the final chicane, he is giving Joseph Loke a quite honest challenge, but I'm actually confident to say I think there's actually the closest that someone's actually been so far this season on track to Joseph Loke, because he's been that dominant in front. Of course, he won the first 2 races being the leftover driver from last year. He won them at a Caterham by about 13, 14 seconds each way, whilst everyone else was in their first race finding their feet. It just so happened that Will Orton was the fastest out of all of them. So, and that, comparing the size of the team that Ali Rushworth Motorsport has, they're doing a fantastic job considering that they're up against David Elsley's race car consultant squad, a former championship winning squad. They also run cars in Ginettas, and they're running also the car in the BMW Compact Cup. They're running cars in Fiestas for however many long. Really impressive stuff from that team. Now we've got a bit about developing here. Dylan Hopchin has managed to get past Jake Weston. He's on the back of George Davis, who's having a great run so far. Had that cracking start. These 2 drivers that had a great start from outside the top 10. And George Davis very sideways. Gets over the curb, but he keeps it straight and true through Starkey's up towards Schwantz. But Dylan Hopchin says thank you round the outside, and he will pick off another place. That puts him now into 6th position. In fact, he started 14th. That's up 8 spots. So could even be possibly a contender for driver of the day here, and Jake Weston almost elbows George Davis, pardon me, outside of the way, says excuse me, I want to come through too if you don't mind. Jake Triggs and the recovery Alex Lee might also do that because he's opened the door up here. 3 abreast of the cop isn't going to work, but Alex Lee holds on in front of Jake Triggs, but it looks like it seems to be just that little bit of contact there, a little bit of a nudge there, especially through into the old hairpin, a little bit of loss of momentum. It didn't just lose in one place, he lost through 3 or 4 in quick succession, and it's crucial to keep momentum. Oh, Alex Sprains is off in the gravel. That's unfortunate. I don't think he's hit anything, I don't think he has, and he's off the road, so that is going to be, I don't know, is that going to be the cover that was just with a snatch, or just possibly wait till he gets out and cover it with yellow flags? Either way, 3 1/4 minutes to go. The race will continue on, but whether it's going to be a premature end or not, that remains to be seen.
I'll tell you what, that move that Jake Weston made was, call these mini touring cars. That was very much a Matt Neal move, wasn't it, into McLean's. He's lost out again now, though, that move that he worked so hard to execute. Well, Davis has got his own back now with a perfectly clean move up the inside at Redgate corner. This is all allowing Dylan Hodgin to pull away. Hodgin, 6th position, 9 seconds behind Bradley Beavers, though, so I don't think he's going to improve on 6th unless others fall off the road in front of him. These 4 cars couldn't be much closer together. Davis is sideways again through the old hairpin, so Jake Weston's going to have a chance to maybe attack again into McLean's. I bet Weston will, Davis will defend the inside line this time into the first of these 2 right-handers. Or does he leave a gap again? Weston will go for it. If he does, no, there's no way through this time. They all hold the inside. We've got Lee and Triggs in this group as well. So 4 cars battling towards the back of the top 10, but it is all getting very touchy-feely. I think as far as Alex Sprange's car is concerned, they should be able to cover that under yellows. They won't be able to get the live snatch to that particular part of the circuit, but I reckon they should be okay to just keep the yellow flags out. There are only 2 minutes to go, so 2 more laps remaining. And Will Orton hasn't given up on this yet, has he?
No, he stuck to the back of Joseph Lake pretty strongly as they come through Redgate corner. The gap across the line was still 0.4 of a second, so it looks as though pace-wise he's pretty good. In terms of that time, trying to work it out, he is just looking at that. Now, just looking in terms of gap, not too much difference in that time. Loke was a fraction faster, so very evenly matched. But well pointed out, though, I did spot it earlier on. Jensen Brickley, from what was 12th on the grid, up to 3rd, so he's got, of course, possibly for his first podium, another new podium finish, which is great to see as they come up through the old hairpin for the leaders through Starkey's up through Schwantz curve. But Will Orton, he's hoping he can keep on applying this pressure, so by the time he gets to the last lap, he's in position to possibly do something about it. Back with our scrap here, which is going off for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, the bottom end of the top 10 between George Davis and the red and black car, the mostly all white car Jake Weston, the Trade Price Cars delivery machine of Alex Lee, and then the black and orange car Jake Triggs. Top 2 have gone through the shot here. There's Jensen Brickley in the car, which is now being run, I think it started the season with Jamsport, but it's now being run by 2010, the same team that are dominating at the moment in the Senior Fiesta Championship. Now exiting McLean's 2 copies. Alex Lee will want to try and get himself up into possibly 8th position here at the expense of Jake Weston. He was thinking about it, making a dive through there. Now they're going to come start the last lap of the race now. There are yellow flags down at Robert Chicane to cover Alex Sprange's car off on the outside gravel track. Past the pit straight, they go past our commentary box window. Now then, 40 seconds to go on this one, Andy. If Will's going to do this, he has to make it happen now. He's running out of time and out of laps. He's on the final lap here, so he's going to try and make a pass to the lead and deny Loke from making it 6 out of 6. He's running out of time.
He is, yes, and I'm not convinced he's got that last little burst of speed he needs to make the move stick. They've been matching each other 10th for 10th in the last 3 or 4 laps, so Will Orton got within 4/10 of Joseph Loke, but I'm not sure he can get any closer. Hope was right on the limit there, going through the old hairpin, the rear of the car stepping out. He missed the apex slightly, but he still seems to pull out of the corner well enough. And Will Orton really now needs to just try and build up to a challenge, maybe into the final chicane, but we know there are yellow flags on the exit of the chicane, which you would imagine will still be there by the end of the race. Car 281, by the way, George Davis being given a 5-second time penalty, not respecting track limits, and, well, Jake Weston isn't really respecting track limits, but he's certainly not gaining anything from it. He's in the gravel at the old hairpin. That will drop him out of 8th place. 2 more corners to go, though, and Joseph Loke, I reckon, is going to keep this 100% winning streak up. And he said to me after race 1, didn't he? He said that he reckoned the chasing pack will get closer and closer with every race. This, I think, has been one of the hardest 4 wins he's had all year.
Really has, but he's going to keep in front exactly where it counts. And again, there is still no knocking Joseph Loke off the top step of the podium. It will be 6 from 6, a perfect record so far still for Joseph Loke. He rounds off another great weekend in the Fiesta Junior Championship, but you rightly said the pack are getting close. Jensen Brickley is 3rd and sets the fastest lap of the race on the final lap. What pace he's got after he qualified 2nd in qualifying yesterday morning. It is 4th place for Joseph Knight. 5th will go to Bradley Beavers. 6th is going to go to Dylan Hodgin. 7th, I think, he's actually going to go instead to Alex Lee, because, of course, no, Jake Triggs, in fact, I think, because he moved up. So, yes, so Jake Triggs gets 7th. Alex Lee is 8th. Davis, after his penalty, is 9th. And then 10th place for Sid Smith, 11th for Jake Weston, who finished slightly off at the old hairpin. It's 12th for Albert Webster, 13th for Mitch Marie, and 14th for Bryony Davis. The only non-finish that we had, as we said, is Alex Sprange down at the gravel track. But there it is. That is the Fiesta Junior Championship done for another weekend. They have 1 more still to go as they now head north to North Yorkshire and to Croft at the end of the month on the 31st of October to finish off their final 2 rounds of their short season. And of course, we said things are looking very bright indeed for 2021. Confirmation of the result then. Joseph Loke makes his 6 wins from 6 races so far. But William Orton is right on his tail and will hopefully want to use Croft as an opportunity to possibly deny him a 100% winning streak record from 8 out of 8. Jenson Brickley, a great drive from 12th up to 3rd with the fastest lap, gets his first podium in his Fiesta Junior career. Joseph Knight, he's 4th ahead of Bradley Beavers in 5th. Dylan Hodgkin goes from 14th to 6th. He could be a contender for driver of the meeting with that result. 7th for Jake Triggs, 8th for Alex Lee, 9th for George Davis after his 5-second penalty for track limits, and Sid Smith rounds out the top 10. Then 11th place for Jake Weston after his off at the old hairpin, 12th for Alan Webster, 13th for Mitch Marie, and 14th for Brian Davis. And the only non-finisher, sadly, that we had is Alex Sprange in 15th place. He's shown his 15th, but he retired, of course, after he went off at the Robert Chicane. If you want more information on the championship, head to BRSCCFiestaJunior.com. It's for 14 to 17-year-old drivers, all in the Ford Fiesta ST150. And who knows, that with the numbers looking excellent for next year, possibly looking into the low to mid-20s already for next season, with lots of interested drivers, not just from karting, but short ovals and even further afield. It looks as though it's going to be a stellar year in what is the continuing renaissance of the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. So the top 3 appears to be down at the top of the pit lane, which means we can have a chat to our junior drivers. Andy's down to have a chat with our still championship dominant leader, Joseph Loke, as well as our second place men, Will Alton and Jenson Brickley.
So it's an unbroken run of victories for Joseph Loke then, who's just about to get out of his car after another race win in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, racing with MRF tyres. But as he said to me after race 1, it's getting harder and harder now to win these races, and Will Orton really pushed him right to the end. And a great 3rd place there for Jenson Brickley, setting the fastest lap on the final lap of the race as well. Joseph Loke taking his time to get out of the car. So what we might do is maybe have a chat. Well, let's have a chat, since he's here first, with Jenson then, who was 3rd place. Congratulations, mate, your first podium in the championship and fastest lap to boot as well.
Yeah, well, we got a bad race in the first one. I qualified 2nd, and the master switch was broke, so it kept cutting out. So we finished 12th in the end, 3 laps down. So I started 12th in that one, and I just came through like mad. I was on it.
Yeah, some really great overtakes as well through the middle of that, and then once you got into 4th place, you were chasing down the podium. Did you believe you could get it?
Yeah, well, I knew I could get it because I was catching him like mad, and I seen that there was still 5 minutes to go, so I wasn't pushing too hard because I didn't want to trip up myself, but yeah, it was really good.
You've joined the championship at a good time. It's arguably more competitive now than ever before. Have you enjoyed your first season?
Yeah, it's been really good, yeah. Good racing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations on 3rd place then for Jenson Brickley. Now our race winner is out of his car, so let's have another word then, shall we, with Joseph Loke. Well, you said to me after race 1 these races were going to keep getting harder and harder to win, and you were right.
I was. Yeah, kept me even more honest than race 1, so yeah, but obviously happy with the result. So
you pulled a bit of a gap after the first couple of laps, and then he just started to close in. How much pressure were you under there?
It was mainly a mistake from me. I really went deep into one corner, into turn 1, and I just let him on my rear, and it was, it's driving error, but yeah.
Obviously, points-wise, this is looking good for you now. If you haven't officially wrapped it up, it's virtually done. Have you allowed yourself a moment to just sit and think about what that means?
Not yet. I'll probably do that after the final round, once we know that we've hopefully won. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations, dominant performance, but I'll tell you what, the last rounds at Croft are going to be very, very close indeed, because this man, Will Orton, surely that win's got to come at some point. I mean, did you think maybe today was the day?
I was hoping so, but after qualifying yesterday, it was just trying to get the best result we could out of the day. But hopefully, next round.
You were closing in there. I mean, I know Joseph said he made a little mistake, and I saw instantly you were on that headlight flasher, you were trying to distract him, throwing everything you could at him.
Yeah, just trying everything I could. Try not to make any mistakes or run wide. And gave it my all.
Your thoughts then for Croft next time, a completely different circuit. Are you looking forward to that one?
Yeah, it should be a good challenge. We were there on the media day. Pace was good, so hopefully it should be a good weekend.
Excellent stuff. Well, congratulations then to our podium finishers in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship racing with MRF tyres. They've got their final rounds in a couple of weeks at Croft. But here at Donington, the racing action continues. 3 more races coming your way throughout the rest of the day, including that all-important championship decider for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. That's coming up soon.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Andy, and congratulations to all of our Fiesta Junior drivers again. Of course, lots of interest for next season, but they will go on to their final rounds in a couple of weeks' time at Croft on the 31st of October. And again, if you want more information on the championship, head to BRSCCFiestaJunior.com and get in touch with Championship Coordinator Laura Payne, who has been doing so much work behind the scenes. She's done a Herculean effort to put this all together with the assistance of Greg McElwraith and everyone at the BRSCC, who have been working tirelessly to get the championship back to where it should be, and things are looking incredibly bright for next year. So if you're a young driver, you've got someone who's going to be 14, 17 years old, of course there is one currently racing karting, short ovals, hasn't even raced before, even done sim racing in many cases, and wants to get involved. Fiesta Junior Championship is a great proving ground for young drivers who want to get onto the circuit and race on the same circuits that British Touring Cars, British TUs and everything else going forwards. So we now move into a crucial point in the day, because this is now the third and final race coming up for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and the TCR UK Championship, including the VW Cup as well. There are champions to crown in both, a Dunlop Touring Car Trophy champion and a Volkswagen Racing Cup champion coming today. It is once again under overcast skies here at Donington Park, but the racing is as bright as ever, and it's going to be a showdown once more between current points leader Henry Neal and Lewis Kent. Effectively, Henry Neal looks to be in the driving seat, no pun intended, for the title, but Lewis Kent will try to fight every single step of the way on this last race of the season to try and deny that from happening, or at least try to prolong it as much as possible. At least in VW Cup as well, Andy Wilmot is also going to try and look to see if he can wrap up the title as well at the wheel of his team behind Volkswagen. But there, just behind the BMW safety car, are the two main championship contenders, the white, orange and black car of Lewis Kent, the Hyundai i30N TCR, and the black and white FN2 Honda Civic NGTC touring car of Henry Neal, the only NGTC or non-TCR touring car in the pack, and he is hoping that he can possibly come away with the title, which he would love to do, because it means he would emulate in some cases his three-time British touring car champion father, Matt, because of course he will have a touring car title of his own for him to cherish going into next season. Who knows, maybe going forwards he may well possibly want to take the place or join his father Matty in the British touring cars in the future, and this may well be a perfect stepping stone for him to have taken a full season's worth of running in an NGTC spec car. But of course, here and now in the touring car trophy for just about any NGTC or TCR touring cars who want to take part, it's a brilliant way to go touring car racing on less of a budget than you might think you might need. And of course, it's also an opportunity for possibly some other drivers to take the fight to them and possibly get some good results. One driver you have to keep on looking for, of course, is Sam Osborne, because he's come so close to a strong result in the first two races. But again, it seems to be, for some reason, on the same point of the race, at the same part of the circuit. The PMR Trade Price Cars Racing Cupra, the white, gold and black car, just behind Henry Neal's car, you can see behind the fencing, car number 7, just for whatever reason is having some kind of an issue which is preventing him from finishing the race, and so he could have got some great points, but unfortunately the results that he's got from this weekend don't truly show exactly what pace he's had. So hopefully the car can make it to the end of the race on this third one and actually get him the result which he deserves. We've also got Max Hart as well, of course, who has been pretty much, I think the word for the day is defend, because whenever he's got in front of both Henry Neal or Lewis Kent, he's had to pretty much get his elbows out as much as he can and stop them from getting through. So he's frustrated Lewis Kent no end in race 1, frustrated Henry Neal for a while in race 2, but again still finds himself ending up in that third place. He's owning that third place. He's pretty much not only owning it, he's owning it. He refuses to let it out to anyone else. Of course, at one point more than one point in this weekend, he has been in the position where he could either get second or even a race win, because he led throughout the second race before being switched back because he was under threat from Lewis Kent and Henry Neal, and also as well Sam Osborne. As the cars make their way out of the pit lane, the heading rounds, the group will throw down to Andy shortly when they start to arrive. But the crucial thing is now, as they get around to the circuit, on these slick tyres on still relatively cold track, you can see Mark Wakefield's Maximum Motorsport car slithering around there. They're sort of pulling the handbrake a little bit and trying to warm those rear tyres in, because of course in a front wheel drive car, because there's no drive going to the rear wheels, they have to get as much heat as they can in by trying to weave the cars around from side to side. The more they can do that, the more they can get the heat in and generate. But they'll do that on the formation lap as well, and also to get as much heat into the brakes as well, because one thing you don't want, particularly on the first lap with cold tyres, you don't want to team that with cold brakes, because otherwise that's just a recipe for disaster, and you ain't stopping that quickly with cold tyres and cold brakes with no grip and no friction on them. Alwyn in the background, Mark Wakefield just spotted it in the background there, has shown exactly how cold it is out there, because he's slithered off the road and actually got sideways whilst he was warming up his tyres through the Craner curve, so that was a bit of an embarrassing moment. Is that Max Hart? It might be Max Hart, actually. Either way, it was one of the Maximum Motorsport Civics that went off. Again, we mentioned, of course, for the VW Cup cars, of course, it's now a partially reversed grid for them, which means that Jack Depper is going to hopefully try and pick up his third win from three races now, because he's won the first 2 races pretty convincingly. It's Andy Wilmot who leads the way in the points. He'll try and hold on to those as strong as he can. There's another one of our championship contenders, Bradley Kent. Hasn't had the most ideal of weekends, but all the fortunes to go his way in this last race in order to try and still have a chance of wrapping up that title. There's Jack Depper in the black and yellow Scirocco. There is one of the 2 Team Hard Volkswagen Golf. Good to see them back in Team Hard in VW Cup this weekend. They missed around Silverstone, but Team Hard are involved in just about everything out there in motorsport. Of course, they've been BTCC. Of course, they've got cars in Ferrari Cup this year. They've got cars in Ginettas. They've got cars in other championships further afield. You can go as far as truck racing, in fact. So really breaking out into different ventures for Tony Gillen's squad. That's impressive stuff. So, cars make their way around to the grid. So what we will do is hand around to my very capable co-commentator Andy McEwen. We'll be able to have a chat to them as they come across the grid and give you a rundown of who is where.
Saturday, the spot on the outlap, and then
This is it then, the final round of the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, and it's all on the line with Henry Neal and Lewis Kent separated by just over 10 points. Lewis Kent really needs to try and win this race to have any chance of wrestling the title away from Henry Neal. Then you've got the VW Racing Cup, where it's equally tight, with Andy Wilmot trying to keep Bradley Kent at bay, Lewis's younger brother, at bay for the championship. Well, Lewis arrives here behind me on the front row of the grid, pole position for the TCR champion for 2020, Lewis Kent. And once his team have finished having a chat with him, I think I might try and dive in and have a word. Let's see if that's possible then, see if he's willing to talk. Is Lewis ready to have a chat with us maybe? Is that okay if I just... I'm going to do it anyway. Lewis, sorry to interrupt you. I'm sure you're in the zone ahead of this race. How are the nerves? It's the championship decider.
Yeah, no, they're not actually that too bad, you know. Last race of the year, we've already wrapped 1 championship up, so I feel like this is just go out and have a bit of fun. We're just going to go out, see how we get on, and yeah, hopefully we can get a win under our belt as well.
Well, it's a track that suits the Hyundai. You were on fire in the previous race. Best of luck, mate.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Lewis Kent then in the Hyundai on pole position. Now it's Henry Neal that he's got to try and beat for the championship, remember. Henry beat him in the previous race, but it so easily could have ended the other way round. See if we can just dive in for a quick chat with Henry. How are you feeling ahead of this final race of the year, mate? Are you nervous?
I'll be lying if I said no. You know, I think I've worked it out. If Lewis wins this, we've got to finish 4th. So we've got to try and bring it home. You know, don't get me wrong. I'll be going for the win. But first and foremost, I need to bring it home. That's all. So yeah, just looking for a good, solid top 4 finish.
You've put an awful lot into this campaign, not just this year but last year. It would mean a lot, wouldn't it, if you could pull it off?
Oh, mega, mate. It's more for all these lads working on the car right now, because they're all doing it off their own back. They don't get paid to come and do the TCT weekends. So it's for them, you know, and it's for everyone who's put faith in me to run this year. So, yeah.
Well, best of luck, Henry, then we'll leave you to it. Let's see who else we can find there. We've got a few more minutes, I think, before the race gets underway. Sam Osborne, 3rd on the grid. Now, he was a contender for the race victory in the previous race, sadly had a problem. Let's see if we can dive in and find out what the problem was. Sam, welcome to the championship, first of all. Good to have you here. What was the problem in the previous race?
Unfortunately, we've just had a drive shaft go. So, unfortunately, that led to 2 DNFs, one in the first race and one in the second race.
It's a real shame because you've got race-winning pace, I think, haven't you?
Yeah, we've got fastest lap in both races. Once was pretty good, and the second one we made a little bit of a change, and it really helped us. So that was great.
Some serious multitasking there. Well done, mate. I'll leave you to it.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
Sam Osborne then 3rd on the grid. It's Max Hart 4th on the grid, and 5th position for Darrell Wilson. The VW Racing Cup, of course, right at the back of the field. I don't think we've got time to get down there, but that is the battle between Andy Wilmot in the Team Hard Golf and Bradley Kent. He's been a little bit off pace this weekend. Can he fight back and claim the title away? It's all to play for in both categories, with one more 20-minute race around the fabulous Donington Park National Circuit still to come. Scott, I don't know about you, I'm starting to feel the nerves down here. I think this is going to be exciting, isn't it?
I think more than nerves, but the phrase is rubs hands with glee. This is going to be quite a fantastic one to watch. Now, one thing I'm interested to see is that we've actually got one of the Maxim Motorsport Cupras on the grid, because I can't see Mark Wakefield for some reason. Looking at my screen here, no, because then we've got 3 Cupras on the grid. We've got Sam Osborne, Max Hart, and we have also got William Butler after he went off into the tyres at the top of Hollywood, but no Mark Wakefield for some reason, which is a shame, unless they're doing some extra work and he'll start from the pit lane, in which case that'll be quite convenient. But Jeff Alden's car is there at the back. You can just see on the right-hand side, of the back of the right-hand side of the grid, the 4th car on the right-hand side there, that being Jeff Alden, his first weekend in the now Matrix Motorsport owned, or Matrix Motorsport run or assisted Honda Civic Type R, the older shape FN2 shape Honda Civic Type R TCR car, which is effectively the same generation as Henry Neal's NGTC machine, although it's a different spec, of course, being TCR to NGTC. As we come onto the grid, of course. So here's the grid then for this important season finale. This is the showdown. Lewis Kent versus Henry Neal for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy title. Sam Osborne on the 3rd on the grid. Alongside him is Max Hart, who we're hoping to try and break the streak of finishing anything other than 3rd place. But it's Darrell Wilson and William Butler. Then, of course, no Tim Docker. And I saw as well no Mark Wakefield either for some reason on the grid, unless he's in the pit lane. And we've got Jeff Alden on the grid as well in the mix in 9th place on the grid. Then we go back to our VW Cup cars with Jack Deppert and Howard Fuller on the front row of the grid. Josh Coggan and points leader Andy Wilmot, who'll be on the 2nd row for the VWs, followed then on the 3rd row for them by Paul Ivans and Bradley Kent, then Martin Depper, and Richard Gilbert is on the grid at the back once again. So both of the JM Racing cars are in there. Russell Joyce should also be on the grid as well. So the 30-second boards are up. This is it, Andy. This is crunch point in the championship, and this is going to be a key one. The 2 main contenders again end up on the front row. It's pretty much it's been the story of the season. Those 2 battling for the championship, always pretty much starting on the front row. Tension's real, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they've won every race between them, those 2, haven't they? Henry Neal now has 2 more victories, and the pattern of the season was broken in that earlier race today, because this is the 3rd event of the year, and across the first 6 races, 5 races I should say, Henry Neal had won every race 1 of the weekend, and Lewis had won every race 2. But Henry, of course, with that fighting drive in the previous race, was able to come through and snatch another race victory. And that does now give him this advantage, doesn't it? 15 points. It means that even if Lewis Kent wins, a podium or even a top 4 might be enough for Henry. It sounds like he's on top of the maths, and he's a very level-headed character, actually, for someone relatively young. He's been racing for a number of years, and it's not like his dad, Matt, to get to flap about things either, is it? I think he's inherited that cool, calm exterior, but I could definitely sense nerves from him when I was chatting to him just now on the grid. Lewis, on the other hand, a big difference from when I last spoke to him after the previous race. When I spoke to him after race 2, you could feel the disappointment just radiating off him, but he sounded confident then on the grid. He knows all he can do is win the race. If he wins the race, it's out of his hands. So he's got one objective: good start, get the lead into turn 1 and try to pull away. Then the pressure is on Henry. Henry has to perform, he can't make any mistakes. He hasn't had a bad race yet this year. Maybe this is the time when he might get a bit of bad luck, who knows? So fascinating dynamic between those 2 young chargers, both of them destined, I think, for great things in the world of touring car racing. Henry, of course, with his familial links, but Lewis has also been competing over in Europe, in TCR Europe, and was trying to get over into the WTCR field as well originally this year. Obviously owned by factory support as well, maybe. So they're both drivers we're going to be hearing a lot of, I think, over the coming years, and this really does matter an awful lot to both of them.
I think also quite special for Henry, and of course of the whole Neal family, because of course it means that Henry gets a chance to, in some ways, emulate his father in winning a touring car title. Of course, it'll be his first. Obviously, Matt's won 3 of them himself. But what's crucial, of course, with Henry having Matt as a father is that he will know exactly. Matt's done this so many times before, being in the mix for the title. And this is interesting. Just information from our friend from TCR guru Phil Kinch, give him a shout out, who was here this weekend. Interesting enough to say, Mark Wakefield has switched cars, so effectively the car which was being driven by Jeff Alden, he's now actually relinquished that, and Mark Wakefield is now in there. So we'll get to see an interesting point. Now, Sam Osborne's car, yet again, is having mechanical issues. I didn't quite catch the interview. Did he say what the issue was with that car?
I think he said, yeah. So that looks suspiciously like a similar problem, because the car has just died a death, hasn't it, going up the hill. So that is such a shame. I really was tipping him for a race win today.
I did notice when he was going down to the training curves, that car, there was a bit of a gap between the top 2, because they kind of raced away off towards the grid, whereas Sam Osborne's car was a bit further back as he was sort of trying to get through there. So whether that's drive shaft or something else, but it's not been pace-wise. He's been brilliant, but just getting the result and getting to the end, it's just not Sam Osborne's weekend, is it?
It really hasn't been, but very talented driver. I don't really think he's been able to show his talents to the best of his abilities in the BTCC this year. He's been very unlucky, got involved in a few skirmishes he could have done without. Yeah, talented driver, and shame that he's not going to be out there. This might lead to a delayed start as well, because that car ain't going anywhere. Marshals, of course, can't approach the car properly, so they're having to listen in to what he's describing to them. But if he's saying he's got no power, he's going to need to be towed out of the way. Worth giving the VW Racing Cup some attention here as well. Only 14 points in it between Andy Wilmot and Bradley Kent, neither of whom start on pole position. It's Jack Depper, the race 2 winner, who will be lining up first. In fact, double so far this weekend on his first appearance this season in Caterham, although he did race last year in the VW Cup. There are more points available in VW Cup than there are in TCT. You get 44 points for a race win in the VW Racing Cup. So, although it is a slightly bigger lead for Wilmot over Bradley Kent than it is for Henry Neal over Lewis Kent in TCT, it's actually less secure in a way. If Wilmot were to have a bad result in this one, he could very conceivably end up losing the championship lead.
We should mention, we're just anticipating if it's going to be a delayed start or not. We are just anticipating the fact that, of course, this is a weekend which for the VW Cup is one in which, oh no, they are going to make a race start. So 5-second wall is up then. This is it.
Here we go then, final round of the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. Lights go out, away they go. It's not a great start from Henry Neal again. He's going to lose second place to Max Hart. Further back in the VW Cup, Bradley Kent has had a shocker as well, but his brother Lewis is leading the pack into Redgate Corner. Max Hart goes to the outside to challenge for the race lead though. The Irish driver is sideways on cold tyres. He can't get into the corner first. It's Kent that leads, Hart is second. Henry Neal with a mega run out of the corner, pulls alongside the Cooper as they go into the crane of curves. He wants to get into second and try to get his head down and escape after Lewis Kent. Kent leads then, Neal second. The top 2 in the championship are the top 2 in the race, but in reverse order. Hart third, Wilson in fourth position. VW Cup, it's Ogden is that out in front, I think. Yes, it is, because Richard Gilbert, the other green car, is further back. But there, look, is Bradley Kent. The orange and white number 44 car has not had a good getaway at all. So one Kent brother has a demon start, gets the race lead. The other one, though, with work to do.
One thing to mention, Sam Osborne's car did get restarted. I saw Warwick's tyres in the background, and I think I've just heard it coming to the pit lane. So whatever the issue was, he's got it back again. Will Butler gets a little rocky over the curbs as he comes out through Copper's corner onto the back straight. So Sam Wilson's car's been refired. They can get it quickly redone. He'll have to go down a lap, unfortunately, but he can still show his pace in terms of where he could have been. But at the front of the field, this is crucial. As you mentioned, all Lewis Kent can do is push as hard as he can and go for this victory. That's all he can do. He just needs to know effectively he effectively controls in terms of what he can do. As for Henry Neal, well, it's up to him in terms of just getting the car done and getting it down to the end. But if he's under pressure from the likes of Max Hart here, again, Max Hart's not in contention for this, but he doesn't care. He's just racing for himself. He doesn't want to finish in third place yet again. He wants to go for second or higher, so he'll be going up for himself here. That's the crucial thing in this race. And meanwhile, for the VW Cup cars, the leader's gone Howard Fuller. It's second for Jack Depper, third for Martin Depper, fourth for Josh Coggan, and fifth for Andy Wilmot. But he's still crucially ahead of Bradley Kent, who's now behind Richard Gilbert. So, as you said, not a good start for Bradley, but at the moment, Andy Wilmot is effectively doing everything he needs to keeping out of trouble and finishing ahead of Bradley to wrap up this VW crown.
I think we'll see a very cautious Andy Wilmot in this race. He's had a non-finish at Silverstone earlier in the year. He can't really afford another, because then actually Bradley Kent wouldn't have to finish all that high up the order to take it away from him. But you're right, it is Howard Fuller then, the big friendly giant as he's affectionately known. That's Richard Gilbert off at the old hairpin, but Howard Fuller on his return to the championship leading the way. It'll be a great feel-good story to see him grab a race win. Jack Depper second, Martin Depper was up into third, but he's just lost that third place to Josh Coggan in the Golf, who then runs wide, gets a wheel on the dirt, and you're ending up in the gravel if you do that. Or he just about avoids the gravel, but he certainly loses momentum out onto the pit straight. There is the number 22 car further back, and that is Mark Wakefield, as we suggested was the case. So Fuller leads in VW Racing Cup, Jack Depper in second. At the head of the field, Henry Neal just set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 12.4. He is going after Lewis Kent. He's taking Max Hart with him as well, only half a second between those two as they head on to the third lap.
Interesting stuff here now, as we see that Howard Fuller is being reeled in pretty quickly by Jack Depper, and looking back, of course, with Josh Coggan going off, it hasn't really been sort of JM Racing's weekend with their two cars. Richard Gilbert's played with problems all the way through the first two races. It appears as though it's back up to some point kind of full speed now in many cases, but Josh Coggan's been off the road and had issues too after he retired from the second race when the car stopped at Coppice, so not the best fortunes for them, but they'll regroup and I'm sure they'll be back next year to be stronger for a full championship charge. Meanwhile, we watch Martin Depper and Andy Wilmot, two drivers who I correct myself here, I think they have raced against each other on in BRSCC. I think at the same time, I think in the past, they've driven NGTC cars in the past, at least maybe on the same track together. Maybe, maybe not. I'll have to possibly check that. But either way, Lewis Kent continues to command the pace, but there is Henry Neal. Oh, Mark Wakefield's off the road. It's not been a good weekend for that Civic, and that is actually a carbon copy of what Jeff Alden did in race 1 yesterday. It's off the road, and I'm afraid, Mark, you can spin your wheels all you like. That's not going anywhere.
And the safety car is scrambled up. Panic then, because Lewis Kent was slowing down. He'd seen the safety car, but the safety car hasn't quite caught the leaders in time. So, well, that little cushion that he built up, about 1 1/4 seconds, is going to evaporate now, but it is Henry Neal right behind him. Max Hart in third. Now, interestingly, Max Hart and Henry Neal, I don't think they're on each other's Christmas card list, because remember, they had a bit of contact in the previous race, and just before... Wakefeld's out of the gravel now, that's just good, so it should be a brief safety car period in this. But yeah, just before we went on air for the post-race interviews earlier on, I did hear Henry and Max having an exchange of words, shall we say, about that contact that they had. And Max was saying that he just didn't see Henry there. I'm not sure Henry was buying it, so there may be a little extra incentive there for Max to get stuck in here. Although Henry is on the verge of wrapping up the title, Max is going to want to try and race him. And then, of course, you've got Darrell Wilson and Will Butler behind, who could also have a part to play in this. We've been saying all along that all Lewis Kent can do in this race is get to the lead, pull away, win, and hope for the best. Of course, there is another option, which is that he backs up Henry Neal and tries to make something happen that could make him the champion. Now, it's not the gentlemanly thing to do, but who cares? It could be the thing that wins him the championship. And now that Henry's caught him anyway, I wonder if he might be tempted just to drive a little more defensively. He has to anyway to hang on to the race lead. And if it happens that Max Hart and Darrell Wilson and Will Butler start making Henry Neal's life a bit more difficult, well, so be it, I suppose. Yeah,
there's another way of looking at it in many cases. And also for Max Hart as well, just I'll come back to in a second with Max Hart with that point, is that I'm sure Henry Neal, if he said to him kind of, you know, I'm fighting for a championship here, I'm sure Max Hart's response would just be been, and?
That is exactly, it's like you were there, that's exactly what the conversation was. That's what Henry said. He said, look, I'm fighting for a championship here. Lewis was mentioning that in his interview as well. But so what? The other drivers don't care. This is their last chance to go and grab a race victory of the year. They're going for it.
Yeah, absolutely so. But on to the point of Lewis Kent, I think from what we've seen before, whilst I agree that is a tactic which he could use, I think of what I've seen Lewis Kent, him going slow a little bit on purpose to back people up, I don't think that's a thing. Well, it's a tactic that could work. It's not really a Lewis Kent thing to do, because normally when he gets in front, he likes to go out and do the whole charge in front, take the lead, create a big gap and dominate the race. That's what he wants to do. So whilst it possibly could be a weapon in his arsenal, it might not be the one he chooses to use, because therefore his preferred weapon is to use the raw pace that Hyundai has. Because remember, that's a car that's been developed by the likes of, originally when it was being conceived, Gabriele Tarquini and Alan May, two of the finest touring car drivers in the world that have tweaked that chassis. And he's even had feedback from the factory Hyundai. He went testing with it, I think it was at some point last year, I think in Portugal, to get that car as quick as it could be, getting the feedback from those guys in order to make it as quick as it could be. So he's had a lot of good people look at that car and help him out with it. And of course the little Essex and Kent outfit, which is looked after by his dad Warren and David Clear, who's his uncle as well, who's been putting it all together. They've shown faith in him and his career and trying to get him up to the way he should be. And they've got a lot of faith in him moving up through the ranks in touring cars. So winning races is all about what he wants to do. So I guess it'll be up to him what tactic he decides to choose. But I think right now for him, his making sense will be just keep Henry behind, and maybe possibly could be no matter what he needs to do.
Yeah, well, he's really stacking them up here. He'll certainly like to bunch Henry Neal up a little bit on the restart, that is for sure. Safety car lights are off, so we're going racing this time with what's going to be just over 12.5 minutes to go. By the time they get to the chicane, Lewis Kent has gone already then, trying to carry maximum speed through the chicane, but he was a bit wide actually, outbraked himself slightly, so Henry Neal is going to be right on his tail again as we go racing again in the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy at Donington Park, and Lewis Kent is now having to defend the inside line because Henry Neal has got almost alongside him into the braking zone. Max Hart is there as well, and Max does have a go at the inside of Henry Neal. He says, do you know what, you want second place that badly? Go ahead and take it. It is not worth the fight right now. Henry's got a good gap back to Darrell Wilson and Will Butler behind him. Third place will be enough for the championship for Henry Neal, regardless of what Lewis Kent can do. And of course, Max Hart might just be able to go and challenge Lewis for the race win after all of this. So, sensible decision there from Henry.
Yeah, quite possibly. Whilst the TCT cars run off, Howard Fuller to maintain the lead in the VW Cup from the two Deppers. Jack ahead of Martin, then there's Andy Wilmot, who's got ahead of Josh Coggan whilst all that was happening before we had the safety car, so switch around there. Mark Wakefield has brought the Honda Civic into the pit lane, and that's had some troubles all weekend. There's some troubles on Friday evening sorting that car out, so not been great. Then change for the lead, in fact. Max Hart's got through, and this could be crucial because here comes Henry Neal then. He knows he just doesn't have to win the race, but he'll go for it if it's been served to him on a plate. There's side by side between the two main championship contenders. Henry Neal is on the inside line. He's in prime position to outbrake Lewis on the inside line. Lewis thinks, right, rather than be silly and try and risk an accident, he's not going to fight it. We'll try and set him up for a run down the pit straight. So in the blink of an eye in a few corners, Andy, it changes now the complexion of the race. And ironically, all it's done is Henry Neal is still second, but it's now Max Hart and Lewis Kent, ironically, have just swapped around. It's now Max Hart in the lead, Lewis Kent down to third, but crucially, he's now behind Henry Neal, but ultimately, if he stays there, it's championship guaranteed.
And Max third place Hart is finally perhaps about to break this run of third place finishes. He's finished third in every race this year. It's wonderfully consistent, but he'd love to get on the top step of the podium if he can, and in a car that we know has championship pedigree, he's got every chance of doing so. Darrell Wilson appears to have vanished somewhere on this lap because Will Butler's into fourth, and there is no sign of the green Astra.
There he is in the background, he's gone off somewhere.
Yeah, must have been, because he's rejoined behind the entire VW Racing Cup field. There is Andy Wilmot then, your champion-elect. I think we can start calling him in the VW Cup. He's lost some more ground, hasn't he? He's down to fourth place now. Josh Coggan behind him, was behind him, but he's now ahead of him. And Bradley Kent in sixth place, but Wilmot could actually finish behind Bradley by a few places in this race and still do enough to wrap up the title. There is Andy in the Team Hard Run VW Golf. His teammate still leading the way in the VW Cup. Howard Fuller, fifth place overall, and leading in the VWs by just under 2 seconds over Jack Depper.
So, halfway through the race now, the leading touring cars head to pass the race, and Henry Neal is now at the fastest lap of the race. I think he's possibly thinking, right, if we're going to do this, he's decided now, let's do it properly, let's go and get the race win. He's got the fastest lap of the race, he's going to dig his heels in now and see if he can do chosen to Max Hart. And there'll be a bit of a bit between his teeth for this one, won't there? Because, of course, he'll be thinking, right, after race 2, let's see how much he wants to get his elbows at. That said, does Henry really want to take that risk with the championship on the line? Because if it's a no score, if he does something which could end up ruining his race, that changes the whole championship and turns it on its head.
If he retires from this race, it's almost certain, unless he takes Lewis Kent with him, that Lewis will win the championship. So Henry has to think about this. As things stand, Henry would win the championship by 18 points at the moment, so he is doing more than enough ahead of Lewis Kent. But yeah, I mean, he said to me on the grid, yes, I'm thinking about the points, but if I can win the race, I'm going to try and win the race. And that is kind of the situation he's been presented with here. He's got a genuine shot at winning the race, and if he can do it without risking too much, I think he's definitely going to go for it. Here in the VW Racing Cup, thing is getting tighter though, because Jack Depper was on the previous lap 0.8 of a second quicker than Howard Fuller. I'm sure he's still getting used to that car again after so much time out of the cockpit. This lap, I think Jack has taken another 0.8 out of him because he's always pushing the Golf down the back straight. In fact, he looks to the outside into the chicane, dabs the brakes, decides against that. Howard Fuller then defending the inside into the Robert chicane. This could bring Jack's father, Martin, into play, and also Josh Coggan there in the green number 12 VW Golf. All four of them have crossed the line now closer than ever.
And Andy Wilmot's dropped back from Josh Coggan, so maybe he's just taking a bit steadier now to try and hold on to his fifth position. Not taking it steady is these two. Howard Fuller defending the inside from Jack Depper, but as you rightly said, Martin Depper's closed in. He's brought Josh Coggan with him, so pretty exciting battle at the front here between the top four in VW Cup. Now, Darrell Wilson, of course, will come up and he's going to have to try and repass these VW Cup cars. So that said, intriguingly, you'd have thought that the pace difference between a TCR car and a VW Cup car would be quite significant, but that said, Darrell's not really on the same sort of pace to be able to really just fly past him. He's not closing up on them by several seconds a lap, so either something's happened which has caused a bit of an issue in terms of his pace. I'm not quite sure. Jack Depper, though, still on the attack on the back of Howard Fuller, looking this way and that, and Martin comes in for rear gunner support as he comes into it. He's going to become he's being assaulted either side by the Depper brigade now. He's got Jack to one side, Martin to the other. He hasn't got really any support from his teammate yet, as the top three in the TCR and the touring cars go past. Lewis Kent sets the fastest lap of the race, so he's not out of this yet. Look at this, it's now a double push from the Deppers now, as Jack goes one way, and now there's contact, off goes Brian Fuller. I think possibly Howard Fuller didn't realise Jack was there, moved across to try and get through. Either that or Jack tried to go one way then the other and just tagged the back of Howard Fuller. Oh, that's disappointing. Out of it all, Depper now clumps the tyre barrier through the tyre stack through the final chicane. He's now given Martin the lead with Josh Coggan in third position. Oh, goodness me, and that is the damage from Howard Fuller's car. That's how hard he hit the barrier. Thankfully, he's walking in and out of the car, but goodness me. And now we see the two Deppers going to combat with Darrell Wilson getting out to pass them for on-track position. He's still towards the back of the touring car field. Where did that come from? That just kicked off out of nowhere.
Yeah, Howard Fuller was really defensive, wasn't he, into McLean's? They just stacked everyone up, and I think Jack Depper decided, right, now's my chance. But yeah, they just, I think one zigged, the other zagged, and they just kind of met in the middle out of confidence. I've seen it happen a few times over the years. Here, for the overall race lead, Max Hart is now under all sorts of pressure from Henry Neal, who is well and truly stuck between a rock and a hard place, isn't he? You've got the Cupra in front of him with Max Hart, who will do everything he can here to get his first ever win in the Touring Car Trophy. And he's got his championship rival Lewis Kent breathing down his neck, applying all the pressure he can in the hope that Henry makes a mistake and ends up off the road. So there are 3 cars all in contention to win the race, 2 of them fighting for the championship as well, and still just under 6.5 minutes of the race to go. Howard Fuller's car is far enough off the road at Coppice that I think we should be able to continue with no safety car. Lewis Kent is so committed through the crane of curves, isn't he? Gets within inches of the rear of the NGTC Honda Civic Type R. VW Cup, it's the 2 Scirocco's still ahead of the Golf. Andy Wilmot, of course, has inherited 4th place now after his teammate's demise. And 5th is Paul Evans, isn't he? Ahead of Bradley Kent. No, yes, Evans ahead of Kent, 5th and 6th. So Evans having a decent run in his one of the regular face in the VW Racing Cup paddock. Out of Redgate they go then. Andy Wilmot quite content, I think, to sit in 4th place. He knows that's enough for the title. And I don't think he's got any intention whatsoever of getting involved in this real scrum for the race lead as into the chicane come Hart and Henry Neal. Still the same order, but Henry, I think, is going to get tempted into having a go here, isn't he?
He really is pondering it, isn't he? As if he said, he's going for the lead if he can do. He's going to go for it. Gets a good run off of the final chicane on towards the Redgate corner with 5.5 minutes to go. Looks to the outside line, forcing Hart to go defensive. He will think about the undercut here, but again, he's going to be thinking about keeping one eye on Lewis Kent behind because he hasn't gone away. He's going to try and go around the outside if he can. I think Max Hart was a bit loose on the exit through Redgate into Hollywood. And now look at this. 1st, 2nd and 3rd, nose to tail through the crane of curves. And Kent is there again, looking back to the outside, forcing Neal to go defensive offline. Might switch back on the exit, which he's possibly going for. Runs wide into Henry Neal, tries to go defensive as he blocks any avenue for Lewis Kent to get through. Max Hart's getting away here as the 2 championship contenders are going through with almost 2 wheels on the grass there for Lewis Kent on the exit of Schwantz curve. But again, the harder they fight each other, the easier it is now at the moment, and for Max Hart to make a break.
I very much get the impression Lewis has been just letting Henry get on with this and trying to just sort of, because the only chance he's really got of winning this is if Henry has some sort of an issue, but Henry just dropped back a bit after that aborted attempt to pass going out of Redgate, and that meant that Lewis felt maybe now was the time to attack, but I think they've both got the pace to catch Max Hart again here. Max is not the quickest of these 3, at least defending well, and Max isn't stupid. He knows that the 2 drivers behind him, especially Henry Neal, are not going to take a massive risk here to get past him, so he can kind of play the 2 of them off against each other, and if they do catch him again before the end, I'm sure he will just start driving defensively again. Lewis Kent, will he work with Henry Neal here, maybe to catch back up to Max Hart? I suspect he might do. 4 minutes to go, so they can't really afford to trip over each other, otherwise they will run out of time to catch the Cupra.
And with 4 minutes to go, with it back to our VW Cup car, still the Depper 1-2 here. Jack with Martin as his rear gunner here as they come down the back straight. I think they did this yesterday's first race. It was a 1-2 for the Deppers with Jack ahead of Martin in that order. Better run for Josh Coggin so far in this 3rd position run. Of course, Andy Wilmot still 4th in the background there in the white and black team hardcore with the pink trim. Down the pit straight once more. Josh Coggin has got a good run on the exit of that final chicane on the tail of Martin Depper now. And Jack's starting to pull away here, so maybe Martin possibly starting to fall back into that, as I keep calling it, rear gunner position. Not for long, he's not though. Up the inside into 2nd, first Josh Coggin, and up into P2 goes the JM Racing Golf with that TCR style body kit on it as he heads through Hollywood. So the Deppers have been split up now, and now it's a possible chance for Josh Coggin to charge after him and possibly try and deny Jack Depper make it 3 wins out of 3. Meanwhile, with the TCT runners, Henry Neal's scored a small gap to Lewis Kent on that lap, and in turn Max Hart's extended his gap, I think, to roughly, what is it now, 5 or 6 seconds. So whatever's been going on between both Henry Neal and Lewis Kent, whilst it's seen it off camera, it's been totally to the benefit of Max Hart in the lead.
Well, Henry set the fastest lap that time though, 1:10.7, so he was 4/10 quicker than the leader. He's inching back towards Max and actually dropping Lewis slightly, 7/10 further back to Lewis in 3rd. These 3, I think all 3 of them covered by about 7/10, if that. Jack Depper, get it right, Jack Depper ahead of Josh Coggin, easy for me to say, and Martin Depper then, Coggin in a Depper sandwich, in a Scirocco sandwich as well. The 2 Deppers in those very, very well prepared and good looking Sciroccos, and you will what people were watching Reeve in 4th position on his way maybe to the championship. Be disappointing in a way if he wasn't on the podium, because I might not get the chance to speak to our VW Racing Cup champion if he's not in the top 3 overall. So it's time yet, if something happens in front of him, he might be able to inherit another position. Right, here we go again. Henry Neal has caught Max Hart, and this time actually isn't under any immediate pressure from Lewis Kent, so this might be the best chance he's had all race, arguably, to try and get past the Irishman. 2 minutes to go, so 2 more laps remaining in this one. Lewis has really dropped back to the point where he's got some sort of an issue car has been known to use its tyres a little bit harder than certainly the Cupra, possibly the Honda as well. This is a place that will punish that left front tyre in a front wheel drive touring car, but whatever the reason is, he's definitely further back now from Henry than he's been.
I was about to say whether or not he'd been concerned about the possible time that was reached, but the way he attacked with the crane of curve suggests probably not just yet. I think you might be right. Maybe he has taken a bit too much out of his tyres whilst trying to get stuck behind and getting in the turbulent air that Henry Neal's been producing. But speaking of turbulent, it's getting pretty turbulent at the front of the VW Cup class. We've got the top 4 all together now. Andy Wilmot is still in the conversation, but he's keeping a watching brief these top 3 to see if anything happens. It might do, because Martin Depper's having a look up the inside, forces Josh Coggan wide. Now Andy Wilmot thinks, right, can I have third place please? Josh Coggan's wide on the exit, Wilmot's alongside him side by side. Now the 2 Deppers are first and second again, but Wilmot, if he continues this drive out of the final corner onto the pit strip, which I think he might do, either he'll brave it around the outside, or if he's smart, he might well just let him go and have a look at him a few corners later. Paul Ivans, in fact, has come quite quickly. He's up to 5th position now. Bradley Kent's 6th. And just behind him, here comes the TCT runners with Max Hart flashing the headlights saying, Bradley, I like you very much, but please get out of the way because I want to try and win this race, which has now gone on to, I think, its final lap of the season.
Indeed it has. So here we go then. Last lap of 2020. It's been a strange old year, hasn't it? But we've had some really great racing, some of the most competitive racing we've had so far in the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. And Max Hart then, is he about to end the season with that first win? He's got probably only one back marker to negotiate, which is Bradley Kent. So Henry Neal's last overtake of the year might be against the brother of the man who he's trying to fight for the championship. The Deppers look as though they're going to try and settle the VW Racing Cup portion of the race in a private battle between themselves. Andy Wilmot in 4th on course for the title. Paul Ivans is reeling them in. I'm not sure he's quite going to have time to get there. As they go down the exhibition straight, is Martin Depper going to have a go at getting past his son into the chicane? No, not quite. Whether maybe he'll be tempted just to bring home a formation finish for those two. Max Hart, though, is heading into the Robert chicane. He's finally going to do it. It took him until the 7th and final round of the championship, but we do have a new race winner in the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. Max Hart wins the race. Henry Neal wins the championship, and with a really classy drive there in that final race of the season. Lewis Kent comes home in 3rd. It's not going to be enough for the TCT title. He is the top TCR runner, though, in 2020, and for that, I'm sure he will be very, very grateful. As for VW Cup, though, that's still all to play for.
Really is. The 2 Deppers then nose to tail as they come out through the old hairpin, and Martin wouldn't put it past him possibly. Either he's in 2 minds here, he'd be happy to see his son Jack take a triple the victories, but if he's got a chance to take the victory, he will do, I'm sure, if he can. But he knows Josh Coggan's not too far away in 3rd position, and Wilmot will sit back in 4th for the moment as we come up through Coppice Corner for the last time. And I think possibly, unless Martin's going to make a move here on Jack and the last chicane, it may well be a carbon copy of the top 2 positions of what we saw in race number 1. And that's for our champion-elect. It seems as though he's dropped back to 4th, and he's not going to be troubled anymore. So, down to the chicane for the last time. It's not a bad return to the championship for these two, particularly for Jack. He hasn't finished all race and all season, and now he comes along and does the treble. It's a close one-run thing for Josh Coggan, but it is going to be Jack Depper who wins just ahead of Martin Depper and Josh Coggan. Meanwhile, weaving from side to side, 4th place is enough for Andy Wilmot to become the 2020 Volkswagen Racing Cup champion, and he is absolutely delighted. What a way for the man who is also one half of the Trade Price Cars Racing squad. I'm sure that he will get to be boasting that quite a lot when he gets back to the BTCC paddock, I'm sure. So well done to him in 4th place. 5th for Paul Ivans as well, and it will be 6th place for Bradley Kent, who couldn't get the job done in the end, unfortunately, with Richard Gilbert in 7th. So the final result of the season for the TCT, TCR and VW Cup sees Max Hart finally get that first win. He breaks the string of 3rd place to make his first win, and the first win for a Cupra car all season. Henry Neal, though, is 2nd place, and that's enough to wrap up the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy champion, so congratulations to him. He's now, just like his father, a touring car champion. How about that? Lewis Kent, 3rd place, tried so hard all season. It would have been he's a very, very worthy runner-up, and would have been a very, very worthy champion had he succeeded. But credit where credit's due, brilliant effort from the team all season. William Butler survives to 4th. Darrell Wilson fell back in 5th. Jack Depper completes a hat-trick in the VW Cup, and he wins for that from Martin Depper. And Andy Wilmot actually is 3rd, in fact, so it is going to be 3rd place for Andy Wilmot, because Josh Coggan, I think, has been given a time penalty by the looks of things for reasons, maybe track limits or so. So Andy Wilmot, in fact, is on the podium. So that's a celebration. So hopefully, if Andy gets down there, he will find out that it will in fact himself he'll be able to speak to our new champion. Paul Evans and Josh Coggan round out the top 10 finishers. and the rest of the order should be Bradley Kent and Richard Gilbert, and it's sad that we lost Howard Fuller after he got tagged by Jack Depper. Mark Wakefield, who of course had that issue after he spun off in the gravel in the car which Jeff Alden's been driving all weekend, and that's for Sam Osborne. Had the problem on the formation lap and didn't even complete a racing lap, sadly, but he's got great pace. If he does come back to TCR, he will certainly want to make that happen. So well done to everyone involved in the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, TCR UK and VW Cup. We're going to hand over to Andy back at the pit, and who can have a chat hopefully to both of our new champions, race winner Max Hart and champions Henry Neal, and also Andy Wilmot, as well as Jack Depper, who won the third race in the VW Cup. Andy, over to you.
Well, so many stories at the end of that race then. Max Hart at last gets his first visit to the top step of the podium, and this is how you celebrate. You break the winner's board here as he came in, but a brilliant race result that for Max. And Henry Neal is the 2020 Dunlop Touring Car Trophy champion. Well, Max Hart is with me now. I'll go with the race winner first. At last, I bet that feels good.
Yeah, at last, yeah, sure does feel good. That was a mega race. Really enjoyed that. That was hard work too.
Yeah, not easy at all. But how conscious were you though of the fact that these two had their championship to think about?
Yeah, I knew about it. Like I didn't have plans on interfering with it or anything, so I kind of just tried to pull a gap as soon as I got in front, and they were kind of all over me, and then I slowly started to pull a gap, and then I was just head down, just try to keep going.
Yeah, I mean, it was relentless out there. Every time it looked like Henry had dropped back, he'd start inching back towards you. It must have felt like a very long 20 minutes.
Yeah, it was. After, I'd say, about the first 5 laps, I didn't want it to be over, but I just wanted it to be finished so I could take the P1. But no, I'm super happy taking P1.
Great way to end the season. What does this mean for you now going forward? Do you know what your plans are for next year yet?
We've no plans for next year. So, yeah, well, I guess it's just a waiting game to see what we're doing next year. I just want to thank all my sponsors, because without them I wouldn't be able to be here and do things like this. And thanks to Maximum Motorsport for fixing the car as well after Friday. And well done to Donington and MSV for running a great show.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Congratulations. So good to see Max Hart at last on the top step of the podium. But for the championship, it's all about Henry Neal. Henry, well done. I'll tell you what, when I spoke to you before the race, for the first time ever, I think, I could feel the nerves coming from you. I think, despite what you were saying to me, it must have been in the back of your mind that it could still go wrong.
Well, yes, that's it. It ain't over till it's over. And I knew we had one more race to do. We had to finish 4th if Lewis won. So I just treated it like every other race, go for as high as possible. I got on the back of Max a few times, but to be fair to him, he was defending really well, and I just couldn't seem to get away past. I was looking for the lunge somewhere, but he just covered off that inside line. But over the moon, can't believe it, champion. So absolutely psyched.
This really means something to you.
Oh, huge. It's like to do it at my dad's ex-car is just like the best thing ever, so psyching.
And you're both touring car champions now.
Not quite at that level, but yeah, I'll take it.
Oh, I would. Well done, Henry, on your 2020 champion, Henry Neal. Now, where's the man that pushed him so hard right to the end? Lewis Kent is over by his car. Who'd have thought? Let's have a wander over, shall we? Lewis Kent then coming home. In the end, 3rd place in the race, 2nd place in the championship. Lewis, it's not quite the TCT title, but you've caught a lot of eyes this year. Another really strong season for you.
Yeah, another one. No, we've wrapped up TCR UK, you know. 3rd time lucky, as they say, so we've tried it for 3 years, we've finally got it. So we're pleased with that, and you know, I've said to everyone, once you go against a works team, you have to get your work cut out for you, but no, we tried our hardest, you know, great credit to Henry, he deserves it the most out of us, you know, he's been trying hard all year, and no, we're really happy with how we've done, and 2nd ain't too bad, you know, hopefully, as I've said before on some of the interviews, I'm hopefully going to move on to some big things next year, and no, you'll see me around. So no, it's been a good year.
I think we're going to hear a lot more about Lewis Kent over the years. Congratulations, runner-up in the TCT, but he is, as he said, the TCR UK champion for 2020. Right, VW Cup time now. The win, of course, went to Jack Depper. It was a Depper 1-2, actually, with Jack taking the victory and Martin 2nd. There he is. Jack getting out of his car now. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? Is it more or less stressful when it's your father challenging you for the win on the last lap?
I think it's more stressful knowing the experience he's got behind him. But no, we had a good battle. It wasn't as clean as I'd like it to be, but that's racing sometimes. But no, 3 out of 3, what can I say? Brilliant, fabulous, phenomenal.
To hook us through that moment, I mean, obviously Howard was in there in the lead battle. What happened between you two coming out of Coppice?
Yeah, so I got a brilliant run down the straight, and I was on his arse. And I think I just overlapped him, and he hadn't realised, so he tried to come back over, but my car was there, and it just sent him off. Which is unfortunate. I would like to, raced a lot more with him, but hey ho, you know, there's not much we can do to prevent that.
Well, this man next year, he was claiming all of the credit for your race win earlier on. Maybe you wish you hadn't taught him so well now.
I like to think I was doing a good rear gunner's job there, wasn't it, really? No, Jack's driving fantastically well. You know, he's full of ballast, and I could see he was struggling in some places, but it's been a great weekend, and whilst there was some opportunity, obviously I wasn't going to spoil it, so you know, another 1-2 is perfect for the family trophy cupboard, and another fantastic moment, so yeah, really proud of him. He's done a fantastic job. We'll have to keep an eye on him now, won't we?
I think so. Both very talented drivers. Well done to both of the Deppers then. Third place was... Andy Wilmot is here somewhere, apparently. There he is. Andy, well done. Thanks for stopping, first of all. Wasn't sure if we'd... Thanks, Henry. Wasn't sure if we'd get a chance to talk to you, but I'm glad we have. You just about held on. I bet that was a nervy 20 minutes.
Yeah, anyone challenging me, I was just letting them go. All I had to do was stay in front of Bradley for that one. In fact, he had to get a P2 and I could just cruise around at the back. So I wasn't fighting. I was enjoying it though. Still maintaining our little mechanical problem. It was a straight line thing. Coming out the corners, we just didn't have power to sort of double click the throttle to get the boost back up. But I'm so pleased, so pleased. 2 championships on the bounce, one last year, one this year. I didn't think it was going to happen, but it has. And thanks to obviously Maximum to getting me to Silverstone Point, and then Team Hard to get me here right now. So joint effort. I'm so pleased. It's amazing.
Great to have Team Hard back on the grid as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. They haven't been on the grid for a while. They did make an appearance at the beginning of the season with Ollie Brown, who then went into touring cars. Team Hard didn't have anyone else to fill the seat. So. When I said, I'm not going to do it, I'm not bothered. Obviously, they caught wind of that and come and have a go with us. I was like, I'm not really fussed, but I'm so pleased I did now. It's just such a weight lifted. This has been the most stressful weekend of my life. Obviously, I thought last year was stressful going into a championship, going into it in P2 in the championship, and that's exactly how I've gone in this year. But just more stress because it's a much more competitive championship. There hasn't been as many cars on the grid as usual, but nevertheless, it's still been such a hard slog. But it's, to be honest, majority of it's reliability and consistency. We managed to do it, so I'm really pleased and thankful to everyone that's supported me. No sponsors, just myself. But yeah, the supporters have been amazing. So without them, and 2 good teams getting me to this point. So thank you.
And congratulations then, Andy Wilmot, your 2020 VW Racing Cup champion. Huge congratulations to Henry Neal for wrapping up the Touring Car Trophy as well. That's it for 2020 in the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. Some more racing still on its way here from Donington Park. But what a fabulous season of Touring Car Trophy racing it's been.
Are you going down to the podium?
Yes, today. I mean, there aren't many unbusy days at Donington Park as a marshal, but...
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Addy. Congratulations as well to new champions in the BRSCC roster, being Henry Neal being the Touring Car Trophy champion. Of course, Lewis Kent, of course, was wrapped up the TCR honours as well within that category. And, of course, Andy Wilmot, who is a very worthy VW Cup champion as well. Should also mention there is a Sunoco award as well for the fastest lap in both championships. So it is a Sunoco award goes to Sam Osborne in the TCT, thanks for getting the fastest lap all weekend. And in the VW Cup, a bit of a silver line for JM Racing. It's Richard Gilbert who picks that one up as well. Bit of a clear up going on for the end of that race. We've still got 2 more races to go. The next one coming up being our second of our Miltech Civic Cup races, where we will actually wrap up the title now for either way between Bruce Winfield and Alistair Camp. And of course it looks as though with Bruce Winfield 21 points ahead of Camp heading into the second race, it looks like a foregone conclusion on paper, but of course it's never that simple when it comes to championship design, as we've seen at least with the Touring Car Trophy. Of course, after that we've got coming up the rather excellent looking 45-minute Club Sport Trophy race coming up for a wide variety of cars, a full grid of 40 cars out there that are all qualifying earlier on with lots of different cars of different shapes and sizes, so that's going to be a proper excellent spectacle as we move into the last couple of races. You can see, even though it's only 5:45, so 20 to 5 in the afternoon, the cloud cover, at least and the brightness of the camera makes it look as dark as it actually is. It's a little bit lighter out there, I'm sure Andy will attest. So as we get ready for our second to last race, but I guess just quickly reflect on what happened in the races we just had. Of course, TCT, Henry Neal, as you were saying, it looked as though it was visible that Henry Neal was a little bit, even though he wasn't immediately showing, a little bit emotional about it, because of course he has something which he's, in many cases, he's emulated his father in becoming a touring car champion himself. So it's the age-old phrase, like father, like son. But of course for him, hopefully that's going to be a precursor for possibly what can lead on to future things in touring car racing.
Yeah, and he's won it in his dad's old car, and I mean that. I don't think we can overestimate that. That was. That is really special, that car that his father had so much success in. I mean, Matt Neal and Honda are kind of synonymous with each other, and I think the Neal family now as well, and the whole Team Dynamics squad, they've got this brilliant relationship with Honda. And that is genuinely a chassis that Matt raced and won races with in the British Touring Car Championship a few years ago. So I'm sure that is a big deal for Henry to have won it in that car and at a circuit that means so much to them as well. It's their local circuit. It's, of course, where Matt got his first ever BTCC race win all those years ago, back in 1999, and he's won so many times in the past as well. And Henry really does go well here. It suits the car well. And he really drove a clever race there. You know, he attacked Max Hart when he had a chance to, but as soon as it looked like it was a bit too dicey, he backed off, waited for another chance. And that's something that Henry Neal 2 or 3 years ago would not have done. He would have just got stuck in, he'd have been going for the race win, mistakes would be made, and ultimately championships would be lost. But Henry has really matured over recent years, and it's quite rewarding now to see him functioning at this high level. And you know, there are the rumours starting to circulate now about who's going to replace Matt when he does decide to hang up the helmet. Is he keeping the seat warm until Henry's ready? Well, this is a huge step on that ladder, and a great thing for him to have on his CV that does make him now a much bigger appeal to any touring car team. Obviously, the link's there with Dynamics, but wouldn't be at all surprised to see him on the BTCC grid in the future. And as for Lewis Kent, well, the future is very bright for him, almost as bright as his car, because he has been trying so hard, he and his whole team, to get to that next level of TCR racing. And he really, whereas Henry obviously racing in the NGTC car, Lewis and the whole Kent family really see the appeal of TCR, and they saw that TCR UK was a great place to get him into touring car racing, and then with the same car they can go and race in TCR Europe, TCR Germany, wherever they want to. That's always been the TCR ethos, and the Kents really are keen to maximise that, and I think this year finally wrapping up the TCR UK Championship, runner-up in the TCT, and only just missing out on the title ultimately, that's going to be a great springboard for them to do more races over in Europe and try to get further up the international touring car racing ladder. So a huge day for both of them. They'll both, I think, leave Donington Park fairly satisfied with how their weekend and season has gone, and keep an eye on Henry Neal and Lewis Kent over the next few years. I think there are some exciting things ahead.
Another person we have to mention, of course, as well, is Max Hart as well. First win in a touring car as well. He's come from a single-seater background, having come up from Monopostos last year, so it's a different kind of racing for him, and he's adapted well. But I know we made the slight joke about him owning third place, but of course still be third place all the way through and to be on the podium in every single race in a first season a touring car, and it's as familiar as a TCR machine. Hats off! That's not an easy thing to do, coming from a club level multi-car single seater championship, which is a very different kind of racing, a different car altogether. To switch to a front wheel drive big sort of international type touring car and to get the results he's had. Let's forget the size of the field, but to do that impressive and to even keep up with two experienced guys like Henry Neal's got all the backing of Team Dynamics as well, of course. And that's not to say Max Hart hasn't got a good team behind him. He's got Maxim Motorsport behind him, who've been in racing for ages, of course. And Lewis Kent, who's got a very capable TCR car in the Hyundai. To keep with them was to take the fights and particularly be in that position to win a race. Hats off. Not an easy thing to do, and he's carried it off beautifully.
Absolutely. I mean, Lewis Kent has 3 years experience in a TCR car. Max Hart has half a year, less than half a year, about 3 or 4 months worth of experience in a TCR car. So that is a real achievement actually, and I think if he were to come back next year, which I think he'd like to, budget allowing obviously, but I think he would like to be back next year, then I think he absolutely could be a contender, especially if Lewis and Henry decide to go off and do different things now. So Max really impressed with his attitude all year. He came in that first round at Alton Park, and the first competitive session of the year, he binned it in qualifying, went off at Lodge Corner into the barriers in torrential rain, in fairness, as it often is in July at Alton Park, I must attest. But he went off the road, and I spoke to him after, and I thought, he's going to be disappointed with that. This is not going to be a happy Max Hart. But you know what? He still had a smile on his face, and he said, look, I was going to make mistakes. It's my first ever time in a front-wheel drive car in the wet at a really challenging circuit. the car's not too badly damaged, I can still get a podium in the race. And he did. He got a podium in that race, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and all the way through the season, and finally peaking at the end with that race win. So yeah, great story for Max, and hopefully he'll be back next year.
Yeah, and I think it won't be too long before we see both Henry and Lewis Kent sharing a touring car grid once again in whatever form that might be. Who knows? Maybe even the top level of BTCC. Fingers crossed in many cases, because Lewis Kent had a possible opportunity to get onto the grid in a BTCC car at some point towards the end of the season. Of course, with Henry, I'm pretty sure it's only a matter of when rather than if we see him on a BTCC grid. Whether it's the place of Matt or not, it depends on what Matt wants to do with his future, which of course is entirely up to him. So it is his team and it's his car, so it's all down to him. So, but we'll see TCT next year, of course, once more, as we will with the Volkswagen Cup. We move back to more touring top action this time with the Civic Cup, with a partially reversed grid for race number 3. So it's Oliver Barsby on the front row of the grid on pole position. Alongside him is John Peerless, with Bradley Lane and Ben Mills, although that's a slightly different order I'm seeing on the screen. In fact, there's either a couple of cars are missing, or it's slightly different for some reason, because it's actually a slightly different order, actually, because Bradley Lane's in third position on the grid. We've got then Ben Mills and Ross Darlington, followed by Paul Taylor and Martin Dalzell, so that's in the correct order, but there's two cars that are not in position or not starting this race, because no Oliver Barsby and there's no John Peerless for some reason. So looking at the rest of the grid, Bruce Winfield, of course, starts this race from looks I think possibly 7th on the grid, even though the numbers are a bit incorrect. I'm just counting back to where they would be. I think it's the top 8 that's been reversed in this race, but for some reason 9th and 10th are also showing maybe out of position as well for some reason. Let's bring up the grid myself so we can have a quick look at it. Of course, we have got the invitation cars, of course, in the trophy in that invitation sort of trophy class cars, which are hoping to be in the mix as well. So the grid I have here, bring it up here. So it does have all of Barsby and John Peerless on the front row, but they're not there for me. So it's Bradley Lane and Ben Mills coming up from Ross Darlington, Paul Taylor, Martin Dalzell, and then Max Lewis, followed by Bruce Winfield and George Al Williams. Paul McHugh comes next from Alistair Camp. The next game, Jamie Tonks, David Buki, and Samuel Barrett rounding out the Civic Cup main championship cars. Then we go back to the invitation cars, which you hopefully should be the trophy class cars potentially for next year. It's Tony Hunter on the front of that grid from Mark Hughes and Irving Beckett. Lee Deegan starts 4th, who won that first race quite comfortably, former double Civic Cup champion, and Ryan Bensley and Simon Welch. So coming into this final race then, 21 points between Bruce Winfield and Alistair Camp. You would think possibly with that gap that it's a foregone conclusion, but as we even saw points with the TCT guys, it's never as simple as that, of course. So of course, with that partially reversed grid, it's now the job of Bruce Winfield to try and get himself in front. He's going to start out, in fact, in front of Alistair Camp. So that's the main thing, because Camp, I think, because he went off in that first race and had a problem, so he pulled off and had an issue. So this is all down now to Alistair Camp to try and do what he can, but what he can do is really race as hard as possible, whilst Bruce Winfield will know what he needs to do to get the job done, to keep out of trouble, score the points he needs to, and wrap up his title. So that's a simple task for him. Alistair Camp can just race as hard as he can and do what he needs to, but for everyone else, there's other positions to try and fill out. We've got Max Lewis and Paul Taylor and Jamie Tonks pretty close in the championship with 3rd, 4th and 5th. So plenty of stories here in the main championship. And the trophy cars, of course, with that partial reverse grid. Deegan starts 4th, but knowing Deegan, he won't stay there for very long, will he?
No, well, he didn't in race 1, did he? He started at the front, had a bad start, and it looked almost as if he was out of it, but didn't take him long to get to the front. I mean, he's a very quick driver. His Lee Deegan, so is his brother Shane, of course. Both of them are former race winners and championship contenders in their various categories. So, yeah, they are, Lee at least is applying himself well to this Honda Civic now, the trophy class car, the more production-based car, which is sort of being teed up as a stepping stone into the championship. But yeah, Bruce Winfield, yes, in a way, his job is quite easy in this race. He just needs to score a handful of points, and it doesn't really matter where Alistair Camp or Max Lewis are on the track. But he has to do it from 9th on the grid. Now, okay, there are a couple of cars ahead of him who haven't turned up, so let's say that's 7th, essentially. Still right in the middle of the pack, and that is where things can so often go wrong. So the championship situation here for Bruce Winfield is a little less secure maybe than he'd like coming into this final race of the season, and he's got to try and win the championship from deeper in the field than he would ideally like to be as well.
Yeah, one thing to also point out as well is that John Peerless's car isn't on the front row of the grid, but Oliver Barsby's is. That's why there's a little bit of confusion. I think there was one or two cars that were lining up initially on the grid before the formation. That went slightly the wrong order. But there we go. So, red lights on for the final race of the Middlesex Civic Cup, and away we go. And pretty unchallenged from the front row is Oliver Barsby with a great start from the front row of the grid and a cracking start from the yellow Civic of Martin Dalzell. He's launched himself off what was the 4th row of the grid for 7th place. He's on the outside for 3rd and 4th, but for the lead it's for side-by-side between Bradley Lane and Oliver Barsby. There's the black and red car of Lane that turns in. There's a bit of a concertina effect. Dalzell hits Taylor punches Barsby, off into the gravel he goes, and he then comes back onto the circuit, and all that hard work from pole position at the start of the race, he's gone down right to the tail of the Civic Cup field, which is really poor luck indeed. Now then, it's going to be lead there for Bradley Lane, a sideways Ben Mills to the screen occurs for 2nd place, Max Lewis 3rd, and already up into 4th goes Ben Winfield. He's decided if he's going to win this championship, he's doing it from the front. He's past Paul Taylor, the fast starting Martin Dalzell is back in 6th position, 7th is Ross Darlington, side by side for 8th Alistair Campen, the race 1 winner George Out Williams, but Bradley Lane has the lead, made up for not much longer, big sideways moment through McLean's. It's a front-wheel drive car, big throttle and bring the front end round, and away he goes. Ben Mills in 2nd place, Max Lewis in 3rd, but crucially, Andy, Bruce Wingfield up into 4th place. He's not hanging around here. He's managed to pick up all the places which he was starting back in, 7th place, so it's 9th place on the grid. He's already up, look at that, 4 or 5 spots already. He's not hanging around. He wants this championship and he wants to do it by winning the race.
And he's ahead of Alistair Camp as well, which is the other big thing. He's going for 3rd place now at the inside into the chicane, and he is into the podium places already. Oh, that was close. And there is now contact there as off goes the number 77 car and back into the road. This could get messy. That's Lewis. We've got Paul Taylor spinning as well further down the straight, who was the one that tangled with him, and Taylor eventually makes contact with the pit wall. It was Paul Taylor, I think, that almost ran into the back of Lewis really as they came off the corner, and Max Lewis, cold rear tyres, just got into a huge tank stop. He's also, I've just seen out of the window, got broken left rear suspension, which will not have helped his attempts to control the car. And all of this was happening around Bruce Winfield, the championship leader, who by the skin of his teeth got through without damage. Sadly, the same is not going to be true for Taylor. He is going to come through with definitely damage to the right hand side of the car after hitting that pit wall.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and pull it off as far off the race line as he can to possibly try and prevent a safety car, which is, even though it's might damage the rear end, it's quite a difficult drive to pull it off the way he can, so he's out of dangerous way. And I think Max Lewis, possibly has been able to get away. He didn't actually hit anything from what I saw, but he actually had a big spin.
Bruce Winfield 2nd, sorry to cut across there. He's got himself ahead of the 66 car now, hasn't he, of Ben Mills, yes. So he is into the runners-up spot. This has been a champion's drive so far for Bruce Winfield. Look, he's right on the tail now of the 40 car. In fact, he's up the inside of the number 40 car into the chicane. He's gone through, so Lane loses the lead. Winfield has got ahead then, and that could be pivotal because he's made much better progress than Ali Camp has, hasn't he? Camp is still stuck down in 6th place. As they come across the line, George Alt Williams is joining in as well now, though he will try to get 2 for the price of 1 here. Inside line into Redgate corner for the race 1 winner, and George Alt Williams is through, so he's into 2nd. He will now no doubt chase after Bruce Winfield. You've got the 77 and Martin Dalzell closing in as well, and Alistair Camp desperately needs to get on with this now. The car at the back of this little queue, the grey, pink and yellow car, could do with overtaking some people, couldn't they?
Yeah, he's still stuck back there in 6th position trying to make it through. Martin Dalzell's next time he's trying to move up there. Bradley Lane, who was leading at one point, had that massive moment on the opening lap at McLean's, has gathered it back up again, and he's out and he's back into the 4th position, but he is being under threat from Martin Dalzell, and also Ross Darlington's not too far away in the championship white coloured car. As again, Bradley Lane runs deep into the right-hander at McLean's, and through goes Martin Dalzell. Only made his first appearance of the season back at Silverstone, but certainly proved why he's a common front runner. And up into the inside to putting down another spot goes his fellow Area Motorsport teammate, Alistair Camp. So 2 more Area Motorsport cars go past Bradley Lane's machine. Ross Darlington's the next one to go through. He gets some assistance from setting that car up from David Buki, who, for the record, is back in 10th, so he's got some work to do to get back up there. Jamie Thompson also, he had a great initial season, of course. Before that, he'd only ever done track days before that, I think, when you say back at Alton Park, and he's done such a great progression in this championship. He's a bit off the pace this weekend, but another impressive driver that has jumped into Honda Civic racing and really taken to it pretty quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember that from Alton Park. He made his racing debut in those abysmal conditions up in the northwest of the country, but slightly more favourable out there now. It's getting chillier towards the end of the day, but still no real threat of rain. Nice move made there. Dave Buki actually under pressure there, isn't he, from the number 4 car of Jamie Thompson, who sits 5th in the championship coming into this race, but Jamie, as we've said, not really having the best of runs. Ali Camp up the inside of Dalzell there and moves ahead with a little bit of paint traded on the exit of the corner, so that puts him 4th now then, or does it? Dalzell's trying to fight back as they go through Starkeys. In fact, in fairness to Martin, not letting Alistair have this all his own way, but Camp will now go through in the area motorsport room car into Calpis corner, and there Ross Darlington elbows his way up ahead of Lane in the 40 car. So again, not convinced that one required a little bit of contact, but it certainly made the move stick for Darlington to move into 6th. And now Alistair Camp needs to set off after Ben Mills in 3rd position, and then try and chase down the leading 2. Bruce Winfield's lead at the start of the lap was 1.6 seconds. It's probably much the same, I'd say, over George Allen Williams in 2nd position. 3rd place for Mills, 4th for Camp, and 5th for Dalzell. Camp is now making progress, but I fear it's too little too late.
Yeah, especially with Bruce Winfield setting the fastest lap of the race there, so he's now got that gap out to about, was it 1.7 seconds down to George Williams with that fastest lap of the race. So it's pretty crucial here, and despite Ali Camp getting past Martin Dalzell, he hasn't really pulled away from straight away there, so that's quite intriguing. Jamie Tonks, meanwhile, who we've just been talking about, slips up the inside of all people, Lee Deegan, who he's in a car that's got 15 horsepower less, but Lee Deegan is not driving it like a car that's got 15 horsepower less, he's driving it like it is an actual Civic Cup class car, so he is quite far ahead of the rest of the trophy cars. Off wide goes Ben Mills, grass tracking over the exit, the old hairpin. Kept his foot in though, it's quite impressive, so I'll give him that. Oh, and that hasn't really worked out. I spoke too soon, as off the road goes Martin Dalzell. Round goes Ben Mills, he keeps it going, kept his foot in again, so has Martin Dalzell. Quite seen for the sound of music, isn't it, watching these cars jumping back onto the cross. I can hear the Hills Are Alive singing in the background watching those cars. It's the sound of VTEC engines. Meanwhile, Ben Mills gets back on the road after that very wild time through those last few corners, gets going. Going to be no damage, so maybe it might be the case that he came back on the road, and Martin Dalzell possibly just had to avoid and went off at pretty high speed, but I think possibly either he's just recovering because he's just trying to regain some temperature back into the tyres again, or possibly, if there was any contact, there's no evident damage from what I can see.
I was thinking as he was bouncing across the grass, this can sometimes lead to disaster. I've seen it happen a few times because it's surprisingly difficult to merge back into the traffic there if you decide to cut across the inside of Starkeys, and the very next second into shot they came, both pointing the wrong way. But yeah, that could have been an awful lot worse, couldn't it? What it means is that Camp is now 3rd, of course, after that moment for Ben Mills. He went off there in the previous race, didn't he, with a very similar moment, just lost the rear turning into the corner. Darlington goes 4th and Lane back into the top 5 now, with Dave Buchan into 6th position. Dalzell, by the way, has just come into the pit lane here outside the window, and also see notification on the timing screen telling me that. Which means that, Lee Deegan is now into 8th place overall. He's comfortably leading the trophy class. 2nd place in the trophy class is the number 7 of Ryan Bensley, and it is number 32, Mervyn Beckett, who is in the 3rd place at the moment in trophy. But there is your trophy class leader. Lee Deegan is ahead of the very experienced Dave Buchan, who, as we keep saying, is not in a trophy class car. That car should be quicker.
It's actually Bradley Lane, in fact.
Oh, it is.
It's very similar looking car, so it's easy to get confused. I can see why that happened, but it's Bradley Lane in front of David Buchan and Jamie Tonks. There was Lee Deegan, he's behind them, just behind, so he's just behind them on track, but he's actually ironically not that far away, so to come through the fast chicane, there goes Winfield ahead of Outlet Williams and Aston Kemp. Ross Darlington's up to 4th now after all of that. 5th place for Bradley Lane, 6th for David Buchan, who's ever a popular figure in the Civic Cup paddock for various reasons. And 7th place for Jamie Tonks, 8th for Lee Deegan, who comfortably, I think that's up to state, comfortably leads the invitation class in those cars. It's a different sort of spec of car, different bits and pieces. There are different differential, we've got slightly less power on them as well, and it's a different class of car, but this is a bit of a test for them in order to bring it in as what we call a trophy class for next year. It's going to bolster the grids further with a different spec of Honda Civic, make it a 2-class championship. And usually when you do that, it does invite more cars, which means you get more competition in there. And as Lee Deegan's proven, if you're quick enough, you can keep up and run with the same sort of pace. It's only 50 horsepower difference, but it can make all the difference in terms of skilled drivers likely it can make the difference. So if he jumps into the trophy class next year, I mean, who knows? He's won 2 Civic Cup titles. He could take a trophy one if he does the same as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and it can be quite intimidating actually coming into this championship at the top level as someone with relatively little experience, and that trophy class definitely is a bit more of an inviting prospect for new drivers into the series. Bradley Lane here is busily defending his 5th place from David Buchan. Of course, as he defends, it's allowing Jamie Tonks to close in, so 3 cars together now for 5th, 6th and 7th place as they race down the exhibition straight. Buchan might try and get to the inside into the chicane, but Bradley has that covered. Defensive line into the right-hander can sometimes put you offline for the left, which it has, but Buchan gets stuck on the outside line, so Jamie Tonks, well, you'd think he was relatively inexperienced at racing. That was some great racecraft, anticipated the situation in front of him. He's already ahead of Buchan and level with Bradley Lane. Now, Bradley, I'm sure, is going to try and hold sway on the inside line, but Jamie just goes right around the outside. That was absolutely fantastic. Jamie Tonk passed the pair off them there, and he just let them have their own issue and pounced when they lost their momentum. That was really clever stuff.
And he's a rookie, you say?
Yes. Yes. I'd hate to share a track day with him, I tell you, because if you're going even slow, oh no, don't throw it away now. He's in the gravel at the old head, but he's sideways, foot down, save it, don't hit the bridge. Oh, it's still swaying around everywhere, but he has, I think, just about gathered it together. But those two places that he worked so well to get, and that we were praising him for getting, sadly, he's just thrown away again.
I think Bradley Lane felt sorry because he went off in sympathy there, just on the exit as well, so he was off onto the grass too. But you make a fine rally driver, Jamie Tonks. He kept his foot in there, which he should do, so definitely good. And they do rally these Honda Civic type cars in not just the UK, but other parts of the world. Now, this is interesting, in the background, there goes Bruce Winfield for second. Look at this. Ali Camper's caught race one winner George Alp Williams on the sprint down the exhibition straight. He's gone a little bit closer through the Roberts chicane, now on down towards Redgate again. The gap has closed in once more from round about roughly half a second or so. Back into Redgate corner, diving up the inside. George Alp Williams just doesn't even defend that in many cases, lets him up the inside. Either that, or George just didn't expect it to dive up the inside that much. Caught it, was completely caught off guard, and didn't have a chance to come back at him at all. He does now, going through Crane and Curve, which might not be the wisest thing to do. Whether that's proved true or not, have to wait and see. Big wiggle for Alistair Camp. He saw him in his mirrors and thought, oh crikey, the car's still there. Comes through the old hairpin, counting over the curves. Alp Williams is still pushing on, but again, we say this again, he's 17 years old, and he came into this weekend at starting the season without a driver's licence. He's got a provisional, but not an actual full driver's licence, and yet he's pulling off possibly moves like this up the inside of McLean's corner. Again, he's also a novice cross as well. Again, he's a rookie, you say, making passes like that. It's great to see some of these new drivers coming in who are taking these cars just like that. You say it's a difficult champion to come into, but for newcomers, particularly like Jamie and also George, they're taking to it and they're absolutely fearless.
And that was a peach of an overtake, wasn't it? Not just quick in the car, but he's confident enough on the brakes to make those sort of late lunges against someone who has been racing for an awfully long time. And Alistair Camp, for most of his career, has been in these sort of front-wheel drive hot hatchbacks. He's raced Ford Fiestas in the past as well with much success in Alistair, and over into the Civic Cup in recent times. It doesn't look as though the championship's going his way this year, but it might not even finish second place in this final race of the year. Just under 3 minutes to go. Winfield leading by nearly 5 seconds now over Alp Williams in second, Alistair Camp in third, and Ross Darlington, by the way, is still fourth ahead of David Buki, who's getting away now from Bradley Lane. And what happened to Ben Mills? Oh, he had dropped down to 8th, but he just reclaimed that 8th place from Lee Deegan in the lead trophy class car. There goes the leader. This battle for second is going to run and run, I think, isn't it? Alistair Camp, I don't think he's going to be able to chase down Bruce Winfield, mainly because he can't actually make a move stick against George Alp Williams, who, I think you're right, I think George was caught off guard by Alistair when he first made that move into Redgate. He didn't let him do, because the first possible opportunity, he fought back. Camp is now trying the outside at McLean's, runs out over the curb though, that doesn't work. Throwing everything at him, but George Alp Williams doesn't make many mistakes, and now that he knows Alistair is there, and now that he knows Alistair's good on the brakes into Redgate, he's not going to make life so easy this time. Yeah, for a 17-year-old rookie, he's not only got good pace, but he's got good racecraft as well for the few races he's done, so he's definitely making the most of it. And now on the strip, pulling away from Alistair Camp slightly with a good exit through Coppice Corner. There goes Bruce Winfield in the foreground, 1 minute and 45 seconds to go for him, so it'll be 2 more laps this time by then for the champion-elect, potentially. Down the pit straight he goes. The champion's title's not wrapped up just yet, but of course he's just got to complete these 2 laps to effectively seal the deal. Alistair Camp, though, is staring at the back of George Alp Williams, lights ablaze, and he tries to bore a hole into the back of that Honda Civic with the 2 beams of light from the headlights. It's still Ross Darlington 4th, by the way, David Buki 5th, Bradley Lane 6th, and then it's 7th place for Ben Mills in that FN2, who's still in 7th place despite everything that's happened to him with the excursions he's had. And then it's Jamie Tonks, who briefly was behind Lee Deegan, has now repassed him on pace as Alistair Camp was turned the car almost on the nose there, like a rear-wheel drive car, but that's how you race him in Civic Cup sometimes as he goes through. But it hasn't really, it hasn't really gained him any time. It hasn't really cost him any either. It was quite a handy way to go through there as he goes through McLean's. And George Alp Williams again, for a 17-year-old who hadn't raced this championship all the start of the season, I think he's safe to say he'll be glad to get rid of that cross on the back of it, because he's definitely racing like he's not a rookie at all. Yeah, certainly. Alistair Camp is finding it difficult to get through, but I'll tell you what, these cars are twitchy at high speed, aren't they? The quickest way to set up a front-wheel drive car like these is with very stiff rear suspension, because they're naturally very prone to understeer being front-wheel drive. So a lot of the setup work is about rotating the car on the nose, and it looks great, and when it works, it's very quick, but it means you do have to live life rather on the edge at times, which Alistair Camp was then through the old hairpin. Lee Deegan here keeping pace still with the little group in front of him. That's Bradley Lane 6th, Ben Mills 7th and Jamie Thompson 8th position. And Bradley Lane just keeping Ben Mills at bay for now, but Mills has closed back in after that moment he had down at the old hairpin. Jamie Thompson is back behind them as well, who's also had a moment at the old hairpin. But a popular place to go off today. Bruce Winfield has not really put a foot wrong in either race, has he? He was really strong in the earlier race with a second place finish behind George Al Williams, a sensible second place finish. And now he only needed a handful of points from this second race of the weekend. He's going to come away with 25 on them and 2020 championship.
I do love how surprised you were when you said that Lee Deegan was keeping up with Jamie Thompson. He is a double Civic Cup champion, don't you know? It's going through, but into Copper's corner for the last time then, and despite everything that Alistair Camp has tried to throw at this, he's been stuck staring at the back of George Out Williams' car for quite a while, but as they come onto the exhibition straight for the final time this season, never mind this weekend, that is the man that's going to take the glory. He has been able to pick up the mantle of the likes of Lee Deegan and Rob Baker. He heads through the last chicane, he's been pretty much flawless for most of the season, and now he gets his ultimate reward. He will head to the checkered flag as Bruce Winfield not only wins the final race of the season, but he is going to be crowned the 2020 Miltech Civic Cup champion, and he knows it. He's got arm out of the cockpit, lights ablaze, and he knows he has wrapped up the ultimate prize. Congratulations to Bruce Winfield, who makes it happen. For change for fourth on the last lap, though, David Buki has stolen it from Ross Darlington on the end. It's, for the record, second place for George Out Williams and third for Alistair Camp. Buki does get fourth on the last lap for Ross Darlington. Bradley Lane will come across in sixth. It will be Ben Mills and Jamie Thompson. Lee Deegan will come across, and he will comfortably win once again the trophy category, or the invitation class there with those trophy spec cars. And then behind him it's going to be Paul McHugh. He's been doing double duty this year in Civic Cup and also in STXRs a couple of times on the same weekend at Dalton Park in Silverstone, which is intriguing. And the rest of the trophy cars will have Bensley coming across in second place, Mervyn Beckett third, Mark Hughes fourth, and Simon Welch and Tony Hunter. But there it is then, the black and orange car on screen is another champion crowned. Your 2020 Miltech Civic Cup champion is Bruce Winfield, and he now joins the likes, as we said, of Lee Deegan and Rob Baker, who've succeeded in the last couple of years on the list of people who've succeeded in these brilliant VTEC Type R hot patches. Brilliant championship and a brilliant way to wrap up the season in overcast conditions, but let that not spoil anything for the fact that there, your race winner is a champion. Bruce Winfield doing it in fine style. He wins by 2.6 seconds from George Alp Williams in second place, who won race one earlier on. Alistair Camp has to concede the title, but still is on the podium in third place. David Buki stole fourth from Ross Darlington in the end on the last lap to head of Ross in fifth. Then it's Bradley Lane sixth, Ben Mills seventh, Jamie Tonks eighth. The ever quick Lee Deegan also once again wins for the second time this weekend the Invitation Trophy category. Paul McHugh rounds out the top 10 in his Civic Cup spec machine. And the rest of the order should, I think, be Invitation class trophy cars, I think, from 11th place downwards. And so from 11th it's Oliver Barsby, I think he's the last finishing Civic Cup car. Then Ryan Bensley, Mervyn Beckett, Mark Hughes, Simon Welch and Tony Hunter, all of them in the Invitation class. And sadly we lost Martin Dalzell. We also lost, for the problem, we also lost Paul Taylor, I'm afraid, and Max Lewis after they were both been spinning on the exit of the final chicane at the end of the lap. So the Miltech Civic Cup is another championship wrapped up for this truncated season 2020, but be rest assured they will come back for next year. Should be sure to head to their Facebook page and also to civiccup.co.uk, I believe is the website, so be sure to head to them. Very popular championship. So let's head down to the pit lane where we have the top three, including Andy, who can have a chat to our brand new champion, Bruce Winfield.
Well, it's always such a fantastic meeting this finals weekend, because as well as the great racing, we do get our champions crowned, and it's Bruce Winfield, the latest that we can add to that list, and he's just getting congratulations from his fellow drivers out there. And we'll dive in a second and have a chat within the trophy class won by Lee Deegan as well. But Bruce Winfield, what a champion's drive. 9th on the grid, through to take the race victory and the championship as well, just to make absolutely sure that he had that secure. Let's dive in, shall we, then, and have a chat with Bruce, because I get a feeling he could spend all night chatting and being congratulated by those that he beat. But Bruce, once he's got the helmet on, the face mask on, helmet off, face mask on, then we'll be able to have a chat with our champion and race winner. And that is the 5th time, actually, that he's won this year. And in a shortened campaign, that's really impressive. By far the most successful driver of the year as far as race wins and as far as points are concerned. You've wrapped up the title.
Yeah, it took till the last race to wrap it up, though. Yeah, absolutely buzzing. I don't know what to say. It was awesome. obviously I had trouble with the brakes in the first race. Test was like, try and get out front, get out of the way, and then manage it, and that's what we did. So yeah, thankfully it all worked out.
What was your mindset ahead of that race? Because you were deep in the field, right where things can so easily go wrong, and you knew that above all else you had to finish. I thought maybe you'd be a bit cautious, but you were just going forward the whole time.
No, yeah, obviously you don't want to go out by being cautious, do you? You know, you want to do well. Obviously, I would have been happy with a podium. Obviously, like everybody else, you want to try and win, don't you? Which, yeah, managed to keep it clean, stay out of trouble, and yeah, get out front. So yeah, it's good.
Make that sound very easy. A brilliant achievement winning the championship. What does this mean now for your future?
Don't know, not got any plans at the moment. Yeah, in terms of next year, not got a clue. We don't know what to do yet, so just see what happens.
Championship number 2 might be an option.
No, maybe not. I've got another one to win this year and another championship. Yeah, that's the plan at the moment. We'll get that out of the way and then figure out what we're going to do next year. So.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations, Bruce Winfield, then your champion in 2020. George Williams was second. George, if you want to have a wander down here. Whoops. There we go. Congratulations. Ooh, nice heat coming from your brakes now. I might stand here for the rest of the day. It was another brilliant drive that. You and Ali had a fantastic battle, didn't you? And you came out on top.
Yeah, well, it's sort of. I'm not a man for excuses, but the brakes and tyres were fading a bit, and I was making a few mistakes, and he caught me up. But I'm glad we had a good battle to end the season, and I'm glad I came out on top. Yeah.
It almost looked like he caught you out into Redgate. You weren't expecting that move, but then as soon as he made it, you fought straight back.
Yeah, well, I mean, we are teammates at the end of the day, and the last thing we want is to balls up a 1-2-3 with a stupid crash, and I saw the bright headlights and the bright pink car, and I thought I might as well keep it safe. But then I thought I'd try it down through Craner, and again backed out of it again. But yeah, it was definitely close race, maybe a bit too close for Rob's liking, but yeah, good race.
Well, congratulations, George. 17 years old and on the podium again at Donington Park. We'll very quickly grab, Alistair Camp as I nearly break the radio. Alistair was third place in the race, second in the championship. It was always going to be a tall order to catch Bruce in the points, wasn't it? You gave it your all in that last race, though.
Yeah, I gave it my all. Like I say, I've had a few issues this weekend with the car, so I'm happy enough with where we've got on the podium and that, but just want to, like I say, next year get things sorted on the car and try and put it to him at the front instead of just being that second place man with issues.
Great team result as well in this final race. I'm sure that means almost as much to you as any championship results.
Yeah, definitely, like you say, to bring in 1, 2 and 3, so hopefully Rob will be proud and yeah, like I say, go again.
Well done to Alistair, well done to Bruce Winfield as well then, who is your 2020 Miltech Civic Cup champion. We've got one more race coming your way here from Donington Park. It is the Club Sport Trophy Mini Enduro, and that is not too far away from starting, Scott.
That's one of the BMW compacts with a bigger engine in it than one of the 3.2 litre cars. They are on the 7th row of the grid, along with Leon Shepherd in 14th. 15th is Andrew Bond in the 97. The Miller Langridge 17 car will start from 16th. 9th row of the grid.
What's your focus, guys, now? With the light going, it'll change your NDs and your focus, so keep an eye on that, make sure your camera's a bit touchy.
David Thomas is set to line up in 19th alongside Oliver Turner in the 221, while Anthony Woodhams in the 18 will start from 21st. Adam Reed in the 7 starts from 22nd along.
So, last race of the weekend here at Donington Park, and welcome to what should be a very entertaining race itself. It's actually one of the biggest races of the weekend. It is the 45-minute mini endurance race, the fantastic BRSCC Club Sport Trophy, and you can see there is a fantastic variety of cars on the grid here, 39 in fact, with all shapes and sizes, and the top 10 is quite a variety in itself as well. We'll go through the grid as quick as we can here as they head around. So, on the grid, we've got a pair of rather familiar Ford Fiesta ST180 turbos. There's a few cars in this championship, in this race, who are sort of making a bit of a one-off appearance as a guest appearance, who would normally compete in the Fiesta Championship. So it's John Cooper and Jack Newhill former rivals in that championship on the pole position, alongside soon-to-be British touring car racer Jessica Hawkins, making her Fiesta debut alongside the front row in an identical car. Then the second row is former Rallycross champion Chrissy Palmer and former Ford Festival winner. Alongside him is the Sheldon Eason BMW that's been competing in the other 2 races so far this year at Cadwell Park in Silverstone. There's Chris Payne in the pink Caterham Super 7 on the third row of the grid. Alongside is Kenny Brabin in one of the rapid Toyota Celica. There's 3, in fact, that are looking pretty quick, all from the same stable. We've also got Lee Mabbitts in a Toyota Celica alongside the Lundys, Rowan and Richard, who start from 8th on the grid. 9th is Scott Ferguson in the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1, and then it's David May and Mark Skeets, regular compact cup races, but sharing the car that's got a bit of support from Jam Sport in their BMW 330. Then it's Tom Stanaway in the BMW 328, and Paul Subiani in a modified BMW compact. Another car of those of Jonathan Hayes is next, alongside Leon Shepherd in the Ford Fiesta. Andrew Bond, the brilliant little Honda Civic EG, is next, followed by Miller and Langridge. That's John Langridge, former MX-5 Mark 1 champion, starting on 16th on the grid. Then it's Jamie Going in one of the Fiesta STs. Alongside him is Steve Kite, the man ahead behind the Misty Racing Squad in his Mini Cooper S. David Thomas in the Mark 1 MR2, and Ollie Turner, last year's Fiesta Junior champion, is in his car on his own in 20th. Anthony Woodhams in their prepared Mini Cooper, Adam Reed in his BMW Compact. It's then Scott Wright and Martin Plowman in their Mazda MX-5 Mark 3. Murphy and Roach come next over the Butterworths in their Renault Clio, and Kevin Bird's Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. Marco Ricci with Pete Daniels returning back to the wheel after several seasons in their ST180 Turbo. The Dobles in their BMW Compact. Adcock and Waters, well, that's the Adcock Waters BMW. Ollie Hunt's Fiesta ST, and a few more cars on the grid as they start to form up at the back. We've got the Robert Greensmith, brother of Johnny Greensmith, former Porsche and MX-5 champion, back in 31st. Richard Daniels in his Ford Fiesta. Rob Smith in his Fiesta Championship Spec ST. And it's Cager and Hay in the BMW. David Fender's Caterham 21, a rare car, that's starting back in 35th. And Frank Rodbit in the BMW, followed by Craig Robertson, Watson Pemberton in the Mazda MX-5, and John Coburn Evans in the Rover Mini Mark 1. So 45 minutes of mini endurance racing. The 5-second board is up. This is going to be a cracker to round up what's been a superb weekend. It's a pair of Turbo 4 Fiestas on the front row of the grid. Who's still in the sprint down towards turn 1? Lights are out, and the Club Sport Trophy is going. A cracking start for Chrissy Palmer, but 2 Fiestas didn't get anywhere. Look at Chris Payne in the Fiesta Super 7 that gets away clean. I think one BMW's possibly had to contact at the back and hasn't got away, but it's a Sheldon Eason BMW that leads the way into turn 1. Chris Payne in the Caterham second place. John Cooper sideways in the middle of Redgate Corner as they all pole their way through. Look at the variety in this and the amount of cars in the field, and unfortunately I think that's the Paul Subiani BMW that's had problems there. But immediately look at this, it's Caterham Super 7 versus Mazda MX-5 Mark 4, and John Cooper's made contact with the Jonathan Hayes BMW, almost tags David May, and off goes Richard. John Cooper into the gravel. That's disaster for them. That car goes no further than the Crane and Curves. He's out of the race already. That's a real shame. That's one of our Turbo Fiestas out. Unfortunately, no further than a few corners. The other one of 3 in the field, with Jessica Hawkins, is still in 4th position. The other one, which is being shared by Marco Ricci and Pete Daniels, is still up there in the mix somewhere. But safety cars have been deployed already. And it was always going to be a frantic start with so many cars on the grid. But wanted to come Christmas stripe early doors. But even so, big variety, big grid. And so far, plenty of talking points already in the first half lap.
Yeah, the thing is, and it's a great thing about the Club Sport Trophy, it's this variety of car that you have, but one of the potential issues that can cause is that they all accelerate at different rates off the line. Some of them are rear-wheel drive, some are front-wheel drive. You even get the odd four-wheel drive car, and they're off like a rocket usually from a standing start. Some of them have double the horsepower maybe of the cars around them, and so they can rocket off the grid, and you do get these this concertinaing on the run to turn 1. I think you're right. I think it is Paul Subiani's BMW that lost a wheel. I don't actually think it was contact. I think the wheel just fell off as he accelerated away. Rear-wheel drive BMW, of course, so all of that power going through the rear wheels. I think something was broken, and that cannot have been a nice feeling. Accelerate off the line, rear wheel falls off, you're going nowhere, and you've got about 30 cars behind you, all trying to find a way around you. And as for John Cooper, disappointingly not in a Mini, but in a Ford Fiesta, that was cold tyres, wasn't it? We've seen it so many times today. He had cold tyres at Redgate, had a huge slide, and then through the Crane and Curves, an even bigger slide, and sadly wasn't the only one that got caught up in that. He was lucky not to roll though. If he'd gone into that gravel sideways, we often see cars dig in and go over there. At least he went in backwards, and once he's been unceremoniously hoiked out of the way by the live snatch vehicle, we should be able to get the race back underway.
I wonder, because he hasn't actually got out of the car, and usually the rule is if you get out of the car, as is Paul Subiani's doing, that's your race over. So if he stayed in the car on purpose, he's thinking, well, I might need to go down a lap, and it's in the invitation class, so therefore he's not actually going to extend the cars. he might be choosing the option to say, look, drag me out of the gravel and I can get back going again. Because if he stays in the car, there's a chance his race might not be completely over, but that could be a possibility in many cases. The order, when it shook out at the end of that first lap after everything that was going on, it was the Sheed and Easton BMW that's done the whole season so far. It raced at Camwell, raced at Silverstone, and it won its class at Silverstone. Yes, it did, in Class B. The third place is for Chrissy Palmer in the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV. That was the car that built to the Mark IV trophy specs with the sequential gearbox, which is quite a good car. Jessica Hawkins from the front row of the grid stayed 4th in her Fiesta ST Turbo. Kelly Brabin, her fellow female racers, in 5th position in the first of the 3, I think 7 motorsports run Toyotas. I think they're all 7 motorsports run. If one of them isn't, forgive me, but there's 3 very similar looking Toyota Celicas in the field. It's the Lundys, Rowan and Richard in 6th position. The May and Skeets BMW is in 7th. Then it's Mabbott's Toyota Celica in 8th, the Stanaway BMW 9th, and then Andrew Bond and his Honda Civic EG, brilliant little cars put together by him, is rounding out the top 10, so looking pretty good in that respect. In terms of the regular Fiesta Championship runners, they're not scoring any points, they're just there in their own class getting extra racing for what would have been here at Donington Park, but their calendar changed sort of midway through to eventually be switched across to Croft in a couple of weeks' time. Top of them, not counting Jessica Hawkins' car, although it is a Fiesta Championship car in terms of the invitation class, is Jamie Going, and he's number 146 Fiesta ST that leads that way. He's just ahead of, on the track at least, the Miller and Langridge Mark III, which they've been sharing all season in this series. And Ollie Turner is second best at the moment in his Fiesta ST. Of course, last year's Fiesta Junior champion has been performing pretty well in the senior ranks, having switched to slicks. And actually, he seems to have found another gear in that championship, because from what I've seen, particularly in the pace he's shown, at least at Camwell Park, you would have seen when you were doing the post-production comms for it, and at Silverstone, he was telling me in the paddock, I won't exactly how much he used, but he said the car was absolutely perfect. He felt so good. This seems to be the effect he's possibly had from switching from the junior tyre he's had for 3 years up to slicks now, and he's loving life in the senior class and loving the pace he's got on those tyres and the car around him finally.
Yeah, exactly. It's nice to see a driver with that sort of confidence, isn't it? It's usually when they're able to put in their best results, but it is the Sheen and Eads BMW Compact then that leads the way. Speaking of BMW Compact, several of the Compact Cup drivers we saw racing earlier on today are out there. The kind of idea, I think, behind the Club Sport Trophy is to give a lot of these one-make championships a chance to go out and mix it with cars from other one-make championships. Certainly that's one of the things I enjoy about it. So if you've ever wondered who would win in a race between a BMW Compact Cup driver and a Mazda MX-5 Mark I, for example, well, this is the place you can find out. But it's also an opportunity for some of these drivers that do race together in one-make series to go out and work together, perhaps, as teammates in the Club Sport Trophy. And I know a few of the Compact Cup drivers, Mike and Mikey Doble, for example, they're sharing the number 65 BMW Compact, which has just got through shot actually there, the blue and white car through the old head edge behind the 29, the Yellow Peril, which is Phil Adcock's BMW. Phil can't race this weekend, so I've just been told it's Andy Waters, who runs many cars in the BMW Compact Cup, who is doing the race on his own. So Andy Waters, good luck to him out there. Doesn't do a huge amount of racing these days, does Andy, but he is a quick peddler. And he's 21st at the moment, just ahead of the Dover, so that's a little private BMW Compact Cup battle going on towards the back. Got Mazda MX-5s towards the front, Chrissy Palmer in that Mark IV MX-5, very good looking car, third position. And he will no doubt be challenging for the victory very shortly, because the lights are out on the safety car and the race is about to get back underway.
Yeah, so it's the Sheet Neeson BMW Compact, which is definitely not a standard BMW Compact, leading the way, and he now heads up from Chris Payne in second place. And I did see Jessica Hawkins got a pretty good start, more than a good start. She's alongside Chrissy Palmer here, and using the full power of that turbocharged ST180, powers past on the straight. Chrissy Palmer thinks, not quite, Jessica, I'll get you back on the inside. A little bit of a touch there, that was a bit cheeky there from Chrissy Palmer, but track position. A pair of Toyota Celicas are going side by side. That was the Kelly Brabin car going side by side with the Lundys exiting the first few corners. Because we haven't had a full proper race in that, we're going to see a variety of different fastest laps rotate. It's currently Richard Daniels and his prepared Ford Fiesta that's in the mix, but great to see. Okay, we'll give a quick shout out, particularly Jessica Hawkins, written message by your friend of mine, George Grant of Cumberland North. He supported Jessica Hawkins this weekend. I know that George and his good old father Ronnie are watching, so hi to you both that are watching on the live stream. Good to see Jessica running so well in the invitation class for Fiesta. Chris Payne, meanwhile, to lose a place possibly to Chrissy Palmer, who knows all about the small and middle cars. He's not only been a 5 times RX 150 Rallycross champion, he also races historics, and of course he's also won an event that's happening next weekend, the Formula Ford Festival. So he's been pretty close in all of those, but he's jumped into one of the Porsche prepared Mark IV spec MX-5s, managed to get up there. He won his class at Camwell Park, didn't race at Silverstone, back here, of course, at Donington Park, and actually doing pretty well. So it just proves that Chrissy, whether it's off-road or on-road, he's pretty well handling anything you throw him into.
Very underrated driver, I think, is Chrissy Palmer. If only he had the opportunity to really start racing at the top level of motorsport, I think he'd be really successful. But he's handling that MX-5 well. Got the turbocharged Fiesta there of Jess Hawkins trying to get up the inside. But again, this is one of the fascinating things about this kind of racing. You've got some cars that excel in a straight line, like the Fiesta, but then you've got other cars that excel through the corners, like the MX-5. And so at certain parts of the circuit, they each have a chance to really stretch their legs. And that's kind of what led to that bit of contact. I think that the two of them had a lap ago, because Chrissy Palmer thought he had the move made, but then Jess Hawkins dragged back ahead of him in a straight line, only for Chrissy to then be able to brake an awful lot later. That turbocharged Fiesta, of course, quite a bit heavier. We've got Minis and Fiestas at play a little bit further back, and that is the former Fiesta Junior car, isn't it? The 22 machine of Ollie Turner, or 221, it was 22 in the Fiesta Juniors last year. Ollie Turner just about battling his way ahead of the Mini there. What position are they fighting for? They are 15th and 16th. That was Kite, that wasn't it, in the 172 Mini. Steve Kite, excuse me. Kite, front runner at the Castle Coombs Championship. But Steve Kite, who is driving the Mini and trying to find a way through, but quite able to do so. The lead for Sheed and Issa, though, that's just over a second now, so it doesn't look as though Payne. Well, actually, no, I'm going to stop myself from saying that, because the gap has definitely come down this time. Payne in the Caterham Super 7, reeling him in and bringing Palmer, Hawkins and Palmer in that order now with him.
This is what I love about this series. Look at this, 4 very different cars: a modified BMW Compact, a Caterham Super 7, a turbocharged ST180 Fiesta, and a Mark IV MX-5, all battling on track at once and having a fantastic scrap as well. Also, there was a great battle going on between the three Toyota Celica, particularly the inter-team rivalry between the two of the 7 Motorsport cars, and right on their tail is the dark black BMW of David May and Mark Skeets, who haven't had that much luck in the Cosworth Trophy this year. They had that 10-second penalty for a pit stop infringement in the first race at Campbell Park, and now we see the BMW check has indeed got some Jansport support, because I can see the Jansport logo emblazoned on the rear quarter. He got a penalty for, either they won, I think either they still, they didn't win their class, but they got close to it on the podium at least. Then they had an incident at Silverstone which saw them retire about a third of the way through, which wasn't quite good for them. So hopefully they're looking for a decent result here to kind of round up what's been a bit of a tricky time in the Cosworth Trophy. And the 2-7 Motorsport, the white 7 Motorsport Celicas have been split up now by that maker. Also in there too is the number 95 BMW. That's the Stanaway BMW holding in 8th position at the moment. Rounding up the top 10 overall is the Andrew Bond Civic, as Jess Hawkins, using the full turbo power of that Fiesta, up the inside into now 2nd place. And tell she's getting ready for touring cars next weekend, because she's got her debut at Snetterton and the Power Max Racing Vauxhall Astra touring car in BTCC next weekend, using this weekend, this race no doubt as a practice to get used to turbocharged front wheel drive. And she's right onto the tail of the Easton BMW, but both the Chris Payne Caterham and Chrissy Palmer and Mazda MX-5 are right in the mix there, making it a fantastic four-way scrap for the lead overall.
Yeah, good driver is Jess, no doubt about that, and she's getting used to that Ford Fiesta pretty quickly, isn't she? Very racy indeed. Ollie Turner here losing a position. That's the 26 BMW of Jonathan Hayes. Well, I was about to say going through, but Ollie Turner very late on the brakes, as is something he's definitely learned from racing in Fiesta Juniors. The BMW, I reckon, is a bit quicker in a straight line, but the Fiesta is handling really well. It may only have one headlight working, but Ollie Turner throws the 221 machine down through the crane of curves and gets on the curb, turning into the old head, and that's not usually advisable. Andy Waters there has got himself ahead of the Dobles, the yellow compact ahead of the blue and white one, and just ahead another one of the compacts, the number 7 example of Adam Reed, having a bit of a moment as he goes through the old hairpin. This battle's still raging on as Ollie Turner refuses to let Jonathan Hayes through. Hayes, as I say, able to draw alongside in a straight line, but as soon as they get to a corner, that Fiesta a little bit lighter, a little bit more agile, a bit more front-end bite as well, being a front-wheel drive car, is just able to carry more speed into the corner. Fascinating battle, and frustrating, no doubt, for Hayes. He will definitely feel he's quicker, but he just can't make the move.
So now we've had about roughly 12 minutes of racing so far, even though we had that very brief safety car as well. Just going to give you an update where we are class-wise. So the overall leader is Sheed and Easton. I think it's a bit of a mistypo. It's been Eadson rather than Eadson. I think it's a bit of a typo on the entry list, I think. So Sheed and Easton in the BMW, they lead Class B as well as overall. Jess Hawkins will lead the invitation class for the 3 turbocharged Fiestas from the Fiesta Championship for their invitation class. Class C is being led by Chrissy Palmer with number 99 Mazda MX-5 Mark IV. Class D is being led by the Alex Miller and John Langridge Mazda MX-5 Mark III. Class E is being led by the Adam Reed BMW. He took a class victory at Campbell Park in that very car. It's got a bit more sponsorship going on when I last saw it because it was bright white at Campbell Park. And as for Class A, there's 2 cars in that field, and one of them, well, there's one in fact actually, because there's the paint car's down to Class B. In fact, the only Class A car we've got looks to be the David Fender Caterham 21, which is quite further down the field than I'd normally see it, but it's a unique car in the field, and certainly trying to make the most of that. We've got more battles going on back here. This is the Cager and Hay. This is the Richard Hay car, not Richard Hay from Le Mans. It's a different Richard Hay, I found out, but he's sharing with Russell Cager, who's getting a bit of extra race here from his 3 Compact Cup races. But now with the lead battle here, we've now got the turbocharged Fiesta. You see that there is the Cager and Hay BMW battling away with, looks like, I think that's the possibly Watson Pemberton car for the lead overall. In fact, they're all piling past the little Rover Mini, a former MX-5 racer, John Coburn Evans. That's the mighty mini spec car. Now they've got the MX-5 and the other compact to get through, but they're all going to pile past the top 4. Again, I've said it before, 4 very different cars. We've got a little compact rear-wheel drive, compact front-wheel drive, a sports car rear-wheel drive, and also like a kit car style rear-wheel drive. Very different cars, very different weights and pounds weight ratios, but very evenly matched with the driving talent behind the wheels. It's all good to see. A couple of the one of these Toyota Sleekers before back a little bit. That is the Stanway BMW that's just getting past the Lundy's Celica. The other one, of course, has been driven by Lee Mabbitt, which is the white Celica with the yellow bumpers. But that top 4, I can't get my eyes off it. So good to see them battling nose to tail. Also, David May's closing up to the Mabbitt Celica as well. There goes Stanway up the inside of the Rowan Richard Lundy car. It's brilliant to see, regardless of differences in classes, there is so many battles going on the track at once. It's the beauty of Club Sport Trophy. As long as it's a car that fits under the 235 brake horsepower per tonne, that's at the maximum. Oh, as the BMW, the Sleeker, getting caught between the MX-5 and the little Rover Mini. So poor John Coburn Evans is trying to stick this out of the way as much as he can. Well pointed out that one, Andy. Down to the lead goes Jessica Hawkins. She's racing to the front in that Turbo Fiesta.
Yep, Hawkins has got the lead. Didn't see where she did it, but we know that Ford is quick in a straight line, so a good exit from Coppice may well have dragged her alongside the Sheed and Eidson car. And the Compact then drops down into 2nd position for now, but we'll see whether or not they can fight back. Turn through Redgate Corner. That's a lunge from the Lundys, and well, that I think maybe caught Stanaway off guard. I don't think he saw that one coming, did Tom? And almost looked like a front-wheel drive car, didn't it? As it lost the rear turning into the corner, but stomping on the accelerator pedal to save that slide would not have had the desired effect. He really did well to hang on to that. Lost the place, but could have been a lot worse. Having worked hard to get past the Sleepy, he now got to push on to close back up again. The 46 Leon Shepherd driven Ford Fiesta. There's John Coburn Evans, a veteran of mighty mini racing. Doesn't do quite as much racing these days. I know he does a lot of work abroad, doesn't he? Spends a lot of time outside of the UK, or at least he did until this year. But taking the chance to get out there in the mighty mini here at the end of the season. Not the quickest car on the grid, but again, that's one of the joys of Club Sport Trophy. It's not just one class, there are multiple classes, as you were going through earlier on, and whatever your car is, there will be someone of a similar pace within your class, in theory, that you can race with. It is the Invitational class car leads from a Class B car in 2nd, a Class C car in 3rd, and a Class D car in 4th. So 4 different classes represented in the top 4 positions. Hawkins, though, having got through with a new fastest lap, 1:19.876, is 2 seconds clear already of the very nearly said Sheena Easton, Sheed and Eidson at BMW in 2nd place. Let's move on, shall we?
Yeah, and I think the key thing is also, we talk about the classes as well, how they're allocated is by pounds weight ratio. So the maximum is 235 brake horsepower that you're allowed, but how they calculate it, they do it by true pounds weight ratio. What do I mean by that? It's basically a case of when they do the pounds weight ratio, when they do the power measuring, I think it's by Dyno Driven, who's their dedicated dyno supply for the cars to come on and to power test them. They do it with the driver in full race kit sat in the car. So basically it's the exact, I think the same amounts of fluids and fuel stuff as you have on the track. So it gives you actually the true power to weight ratio that the car would be on track when it's racing. Because rather than dyno it could be a bit tricky. There's Rob Smith there going past both one of the BMWs, and also I think that's the Dobles BMW, and that is also, that's the Kevin Greensmith as the MX-5 diving up the inside of both of them. And again, look at this. It's like you were saying before. This is MX-5, the Mark 1 MX-5 Championship versus Fiesta Championship versus Compact Cars. You don't normally see it. They'll be racing separate in their own categories. But in this one, yes, the invitation, there is just a guest appearance. Normally, they wouldn't normally see the Fiesta cars in this race. But I hope you get more of them in this race in the future, because actually it's proved to be quite a nice addition. We're seeing three very popular championships up against each other, actually showing in many cases in the right hand how closely and evenly matched they all really are.
Yeah, that was a brilliant move from the inside into Redgate for the MX-5, and I think whichever Doble it is that's in the BMW was quite grateful just to get out of that unscathed. Mike and Mikey sharing the car. Mikey's had a couple of podiums this year in the Compact Cup. Mike Doble's been up there too, and I think 85 is Mikey's car, isn't it? So that's the son's car that they are racing in this one. Leaders have gone through a little while ago with Jess Hawkins now 2.9, nearly 3 seconds clear of the Sheed and Eason car in second, third, fourth. They're still nose to tail. Chris Palmer and Chris Payne are not letting the BMW out of their sights. Wherever you look, there are battles, but of course now we're getting cars on multiple different laps starting to mix with each other. The pit lane window is open as well, just to make it even more confusing. Some cars are going to start diving for the pits. In fact, Stephen Kite has already pitted, I can see, was the first one to take advantage of an empty pit lane to come in the 172 Mini Cooper. It is a 2-minute, I think, isn't it, minimum pit stop time, but that is from pit entry to pit exit. It's not a stationary 2 minutes. You've got to judge it right, so you can release the car with maybe 10 or 15 seconds left and hopefully you time it out right before the car gets to the end of the pit lane. I spoke to a couple of teams earlier on during the qualifying session who were trying to calculate those timings, because you have to get it slightly wrong, and a penalty will beckon for you.
Yeah, watching this battle that's going on here was David Thomas, a great little spit of flame, that little Mark 1 MR2 there as he changed up there. David Thomas, and again, another car that's done all 3 races so far in class, bought the little the Mark 2 MX, Mark 1 MR2, I was trying to get that out. And that's Alex Miller locking up a little bit into the chicane. Then now puts Jamie Going to his outside. He's been chasing for the last couple of laps. Jonathan Hayes, meanwhile, he's looking pit bound for his pit stop. Yes, he is, and so is also Miller and Language car. So Alex Miller will hand over to last year's and now outgoing Mark 1 champion John Language, of course, but he's now into the Super Cup this time by. Now we've got a couple more cars battling. Scott Ferguson in his supercharged Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 against last year's Fiesta Junior champion, now senior level Fiesta Championship racer Ollie Turner. And we've turned their way through. Also in there is the Caterham Hay BMW that I think has possibly gone down a lap for some of the front runners. So the running order then, as we go into the pit window with 25 minutes to go in the race, we've got the Jessica Hawkins Invitation Class Fiesta in the lead overall, the Sheed Eason BMW. But it's the Chrissy Palmer MX-5 in third, Chris Payne is fourth in the Caterham, David May and Mark Skeets in the Jam Sport supported BMW is fifth. Then it's Lee Mabberts in the first of the 3 Toyota Celica's in the field, followed by Lundy's, and then it's the Standaway BMW next. Leon Shepherd in his Fiesta is ninth, and rounding up the top 10 is Kelly Brabin in the third of those secret Celicas. Her car is the Green Machine, which I think is usually raced in Track Attack Race Club in a couple of weeks, which I think they are actually racing here possibly next weekend. So for her, that's possibly a good nice chance to prepare for their 2 races next weekend.
Yep, number 28, David Thomas there in the Toyota MR2, the Mark 1 Toyota MR2. You don't see that many of those racing these days. Battling away with one of the Fiestas, the cars that started mid-grid in the number 28 car, and he's actually running 12th. This is a really good run for him. He's got Jamie Going, who is kind of Mr. Fiesta, really, isn't he? The Jam Sport man. Jamie Going, he's also raced in the Renault UK Clio Cup in the past. Is right behind, and again, 2 more different cars you can really hope to find. It's the 26 BMW in the pit lane, having its mandatory 2-minute service. Even if you're not changing driver, you still have to pit and sit, catch your breath and admire the scenery, although they can see very little of the scenery because right now the cameras are actually making it look lighter than it is outside. It is getting very, very gloomy as we tick towards about 20 to 6 in the evening here, local time at Donington Park. The lights are drawing in, aren't they? And headlights ablaze for most of the cars. Jamie Going's headlights are burning a hole in the back of the number 28 MR2 of David Thomas here as they continue their fight for 12th position, going up the hill towards the right-hander at McLean's. The MR2 seems to get off the corners better, doesn't it? It's the lighter mid-engine sort of sports car, but that Fiesta is good on the brakes, and I think if Jamie Going could stay this close behind him out of Compass and down the Exhibition Straight, he might be able to go through the chicane.
That's the cleanest I've ever seen Jamie Going's Fiesta. I don't normally see it that clean, but He doesn't listen to that back, but sometimes has got a few little scuffs and time.
He gets stuck in, doesn't he?
He does, absolutely, yeah, which is all part of the Fiesta. And also have noticed as well, if you see on the back of it, he's put a learner's L on the back of that car as well, which I think he's far from it. He might be a Club Sport Trophy learner, but he's certainly not a Fiesta Championship learner. He's certainly getting involved. There's Chris Payne, who's just made his pit stop in the Caterham Super 7. Can't miss that car on track, it's the pink car. One thing I'll mention about the lower lighting is because you've got the headlights on, this is giving it more of an endurance feel than some of the other cars in the daytime. So I'm actually quite enjoying the atmosphere it's providing actually with the darker lights. So I'd quite like to see a slightly longer Club Sport endurance race, maybe a sort of longer distance race, possibly, dare I say, whisper it, a 24-hour race if it's feasible. But I mean, that'd be quite good to see these more Club Sport cars. We can bring me back to the days of, to a certain extent, stuff like the Will Hire 24 Hours. That was more production-based cars with little to no modifications. There is the Chrissy Palmer car, was the Paul Shear prepared Mark IV. Also the pit lane is the Caterham BMW Compact, stopping for its pit stop. So definitely once the pit window opens, there's a flurry of activity. And also in the background, you see the Sheep Eastern BMW here. So that's now in for its pit stop from second place overall. So all go in the pit lane at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's not a massive pit lane window. They've got to get on with this, and they all want to time it so that they can have as empty a pit lane as possible to arrive into. The last thing they want is, for example, for a safety car to come out, because then everybody would dive for the pit lane at once, and you can't really fit 39 cars in the Donington Park pit lane. As large an expansive space as it is, it gets fairly crowded fairly quickly when everyone heads for the pits at the same time. So Jess Hawkins then, just to give you some idea of where we are at the race now, we're into the pit window, so things are getting a bit mixed up. Jess Hawkins leads, she has not stopped yet. David May and Mark Skeets are up into second place therefore in the 118 BMW. 114 is off there, that's one of the Selekas, which I think has made it stop.
That's Lee Mabber, unfortunately, by the looks of things.
So, and he is stationary on the exit of the old hairpin, I think that was.
And that looks mechanical more than anything, I'm afraid. So Lee Mabber's car, fortunately, that's one of the three Selekas down and out by the looks of it, I'm afraid, because he's immediately getting out, and usually that's a sign of getting out. That's your race done, unfortunately. So that is not a good sign for them. But and those cars were running pretty strong. Of course, Stuart Donovan, I think he won his class last time in his own 7 Motorsport prepared car, which is black with a green trim. There's a couple more cars that have jumped into be one of the few different teams and also cars that have been supporting this series for quite a few. David Thomas's MR2 and the Scott Ferguson car's been in for a couple of rounds. This is the second round for the Chrissy Palmer car. And what's happened to Chrissy Palmer? Is he sort of stopping or is he sort of missing a gear? That was odd. I think he was. I see. That's what I was just spotting now. The reason why he did that, he was stopping. He didn't want to overtake under yellows because they had the. So even if you're lapping somebody, you cannot overtake any car full stop under yellows. You can't do that at all. So he was just parking up a little bit on the apex and stopping because he didn't want to get a yellow flag. Very hectic down the pit lane. We've got 2 of the Fiestas down there. There's 3 Jam Sport cars in a row. You've got the 2 Rob Smith's Fiesta, the May and Skeets BMW, and then Ollie Turner's Fiesta in there as well. So Jam Sport are pretty busy today.
It doesn't seem right somehow seeing a Jam Sport sticker on a BMW, does it? That's odd. They are so synonymous with front-wheel drive hot hatchbacks, especially for Fiestas. But yeah, you're absolutely right. 118 David May and Mark Skeets car is in. I think we'll see a lot of cars heading for the pit lane now, just in case we get a safety car, because you do not want to pit behind the safety car. You'll lose so much time from that. You need to pit under green and then use the safety car to catch back up to those that maybe haven't pitted. So I wonder if we will see some teams reacting to this, but of course they won't have necessarily, certainly in many cases, ship-to-shore radios. So they'll have to try and communicate to their drivers via pit boards that they want them to pit, and the pit boards themselves are not really easy to see in this light. So this could all get a little bit confusing. Jess Hawkins has just pitted, by the way, so all of the lead group have now made their stops, or at least in the process of making their stops in Jess Hawkins' case. So by the end of this lap or the next one, we should have a better idea of what the order is like at front of the field.
Just seeing in the background the white, black and red MX-5 is in the background. That's Scott Wright, which he's sharing with one of his long-time friends, and somebody also happens to just be a champion in West LMP2 and won his class in Le Mans, which is Martin Plan. But of course, you put that team together at the beginning of the season, as we see what's been one of the, again, a regular car in the Club Sport Trophy this year, the Butterworths, Craig and Gary, and their beautifully turned out GCB Racing Renault Clio. It's a beautiful looking car, actually, really nice looking. I think it's a Clio 172, if I'm correct. Really nice car. They won their class at whisper it, they were the only car in Class D, but they still won it nonetheless. The trophy's a trophy, so there you go. Good battle here going on between the Andrew Bond Honda Civic. I love that little car, the Andrew Bond Honda Civic. It's a greatly prepared little car. He's really motoring along. Kelly Brabbin's bright green Toyota Celica is in there too, and also there was a BMW next behind him as well. I think that's the Caterham BMW again as they come through. And again, I mentioned it before, but the fact it's getting a little bit dark here with the headlights, it gives it a proper endurance racing feel. It's almost like we're getting into the darkness of a 24-hour race in some places, but it's a 45-minute enduro, and actually just really adds to the atmosphere here as we go 3 abreast down the pit straight. The BMW there that was keeping us to one of the newest shape E90 BMWs in the field. I think that's the 320. What number was that? Is that 325 on the field? A bit further down the order, I think, in the second half of the table. It's not on the first page of our time screen, I'm not sure. It's BMW. It's the
4.5 maybe.
No, I think it's the one below that. It's the rod of the BMW. They have it's there it's the E90 320 car. So now we've got 17 minutes, 3 and 40 minutes to go. Pit window still open, so those who haven't pitted just yet can carry on. That's the Anthony Williams car. And the last time I saw that, and well, thank you for reminding him, that car came out of the pit lane and then its bonnet came up and smashed the windscreen, which was not great. And I know he came into the pit lane and you saw it on the stream. He was visibly in the car, absolutely gutted. He was frustrated that had happened. So they've taken, I think, extra precautions to make sure that doesn't happen again. But really well supported car. That I remember seeing a lot of stuff on his social media channels that he gets well support. But I think one of the restaurants that supports him and a couple of other places that he's got plenty of sponsors on that car. They're working away on that car underneath as well, but that's part of the regulation 2-minute pit stop, or just possibly a further issue. I'm not sure. Another car I enjoy seeing, the little Craig Robertson prepared, Craig Robertson driven Suzuki Swift GTR that's also looked after by Pip Hammond, there's PD Racing guys. So that car's been in a couple of times. It was at Camberwell Park, it was also in at Silverstone, so another car's been doing all 3 rounds, and it was in the inaugural race at Brands Hatch last year. So not almost 100% record in club sport, but again, good to see some regular. This is the good thing. Even though it's 5 races old, we're getting regular cars and drivers coming back because we're just loving the concept. Yes, there are other championships elsewhere, but this is enjoying how BRSCC do it. And yes, they will still race in other places, similar races, like, for example, I'll reel them off, Track Day Trophy or Road Sports, etc. But this is the BRSCC's own equivalent. But even so, it's great that it's interchangeable so that cars from all those different categories can fit into multiple different types of multi-class mini-endurance racing. So it's really seeing that variety. But even in this series, we're seeing their own sort of regulars coming back and doing races. Even the Sheep Nisa BMW's done all 3 races this year. One, it was in the contention for a good result in its class in Camberwell Park. One at Silverstone was in contention for the overall win, so they got beaten by Bradley Lanes in the Civic, and now it's in contention to get the overall victory again. In fact, it leads overall now after its pit stops, and actually getting some pretty good time in the pit stops as well.
Craig Robertson in here with Esther Quaitmere leading in. That's Pip Hammond's on the half. You can just see Pip on the other side. Pip won the Classic Stock Hatch Championship this weekend, not this season, this weekend, but he did so as well with pretty much maximum score over the course of the year. So welcome to Pip. He and his other half Esther, I believe, are racing together at the Birkin at Silverstone this time. And Esther herself, a pretty handy driver. The last few cars, I think, are now making their way in. We've just had the 29 car, which was the Adcock and, well, it's just Andy Waters, isn't it? But Phil Adcock's BMW. I'm going to resist the temptation to make a joke about how, when it was running in 6th place a moment ago, that was the highest of the order I've ever seen that car. Because I'm sure that Phil, watching from home, will not thank me for that. Oops, I said it anyway. Then rejoined in about 14th place. Having actually, all joking aside, quite a good race, that Class D BMW, one of the highest placed beamers, the Compact Cup cars at least, on the grid. Jess Hawkins looks as though, as she just has done, she's going to come through as the race leader in the Turbo Fiesta with Chris Payne in 2nd place in the Caterham Super 7, only 2.7 seconds behind. So that gap has come down over the course of the pit stop window, and on the previous lap he was a couple of tenths quicker, so we need to try and pick those 2 out if we can, because we can have a fight for the lead before much longer. Payne is now ahead of the Sheed and Eidson BMW, which is a further 11.5 seconds back in 3rd. David May and Mark Skeets are up in 4th position, regular Compact Cup runners, but in a 330 BMW this weekend, only 2.4 seconds back and lapping on the same pace as the Sheed and Eidson car. And then 5th position is going to be Stanway in the 95 car. Yes, now where did Stanway start? He was not inside the top 5 yet. Tom Stanway was down at 11th on the grid and has worked his way nicely through into the top 5. 6th position is going to be the number 46 of Leon Shepherd, the first of the Fiestas, first of the regular Fiestas, if you like, not the newer shape turbo cars. 7th place for Chrissy Palmer. So Chrissy Palmer has lost out somewhere, hasn't he? I know he had that little trip up with the back marker when he came out of the pit lane, but I don't think it was a quick stop for Palmer because he's rejoined some 33 seconds off the cars with whom he was racing for the lead earlier on.
Just in the background, I think David Thomas' MR2 Mark 1 is starting to expire because I saw some smoke coming out of it. I thought it was a lock-up initially, but then it started to slow up. So I think, unfortunately, we're about to lose the MR2 from the race because that might have had some kind of a mechanical issue because it's pouring smoke out the back of that. So that's unfortunate. There's another regular Fiesta, car number 69. That is Ollie Hunt, of course, the son of I'm trying to remember his name now.
James?
No, Simon Hunt. No, Simon Hunt, who runs 2010. I had a bit of a mind blank there. He runs 2010 racing. Ollie Hunt, his son, is one of the cars that were regular campaign in the Fiesta Championship, and Ollie himself not doing so much driving this year, but he has raced before and raced successfully in the championship in one of his own prepared cars.
Chris Payne is less than a second now behind Jess Hawkins for the race lead, as off goes the Fiesta, not Jess Hawkins' car thankfully, at Coppice Corner. They're somewhere in the middle of the lap, those two, and in the gloom I can imagine it's quite hard for our camera operator to pick them out, but if we can find the 35 and 45 cars, they are getting rather close together now in the fight for the race lead. There's Andy Waters in the Phil Adcock number 29 BMW, one headlight ablaze as it winks at the Mazda MX-5 ahead of it. They're one of the Mark 3 cars that's just gone through, and a Mark 1 MX-5 behind. There is Chrissy Palmer, by the way, you can see in the background, the red MX-5 Mark 4 car. He's chasing down the Ford Fiesta right in front of him, isn't he, of number 46, that is. Another car that's come through nicely from the grid. Leon Shepherd started 14th, but I think he's about to lose that place yet. Palmer goes through into Crane's Corner.
And also the car in front of him is another position he can gain, because he's on the back of Tom Stanaway's BMW. In fact, you might get him in quick succession, because they're going to help towards Coppice Corner with all his experience. I'm sure he's done that several times around the outside of the Formula 4. Not maybe at Coppice, but he might have done that in several places. Look at this Andy Waters that goes towards. Oh, that's Kevin Bird in the Mazda MX-5. Steady, boys, don't make contact that way. But Kevin, it's
damaged. It's damaged the Waters car, hasn't it? Broken right front suspension, or a puncture maybe even that could have been. And he's going to tangle with Chrissy Palmer, who gets sideways. The car couldn't turn left coming out of the chicane, and Chrissy Palmer bounces his way across the grass, and that could have ended very badly for both of them. I hope Andy Waters was able to get to the pit lane there. I think if you listen carefully, you can hear Phil Adcock swearing from his sofa in his living room from home. I'm sure that he was not happy to see that. It's a shame, as I say, they were doing quite well, but that was unfortunate, just a tiny bit of contact, and unnecessary, quite frankly. You could definitely run two cars side by side down the exhibition straight, and there wasn't much that Andy Waters could have done to avoid that, and the MX-5 with whom he just tangled, the 59 car, almost throws itself in the scenery down at the old hairpin as well. So it's been a lively couple of laps, hasn't it, for that 59 car of Kevin Bird, who quite possibly is not going to be on Andy Waters' Christmas card list.
I don't think anyone's going to be on Andy Waters' Christmas card list at this rate, particularly not at least Phil Adcock's. And so Adcock's telling me, ironically, he's just texted you saying, "Stream stopped. What happened?" In the words of Dad's Army, don't tell him, Pike.
Yeah, you don't want to know, Phil, trust me. That was not pretty. Andy is in the pit lane, thankfully. Your car's not too badly damaged, but yes, anyway. Chrissy Palmer is now back behind that Ford Fiesta, isn't he, of Leon Shepherd, so he's got to try and make the move stick again, and poor Chrissy Palmer was very much the innocent victim of all of that. He was just minding his own business, trying to put those two cars a lap down, and unfortunately, he is going to have his work cut out, I think, to even break into the top 5 now.
Meanwhile, here's Jessica Hawkins,
yes.
She's supposed to pop up on camera. So there's Jessica Hawkins in that invitation class Turbo Fiesta, and there in the pink Caterham there is Chris Payne. He's going to be a lap on the button. Oh yeah, he spooked the Renault clear out of the way. Just arrived so much. I think he tried to turn to the apex, realised there was a car which is the low down Caterham next to him. Turned out of it and realised, oh no, I'm on the gravel, so that wasn't going to work out anyway. So he gets spooked out of position there. I think he might have been trying to have a battle there with the Chris Watts and Kevin Pemberton MX-5, the blue car that's just behind them there. So the gap between the leaders now across the last time, it was 2.3 seconds. I think that might have cost him a bit of time that time by, but Super 7, of course, is quite handy in the corner, as you'd expect from a Caterham. So please see plenty of Caterham racing here, of course, and seeing more of it here. So less than 10 minutes to go now. Jess Hawkins still leads the way. The gap is now up to about 3.2 seconds. So I think in that whole sequence there, Jess Hawkins gained almost a second. Partially, I think, due to the fact that Jess is getting used to the carbon rubbered in now for the last sort of roughly 35 minutes or so, whereas Chris Payne also possibly got tripped up by getting past the butterworts and slowed up a little bit. So it was a bit of an inconvenience, but now getting around Jamie going. He's now got clear track at the moment between himself and Jess. He's now going to try and capitalise on that with just a few minutes to go.
Yeah, the Caterham being dwarfed by even the Ford Fiesta behind it there of Jamie going, and he just put a lap down. I mean, the Ford Fiesta is not a big car by any stretch of the imagination, but that is a good point to make, actually, if you're, especially if you're only really used to racing in one make categories, as many of these drivers are. You're not necessarily looking for a Caterham to sling itself up the inside at a moment's notice, and it's getting dark, so you can't really see much anyway. So yeah, that could have been a lot worse there, but Payne managed to get through without any significant contact. The car with which it nearly tangled there, which is the Butterworth Clio, I have just had it confirmed to me, it's not the same Butterworth that were racing yesterday at Alton Park in the Fun Cup, but there's a Craig and Graham Butterworth that race in Fun Cup for GCI Racing, and I did for a second think that they were in their second endurance race of the weekend, but no, different Butterworth family.
I think it's Craig and Gary, so it's still C&G Butterworth, but it's different. And it's
you can see why I was confused.
It's been great, yeah. Jess Hawkins then sets the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 19.680. She puts a lap on Jamie Going's regular, I say in inverted commas, Fiesta Championship car, of course, but these ST180s getting some development this year in this shortened season to be introduced as a class next year of their own. There's lots of interest actually, because it's actually quite easy to convert one of those cars from one of the existing CTEC S cars, because it's the same generation of Fiesta, into an ST180. You just need the kit, which I think is being put together for, which you can buy for this car to turn it into that. And for example, Jamie White's former champion winning car, which is racing still this week in this race. We've almost forgotten about it, but it's further down the order in the hands of Marco Ricci and Pete Daniels. Oh, the Butterworths.
I know I shouldn't have talked about them.
Maybe that sort of off was more than just being spooked. Maybe it was a problem because they were going quite slow down the pit straight, I noticed, or slower than they would normally be in terms of full pace. So sadly the Butterworths aren't going to make it to the flag. They have done the last 2 races in form pretty well. That's not standard on that BMW, because that's now a car, there's something scraping on the ground of that car. Quite catch who it was. Is that the Jonathan Hayes? It's the Jonathan Hayes BMW, isn't it? It's just been passed by. Is that on? That's not on track, because that's not for position.
That's May and Skeets, isn't it?
Yeah, because the other car, because that's the Jonathan Hayes one's a bit further down the order in. It's not even in the top 20.
Yeah,
sorry, it's in 13th place. Sorry, so he's a bit further down the order. Just had a lap put on him. There's the Scott Ferguson MX-5. Scott Ferguson is actually running 12th, just ahead of him. So the Hayes BMW for several seconds back, it seems, but. It looks as though at the moment, again, I say touch wood, tentatively, that May and Skeet should be looking on for a decent result here to pick up what should be 4th place overall. They make their way through the chicane. There's the Jonathan Hayes car, which looks okay, so whatever it was must have been just dragging on the ground as it compressed at the bottom of the hill through the old hairpin, because it's running, as far as I can see, perfectly fine without any dramas, and the sparking has gone for the moment as well.
I think it's just, there's something maybe at the front of the car that's hanging down. It may have even fallen off now, so you can see underneath it. Of red spark, yeah, it's there.
Oh yes.
Left corner, something, a little strut or something, isn't there? Which I'm hoping is not part of the suspension. It can't be, because the car is still running reasonably quickly. But that is sparking on the ground. It's one of those things that if it was the middle of the day, you wouldn't have even noticed. It's just because it's getting so dark now that you do start to see sparking of things dragging, glowing brake discs as well. It's part of what makes racing at night such a emotive experience for petrol heads like us. Chrissy Palmer, what progress has he made? Well, he's just got himself past the 95 BMW of Tom Stanway, so he's back into the top 5 now. He's 21 seconds though behind the David May and Mark Skeets BMW 330, so he's not going to get there. I think place as good as it will get there, I think, for Chrissy Palmer. As the number 18 Mini goes through. The old hairpin, that is Anthony Woodham's R53 Mini Cooper S. How's he doing? He's not on the first page of the timing screen either, but he may well still be doing well in his class. Yeah, he's 5th in Class D. He's Woodham's down in 33rd place overall. We still have most of the 39 cars. I think we've got just over 30 cars still running as we go into the closing 5 minutes now of this race. 3.2 seconds the gap at the front. That's the 44 car.
That's the Scott Wright Martin Plowman car with Marston, I'm guessing, at the wheel, because I'm guessing whoever's on the second on the list of those 2 drivers is in it. So Martin Plowman with a rather uncharacteristic off, but gets back onto the road. Less than 5 minutes to go now was the. I love this. Even it gets dark and the headlights just make it so evocative in terms of this race. It's so good. I wish we had another night. We need another night race, particularly in Donington Park, and particularly a longer distance race for Club Sport Trophy. If Paul's listening, that's your next task. Paul McCurlin, that's your next task for Club Sport Trophy. Longer race, please, because. Look at these cars with these different multi-classes. It's actually a really fun race to watch. And the darker end of the day, the flame spitting from the back of Leon Shepherd's exhaust, it feels like it's only 45 minutes, but it feels like a proper little endurance race, particularly going into the evening now. It's so good to watch. I'm just a fan of night racing myself, watching 24-hour races, but even in the dark here, it just makes for such a great... Look at that. Cascading down to the corner curves, headlights ablaze. That's a fantastic sight. Look at that. They're listening to the directors. Look at it. Static shot. Beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be nice to see some the BRSCC run maybe their own version of something like the Burkett, wouldn't it? Which is kind of a run what you run relay race. Perhaps that's something we could see one day. The Good Sport Trophy morph into, but for now it's proving very successful indeed with its current format. 45 minutes, share the cost of the entry between two of you maybe, and it's a great way to get some good track time, have a good race, because let's face it, everyone out there has had someone to race with throughout this 45-minute race, and it's a nice way just to get some extra track time in your car. Some of the best circuits in the country. Donington Park, certainly one of the fan favourites, one of the driver favourites as well. Jess Hawkins is a bit of a fan favourite these days, and I think if she's a fan favourite now, she definitely will be after next weekend at Snetterton. Best of luck to Jess in her British Touring Car Championship debut, and she may well be going there off the back of a race victory here in the Good Sport Trophy. She's extended the margin over Chris Payne in second place back up to 4.4 seconds. I think they are quite evenly matched. It's just ebbing and flowing as one of them hits traffic and the other one maybe is able to gain a little bit of a march. One of the remaining Salikas comes out of the chicane, and that is
Kelly Brabin, that one.
It is
28 shoes.
10th place overall. The second of the Salikas, the Lundy car, is still the lead Salika. Class leaders, by the way, we no longer have 4 different classes represented in the top 4, but it's mainly Class D cars in the front now, with the exception of Jess Hawkins, who of course leads the Invitational class. Chris Payne in second leads in Class Class B, and then Class C is being led by the David May and Mark Skeets car in 4th position. Looking further back, Jamie Going is leading in Class D, with Class E being led by the number 7 BMW of Adam Reed. That's all of the class leaders all running well inside the top 22. Jess Hawkins, the one that they're all chasing. The gap goes out again there to 5.2 seconds. So barring any late disasters, she should have this one in the bag. But racing in these kind of races is just full of peril. So much traffic to deal with, and in the closing stages you can't afford to relax.
Yeah, I'll forgive you for missing, because Renner is only one, he's further down the order. We do also have still the Class A car in the mix, which is the Occasion 21 of number 21, David Fender. So it's, to be fair, it is down in 26th place overall, so all due respect to it, we haven't really seen it too much in the race, but even so it is further down the order in many cases. But we also do forget slightly in many cases of Jess Hawkins. She's used to more sort of high performance front-wheel drive cars, because she was also, I think, runner-up at least in the Mini Challenger in those categories as well. So she's well versed in front-wheel drive. Well, she's also been a W Series driver last year. She was obviously gearing up to do a second season this year before obviously everything happened with the pandemic. But she's certainly getting a hand in this race, and of course getting herself back used to being in a turbocharged front-wheel drive car, because of course she has something a little bit more powerful, more aero influenced with the Powermax Racing Vauxhall next weekend at Destination South. I think she'll definitely be a fan favourite, as we know Jade Edwards was in that car a few weekends ago at Silverstone, so she'll hopefully will have the same fan favourite effect as usual.
She's just onto the final lap, I think. She crossed the line with about a minute and 20 seconds left. She's lapping in the 120s or 21, so there she goes in the 35 Fiesta. Brake discs glowing nicely. It's run faultlessly, that car, hasn't it, so far? Chris Payne has penalties, stop-go penalties. Cars 45, 29, 65 and 95. 65 is Chris Payne. This is for, I'm guessing, a pit lane infringement of some sort. So that will drop Chris Payne out of second place.
It will, unfortunately, which now puts actually Sheedon Eadson BMW to second place, and, hold your breath, May and Skeets into third place overall, which means they can get, I think they're leading their class anyway. In fact, it's clear class winners in the top 3 positions. 20 seconds to go on the clock. There is the marker reaching Pete Daniels. Good to see Pete Daniels back in the field. As we see Jess Hawkins, I think she's actually going to get one more lap in fact, because she's going to come across the line in about 10 or 9 seconds to go. So here comes Jess Hawkins. Is there a checkered flag? No, yes, there is. So checkered flag, and Jess Hawkins picks up victory in the invitation class, and overall one of the brand new Turbo Fiesta ST180s from the Fiesta Championship. A great drive from start to finish, and she picks up the win. Stuart Payne has popped up back up to second place, but he will still get that penalty applied afterwards, because it's too late to serve that penalty, I think, so he will drop back a little. Here's another one of our class winners. It will be a class win in class, and that's B, I think, or C, one of the two, for Jamie Going. Across the line he will go. A few more cars across, that's the Greensmith MX-5, John Corbett Evans car makes it to the flag as well. But crossing the line also to confirm their victories, we've got a class win for the Sheedon Eadson BMW. They win class B. Catch the class in a second to read definitively exactly who is where. So it's a Class B win for Sheedon Eadson. Then it'll be the Class C victory for David May and Mark Skeets. Ollie Turner crossing the line there to take a finish in his Ford Fiesta. It's going to be Class D victory for Jamie Gomes, who does in fact win the class there. And it'll be E-Class victory for the second time this season, after he did so at Cadwell Park for the Adam Reed BMW. And then it will be also the Class A victory, the sole car in that category being David Fender in the Caterham 21. So brilliant racing into the twilight here at Donington Park, and the rest of the field still makes its way through the final few corners. The rest of the field coming across to take the checkered flag. There's the Rod of the BMW and the Watson Pemberton as the MX-5 cross the line. They go to the last couple of finishes and the checkered flag falls. So for the final time today, here is the results after an excellent 45-minute Club Sport Trophy race. I think we've gone a little further forward in the results. There we go. Jessica Hawkins then, who wins by completing 30 laps in the invitation class 4 Fiesta ST Turbo. That will prepare her nicely for British Touring Cars next weekend at Snetterton. Sheldon Eaton win Class B in the BMW Compact, from third place being the David May and Mark Skeet BMW as they win Class C. Chris Bain with his penalty is second in Class B and fourth overall in the Caterham Super 7. Chrissy Palmer finishes second in Class C as he picks up fifth overall in the Mark IV Mazda MX-5. It's sixth for the Lundys in their Toyota Celica, also in Class C. It's third in Class B for Leon Shepherd in his Ford Fiesta. Andrew Bond next eighth in his Honda Civic. Ninth place for Tom Stanway in the BMW, and Caddy Brabin makes it a top 10 with 2 Celicas in the top 10 in 10th place. 11th place for Class D winner Jamie Going in his Ford Fiesta ST. Jonathan Hayes' BMW is 12th, ahead of Scott Ferguson's Mazda MX-5. The Alex Miller and John Langridge car finishes 14th in his their Mark III example. Ollie Turner comes home in, that looks to be second in Class D. It is, so it's a 1-2 for Jam Sport there, well done. Marco Ricci and Pete Daniels finishing in second in the invitation class in their ST Turbo 180. Then we have Adam Reed, who wins Class E in his compact, ahead of Rice and Martin Plowman in their MX-5 Mark III. Murphy and Roach in the BMW in 19th place, and Rob Greensmith, who is also pretty close. I think, is he winning Class E? No, it's the 3 BMW, sorry, he finished third in that category. 21st, Kevin Bird in the second of those MX-5 City MX-5s. Ollie Hunt in the Fiesta is 22nd, from the Dobles in their BMW 23rd. Then it's Richard Daniels in the Ford Fiesta, Frank Rodbert in his E90 BMW 325, Craig Robertson in the little Suzuki Swift Mark II. David Fender wins Class A as the sole entrant in his Caterham 21, from Watson Pemberton in the MX-5, Caterham Hay in their BMW, and John Coburn Evans, who in the last race had a mechanical issue that faltered just metres before the line, does make the flag this time, fortunately, in his Rover Mini. Then it's Anthony Woodhams 31st, from Rob Smith 32nd, the Butterworths, who retired sadly earlier on, and we go into the retirements now with the Waters BMW in 34th position. David Thomas, who had an issue and retired. Steve Keitel also sadly out of his Misty Racing Mini. Lee Mabbott pulled up with a problem. Unfortunately, we lost both John Cooper and Jack Uhill's Fiesta in the gravel at the old hairpin on the first lap, and also Paul Sibiani's car, who lost a wheel out of the 39 cars that started. And that, ladies and gentlemen, before we get to interviews quickly, is the end of racing here this weekend at Donington Park. You can see the light has really drawn in, and the evening has come to the day has come to a close. We're getting into the evening now with the lights flashing bright. It's been a fantastic weekend of racing with Caterhams, Fiesta Juniors, BMW Compact Cup, the TCR, TCT and VW Cup title decided, Civic Cup also crowning a champion. All the Academy titles have been decided now, but we've still got Road Sport, 273 10s and 7 UKs to decide at Snetterton. But I think we are now ready to go down for our final interviews of the day with Andy to have a chat to some of our class winners in that excellent Club Sport Trophy race.
Fantastic day of racing here at Donington Park. The Club Sport Trophy drivers have headed straight down to Park Ferme, so sadly we won't be able to have a chat with them. But that does round out the finals weekend here at Donington Park. It's been a great 2 days of entertainment. Many champions crowned, some championships still going down to the final rounds in a couple of weeks. But the highlight of the day, no doubt, seeing Henry Neal wrap up the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, beating Lewis Kent out in a final race decider. We look forward already to see what new competition gets added into that championship in 2021. A fabulous day of racing. Thank you to everyone who has helped make it possible. The marshals and officials here have done an excellent job all weekend of keeping things going into the twilight now of Sunday evening, as it is a great way to end the weekend with the Club Sport Trophy. Thanks to Scott Woodward as well, my co-commentator, who's been holding the fort upstairs. This is, though, the end of the weekend. A fantastic weekend of action, courtesy of the BRSCC. Thank you for your company. We'll see you again next time.